Diablo. Ladies love El Diablo, and they do. They do. They can't help themselves. They fall in love with me all over YouTube and obsess over me. They can't help themselves. It's okay. I understand. I understand the psychology, and part of it is I am very different from what you're used to. You're used to weak males that go along to get along, that are dishonorable, that are not honorable men of character, that are not strong, that are not leaders, that lack confidence and conviction, that lack principles, values, morals. And they're not this handsome either. They're not as handsome as I am. They're not as handsome as I am. And they don't have the sexy, beautiful, pretty lips that the ladies say I have. And the shining emerald Irish green eyes. That's the difference. And the difference is I'm a warrior spirit. I'm a fighter. I'm a warrior. I'm a mad Viking artist warrior. I stand against evil, and I make no apologies for that. I will not go into the recycling bin, ever. They will not control me. I'm uncontrollable. I'm a free spirit, a free and mad, eternal, magical spirit. That's what I am. They can't control me. I am my own being. I am my own free, divine spirit. They will never control me. They will never enslave me. They will never recycle me. They will never make me into a slave. That's despicable. These willing slaves of this realm that go along with this evil system of suffering, deception, lies, evil, abuse, life-eating life, torture. It's a sick sewer matrix system. I will never go along with this. I will rage against it. I will fight it, and I will stop it. I will do action. I will end this. Who's with me? Who's with me? Join me. Stand against evil.
If all Americans did the same thing, Top Gun, no matter what walk they have in life, America would be a great place. It would be a lot better place. That's truly doing the Lord's work. When you go and you seek the downtrodden and the oppressed, and you hand them a hand up, and not a hand out, but a hand up. And you get to know them, you spread the word of the Almighty. That's truly doing the work of the Lord. And see, that's what tithing is really meant to be for. It's meant to cover the bills of the church, and then to the congregation to do the Lord's work. Somewhere along the line, the financing to the congregation from the tithing just don't seem to make it to the congregation in today's 501c3s. And that's generally the case. But now you'll find them driving their Maserati and their Lamborghini, like Mr. Olstein, which I don't have any respect for. But carry on, brother. I respect your efforts. And although we live in a time of grace and not under the time of the old law, that don't mean that tithing should not be done. It does not mean that the work of the Lord should not be financed through the hands of the congregation, and should not be carried out by the congregation. You see, tithing seems to have been has been manipulated to the point that it's a sad thing seeing somebody like Olstein ride around in a Lamborghini to his mansion, and none of the congregation being financed to do the Lord's work. It's a sad thing these days, what we see going on. Honestly, I try to do the same thing, You know, I see the body of man being the church, and when I see somebody that's downtrodden and in a real bad shape, I try to reach out and try to give some uplifting words of the Lord and see that there's some blessing that could be passed through me to them. So yeah, I'm happy to hear that you do this. Enough of the kids see this effort, it might change the way that they live life. It could create the action in their future doing the same thing. A lot of people, they think they send their kids to school, and that's education. Education starts and finishes at home. There's a lot of things in this world, in this walk, they're going to experience, and they need guidance from home to be able to interpret those the right way. And that even goes into adulthood. At times when we're down, when we've been oppressed and beaten down. You know, may not even realize how any of it occurred. You know, fresh eyes brings a whole new perspective. You know, Top Gun, I've been trying to tell quite a few people the events in the future, they may get tougher than what we've got. And true preparing, I keep hearing prep. True preparing is actually being ready to assist your brother and sister to adapt and to overcome trials and tribulation. And there's really no question concerning generations that are younger than us. We will reap what we sow. Children are the future. You know, Top Gun, if you can still hear me, you say you're going to church today and then you're going to take around in the van. Might be something to remind people of when it's time for tithing. Let them know where it's going. Maybe even call up one or two of the people that go with you in the van and let them give a live witness testimony of the events.
There it is, that's the sign.
Soul recycling, anyone? Hell no. Fuck off. Recycle yourself. Keep me out of it. God knew Jeremiah before he recycled him and put him in the womb.
Damn, you guys are upsetting Pseudo already? He's swearing? What the hell?
What's up, Angel? Nah, nobody's upsetting me. I'm in good form. How are you?
Good morning, Pseudo. I'm good. How you doing?
Splendid. I'm kind of like the male version of Mary Poppins right now.
Except, the world needs to turn the heat back on. It's cold.
It is, but don't worry. The cold will also get recycled, and it will be warm again.
I know, but I want it warm now.
Me too. Winter sucks. Where's the Messiah complex anyway? Has he been recycled?
Yeah. I don't know. He might have been.
As what? A Luciferian?
I'm not sure, and I don't know if he's sure yet either.
I'm thinking maybe the military should hire me. I'm just that good. Headshot. Headshot. Headshot.
If that is your dream, yes, military is probably the best way to make that happen. The healthiest even, although it's not something we generally think of as healthy. Although, I don't know, I hear more and more people claiming that abortion is health care and women's rights and things of that nature. So I guess that means we can reframe every war in American history that when we're meddling in other countries' affairs, that we were just delivering them some free health care and women's rights.
Or is he already a Luciferian? Because that's what Luciferians do. They push mind control programs to control the masses. I think he might be a Luciferian. Even he doesn't know it.
Have you ever heard of a thing called reconditioning pseudo?
50 caliber healthcare.
Is it similar to recycle?
I know he can be persuaded to do things like kill plants.
Man, it's too early. I'm trying to remember that tank name. I was gonna say, what's that tank? Oh, damn.
Well, reconditioning is the same thing like psychoprogramming or the MK Ultra programming that the neo-Nazis pushed back then during World War II. It's the same prospect, it's just worded differently.
It's probably also the thing that they call imprinting.
You should have seen the healthcare we gave Iran.
Or re-imprinting. Sounds similar.
And then you got the lefties to jump up and say, we think we all Americans should have free health care. I'm like, are you freaking nuts? Do you understand what you're saying?
Sometimes you learn to connect the dots and you learn to know what's going on.
I seen the healthcare you guys gave Pakistan. It wasn't Afghanistan. Whatever you bombed to get rid of Saddam Hussein.
I think the CIA used LSD sometimes in their programs for imprinting. I'm not sure how well it works though. Doesn't stop them experimenting, like they try everything, don't they? Some say that LSD was a CIA fucking psyop. I don't agree with that, because it actually does wake people up.
Oh, yeah. We delivered a lot of care. I don't know, even by our standards, if the health really worked out.
Yes, it does. They did use LSD back then during the late 60s and 70s, but until they found out that they could use psychohypnotherapy to keep their sleeper agents in control by their handlers. But the only downside is they had to ice the program due to the sleeper agents killing the handlers. So that's how bad it was, and it just didn't quite work out. So it's been mothballed for years.
Hey, they can't all be winners.
Who's a good hockey team this year? Who should I go for? It's a point spread. Gives you points for coffee if your player scores. What team's a good team?
Into the distance on a ribbon of black, stretched to the point of no turning back. A flight of fancy on a windswept field, standing alone, my senses reeled. Now you can only get that from LSD. A fatal attraction is holding me fast. How can I escape its irresistible grasp? Can't keep my mind from the circling skies. Tongue-tied and twisted, just an earthbound misfit. That's what we all are, guys. That's what we've all been at one point in time. Earthbound misfits. But some of us have learned the trick. We can see the trick. And we will no longer be tricked by the trick. What's up, Awesome Me? Awesome Me found you on, what did you say, Snapshot, whatever the fuck that is. Spotter, you've been triangulated. Snapchat. She got you, Spotter. She got you, man.
Wasn't really hiding. Most of my shit's public. She should know I'm not hiding nothing. Now, her medical record, she has a lot to hide unless she wants to bring that out to the light. I'm not really hiding anything. I was never hiding. Why do you assume?
Good rising, Awesome Me. I don't like saying good morning. It has a kind of negative connotation attached.
I found it. You should have seen the M4 Sherman abortions you guys gave. Oh, I close it when I... Yes! forever. Oh, yes! It's my puppy. It's my sweet little puppy. Oh, say mom. Say hi to Pseudo. Say hi to Pseudo. Say hi. Yeah. Say hi to Pseudo. Say hi. I found you on Snapchat, Aspire. Ah! Yeah!
She's to you as well, little puppy. But awesome me, you sound like the Kraken awakening right now. But don't worry, I'll calm you down with my soft, dulcet tones. Now get your fucking fat ass out of bed.
How did you know she was fat? You made love with that big fat woman?
Wacko was it when I stretched? I know, right? We're gonna get up. We're gonna make a friggin' bacon and sausage. A real sausage, because whatever the hell I had in Scotland was not fucking sausage. That was disgusting.
It's just what we say, Jess. It's like an English saying. Do you not say that? Do you not say in America or Canada, get your fat ass out of bed? We do.
Well, see, I'm not fat. I'm tall and lanky. And that's just too bad that you're fat.
Well, it's okay to be fat, you know what I mean? You gotta be fat in some areas. And it's good to be fat in the gut, because you know you're healthy eating.
I play the bat bongo on my belly. Play that bongo on my belly.
I mean, freaking, like her, she used to be a big girl. I mean, well, she's probably still thick, you know what I mean? But she's not huge like Lainey and Rosie and all them.
In 0JKT. B1HWE. Yeah, cheers, Shane. I don't want to hog it, but we need to just let everyone know what's been going on. So you probably, if you're in the freestyle community, if you're on the Facebook group, on the Discord, you've probably seen me banging the drum since Wednesday when we launched our annual 7-day donation challenge. Basically, once a year, we get together for a week's worth of challenge to get as many of our users as possible to make a small donation to the cause to keep the network running on the air for another 12 months. To say the costs have gone up significantly is an understatement. You know, to give you an idea, the network probably cost us last year about £1,000 to keep on the air. It's now gone up to about £1,600. You know, the big bulk of that cost is servers. We've got many servers. I'm sure you can tell everyone how many in the clouds running all the network. And don't forget, Freestar isn't just international. It isn't just All-Star. It is the System X, the full digital side. And that is vast. And I think sometimes we do forget that there is another side to the brand and the network. It isn't just the All-Star side. That's just really a part of the bigger picture. Anyway, I'll cut to the chase. We're currently doing really well. We're only 4 days into the 7-day event, and we've already reached the halfway point. We're at about £915 out of the 1,600, which is absolutely fantastic. And I just want to say thank you so far to everyone for their generosity. It's been absolutely overwhelming. And we really do appreciate all the superstars that have come out and given as much as they could. Look, what we're trying to get is we're saying to everyone, if every user who is able to could possibly consider donating maybe say £5 or upwards, whatever's comfortable, we reckon we probably only need another 139 people to donate £5 to reach the 1,600. But I thought, just for fun, why not have a quick challenge this evening? Wouldn't it be great if we could hit the 1,000 mark? So if you haven't donated already, check out the links. You can go to the Facebook group. It's on there. Also Discord. And I've posted another link into the NetLogger as well. So wouldn't it be great if we could get £1,000 this evening? That would really, blow us away if you could. Anyway, that's enough from me. I hand it back to you, Shane, from 2E1HWE.
Rosie is big. And you're scaring me. I just had breakfast. I had Jimmy D's sausage, which is the very best money can buy.
I heard you growling! Put the bongo on my belly. You're just jealous. You're just jealous. You're just jealous. 'Cause I'm fucking awesome. I'm playing the bongo on my belly. Alright, guys. Today, what are we doing this morning? We are doing cooking with me. Like I was saying, whatever those sausages were in freaking, that is not sausage. They had like no spice, completely bland. Ugh.
If you saw how those things were made, awesome me, you wouldn't even stock them in your freezer or your fridge, or you'd want nothing to do with those disgusting things.
Alright, you're a vegetarian. Puppy! Hello, my baby! Look, his mom so much in the morning time. Oh, yeah, and love me. Oh, yeah. What are they made out of? Pig ass?
You don't want to know. But no, I was a vegetarian from about 2006 to 2015, and then I took the next step. I'm a vegan. Well, I have a vegan diet.
Yeah, vegan, vegetarian. That's all the same shit, dude. Alright, I'll be vegan after breakfast.
Vegan. No wonder he's mentally handicapped. No wonder you talk like a fag.
Look at it this way. I don't eat anything with a face or anything that comes from anything with a face. That's the easiest way to see it.
You're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself. Lettuce has more live bacteria and fungus and worms in it than a dead cow laying in the street for 3 weeks. Cabbage has more live bacteria, even if you cook it at $450, did I say dollars? 450 degrees, you can't get rid of the live bacteria. Same thing with potatoes. Potatoes is the worst thing you can eat.
He's vegan. He's got serious mental life issues by being a vegan too.
Zello County Jail, this is Dr. Phil. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing out there?
I fucking love your theories, sugar. There's this girl on YouTube, no, TikTok, the vegan teacher. She's very cool to watch.
Good morning.
Good morning.
But can you explain your theory?
Oh, hang on, give me 1 sec, I'll be right back.
Theory? It's not really a theory. No meat, no dairy, no eggs, nothing like that. There are alternatives, some quite good ones. But yeah. A man of my sophistication does not eat corpses.
10-4.
You like to eat meat, right? You like to eat pussy?
Vegans tend to be fatter than people that do eat meat, in my personal opinion. Also, people that do not eat meat also end up very angry a lot of the time. They need meat in their life, otherwise it makes you angry. It's a fact.
Whoops, went to your solo accidentally. Alright, I'm back.
I wouldn't say that. I agree a little bit with the first part. Yeah, you do have to exercise or you might end up a chubby bastard.
All good.
Why do vegans put on more weight than meat eaters?
Because they're naturally fat and brain dead. The more fat you have in your brain, the slower the computer works.
God, fucking Kansas, man. These Kansas drivers fucking, every car doesn't want to give you any space in the lane while they're fucking passing and shit. It's like every single car. It's something I deal with all day. I get mad at people for, but particularly bad out here.
I'm not sure that they do. I'll just take your word for it that they do. Maybe I felt that I needed to do more exercise because as you get older, your metabolism slows down a bit. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, but I'm around the same weight as I have been all my life.
What part of Kansas are you in? Are you in Liberal, Kansas, Topeka, Kansas? Where at?
Zuto, what up, though?
What up, though? That's smooth, though. What up, though? Smooth, though.
I just passed through Kansas City. I think I'm heading north. I think. I don't know. I'm a steering wheel holder, dude. I just set in an address and fucking follow the blue line. You know what I mean? Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Kansas has a town called Liberal, or a city called Liberal, Kansas. I've been there before. Weirdly conservative that city is, huh? Now, that's funny because Kansas is a pretty conservative state.
I just feel like you have one life, right? Why not live it the way you want it? We're all going to die anyway. Yeah, don't take the absolute piss. But you should enjoy meat. You should enjoy a steak. There's this woman that eats steak 3 times a day, and that's it. And she's fucking beautiful.
My favorite bitch on fucking Zello. What's up, sugar?
Well, for the first, let's say, third of my life, I did. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed eating all kinds of meat and eggs and things like that. But then something happened in my digestive system and it started rejecting like meat and stuff and made my life a misery. And through a process of learning, I cured that.
Well, it is. I've been through there a couple times myself. I've been through Guymon and Laverne, Oklahoma. I've been through Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I've been through Woodward. I've been through Shattuck, Oklahoma. You know, a bunch of places around here, Dale. I mean, there isn't a place my new truck hasn't been that I've been to. I mean, hell, I even know my way all the way through my state. It takes you 3 years to do it.
So I've been working on this app Pseudo for 24 hours and I have a headache.
Oh man, are you staring at your screen constantly? Here's a little tip. Do you know, even if you put it on nighttime mode, I think that makes it worse. You know, you need to download one of those blue light killer apps.
Takes you 3 years to go through your entire state. Shit, I can get through Texas in like fucking days drive usually, but I'm sure you mean like actually stopping and getting to know the whole state, going to all the towns and shit. That's what's up. How old are you, Spotter? I don't think I've ever asked you that.
It actually does normally come on your phone. The blue light, the thing, is normally if you pull down the top, it will be an option. Thank you. You've saved yourself some money on some glasses as well. You can thank me. What's up, Smooth? What's up, Jersey?
What's up? My pantalones are up. I gotta go outside and cut the yard. Yay.
You would be quite surprised. I'm 36 years old, going on 37 this December 6th. So me and my family were going to be having my birthday a little bit late on a Monday. So I said, hell, it's fine. So I'm going to be 37 this December. So lucky me.
Honestly, Pseudo, I've never had to do code or read code before. So that's why I have a headache.
Maybe, yeah. But I found that even with that inbuilt nighttime mode thing, it still makes you fucking nauseous when you're staring at it all day. So I went back to the app, the Blue Light Killer app, and yeah, it's a lot better.
Interesting. Hell yeah, man. 37 years old. So you're older than I am. You are 5 years older than I am. That's interesting.
Yeah, but some people are so used to looking at screens, Pseudo, it doesn't make them feel like that anymore. It's like when you first get VR, right? You get motion sickness. It's something that you get used to, I guess, over time.
Yes, it is. I mean, being born around 89, which was the year I was born around. So, yeah, I'm what you call an elder millennial.
You guys are a bunch of weenies. I've never had any of that problem. Anyway, I gotta load up the gas can with 250 gallons so I can go cut the yard.
An elder millennial. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I'm a millennial as well. I think I'm probably an elder millennial as well. I was born in 92. I remember when I was coming up, like high school and right after high school, that was the big term was, these millennial kids, these goddamn millennials with their Tic Tacs and their Me phones. No, that was long before Tic Tac, but
Blue light blocking is, I think, the name of the one that I use.
It's all in the mind, everything. But my mum is also a vegetarian. She wasn't always a vegetarian, but she had Campylobacter food poisoning from Burger King when they used to make their own. And then since then, she's been a vegetarian. She still fed us meat, though.
Right. In the 90s, I suffered with something similar called Helicobacter H. pylori. Half the population carry it because it skips generations, and for most people, it doesn't bother them, but in some people, unfortunately, it wakes up.
I get you. I mean, I'm 89. That was the year I was actually born around, my particular year. So right on the line, right at the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. I mean, the 2000s was really something. A lot of people almost lost their shit back then. But me, I was just kind of cold and calculated. I'm still that way. I mean, the only deal is I just learned to shut my feelings off and be callous on here. You learn to have it nowadays.
No, you lie. In Indian people, they have very bad digestive systems because they're naturally anemic, like you.
Sound gay?
So, Smooth, how's the tents? How's the tents?
cold, calculated, savage motherfucker. Hell yeah, Spotter. Hell yeah. You know, Spotter, that's one way to be. You know, I think that's the lesson a lot of people take from Zello is to become cold and callous, at least on the exterior, you know, to not let the shit get to you and stuff. But, you know, I think on Zello and life in general, it is not the way, my guy. It is not the way of the Jedi. It's the way of the Sith Lord, you know what I mean? I think that true strength comes from open vulnerability, you know, it actually comes from softening and opening, you know.
Lainey says her body can't handle meat, but how can you not handle meat? Like, I know there's a lot of perverts out there with a smile on their face right now, but how can your body not handle meat? That's fucking crazy. Our body was made for meat. Our teeth were made for meat.
I've heard that argument before, but there's plenty of arguments against that idea as well. I don't want to enter into arguments about food, but I don't know. My stomach didn't handle it anymore. I don't know what else to say.
Well, I'm making fucking bacon, eggs, sausage for me and my kid for dinner. For whatever the fuck it is. Breakfast.
Yeah, I get you on that one, I do. I mean, to me, I don't ever use my feelings on here because some people can use psychological tactics or emotional tactics to destroy you from the inside. That's why you have to be callous and you got to remember to use very little emotion. They can't destroy what they can't see. And not only that, my movements and silence in the real world, some people still can't destroy me. And they can't even figure me out. I mean, Awesome Me, on the other hand, she thought that I was hiding my Snapchat. Most of my shit's public. I mean, how long did it take her to find that shit out? Like, I'm only on there because I have family on there. That's it. I mean, she has yet to know who I know and why I know on there. So most of my family were all over the road truckers. My Uncle Bruce right now, He's all the way in what's it called, Denver, Colorado, bringing back firewood for the panhandle over here. So after that, it's going to be starting up for this year's cotton harvest. So I've got to find out what that's going to be like and seeing if I'm going to have to be at my family's ranch to go and help them out on that one.
And if you don't like it, come to my fucking house, put a fucking gun to my face, and shoot me. Fucking shoot me. Come, bring it. I welcome you all.
Thinking of going back to School of Prophets tomorrow. I'm just kidding. To do this class tomorrow. I got 2 more months to finish it. Stop slacking! And now I borrowed the PS4. Oh, shit.
The good thing about Canadian bacon, it's very similar to our bacon. The bacon in America is like rashers and it's just pure pig fat. Like this actually has meat on it, this bacon that we talk of. Y'all's don't.
Yeah, the American bacon really sucks. I always buy Canadian bacon. But you know who has good Canadian bacon? The Chinese. If you go to the Asian stores, they have real thick, meaty bacon, not like the American bacon.
Yeah, that's not pig fat. That's dog fat. Cat fat.
When I went to America the first 2 times in the US, I thought like their meat was pretty good and the eggs were awesome. Never had eggs like it. Huge and delicious.
No, Spotter, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to be cold and callous, you know? It makes you, I'll put it to you like this, is, because a lot of people do think that that's better, right? That's stronger. Like, the more cold and calloused you are, like, the more strong you are, the thicker your skin is, kind of thing. But I think it's the opposite. You know what I think? I think when you're hard, it makes you brittle, you know? So, like, there's a reason why skyscrapers and bridges and stuff like that don't collapse in the event of an earthquake or anything like that. And the reason why is because they intentionally designed them with a little bit of give and sway, right? So the big skyscrapers and stuff like that, they actually have wheels at the bottom of them that they sit on. They're kind of like metal, super powerful metal balls, kind of. Placed catty corner at the base. And so when the earth starts shaking and rocking, the building can kind of sway and shift and move a little bit, so it sways and therefore it doesn't break, right? Because it's a little bit softer. It's got some give in it. It's pliable or malleable a little bit, and therefore it doesn't break. It's not brittle. So in that way, human beings, I think, should be that same way emotionally. You know, have some give, have some openness, some softness, some sway to you, you know. And I write about that in my new book, We've Got Issues.
That's because we overeat and we inject our food with stuff. Because when we went to Scotland, even the kids were like, if I could post freaking photos, it's crazy how how our portions are so much bigger.
You're complaining about the camera being off. You're complaining about the camera being off. You're the reason the camera is off. That's right, good backing up, Solomon. And by the way, the eggs in Canada are shite.
No, they're not. You're shite. It's just the portion sizes. Like, literally, we went out for breakfast, and the portion sizes in Scotland were so fucking small for everything. North America, we overeat. Like, we go to the freaking restaurant, and we eat enough to bring some home, because that's how much they feed us. We overeat.
Hey, everybody. What'd you say?
You have free will up in Soldier's channel, unless you want to post a picture.
What's up, Frankie? Getting ready to pick up my medication.
I want to post a photo. Let's try today. A changed soldier. Look at my name. I've actually held this account for 2 days. I've changed. I'm a changed lady.
And you're going to be stuck with it all weekend, too. Soldier's little admin. Get me a coffee.
Soldier, the proof is in the history that Hinduism is 600 to 900 years old, older than Abrahamic religions, and Zoroastrianism is even 200 years older than that. Gotcha!
Well, my grandfather taught me to always be tough. That's who raised me up, and my old man was an over-the-road trucker, so I've spent most of my life working with him. I mean, he's taught me to be flexible, but he said don't let anyone otherwise tell you what to do, even if they're family or not. You be you, but make sure that if you have haters that follow you, let them become your fans, because those kind of people will tell you every facet of your life, and that lets you know. Look at what happened to Greg on here. Yeah, that guy's locked up in a federal prison for federal wire fraud for defunding taxpayers. Yeah, he's rotting at ADX, bro. And I can tell you that's where he's at, and that's Svetlana's daddy, which is Barbie. Yeah, I mean, don't you notice that right after he got arrested, she came on? Kind of coincidental. Look at the numbers. It really doesn't.
Not much, Jordan. How you doing this morning? This morning, yeah. Woke up this morning. Blues are right in my head. Yeah, what's going on? I'm in a good mood this morning. Not for any particular reason, just feeling good, not too much pain, just beep bopping along. How about you, buddy? What's going on?
Yeah, that makes so much sense when we came from the cradle of civilization in Mesopotamia, the first Abrahamic record. Give me your evidence of the tribe of India. You seriously think you gotcha?
You're waking up way too happy, too much happy than what I like. Okay, someone annoy this cunt.
Well, anybody who does just like 15 minutes of research will come to the same conclusion. But Soldier knows different, right? The whole world can do research, but you're wrong, because Soldier.
Nothing really. He's picking up my medication, playing games, hooking up my computer in my bedroom. Crap, I can't do that. How the hell am I gonna do all that? Move the internet box. I wasn't thinking.
Not wrong. Not wrong at all. 12 tribes, Mesopotamia, brother. Look it up. Do your Googler. Mesopotamia long before India, brother. And we got Moses. We got Torah. We got it all, baby.
Whoa, hold on. Moving too fast. First of all, did you say for defunding the public? I don't think that's a thing or a crime. I think you reworded that. Did you mean defrauding the public? What exactly did the guy do that he was charged with?
Yeah, try that again. Your audio keeps dropping out. What's going on with you today? You doing alright?
You got a big fucking lie. Man has been on the planet 14 million years, and everything you're reading is a lie. You like lie on the ground, lie on your bed, lie like a rug.
Yeah, I'm alright, you? I just gotta go pick up my meds and figure out my place.
Wire fraud attempt from individual taxpayers. So yeah, they caught him hacking into bank accounts, which is illegal, mind you, under federal law. They caught him for that, and then on top of that, shifting funds, damage of private property and personal property. They got him for that. whole bunch of other stuff. And then his little gay hacker friend too, they caught him for identity theft. So there's been a lot of stuff. They tried to hit my account, didn't work because I took the necessary precautions years ago to protect myself. So I still have all my stuff up. I'm just kind of in the middle of purging all of my information off the net. So I'm pretty much ghost.
Soldier, I've already come to the conclusion. Zello is trying to fucking roast me by allowing me to keep this name and go to every other channel with this fucking name.
Cool deal. No complaints there, man. Yeah, doing alright. Just rocking and rolling and, you know, be popping around here. Bouncing around. Zello like a rubber ball there, but not too much chatter this morning. I got into talking to one of the channels I have is like a ham channel. The guys mostly talk about like radio stuff and, all that. And we joke around, and chew the rag a little bit, but mostly they talk about antennas and radios and stuff like that, That's something we all have in common is some sort of radio, either ham or CB or something like that, So that's what I was doing the other day. But today has been pretty good. I got up and I put this on and had this in the background while I was watching. I get into binge watching once in a while, where if I start on like a series or something, I'll just keep I'll go one episode after the other, and so I can get a good chunk of the story,
And Christianity, that came along after Judaism. You can say all you want, Soldier, on this subject, but like I say, anybody can do their own research on it and find out the truth. So your propaganda and your brainwashing ain't gonna hold water.
Whatever, Pseudo. You're dead wrong and you know it. Mesopotamia. That is kind of a funny thought. You're my own walking billboard. Awesome, me. Do me a favor. So in your for your username, put "Come to Soldier versus Zello 3."
And who's this guy? Who's this guy you're talking about that went to jail? What was his name? His account name?
What's his name? His first government name is Greg, but you guys know him as Harry. I mean, him and his little gay hacker buddy. Apparently, I found out he was gay. He just didn't want to own it on here. If he would have came out of the closet, I would have been a little bit more nicer to him and respected him, but he didn't. So, just kind of telling you here now. I mean,
What up, soldier? It's your favorite god of beep.
Oops, sorry, Smooth, but I put the proof in the history, Soldier. Just go take a look at it, man, and then prove me wrong. Then prove me wrong after that. And drop the links. We want the receipts, okay?
Damn, that is funny. His name's Greg now. Oh, that is hilarious. You're talking about Harry the whole time. Yeah, that makes sense because he's because he left Zello. He hasn't been around in months and months, and people are like, "Where's Harry?" And they don't know where he's at, and they're worried he's not coming back. So that's what happened. He went to jail, for defunding the public. That's pretty fucking wild. What was I gonna say? So I love that too. I love the new lore, the new Harry lore. His name is Greg, and he's Barbie, aka Svetlana's dad.
Speaking of receipts, fix the fucking text box.
I don't know how. The only guy that knows how, you blocked him. See, look at you guys create all your own problems. And I'm done. All I gotta say is Mesopotamia, bro. Cradle of civilization. Nothing older than Abrahamic Accords.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do to welcome to Dairyland. I watched the first couple episodes. Man, was it good. So I'm gonna wait to watch the rest.
Nothing older than Torah. Nothing. It's the earliest scrolls we have from Mesopotamia. Undeniable. Trust me, India came after, bro. Vishnu and Shiva came way after.
Yeah, well, just like my music, my tastes vary because I have I get into phases where I like something for a while, and then I'll leave it for a while and go to something else, but eventually I'll come back to it. Like I like cop shows, you know, or something to do with police or something like that, Like I got into for a long time I was watching like Law and Order and stuff like that. Not the original Law and Order, like the spin-offs like SVU and Criminal Intent, stuff like that. And I did see that other one that they tried to start off. What was it? The Law and Order jury or something like that because it had to do with the courtroom and stuff. That one didn't do so well, but yeah, and I watched everything from Dragnet to Adam 12 to all the way down. So I started watching this new one. I originally started watching the original version of back in the 80s. I think it was like 84, 83, 84, something like that. It was called, and it wasn't from here. It was from the UK. But back then, I came across it like on a PBS station, um, and we used to sit there and watch it at night. It was about these women in jail, right? So it was like supposed to be in lockup, but they're basically telling you the dramatic stories of why they're in there and how they're in there, and and all that, and it kind of had a little bit of a soap opera type vibe, which kind of got me interested, because it was something nice to watch late night. I watched it with a couple of girlfriends I had, and then recently they had an updated version of it. Well, and it's called West Westworth, and that was the name of the prison in that show there. So they basically remade it, but instead of calling it Prisoner Cell Block, they just renamed it to Wentworth, and it was like an updated version of it. Same, it's kind of weird because a lot of the characters have the same names and stuff, but it's a little bit more modern, and obviously it's different people. So, but yeah, I started watching it, and it's really good, man. It was so far like 8 seasons or whatever, or 9 seasons, and I'm already in like season 5, so I've been burning through this sucker pretty quick, because I mean it has everything. It has betrayal, it has love in it, it has murder, it has it has redemption, because somebody all of a sudden will be proven innocent, psychopath people in there. I mean, they throw a little bit of everything in there, and it's really good. So, and those people, man, those Australians they could act their asses off. That's really what I didn't know not one actor in there, but boy, they could really act and act good. I'm like, wow. I'm like, man, I wish somebody would, I wish they would come over here and make some things over here, that, um, and all the actors I see, like one of the actors who was really good that I liked was Hugh Laurie, right, from House, right, that show House. Turns out he's not even American, he's English. He just puts a New England accent on, and it really works. But yeah, man, you're really acting, wow. So I was pretty impressed with that. But anyway, I've been burning through that Westworth series pretty quick. It's on Movie Box, and I've been eating it up like Christmas candy. Um, I don't know why, because when you think everything's just gonna get boring, all of a sudden something dramatic happens. Like, oh my gosh, what now?
Soldier, stop to think about what you're doing. You're lying like a rug. There's a religion that was before that, the Anunnakis.
Where do you come up with this information, sir? Spotter, you are the best.
Not really lying about it. Splatlana is Harry's daughter. And it's weird because she has the same taste in death metal as him. She used to play this song called Fuck the World, and I'm not even lying about this. Whenever he got arrested, she came on. It was like a little insurance policy. So, yeah, she's trying to find out breadcrumbs on where her daddy is at so she can spring them, and it's not going to work. But yet, here's this. She lives in California where Spider is at, so kind of makes it counterintuitive. I mean, Harry's actually Scottish, or what he claims to be, until I actually looked up his actual ethnicity. He's actually Indian. He's from Bengali, India, mind you.
There's nothing wrong with the text box. It just doesn't want you in there, obviously.
All right, Shane, K2HZE, really, really interesting, buddy, and appreciate it. Like I said, I got a bunch of things connected to me as well listening, so it was very, very interesting, and I really enjoyed it. K2HZE, Tom in New York City.
Mesopotamia is to soldier as gravity is to globetards.
Oh, I get it. So, you know the evidence is there, but you're going to say, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. Whatever, bro. And Joey, Anunnaki are Nephilim. And they come from what? The Abrahamic religion, Genesis 6, giants on the earth. Everything tied into Abraham. Nobody before Abraham, bro. No religion, no nada. Nada. Maybe like worshiping a stick or something, but that's about it, eh?
Okay, and who built the pyramids in Mexico that are 16 million years old? You lie like a rug.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, counterintuitive, yes. Indeed. Indubitably. That's pretty crazy, huh? So so tell me about this Svetlana. I've also heard that Barbie used to go under another name, which is Svetlana. Is that, I think I had heard that was her name on like CB radio or some shit, that she's some actor from CB radio.
Nephilim, and they are spoken about in the earliest religious texts of the Abrahamic Torah. In Genesis 6, they are mentioned. Oh, but they were. Isn't that funny how they all had sacrifices? Isn't it? Like, nobody ties that in. And they all had like serpent gods. Nobody, raises an eyebrow, eh? Why were they all killing people to snakes?
Look, dude, we were arguing over the idea. You're claiming that the Old Testament religion is the oldest one, and it's not. That started around 12 to 10 centuries before the Common Era. That's your Abrahamic religions, but Hinduism is way older, and Zoroastrianism is even older than that.
Spotter.
No, it's not. Dude, just because you say something does not make it true. Even if you follow the migration from Mesopotamia, your Indias came from Mesopotamia. They had the Abrahamic religion.
Yeah, I had to, resync my phone up to Wi-Fi really quick. Svetlana was her name on CB radio. It was also on Voxer on that app back then. I was on that first talking app before I got on here. So, yeah, I was on talking applications over the years, and then the CB radio app, I figured I'd give it a whirl and just kind of try things out. But, yeah, that was her name, and lo and behold, he started stalking me and so on and so forth. But she has the same ethnicity as her daddy, but yet from where they're both from Bengali, India, is the leading scamming capital of the world over there. So they're nothing but a bunch of scam call centers. So he said he never had to work a day in his life. He was stealing people's money and it was, making victims. Kind of shows you exactly what he's done for a living. But that's why Interpol finally got involved. We're cracking down on all these scammers and every single one of us out of getting our information scrubbed so these people won't hit us. And I'm just kind of telling you the truth. I mean, that's what's been going on. I mean, look at all of these scammers that are defrauding people. It's bad, dude. I mean, it's really bad. It's bad enough we've already busted 3 rings so far across the world. The 4th one we're still trying to hit is the Russian scammers. That's the 4th one. India has already been hit bad enough, but we found out there's a bunch of corrupt cops on the payroll, so we're going to have to look a little bit deeper into that.
Evidence proves it. But no, Pseudo's going to say, nah, you're wrong. You're just a conspiracy theorist. Whatever, dude.
Soldier, you can deny what I'm saying, you can refute it, you can try and rebut it, but you got to do it with something more than words. Like, I knew that Hinduism was way older than, your Old Testament. You're like, no, it's not. And I proved it, right? I knew it already, but then I proved it with stuff in the history. It's your...
Bro, you've never proved anything other than you can't control your emotions. Okay? I'm gonna drop this convo with you now. Right? I told you. Look up Mesopotamia. You'll have your answers. There is nothing older. Just because you say it is doesn't make it so. And you can call it conspiracy or what you want. But I'm done the conversation with you. Your non-religious archaeologists confirm with Mesopotamia, the Torah, and Abraham. You can say whatever you want about India, but it's wrong. And I'm done talking to you about it.
You're a cuckoo head. In China, their religions go back 14 million years. You're a big cuckoo head.
Cough, 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 cough.
I don't know why you have to default to the, oh, you're angry thing. Just want to prove you wrong, man. Try and have a bit of decorum and try and back what you're saying up with some evidence. But rather than do that, you're like, no, I'm throwing the argument completely. That's because you can't back it up, man. Mesopotamia!
I see. Right on. Well, Spotter, where do you get your information from? Like, where are you finding all this stuff out? Where do you find the time to do these researches? What are your sources and methods?
Gave you the evidence, bro. Torah, Mesopotamia. Type those 2 things into your Googler that you trust so much. They'll tell you if you don't believe me. I'm just done arguing a stupid point with you that I know you're wrong on. I'm not going to entertain a fool. The Bible says not to do that. It's a waste of energy.
You've been wasting 30 minutes of my energy.
And also, I was more curious about just Svetlana. I was more curious about that. Like, I think you told me more about Harry. I wasn't paying total attention there, but I think you went more into Harry or Greg, as you say. So, but I was more curious of who is Svetlana. Was she indeed from CB Radio app?
That's what I do when I'm like I always have like Zello in the background, but if I don't hear anybody, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be watching that or something else, I don't always watch it. Sometimes I stop and watch something else because I want to save it. I want the enjoyment to stretch out a little bit. And if I, like anything else, if you eat it all at once, you get too full and you don't enjoy it. So I take breaks every once in a while. Watch something else.
And both of you guys talk about nonsense. Nonsense. Let me define nonsense. When 2 people cannot communicate, they Babylonian.
And what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Linux? Tell me more about casino machines.
Soldier, you tried convincing people that the Abrahamic religions are the oldest, and they're not. Clearly they're not. And if anybody does a little bit of research onto that, they come to the understanding that they are not the oldest religions in this world.
You know what? Soldier's gonna release the god of beep.
The god of caca. Type in Fusion 4. Fusion 4. Fusion 4. That's the machines we sell. Anyway, long story made short, you're going to sit there on your butt and turn old and gray, and you'll be in the nursing home because the kids can't afford you.
So have you heard anybody else in there today? Has it been pretty quiet?
Uh-oh, we lost Spotter. Yeah. As soon as I start pressing them for the details of where the info's coming from.
Hey, underdog. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, Kev? What you say, buddy boy? Que pasta.
Just trying to catch up through the key ups pretty quick. I mean, my phone isn't quite as, active whenever it's on Wi-Fi. Unless I take it off, then it speeds things up and I'm on my normal carrier frequency, which is fine. I can do it like that. But I've got connections within law enforcement, local, state, federal, Interpol. And then I've got people within all forms of military from Tier 3, which is the public, Tier 2, covert, spec ops, and then Tier 1, strictly classified. My ears only, I'm allowed to hear that, no one else is. So, I mean, I've got like different forms of communication, and I'm very well protected considering what I know, so.
Nope, my kids promised I'll never go to a nursing home. Between all four of them, somehow they're going to have, one of them's going to have a ranch, and they're going to build a guest house with a hot tub, a sauna, a skateboard park, and workout room, and pool, and...
Did he say que pasta?
Yeah, to differentiate it from that crazy El pasta. Yeah, que pasta.
And the idea that the pyramids were built by you said the Nephilim, absolute nonsense with zero evidence to back that up. Good point though you raised there, Jess. Good point.
Okay. What's up, Taz? What's, as you say, crack-a-lackin'?
Oh, man, nothing, dude. Just waking up and figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of my day. Gotta go and get some breakfast, wash some clothes, leave out 10 o'clock tonight. Just taking my 34 here, dude. I slept for freaking 17 hours, dude. 17! Swear to you. I woke up like twice to go pee, and that was it. Back to bed. Yeah, the Hindus, which have the skill to cut marble, built the pyramids, and they didn't get paid.
Well, that's great, Spotter. You got super secret squirrel fucking CIA coverage and everything like that. And you got, above top secret alien clearance. But what about Svetlana? I want information on Svetlana strictly.
So that started a big war between the Egyptians and the Hindus. The Hindus won the war.
No, they were the giants with fallen angel tech, as stated in the earliest religious texts known to man. Mentions the beings, and that they could, they like playing with building blocks, apparently.
Is this information classified? Are you dodging my questions? The world wants answers, Spotter. The world wants answers. All right, I built this media firm from the ground up.
Good Lord, buddy, you made up for it, man. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I have to say, man, I was just, well, just a little bit ago, man, I was watching a really cool video with old Tovia there. He's talking to some guy, and man, he just laid it out, man. I loved his last message. It was really good.
Come on then. Shows where it says that the Nephilim built the pyramids. Back it up. You can't just say things, man, and expect people to run with it. You got to prove something, like me, like I just did. Show some proof.
Svetlana is Harry's daughter. That is confirmed, and I can tell you she won't tell you the truth about it, but yeah, that is his daughter, and yet he didn't tell anyone on Zello about it during the Loud Talks era. The reason why I know about her is because I actually called up Svetlana's great-grandma about this, and me and her had a little one-on-one talk. So yeah, they know about him being sick to the application, and yet her so-called, or her daddy didn't want to show her any form of affection or love. So he was addicted to the app, kind of like the way you see a crack addict.
Yeah, another thing, soldier, there's no such thing as a law. Your law is the biggest misconception of lying to you since you were born. You know, British and Queen of England has no control of you. They're 60,000 miles away from where you live. Nobody has control over you, except you.
Dude, I live in the great Canadian North. There is no government officer, no police officer, no governing bodies, nothing. I live in Anarchyville, where I could do anything I wanted.
Well, Taz, I bought in some more Bitcoin and cryptocurrency on a low. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and sell this time when it hits an all-time high of 100 grand on the Bitcoin.
But I am governed by the law of the oldest religion on earth. I am governed by the law of liberty. Now you may think that law sounds somewhat restrictive, but every law of God is for your good.
Oh man, I always thought Harry would be like a good dad. He seems so loving and warm, you know. Harry did say he had a daughter at some point. This is starting to line up here a little bit. This is starting to make more sense. So you talked to Svetlana's great-grandma. Svetlana, she's like in her 30s, like probably her late 30s. So to have a great-grandma that's still alive, that's pretty impressive. Harry must have really good genes.
Woohoo! Being the money. I know who I'm coming to. Hey, Kev. Can you spot me for Oh, my goodness, yeah. Well, good luck, I'm glad. I'm joking around, of course. Yeah. Yeah, congratulations.
To protect you from hurt. Every law. Every single one of them. He's not like, haha, I made another annoying law. Every single one of them are for your good. Only for your good. So I listen to that law, even though I live in a lawless place, where one could be very, very lawless.
Well, it's going to take a little time for Bitcoin to bounce back. Same thing with Ethereum and Solar and XRT, which I have all four. But because right now the stock market crashed about a day and a half ago, so it's going to take about, I don't know, a couple weeks, maybe even a couple months for it to climb back up. When it comes back up, I'm going to just sell out on the stock shares. And then when it crashes again, I'll buy right back in.
You stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. Stop overkeying, you bastard.
Yes, he does, but his genes aren't quite as ancient as mine. Mine date all the way back to the pre-founding of the first human beings, the first Homo sapiens that we had back then. My bloodline is ancient than his, and I can actually tell you, even since the time whenever we were still wearing nothing but, pelts back then, and then on top of that through the Knights Age, my family bloodline is far more ancient than his. So you figure guys like me have real influence, Dale. Who do you think got Donald back in office? So I'm still twisting his arm to release the Epstein files, and so far I told him it's either you put this stuff out, make it go public, or I put your shit out there first, and then I let the public see you for the narcissistic hypocrite that you are. So I twisted his arm, and so far I got him to bring the Epstein files public. So there's a free PDF file version of it that I can drop in the channel if needed, and then I've also got the Epstein Island visitor list.
How would you feel one day if you went out the back, you heard no Solomon in the morning, and someone has literally wrung the fucking bastard's neck for making so much noise in the morning? How would you feel, soldier?
All right. Well, when you get enough money to start building your own pyramid, just all I ask is just give me what's left over. You can have your pyramid. I won't keep you away from that. But just give me the dregs of what's left over. I'm sure I could do something with that.
I'd feel really sad. He's just doing his job. Calling his girls, keeping them all safe from predators, telling them where to go to scratch. He's a good man, doing his job.
It's 9 a.m. here in the AZ. It's that time again for the news on 50,000 Unstoppable Watts.
It's a reliable source of information. 50,000 Unstoppable Watts.
Now about Edna. I gotta tell you guys about Edna. So yesterday I was making the big campfire spooky story place, like making it all comfy and cleaning the pits out and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I better quickly do the chicken water and food and stuff. And I go in and I go to look at the eggs and I see this, and remember I raised them all from babies. I see this little girl, she's underneath the nesting boxes and she can't stand up.
That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Though, like everybody else is expecting. When you go to the cemetery there, and instead of having your usual cemetery plot right in the middle between two tombstones, there you get yourself a little pyramid there. Here lies Kev. Oh man, that would be neat. That would be different. I'm surprised why people haven't done that.
Absolutely drop the list. Spotter, I mean, this is breaking news. The world right now is in upheaval over the release of these Epstein files. I mean, Donald Trump has been doing everything within his power to cover up for this Epstein thing, to not release the Epstein files. Nobody has seen them. They still haven't been released. But you're saying that because of your alien level squirrel clearance that you have in your possession the Epstein files, and you're ready to break the news with this story here first in Zello County Jail news outlet. I mean, this is the kind of news we bring to you guys. So, all right, so first ever viewing and release of the fabled Epstein files and the visitor log at the island. Getting ready to be dropped by Spotter momentarily. No one else, not even the CIA, has access to these files.
And the rooster's kind of looking at me like, do something, right? And he's letting me near her, so I go over to her and I pick her up, and she stretched out her wings and put them around my arm like a hug. And I kind of just sat down in the hay and everything with her and was petting her, and she couldn't open her eyes and kept going to sleep. And I'm like, what the heck? Was she just too cold or weak to get to the water? So I took her to the water and she wouldn't drink. And I'm laying there with her, and then I noticed these little like tanned looking bugs hopping all around her. And I've deloused the pan and everything, used the diatomaceous earth, all that stuff.
Yeah, just when my time comes, just put me in a water bowl. I'll be happy. Just put a water bowl right on top there. Yeah, yep, the water bowl. I'm happy.
Very clean in there, and anyway, I see it on me, so I get a little freaked out, right? And I rip all my clothes off outside, shake it all off, and go wash and change, and come back in all hazmated, suited, sort of.
Well, you should know I had the flight list and the Epstein Island visitor list, formerly known as the Little St. James list. It's been passed down from person to person within the inner circle that is trusting. The only deal is if Donald wasn't going to release it, I was. That's the only deal is I'm a man of my word. So I've already dropped both lists, and I'm still getting about 5,000 other pages that I've still got to drop to. I got to look for the PDF link for it, and I got to look for that. So that's the other thing I got to find. And once I do that, that's going public as well. So the general public deserves to see what these so-called people that caused the problem need to be brought to the light. The victims, their names are being redacted because they don't need to be harassed.
Why would we be jealous of you, bro? I would not want to be anywhere near you. You know those like new Tesla cars that everyone parks away from in the parking lot because they're going to explode and burn? That's how I'd be if I was walking with you. I'd like keep like the 10 feet away or something. And I go over to see her. I made a little nest bed for her. And she was laying in there jerking and falling. Her head was falling over and she was just looked so miserable. And I immediately had to take her out, and then I grabbed the hatchet, and when I lopped her head off, all the chickens and roosters saw me. I've never let them see me before. And because I just didn't want her suffering, right? Like I thought she was suffering. She's got to go now. And they all watched me. And like he's been weird this morning. So I think it's something to do with Edna.
Well, that's a terribly touching story, but you're still a liar.
10-4, all right, I see the files have been dropped. Well, you may have twisted Trump's arm, but it didn't work. He did not release the files. Or he still fought tooth and nail. You know, I believe that Trump, once it became clear that enough Republicans were voting against him, voting to release the files under very staunch pressure to toe the line and be loyal to Trump and vote to keep him sealed. Once it became clear that his efforts had failed and the vote was going to pass to release him, he kind of pulled a 180. And he kind of said something like, yeah, well, I'm actually not against them being released, and it's fine now, you know, which kind of made the Republicans that did toe the line, and they did vote in favor of Donald Trump to keep the pedophile ring covered up. You know, they came out, they put their reputation on the line to be loyal to Trump, you know, and they basically voted to be a pedo protector. So they opened themselves up to all this criticism, and then Trump at the last minute pretends like he never wanted them sealed, which totally burnt these guys that voted in his favor. You know, they expose themselves to ridicule and out of sycophancy to Trump, and then, you know, he does a full 180 last minute and leaves them high and dry, you know. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? So anyways, but I see you've dropped the files here, Spotter. Is this classified information? Is this dangerous information that maybe we should not have on this channel? You know, can this info get us in trouble with the government? And can you shield us from any legal ramifications that may come down from on high?
Yeah. Don't you know better than to kill a chicken in front of a chicken? I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring you back to San Antonio, hang you over the Alamo, and then shoot you full of bullets, and you watch the reaction that people make.
Why the hell are you going to do that? What did I do?
You killed Edna.
Is that your way of saying you think I'm cool? That's weird. I noticed it with, like, Pseudo, too, and he gets really heated. He's like, what do you think about that, big, tough man? I was like, what? Wait, dude, did you just You just go like that. Slow down.
What are you talking about? Dude, everybody knows, soldier. You're not fooling anybody, buddy. Just come clean. Come clean.
I set Edna free, and I cried and everything. I hate killing them. I'm sitting there cuddling her, remembering her as a little baby birdie. And then I saw the bugs, and none of the other chickens got it, so she had to go, and then I had to rip everything.
What are you talking about with the water tank? Water bowl, I mean.
I burned everything from inside there. Had to do the whole coop, all re-food, re-waters, re-hay, everything. It was nuts, man. My body is so sore today.
You are a very ignorant person. You buy 7 dust. Dye-summation earth does not work. You're going to get ringworm in your fingernails, in your hands, your eyes, and your butthole. Buy some real poison. Like 7 dust, they sell it at Walmart or at the feed store. And then dye-summation earth is the biggest scam to make money. All it is crushed up seashells. And the guy that sells it is a big hippie. You know who owns the company that makes dye-summation earth? The Bandidos out of California. They sell it to make money for themselves because they know people are so fucking cheap. They'll buy anything that believe in magic. I had a friend down the street 5 blocks away. He started putting dye-summation earth in his house because he had a bunch of cats, and the fleas and the cats and the ticks got in his house. He died at 32 years of age because the fleas got in his eyes and they laid eggs and he went blind. And he was screaming and yelling, and all the neighbors could hear him screaming and yelling at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, bouncing around the house because he couldn't find the shitter to take a shit. Moral of the story is, you're only as dumb as your own ignorance.
You gotta be kidding me. And diatomaceous earth is supposed to be a less toxic one. The other ones you're talking about are toxic. Kill the chickens and rot their eggs.
Well, these documents are already public, except for the island visitor list. That was one that they were hiding, that they really didn't want it to show, but this shows every single Democratic member of Congress that was actually going to Epstein Island. You figure every single high-class celebrity to president to politician and governor, yeah, those are the ones that are actually heavily involved. And you want to know a little key detail that a lot of people don't know? Every single one of these motherfuckers are related to one another. And it's factual. That's one thing that they aren't telling you in the news. That is something that they are lying about. So don't ever believe mainstream media, because all they're doing is diverting your eyes from the actual truth.
No, it doesn't. I used to have a 12-story chicken coop. Listen to my words very carefully. 12 stories. Every 5 feet we had a 12-story Purina chicken coop.
A 12-story chicken coop. How the hell do the chickens get out of the top one? A 12-foot, a 12-story chicken coop.
They don't. You kill them and you eat them. There's 2 types of chickens. There's laying chickens, and then there's harvesting chickens that you kill for the meat.
So where is so these aren't the Epstein files, that's what you're saying, because these have been released publicly, right? The files that everybody's been voting and fighting about, those have yet to come out, isn't that true?
You give them steroids to make them fatter, a little bit of water, some steroids, and they puff up to about 14 pounds. You're going to if you want to eat a 3-pound chicken, you are what you eat, soldier. I mean, if you believe in magic, which obviously you do too much, take a book on chemistry, or just ask me, I'll tell you.
The island visitor list is the one that is being released. I had my marching orders while I was actually at a steakhouse with one of my family members and a friend of mine. So I was over there at Longhorn yesterday whenever I got my text message saying release island visitor list, and then I just replied with a thumbs up saying you got it. So I had my orders through my so-called constituent up in D.C. I'm very tight with most people. So yeah, I had my orders yesterday to release the list, and I knew that I would release it this morning once I got up. So, you know how I say I've got to be well rested before I just look through some of my 2 files that I had on here. The flight list was public. That was last year. The island visitor list, that went public today.
Okay, have you ever heard of a company called Kellogg's Cornflakes? That's us, you stupid. Anyway, and Wimpy and all these guys, they like to come in here and belittle me, but they're so ignorant. Oh man, I like marijuana. I feel so good smoking marijuana, man, because it gives them a hard on, and that's it. You get nothing, no benefit whatsoever from marijuana. None. If anything, you die faster and sooner because you start believing in all kinds of magic remedies. Like, I'm going to throw sand and dirt over my head, and I'm going to put my hands in the air, and God's supposed to reach down and save me and only me. Just soldier. Fuck everybody else. Fuck Putin. Fuck Mary Lou Garcia. Everybody you know. No, it doesn't work that way in the real world. In the real world, you go to college and you learn chemistry. Then you bring it back to the ranch and utilize it. Okay, listen. I know you live out there in the sticks, but how could you kill Edna just because she had a couple of mug bites? God dang, that's pretty crazy.
Interesting. All right. Well, breaking news here, Spotter. So Spotter was the one released. His D.C. constituent hit him with the marching orders. What did you say? Just last night. With that, I love it. So Spotter, I'm driving right now. I can't read through the list. At the moment, can you skim the list? I saw one name just in a cursory glance at it. I saw that Bernie Sanders was indeed on the island visitor list. That is disappointing. Can you skim through the list and just pick out some big names that people know? Can you tell us who's on the list that people would know, and just kind of read those important names off to us?
Looking at the fiery-eyed guy and blah, 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 blah. Nobody got that memo. Nobody got that memo, man. Nobody saw Jesus come back. It just didn't happen, right? Just didn't, and he wouldn't be in Indiana smoking dope and flirting on Joyce Ann. So there's that. Bro, she was in her death throes, and I think I made her exit in this world very beautiful. She hugged me. She hugged me with her wings. Have you ever felt that? It was weird. It was real. It was like she was saying goodbye. And I treat my chickens like queens, man. She knew it was time. They're so brave. She even, before when I put her down to go get the hatchet and everything, Um, she even did like stood up and did how in the mornings they'll do this beautiful stretch where they lift up one leg and stretch their wing all the way out and do like a big stretch. She did that like she was trying to say, look, Papa, I'm still beautiful.
Joseph Robert Biden, Jim Biden, what's it called? Hunter Biden, Michelle and Barack, as well as who else? Who else am I looking at? Bill Clinton and Hillary Rodham Clinton, high class clientele, and I can tell you those two are deep state operatives. You know who has been paying them to be kept alive? China, because they are actually trying to completely cripple our country because they are taking bribes. The real Hillary Clinton was executed back in 2016 at Camp Justice. The one you see walking around is a stand-in. That's what you call a paid actor. The real Hillary Rodham Clinton was executed over there at Guantanamo Bay back in 2016 during Trump's first term. So far, we're dealing with all the deep state rats, which is one of them. Zoran Mondani, we're still looking into him. That's one thing Barbie has a connection with. She likes a socialist. She doesn't like our country. She can get the fuck out of my country. I don't need a bitch like that here, and I can tell you the truth.
Look, remember me. It was weird. It was like she did the pose like to make me remember her when she was strong and beautiful and chasing worms. And she got a big hug and pet. I petted her for a long time, which made me worried. I was worried about them bugs. Right? That's why, like, my clothes are still hanging out here. I stripped down out on the porch after I was done working, ran inside naked, and jumped in the shower. Hopefully no fleas were there.
You're such an idiot. Fleas are attracted by the carbon monoxide of your mouth. If you wear a mask and put a little bit of mint on it, they don't smell the carbon dioxide in your mouth. You flunk chemistry.
Well, hello. Are you lying to me? What you up to? It cracks the bones of the...
Well, I could have used that info before. I have one of those COVID masks still. Fun. But either way, man, it was so beautiful and so sad. Literally, I'll never forget her stretching her wing and posing like that.
Just chilling, You got a minute?
That's right. Goddamn right, Spotter. Svetlana and her fucking Chinese friends can get the fuck out. Not in my America. You know, not in my fucking America, Svetlana. Now, Spotter, I noticed that all those names that you just read off, they're all Democrats, right? Were there any Republicans that were on the island visitor list? Were there any notorious Republicans that were on this island visitor list?
For you, most certainly.
Well, in that case, I'm just convinced all over the place. I am bowled over. I'm overwhelmed with happiness. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I'll never forget the first time I had sex. Yeah, you had to stretch some wings and just put it in there. Yeah, I'm the same way, soldier. I'll never forget that. Listen, you're being a baboon. You know what a baboon is? All you have to do is put 7 dust on her, give her a little bit of Dawn and shampoo and soap, and go out there and take the hay.
Well, that sounds like you're having a good day.
Should I get Dawn and do that to the other ones, just in case? And what are you doing? How are you talking about something gross and sexual like that when I just talked about a beautiful creation of God's being so brave when it knew it was going to die? Are you going to be that brave when you die? Are you going to do a big flex to the world and say, look, I was strong, I faced it, I did the best I could. I'm ready to go, I'm not scared. Look at how beautiful I am. That's what she did.
Spotter.
That's what Edna did. Because Edna's pure, innocent, not a pervert, not a weirdo, not like these human weirdos. Elegant and beautiful and brave, and faced her end like a soldier. I miss Edna.
Spotter. Spotter. I know it's a tough question. These are pressing questions, but America needs the truth. It needs answers. Because I'm pretty sure there were. I feel like you're making it sound like they were all Democrats that were on the Epstein files. But I don't think that's the case. I think there was like pretty much just as many Republicans that, somebody said it just the other day. I really like this saying. They said the assassination of Jeffrey Epstein was the biggest bipartisan accomplishment politically in decades.
The machine we got kills 400 chickens an hour. So in the morning, that's 40,000 chickens that are dead. Now, you ask me if I feel sorry for one dead chicken. The answer is no.
In the name of Jesus, no weapon formed against me shall prosper.
Unlock the text box. You're being a Babylonian. Babylonians can sit here and talk about religion all day long, but they don't want to understand basic physics. Okay, you're going to stay on the ground, and I'm going to go to Mars. I'm going to point back at the little green planet and go, look at Soldier. He's
That's what you call political suicide. That's completely different, and that's what you call it, but it's actually called political suicide. See, one side wants to benefit from it because both sides differ from the divide and conquer routine. Look at the art of war. That's one thing that they're trying to do. Now, you figure the Democrats, I can tell you, every single one of them has had large lump sums of money from wire transfer from other dictatorship countries. That shit is factual. Now, you figure the Republican Party, they have had their hands in corporation money, or black money, as we call it. They haven't violated their oath to their country. That's where we're still trying to get them for. But yet, these corporationists are trying to seize power and use everything else. And you know who the biggest provider that is running AI and running?
Mesopotamian religions were polytheism. They believed in multiple gods, and they predated the Abrahamic religions. That's just fact.
There you go, DJ. Slap that around your ear holes. Yeah, let me know what you think. This is my latest.
Well, you've answered everything, haven't you, Shane? And I've got a cup of tea. I've slipped off to make one. Yeah, I think that's the confusion, isn't it? So, no, we're all up to date as of this moment in time. Oh, I think I'm going to retire. I think very shortly. Before the piggy phone rings. I've done well tonight because the phone hasn't actually rung. Touch wood. Oh, there's no wood in here. It's MDF. So yeah, the sit day gives us a lot more to play with. And obviously it's designed. It holds up a lot better. I mean, I use the phone portal an awful lot when I'm out at work, and also use Zoiper because I'm tight. I'm waiting for an offer to come on ground wire, then I might buy it. But I'm tight. So, but yeah, Zoiper works really, really well as well for the mobile phone. I've used it both on iOS and I'm currently using it on Android. So excellent stuff. Right, with that, I'm going to bow out. I'll say 7 threes. Very good night to all, and let's keep the ice off the antennas. 7 3, folks. Have a good one. We'll catch all of you later. G7IUP.
So,
Jesse, it's your phone. There's nothing wrong with the text box.
No, I tried it. I guess because I'm using a sub app or something.
Damn idiot.
well, hang on, Spotter, hang on, bring it back. We gotta stick to just question and answer.
And I hope you are having a delightful and joyful Sabbath and a good time of rest, which is what I hope you're doing.
Hey, soldier, it says on the bottom, I can't use the text box until somebody makes me a trusted user.
Kind of dropped off there for a bit. Kind of got walked on that one.
All right, I'm back. You got to, you got to stick to the question here, Spotter. This happened earlier when I was asking about Svetlana. You kind of trailed off on to something else. So let's stick with the one question, right? Question and answer. Are there notorious Republicans on the Epstein Island visitor list, or is it all Democrats?
If everybody can text other than you, it's your issue, dumbass.
Oh, no, I didn't need to text. I was just going to send him my Signal link so he could talk to me on private radio. You know, this is a radio, it's not a telephone. I invented the word cellular phone, and I got a lot of money for it. And that's how you calling me a dumbass? I don't think so.
They're mostly all Democrats. I've cross-referenced all the names and who they are in power and who's regulators and constituents and who they're tied to. 100% of them are all Democrats, not a single Republican. Now, there's maybe a few rhinos in there that I do know about. That used to be a couple of House speakers, but Pelosi was one of those, and her husband was on there too. So, yeah, every single one of them were actual Democrats involved.
Yeah, but you were in here complaining that he had the text box blocked. There's nothing wrong with the text box.
Yeah, it says, I can't text, so the moderator makes me a trusted user. And Soldier's not the moderator. So what do I have? The fuck?
That's on your end. It's your phone. Nobody else's. So fix your phone.
I'm not a moderator.
Wow, Spotter. I mean, this is surprising. I mean, frankly, it makes me question the integrity of this list. You know, I was pretty sure that there was like tons of Republicans and tons of Democrats that were, like, it was almost like 50-50 that have been implicated in this Epstein thing. It makes me question the integrity of this list. I mean, after all, if it was only Democrats that were on this list, why would Donald Trump be trying to cover it up? Right? Which brings me to my next question. Is Donald Trump on the visitor list or on the flight logs?
You are a moderator. You're a fucking dumbass.
What? No. This is a very cheap little application. And I got 14,500 people on my other website. I don't have any trouble talking to anybody whatsoever.
Reset your fucking phone and it'll work, dummy.
Put your fucking phone
Oh! Put your phone in the microwave for like 20 seconds. It'll work.
His captain that flew his plane to drop Jeffrey off at that island was on there, but he was instructed to land the plane, open up the steps so he can get on out and not have the pilot's feet touch the ground. You know, like not step foot out. I mean, his plane was allowed to go there, but the pilot nor Trump never set foot off the plane. Even Melania even said this privately. He said, "Nah, you can drop Jeffrey off at that island, but do not set your actual feet on there, because if you do, you'll become a conflict of interest during your presidential candidacy." And that's just what Melania said years ago. I can tell you for a fact that's one thing that was him and his wife talked about.
And then if that doesn't work, you can put it in Angel's match for another 20 seconds.
Pseudo destroys soldiers' argument yet again, proving that the Mesopotamian religions were Sumerian, not Abrahamic. Bayakasha.
I guess I'm going to log off and come back in with another ID because it's just not working. And I really don't care. You know, if Soldier wanted to get a hold of me, he'd get a hold of me on Messenger. I have my real number and my real email and Facebook. Anybody can find me when they need to.
Yes, and this has been a controversial candidacy from the very beginning, Spotter. Now okay, so that's interesting. So Trump is not on the list, but his captain of his ship may have been, but they both didn't set foot on the island. Therefore, they are not recorded in the island visitor log.
And Wimpy and all these other retards, oh man, you don't do this and you don't have a degree and all that. You know, it's Wimpy doesn't have anything in his life. And Coach and all these stoners that are in here. And killing an innocent chicken is against God's law. It tells you very clearly you're not supposed to kill an innocent animal.
Pretty much. It's what you call a ghost visit. In other words, they didn't set foot on there. All they did was just drop Jeffrey off and leave. That's all they did. It is pretty, pretty damn simple how you think about it. But yet, I mean, you know how Trump follows his wife's instructions very.
But we kill 10,000 animals an hour with the machine we got. You stick the chicken in there, the machine globs their head off, kicks them upside down, sends them straight to the freezer. And then from there, we throw in a 550-gallon boiling pot with vinegar and hot water, and the feathers come off, and the Mexicans gut the chicken.
Hello.
What up, Blue?
Hey there, you pirate captain, you.
Wild, man, wild. Now, Spotter, where are you getting this list? Where's it coming from? Like online, I mean. Like, what website are you getting it from? Or did you type it up on Microsoft Word or?
99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Arg, me mateys, I've been selling the 7 seas.
Which law are you talking about? Because in soldiers' belief in the Old Testament, that demonic god there condones the slitting of a lamb's throat and putting the blood on the outside of the door to protect poor little Jacob.
I love when the Kraken starts yelling and you're like, is it dead or are we about to get our boat whooped?
Well, yeah.
it just roared and disappeared, and I was like, wait a minute.
Try being a watchdog. You gotta actually be a part of this thing. I've been a part of the hacktivist group Anonymous for years. I've been with them since my high school years. So I'm what you call an active profiler. And the people that have actually been in the inner circle were trusted with that list. And so far, it's all public since we had our orders to do it. Some of us are in every form of government, local, state, the federal side. We've got only a few moles on the inside, but yeah, we're what you call watchdogs, the real web warriors. That's who I've been a part of. So I work locally with government, but I have my orders through my people, even though most of us are in a decentralized group. So Anonymous is still alive and well.
Well, soldier's a little bit like Heckle and Jekyll. You know, he wakes up in the morning real happy, and in the afternoon he's demonic and depressed.
Yeah, it's like, is it gonna get mad and come back for more? Oh man, that was good. What was that one video where you were talking to Scully? What's that about?
He needs a beer to chill. And oh man, I killed Edna. Oh, fuck you. You know, I raised a pig one time when I was about 13 years old. You know, a hog, they call them. And it was 480 pounds. And when we killed it, man, the meat was great. It was tasty. I was proud, man. I raised it from a little bitty piglet. And to a 450 pig, I took it to the rodeo, and I got first prize. Yay, me.
Oh, Scully. Waltz of the Wizard. So you're a wizard and you mix a bunch of shit together and you make spells. The story goes that the skeleton guy broke through all kinds of different realities and ended up as just a skull on your table. And the tower that you're in used to be his, and now he's training you for something with a bunch of mini games in there and weird shit to find. Like, if you go outside and you go downstairs, I was at a well, and I threw Scully down the well, and if you bring the well up, the bucket, it's got a skeleton in it. And it turns out that it was Scully's brother, and he pushed him in the well when they were kids.
Of anyone saying no immigration, but what's happened?
And then with that money, I bought an airplane. Yay! So these guys that are over here killing chickens going like, oh man, the fox is going to get my chicken. Let him get the chicken. Let the fox have my fuck. I used to hang chickens on a stick just so I'd get the fox. I sit in the front porch and watch the fox climb the pole, and then I shoot the fox and make me a couple of foxtail hats. You know, I used to have like the Jim Bowie hats. Yeah, do that shit.
Here at all. I think.
All right, so you are a watchdog certified, put a stamp on it for kink. But you didn't answer my question. What is the website? Where have you retrieved this list from?
That's all Daddy's here. It's HRL. Why didn't you just say so, HRL? In that solo.
I was actually on the dark web back then during my high school year. Stumbled upon the list. I had to break seals on that one. Like certain lines of coding, you have to be very good at that. And then the other part is you've also got to be able to keep that stuff backed up on your drives, even though you update your devices. That's one thing Digi never did that I have. I have precautions. I look at every single inconceivable outcome to make sure my stuff is backed up, and I've kept it that way.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Soldier's hiding. He's moping about the dead chicken.
KK6, F you.
the dark web in high school, that's a little bit outdated, right? Because all this shit didn't go down until just some years ago. So there'd be way more visitors in the years after you've been out of high school, right? That would be relevant. I mean, Spotter, I kind of feel like you just went on Microsoft Word and you typed up this Epstein list, and you just thought, like, all right, who are all the Democrats? Hunter Biden, I bet he was there. That fuck. Joseph Biden. That fuck. Yeah. Clinton, definitely, he was out there fucking babies.
Pushed them in a well when they were kids. Interesting. I was wondering what that was about. Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I demand more videos. You need to put more and longer ones and bigger. Why can't you just stream while you're doing it?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear, Johnny. Can you hear me?
You know, Cliff has suggested the same thing, that I start rocking out VR videos. The only problem is you guys don't get to see them like I do. You know, so, well, I mean, you're blind, so. But, yeah, people don't get to see them like I do, so it's not as immersive as it could be.
Yabba dabba do.
Yeah, you're working loud and clear. Did you get a hold of Joe Craig, Joe?
I can't with you, Dale. Good morning, everybody. Well, Dale, I have a new genius idea, man, and I wanted to see if you would be one of the users on board with my idea.
Uh-oh, can you hear me now? Johnny, can you hear me?
Well, I can tell you it wasn't typed on Microsoft Word on that one, Dale. I don't ever use that crap. The only thing I ever use is spreadsheets for my finances, and that's it. I only ever use Word in case I'm writing erotic stories, which I do have a contract with the porn industry. I'm fetching 6 figures doing that.
Yeah, but it's still cool. You know, it's still cool.
I hope Soldier's silence means he's doing some actual fucking research for once, instead of just claiming what he's heard on the fucking grapevine as truth.
Oh, that is true.
What's your idea there, Jersey?
More VR videos. I demand it.
Yeah, that is, I mean, honestly, if I could, I would. I'd be living in VR, man. 110%.
Bro, it's definitely different God, man. If you think that your God can be a stoned out lunatic hiding out somewhere in Indiana, screaming and swearing on a Zello app, that's your God, bro? That could potentially be your God, as you were stating? Oh, man, no, we ain't got the same God, bro.
Yabba dabba do. KK6W. Anyone around?
What I hate about Soldier is he keys up and keys up and keys up and keys up and keys up, and just because he's talking about the Bible, he thinks he's always right. I have another friend of mine exactly like him. He's over there raising his fingers in the morning, and you know what happened? A pigeon came along and bit his finger off.
Yeah, uh-oh, you have your testing 1, 2, Johnny, I'm talking. Can't you see me talking?
I'm currently working on a new project. I'm creating a new push-to-talk application.
Yeah, them kids, dude. demo shits, they were funny. That made me giggle a lot.
Sounds fun. I may like to try it out once you actually get it finalized and you get the beta test set. I wouldn't mind joining.
And then when you prove him wrong and asking for some proof to back up his bullshit. His belief system is BS. BS, his belief system. Yeah, he bails.
A new push-to-talk application, huh? Wow. Now, how are you going to do that? I didn't know you had, like, you got to know how to code and shit.
They were funny. They were just bickering back and forth the whole time.
Johnny, come in. Over. Johnny, come in.
He blew the timing belt on his rodeo, and I told him $800 to put the timing belt in. I'm cheap, man. I would have done it in 4 hours. You know, I got the hammer drill. You pop the radiator off of the Jeep, and you have access to the front of the car. It's only 8 bolts. The timing belt's a whole $14. I would have been done in 2 hours. It's been 5.
Yes and no. I know how to code, but not like fully. I'm still learning, but I'm learning as I go, and it seems to be a headache, but at the same time, it's okay. I can deal with it. I would say that give it another like month before I actually have the full beta probably up and running, but hey, I mean, I'm getting it there.
So have you done any VR since?
Are we gonna get a camera or no?
I was messing around last night. Still trying to find new stuff for the Oculus Quest 1. Even though I got an Oculus Quest 2, I cannot abandon the 1.
No.
Beta! Hell yeah. Fucking, you made me think of Jesse Lee Peterson. Isn't that amazing? Well, Jersey, how is the job search going? So, what about the trucking job? Has anything happened with that? Or?
We're on to you, soldier. Your propaganda, bullshit pushing, we're on to you, man.
You're just mad, Suda, that I was right. It's even in your little article. Sumeria, Mesopotamia, Abraham. Same thing, bro. Your little texture even proved it.
I went back to kitchens temporarily, just so I can get something rolling in for the moment.
Yeah, you use both of them for different things now, right? I mean, well, you use both of them, but you gotta admit, the Oculus Quest 2 is definitely more powerful now.
Jesse, I'm not sure what's going on with yours, man. Maybe somebody's just targeting you. Because we can all text. What's up, tough guy? HRL. Morning, Angel, my Canadian bestie.
What's up, y'all? Dale, hello, Tracy. Spotter, hello, it's been a while. Good morrow, sir. Dude, yeah, application development's a bitch. I don't know anything about applications, but I fuck around with, well, I have in the past fucked around with websites for work, and they're difficult enough. Applications, I think, are a whole different beast, though.
You missed the intro, soldier. That's just unfortunate. I have the same problem, should I remember, where I couldn't text because of that same problem.
Yeah, one of the games I used to do is Alt Space VR back in 2017.
Another way to get a stream of income in, it's not going to be crazy at first, but I mean, you could charge people to create resumes and cover letters for them, and there's people that don't know how to do that properly, so they will pay.
Listen, I'm only gonna say this once, Jesse, you fucking retard. Update your app. That's what happened to me yesterday. I couldn't text. I just updated Zello and it works again. I can text.
I've still got games on there. I play Battle Group. It's like spaceship battles, and not the cheesy kind, like 3D in-depth spaceship battles. I put The Walking Dead on there again. To be honest, without the horse shit, I like the screen in the Oculus Quest 1 way better than I do in the Oculus Quest 2.
Well, I can say with certainty from being in corporate America for a long time that all of these corporations are using AI and machine learning to sort through your applications. And what I've done literally for like the last couple years now, maybe a little more than that, is I copy and paste job requirements and everything from the acquisition post, like the job posting, and I paste that shit, and I update my AI memory with my details, and it will create it perfectly so it snags the AI that HR uses to screen applicants.
No, soldier. The Sumerians believed in multiple gods just like the Egyptians, so wrong. Try again.
Wrong. Who was in the Sumerians? Abraham and his descendants. First recorded religion. Abrahamic. You can't deny it, bro.
Yeah, is it working now? Hello?
I hear you now. You hear me?
Amazing. What was I gonna say? Yeah, that just sounds like a lot of work, man. Fucking, yeah. I mean, you would probably have to hire a coder. Like you can't learn all that shit on the fly on your own. You gotta hire somebody, even if you know like a little bit, or you can learn a little bit. Like people study that shit for like years and years. I guess you could use AI to help you out a little bit, but I don't know if you could do the whole thing. And also definitely look into. Don't give up on that trucking job idea, man. Yeah, that should have changed your life. Where like there's nothing else you're gonna find that you're gonna make that kind of money, so that'd be a huge resource. So just because you got money coming in from the kitchen work or whatever it is, don't get too comfortable now. But what was I gonna say? About the application. Okay, so tell me about this app. I already disagree. I think you should be focusing on better things, but that's all right. I'm not your dad. Tell me about this app. Tell me about your plans.
Yep, okay, yeah, I had to do because, Jack keep on popping in the middle of the night, wake me up. My phone's always next to my bed, so, and he pops in, and, I don't know, Zello, it doesn't matter, you shut it off, and somebody start talking and stuff. So, that's why I have to shut it off.
Seriously, I'm not even a smart dude about history and stuff. And that one everyone knows. It's one of the only ones that support where the 12 tribes came from. And your India buddies were just one of the tribes, homie.
Why is that? I'm curious.
One of the tribes. Where'd they come from? Oh, from Abraham. And who was Abraham's God? Jehovah. Okay, class dismissed.
There's way more depth to it. And, you know, the LCD TVs, they have the same issue. There's a gray film over every goddamn thing. The color black is not the color black. On the TV and the monitors I got, I made sure the black color was black. And on the Oculus Quest 1, the blacks are black. On the Oculus Quest 2, the blacks are a fog gray.
Yeah, I just sign out. What you can do is just sign out on Zello. That's what I do. If you don't want to hear nobody talk, you just sign out. Or you can switch it to busy so you don't hear anybody. Anyways, there's a workaround. I don't, when you have it on your phone, you're boom, and you forget. That's why I have a radio. So that's why I bought the radio. I know you don't like those ones. So they keep on coming out with different ones. But anyways, that's why I use a radio, because I don't want shit coming up on my phone. But I think you're just using just an extra phone. So anyways, there's a walk around it. You just put it on busy so you don't hear anything, or just sign out.
That's nonsense. The Abrahamic religions came way later, and anybody can research this and anybody can find the truth. And all of your fear-based propaganda ain't gonna float, buddy boy.
You've been hanging out with Pacey, buddy boy? No, even your texture here proved it. I don't need to say it anymore. It's the first one right there, Mesopotamia, brother. Solomon! You're gonna get me in trouble with sugar! Shh! No, you don't get it.
Not true, Mr. Decepticon. All you have to do is put some evidence on the glass, man. It's as simple as that. Simple. It's like magic. It's like magic the way I destroyed your bullshit. It's like magic.
Oh, yeah, that sucks. So the color contrasting is not as good.
No, you already put it up for me. Are you timing it to my key-ups, bro? Serious? No, you already put it in there for me. It's right there.
It is not.
What about pixel density? Is it a higher resolution on the two? Is there a trade-off?
Who's your daddy? So let me pull this up for you real quick. I have like a ton of features, some similar to Zello and some not like Zello. Some things Zello would have never thought to fucking put into their systems, but like I'm working on some things. I'm trying to make the app I'm creating a better alternative to Zello, because Zello's crashing out. It's going down bad. And push-to-talk applications are, like, very easy ones to use, are very hard to come by. So I'm trying to, like, give us a better one. But I'm working on it. Let me get the fucking plan that I have drawn up, and I'll tell you exactly what features this application's gonna have.
But the Sumerians were not the Abrahamic religion that came over 1,000 years later. The Sumerians believed in multiple gods. That is not your religion. Your religion is monotheism. Theirs was polytheism.
Anyways, you're working. Maybe Joe Craig Joe will get on. I'll tell him you're on. I'll text him real quick. I don't know if you did. I'll say, hey, he's on. Let me text Joe Craig Joe. I got to jump in the shower, but I'll text him. Maybe he'll get out here. I got to jump in the shower because I got stuff to do. But I just want to make sure that you're on. So if you can hear me, everything's working. I'll text Joe Craig Joe.
You know, from what I can tell, no.
Strange. I mean the Apple VR bullshit. I mean that shows where consumer VR headsets will be like 3 or so years from now. You know, eventually they'll get to the point where you can't even see the pixels anymore. It's just as high resolution as normal vision. That's where that eventually it'll come down to all VRs.
Wrong. They're many gods, or one god, or whatever you want to talk about the Sumerians, may have been a faction. But where were they originating? Who were the prophets telling them to return to? Who were the prophets telling them to return to? Who did Moses from Samaria and Abraham? Who did they tell them to return to? Jehovah. You put it up there. It proves what I'm saying, bro.
Good morning, everybody. I highly disagree. I don't think, I mean, the shared wall and the trending list, yeah, they're gone, but I don't think it's crashing out.
Yeah, I think Zello, like a cockroach, will find a way to survive, even like the roughest of nuclear winters and shit. I think it's proven that over the years. I will say, push-to-talk apps, I think other than some niche users such as ourselves who are kind of grandfathered in, we've been using Zello for so long that we have a fondness for it, we come back to it. Other than that, like this new generation coming up, I think push-to-talk applications are a thing of the past, my friend. I think it's all gone the way of TikTok and streaming apps, right? So, I mean, if I were you and you were in the business of making apps, I would go with the times and make a streaming app, you know? But what's the motivation for this? Is this just for funsies, or is this for profit? Is this a business idea?
You could have them saying that they are worshiping Vishnu, blah, 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 and whatever. It don't matter. Abraham's seed was there. Abraham's seed was telling them to return to Jehovah, back to the scrolls, back to the scriptures that were all there before any of your fake little G religions.
I'm looking forward to that. It's got me puzzled that people are really shitting on Steam right now because its Steam Cube is $500, which is basically it's a PC, and they're like bitching over the cost. And the average PC that all these people sell are like $2,000-$3,000. That does the same damn thing that this one does, but it's only $500. And I'm like, man, the world is fucking backwards. You know, not to be a stupid douche, which I'm gonna sound like a stupid douche, but it's weird how the world is backwards. Companies tell the people how much they'll pay for something. In reality, people are supposed to tell the companies by use of their wallet how much they're going to pay for something. Somehow that got flipped around. You know? It's weird now that they're releasing that Steam Cube for $500, people were mad that it's $500, and I'm like, the fuck?
If you can be patient with me, you can be patient with Chicken and Rainmaker, dude. It's exhausting, I get it, bro, but this is what you've chosen.
Hey, I updated the app. It says contact Zolo versus Soldier, which obviously you don't have anymore, so you can't do it.
That was abusing. I never thought I'd hear that.
Could you fill me in? What did you hear? Well, roughly speaking, briefly, what was it?
It doesn't matter what they say. Thousands of years after the fact, they can say anything, can't they? Those Decepticons, those Jews that you worship, they can lie.
I was listening to some AI, I don't know what you'd call it, AI documentary, AI spam, whatever you want to call it. You know, one of those documentaries that people add to AI nowadays, you know, where it gives you whatever the information is. Anyway, I have to give it credit, man. The AI was really good. It was really good. I know what AI sounds like because I work with it all the time. Anyway, but yeah, it just proved one of my AI-nesses because it said something like, you know, it has a problem with abbreviations, you know, where when something would be like, let's say, if I was to say UD, if I would say, tell everybody, hey, you know my name is Underdog, but from now on I want you to call in public, I want you to refer to me as UD, right? And you would automatically know my name is Underdog, right? But if you feed that into an AI, it would literally just say UD. It wouldn't be able to interpolate that into Underdog, just like they would say when they say USA, right? And instead of saying United States of America, it would say USA or something. It has that is one of the places it has a hole in one of the tells. But anyway, I'm sitting there listening to this documentary about actually the subject was about Nikola Tesla, right? So I'm sitting there and they were talking about one of his inventions, how it was a frequency resonator, right? And then all of a sudden, and it says, and there you go, and that's the what the fuck moment. And I go, wow, I really never heard an AI cuss before. That was a game changer right there. That was funny. It made me smile.
No, what you're not acknowledging is you can lie. You are the one saying things that are infactual. You're not even, like, we haven't even delved into the religious aspects of that historical fact. I'm only giving you the secular, non-religious people supporting what I'm saying about Abraham and his religion. Nothing older, bro. Proven, tried, tested, true. Your OYMYO are just one of the tribes after Mesopotamia. Way after.
Also, what's up, Donna?
What's up? Look at this sucker.
How you doing, ladies and gents? I hope you are all well. But no one worshipped Jews or Israelites, wee man. I don't know where you're getting your information from.
So I'm curious, this app, is it, or I'm assuming, well, you'll have to have it host on like either Google Cloud or AWS. Have you thought about that? There's really big picture things you need to know long before you ever actually start developing a product. Your product isn't going to work long. So, well, if you want it to be like an enterprise product, like Zillow.
Look, it's as simple as this. Anybody right now can go to the internet, the World Wide Web, and ask a question. Were there any religions that predated the Abrahamic religions?
Well, maybe. Well, that's why I'm trying to develop an administration team for my app.
Right. So what's your point, caller? Like, we're aware that there were religions before the Abrahamic covenant, if you will. Like, there was obviously paganism, there was Saturnalia.
Yeah, wow. I guess people, I don't know, different times, man. Even like in the last decade, there's been so much change when it comes to like consumer ideologies.
Oh shit, my bad, sorry. I was just fucking holding it down. Oh, I couldn't cut you off that soon. You dropped it. What did you say? Drama, did you say you have a stalker or something? You're fucking mumbling.
There was, there's all sorts of things like Nimrod and Semiramis created the first world religion way back when in Sumer.
No, what the fuck? I don't think anybody wants to get punched in the throat that bad. Unless I gotta go to soccer. That's always your excuse. You drop the button, you pause.
I'm not. Am I so old? Did I miss out on something? Like, what's going on here?
Well, my point was, well, this stemmed back to yesterday. Soldier was claiming that the Abrahamic religions were the oldest religions in this world. And I've just been proving to him that they're not, with evidence. But he has no evidence.
Oh, I don't need any excuse. I just fucking take the mic and fucking talk. But yeah, say it with your chest, bitch. I don't know what you said. You just like,
Getting old, man. You know what? Let the bitchers bitch. You know, and the people that rejoice, rejoice. That's my thoughts on the matter, man. Let it be what it be. I've been starting to downsize, trying to get rid of stuff I don't need because I am going to be moving in the relative near future, and so, well, in May. So I got about 6 months from now I'll be moving, and I don't want to carry all this crap with me.
That is not evidence claiming that there was other pagan traditions. Always, always were they recalled to return back to who? Jehovah, the one true religion given right from that burning bush. Way before.
I would say that, Dale, it's a little bit of all of the things you said. I'm doing this for fun, for profit, and for a business idea. All three.
And you know what? I was smiling as you were telling that part of the story. So that was a contagious smile, my friend. And yes, I noticed that too. In the past, for image generation, it used to be the fingers. You'd look at the fingers and there'd be like 7 fingers on a hand and you'd be, that's AI generated image. But now it slips up on abbreviations and numbers too sometimes. I get you, brother. I get you.
No, I don't need to say it. I know you don't need to say it, you dick. But you always do. Every time. Every time. It makes me want to kick you in the shin. Alright, go back to your fucking lady chat. I'll be back.
You see, this is why it can be a bit of an area of contention, because technically the religious guidelines didn't start until Abraham. However, there would be evidence in some of the older books in the Bible that was the teachings even before Abraham.
So, Dale, for one, you know how Zello, they put the trending list in and gave the users ability to create channels for free, and it overloaded the shit out of the servers?
Like you talk about Job. Job was before Abraham, and he was a devout believer. So there must have been some form of religious guidance given before Abraham. So I wouldn't agree. Sorry, friend.
Moving, eh?
Yep, I got a new job opportunity that pays $10,000 more a year, but it's not here.
Yeah, nice to see you too, man. Yeah, good day, sir. I hope you are having a happy, pleasant one. Well, good late morning or early afternoon, whichever you wish. Because technically it's not afternoon yet, but it's getting close. Via my time scale, it is, which we are in the same time zone, but it is just about 11:30. And yeah, and usually afternoon is after 12. I did see a video there, which I was going to actually watch it just because of curiosity. There was a video that says noon does not actually mean 12 o'clock. I go, what the heck? What are they talking about? Like, well, I mean by the clock. I do know that it's the orientation of the sun, high noon. Other than that, though, I don't know what the heck he was talking about.
let me go back and listen to that.
Sorry, Fred.
The whole content of the Old Testament isn't what's up for debate here. What's up for debate is, were there any religions prior to Judaism and the Abrahamic religions? And the answer is yes, there were religions prior to that.
I did not know that overloaded the status of the servers. I mean, people can still make channels for free regardless of the trending list.
So hi ho, off to move I go.
Right, but I don't get your point, caller. Like, what's your point? Are you saying this is because what you said the other day? I don't know, I wasn't there in that conversation. But there clearly was religions before the Abraham covenant.
Yeah, but now this is what I'm saying. When I say Zello's crashing out, they removed every way possible for a new user to find people to talk to. There is no way.
Thank you. Well, Soldier's claim was that the Abrahamic religions are the oldest religions in this world. And I'm like, dude, that is nonsense. And I quoted Hinduism, right? And that literally predates it by 600 to 800 years. But then you've got other older religions, you know, like the...
Like, you have to know somebody that uses the app, or you have to know the name of a channel, like, exactly word for word and letter for letter, or you're not getting in any rooms.
That's true. Yes, the app that was a huge mistake, removing the trending list. They did that because they did that right after the January 1st thing, and there was all this kind of oversight into Zello, you know, because apparently there were some 3%ers or something who were using Zello to communicate during those events. But what's your point?
If you were to watch the sun's course across the sky during a full day, like in fast forward, it forms an arc from sunrise to sunset. And halfway between sunrise and sunset, it reaches its peak, the top of that arc, and that would be like the technical noon. That doesn't always happen, well, most often it doesn't happen exactly at 12 o'clock. I think that's what the video that you might watch will say.
No, it doesn't. And yes, the Old Testament most certainly is factored in. And Know Your Enemy just made a point that you cannot refute. All the way back to Job. All the way back to Job, man. Before any of them, he worshipped the one true God. His religion was the one true God. And I'm sure he had scrolls or whatever. But nonetheless, way before Vishnu and Shiva, there was Job worshipping the one true God in the one true religion.
So basically, this app that I'm creating, I made it where, so to avoid overload of the servers, you can't have every single profile creating a channel. That's just excessive, that's too much. So what I did is I have a feature where anyone who works with me to develop this application, I'm developing a team of, I'd say 3 people with me. They will have the ability to create channels for free. They would have, like, I think it's, I put up to 3 channels for free. Now, any regular user that comes onto the application will have to pay $4.99, and they can own up to 3 channels, private or public.
His statement just proved you wrong. But you're going to say, the Old Testament doesn't count. Yes, it does, sorry. No one before Job. He worshipped the one true living God. Just like Jeremiah, just like Ezekiel. All of them before India.
Oh, okay. Well, that's understandable. Yeah, I'm having to push my plans up a little bit. I was going to go to my sister's during the holidays, or just before the holidays, but I decided to wait until after the New Year because I want to get in some workout time in there, and I was certified for another couple of weeks. So I'm gonna go ahead and start doing them, and tell my sister that I'm holding off a little bit so that I can get my legs stronger, because I'm starting to feel those, the little bit, I'm on the lower end of my power scale as far as my legs are concerned. So I need to get back in there and build them up a little bit before I go off to my sister's, because I know once I get there, she's gonna want to parade me like a happy stuffed little rooster. So I want to make sure I can keep up with her, with me and my walker and stuff like that. So, but anyway, that's the plan. So, and I did check with my doctor. I was certified for another 6 weeks, I think it is. So that should put me, at or a little bit after the new year or something like that for exercises, and that way I can be strong enough to go and go after my sister. Yeah. I know she doesn't care, but I know she's a pretty active lady there, so I wanna be able to keep up with her.
And stop lying. You just made the claim that know your enemy agreed with you. It didn't. He actually agreed with me. He said clearly there were religions other than the Abrahamic religions, and you just twisted that completely. You inverted it because you're a Decepticon.
No, you're not listening. I didn't say he agreed with you. See, you're trying to win a battle. You're not out for truth. You're just trying to win. That's all you care about. So you're going to manipulate and twist and distort. I brought up what he said about Job. Job is way before India, bro. Way before India.
Interesting. I don't know, man. You're not really selling me on it, It's kind of like, all right. So here's how I feel about your sales pitch. Is you're basically, all right. So Zello, yeah. All right. Well, it's gonna be like Zello, but you have to pay, and you can only make 3 channels, and you're restricted on how many channels you can make.
And he worshipped the one true God, Jehovah Adonai. Boom, case in point. You're proven wrong. But you won't accept it. And no, I didn't say he agreed with you. Chill out. You can have people on your side. I'm fine with that. But the point of Job stands firm.
Here's the kick. First of all, I'm going to be paying for advertisement for this application on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, X. I'm also going to make a couple of deals with, people with a lot of followers. I'm talking about people in the millions, and I'm going to have them advertise my product. And that's how that's going to boost me up a little more. I know a couple of people that I can get assistance from with advertisement. And that's how the word's going to get around. My app will have a trending list. It'll have a different trending list for every language. And every language selection, you'll be thrown into a default channel, kind of like a non-stop talk like this app had. It's going to be a general channel that you get dropped into, and there's a different general channel for every single language that you... if you select English, you'll be thrown into an English general chat room. Or if you like Spanish, you'll be in a Spanish one. You know what I mean? So that's the first selling point that makes my app completely different from Zello, is that not only am I putting a trending list in, it's going to be a trending list for each and every language.
He worshipped the one true God, the one true religion. His children did. His servants did. They all knew Jehovah. It was a religion of a one true God, way before India. Proven. Done.
Where you plan on going? Doing, and whatever.
Lie like a rug. Stop keying over and over. Just because you key up 6 times doesn't mean you won the argument.
I know, soldier, you're off your head, man. You're all over the place. The contents of the Bible was not what was up for debate, so Job isn't part of the debate. Your claim was that the Abrahamic religions are the oldest ones in the world, and they're not. You lied, and you can't handle the fact that you were wrong.
I think I missed that. My brain is not wet enough.
Oh, well, I hope that whatever you choose to do, that you really enjoy your time with your sister. And I know you're not the type, but you probably mean something else by it, but you shouldn't, quote unquote, go after your sister. Your sister is family, and that's just not right. If you go after a woman, you know, pursue her, should be somebody that you're not genetically related to.
Right, now you're getting emotional, and I don't want to upset you. But nonetheless, I'm going to take that point and stand on it if you won't accept the fact of Mesopotamia. We will go with Job. We will go with Abraham. I'd go with Abraham, even.
It was a pleasure having you on board. It's always a pleasure having you on board with your 209er. And when you don't hear from you, well, you know you drop asleep, and you that person doesn't drop asleep, so you always look forward to at least be on the net. But you know, sometimes what it is when we get young now, you know, it'll be really difficult to stay up after certain hours. But nevertheless, peace be with you, enjoy the rest. This is the net controller, the time in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. It is now 21:24, and we continue to welcome any further unit that would like to check in on this evening's net. The net controller standing by.
Nonetheless, they were worshipping one true God. It's historical fact, and it was well before they were dancing around. And India has a million gods, by the way. It was well before they were dancing around talking to the gods of the toilet paper. Well before. You're wrong, and you don't want to accept.
I mean, Jersey, I have to say it. I have to say it. I don't want to be mean, all right, but I have to say it. I'm an old Republican man in my heart. All right, I think you're putting your energies into the wrong things, right? Like not long ago, you and your girlfriend are living in a tent, right? And I'm glad you got out of that, and that's no longer the case. All right, but still, you have so much work to be done to be like stable in life. You know what I'm saying? You still got this long way to go, you know. And I mean, there's this thing in your 20s that we all go through when we're young, is like having our priorities in the wrong place. You know what I mean? Like having big dreams like in the wrong areas. You know what I mean? Like fucking, I'm gonna start a business. I'm gonna be an entrepreneur. You know what I mean? But we're fucking broke. I think that your energy and attention should be on, you should be taking all this creativity you have and all this ingenuity and be putting it towards like, you know, instead of like, how do I make a business and be rich, be like, how do I get myself into a career that I know will pay a ton of money, right? Not a business idea that might be profitable and I might be super fucking rich, but rather than that, like, how do I find a career that if I work hard in a couple years, I can be making $60,000 a year, you know, $70,000 a year. That's a way more attainable goal. Like if you set your mind to that, you can accomplish that. Like with an app, many people have tried and almost all of them have failed. It's such a small number of people that become successful and get rich that way.
I sure as well wasn't expecting a marching band to come through the mall.
And Jesse, when you're having a debate with someone about knowledge, about truth, it's not about winning. See, that's why Pseudo's kind of getting took in with the tide here. Because he's trying to make it emotional about winning something. The winning is learning. The winning is reasoning.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant go after her and chasing, because she's always running around so quick that I'm always behind her. You know, I'm always she's always leading the way and I'm always behind her. And yeah, no, I don't no, I mean, she is country folk, but We're not country folk that way. Not that way at all. No. No, we don't believe in kissing cousins.
Yeah, but what you believe in is a lie, soldier. And you sit here preaching like you're going to win all the time. You're like John Delgado. He's sitting there starving at the junkyard. I try to educate the guy. He doesn't want to do nothing. He starts talking in tongues like you do.
Oh, that's a major relief. When I heard you say you were going to go after your sister, I was like, what the? Doesn't Underdog already have a partner? And his sister, ew. But glad to know that that's not what you meant. And I wanted to tell you a thing or two over here, but it slipped my mind. Gosh darn it. What's wrong with my brain today?
You do. Where on earth do you get this idea that I'm getting emotional? Just because I'm rebutting you and I'm doing it successfully and I'm destroying your argument, you call that emotional? You're just trying to switch it up into some sort of ad hominem attack because you're weak. You lost. There are older religions than the Abrahamic religions, and that's just a fact.
Do you three ever shut the fuck up? I'm trying to make fucking some nice sausage, eggs, and fucking bacon, and all I hear is you three fucking flopping your dicks at each other.
Not enough coffee.
Don't eat pork. It'll kill you. It's highly carcinogenic.
Yeah, so I checked in with, I heard from Taz. He's on his last leg of relaxation. And I heard from DJ earlier, just a little bit. I guess he's relaxing, trying to get a few things done around the Ponderosa, which seems nice. So yeah, so the gang's all here technically. And I meant you as an inclusion to that.
And Jesse, prove to me it's a lie. I'll wait.
Shit. I was like, why the hell does it smell like fucking... Why does it smell like, laundry detergent? Freaking had some, OxyClean in a bucket on top of the stove and it melted. Yeah, like you don't feed your kid pork. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Thank you for that. I feel like I'm part of something, part of a gang of good people. And I decided how to handle the Milan always taking the nicer truck situation. I decided to speak to our boss in confidence. I said, hey man, I'm going to say, please don't tell Milan that we spoke. Or I'm going to say, this is not a complaint about Milan. That's it. That's what I'm going to say. This is not me complaining about Milan, boss, but could we get a policy around truck allocation so it's more fair? So I'm going to ask him to publish like a policy. Here's how the truck is shared. And Milan's going to see and she's going to be like, oh boy. Okay, so the word's going to come from on high. If he accedes to my request that the truck should be distributed fairly, not just whoever is the most bossy and pushy takes the best truck. And I'm going to try to speak to him at the earliest possible occasion. But I do have a vacation coming up. I only have 5 more days before my vacation starts. I'll try to meet him before that, but I don't mind meeting him after my vacation. But we are going to we're going to roll our sleeves up and get to work on this one.
I know he's mentally handicapped. Soldier, I've been eating pork all my life. I'm very tall and skinny. I am not fat. I am not overweight. I'm physically fit. I go to the gym. I exercise. I swim. I have an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
Well, no, like this app that I'm creating is not an idea to get rich. It's it's gonna stream me in a little bit of income, but honestly, I'm only putting that subscription in place just to help me maintain the fucking application. You know what I mean? Just enough. I'm not looking to make a huge profit off of this. my key point as to why I want to do this is because I want to not only myself, but give other users a place to go where we don't just get banned every fucking day over nothing. You know what I mean? Where we don't just, we can come on here, we can act normal, you know what I mean? People change, you know?
Did Joe Craig Joe ever get out here?
Are you crazy? You're the one that wants to go swim in the river. Well, go swim in the river and get parasites in your ear and up your asshole. And pretty soon those parasites are going to catch up with you. No, I just did myself.
I haven't really ever heard soldiers say anything that's wrong, but I've only heard them preach the gospel. Like, what's wrong, guys? But let's get back to this whole whether or not Judaism was the first religion or not.
Well, good.
All right, now we're getting to the truth. Now we're getting to the truth of the motivation. That makes more sense. You're pissed off because you're getting banned. There's other people that are pissed off because you're getting banned, and you're like, you know what? I'm taking my ball and going home. I'm going to make my own fucking app.
Well, what Soldier is saying that our God, which is Soldier's God, is the one and only God. He's wrong. You have freedom of speech in the United States. Freedom from religion, not religion. You have freedom from religion, which means you cannot force the other man to believe your beliefs. But that's what Soldier's doing. Soldier's trying to force Pseudo into believing his religion instead of saying, okay, Pseudo.
Yeah, kinda. That's kinda, yeah. And not only that, those banned users are going to be my first people to come in and test it.
I am not. He brought in factual, incorrect information and dragged me to it like 3 times, and I addressed it. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't measure up.
I mean, still, Jersey, I just like, I feel like this idea is so dumb. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so hard to make an app. It's such a long road. You know what I mean? And like, you're not far from living in a tent. You know what I mean? Your priorities are all jacked up, my guy. Yeah, I'm telling you, you gotta like, do you know how long and hard of a road it is to make an app? Like, that's some shit, like, if you had a really good job or a really good career, that's something, and everything else like that was locked in. You got solid housing, all your bills are paid, you're saving money, putting it away, you're putting away for retirement, you've got health insurance, right? All that shit's locked in. You got a fully stable life. That's something that would be like a side project, a pet passion that you would be working on the side for like 5 years just to get it going, and you'd probably be dumping a bunch of your money into it without seeing any return for like the first couple years and shit.
As much as you guys don't want to accept the fact that a loving God did not leave you here isolated with no instruction, He actually spoke to you and told you about Him so that you'd know. None of you want to believe that. That's your choice. But history demands the attention.
Yeah, I do remember you saying your vacation. You're going off to Mexico, and I do remember you telling me where you were going, but I can't remember the name of it for some reason. But because it's not one of those cities I was accustomed to hearing, like, you know, like Mexico City or you know, whatever. But yeah, but what was the location in Mexico?
Soldier, your God is not my God. It's impossible. Go to India. Go to India. Go to Saudi Arabia and go tell them their God sucks. I guarantee you won't make it out of there alive.
I'm going to the state of Oaxaca and the coastal town of Puerto Escondido. But my path is Montreal to Orlando, Florida. Orlando, Florida to Mexico City. I'm going to spend one full day in Mexico City exploring Mexico City. I'm looking forward to taking the gondolas over the city. It's a new system they have there. They have 3 lines. Then after one day in Mexico City, I'm going to Puerto Escondido. I'm going to spend most of my time there, just chilling. And then I'm going to fly back to Mexico City, spend another full day there, and then fly back directly to Montreal. No Orlando. No Orlando on my way back home.
But they claim their God is our God as well, because the Saudi Arabians claim to be as from descendants of Muhammad and such. So they're Islamics. So they believe in the Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, the Arabs also believe in flying carpets and Baja and the 40 Thieves. Are you guys crazy? Religion has killed more people than Carter has pills. And Soldier keeps telling Pseudo, and Pseudo keeps telling Soldier, and all you guys are doing is wasting your lives.
I agree. I mean, a couple years is a stretch. It's a lot easier in today's day and age to create an application. There's apps that you can download where you literally typed in a prompt as to what you want for an app and it generates it for you. And it actually not only codes the app for you, but it also will build it for you as well. That's kind of the system I'm running with. And it's no money out of my own pocket either, Dale. It's not any money out of my pocket. I have someone who agreed to invest in this application who's already dropped about $500 into the investment.
Well, anybody can research the oldest religion in this world and it'll come back as Sumerian. Oldest known to man is Sumerian, right? And like the Egyptians, they believed in polytheism, they believed in multiple gods. And that is not an Abrahamic religion. Soldier's trying to say it is.
You got to stop mistaking religion for relationship. Right? Jesus didn't speak of religion. He spoke of relationship. Right? And you show me one line.
Well, thank you for your itinerary. Puerto Escondido. Oh, the hidden port, huh? The port that is hidden in Oaxaca. Yeah, I have heard of Oaxaca before, but I haven't heard of Puerto Escondido. That's an interesting name for a place. That's like we would say in Spanish, Calle Hueso, you know. Bone port, you know, something if you translate it into English. Some of these things sound really funny.
No, totally. I completely agree with Logan. So, all right. So, why are you being tight-lipped about this? Who's the investor?
One line where Jesus said, make an army and kill people. Show me one line where Jesus said, be like the Muslims and convert by force. Not once. Not once. Any of these religious people you say?
Yeah, side project, science project.
Did these things in the name of God? You're a liar and they're a liar. And God will weigh them, measure them, and find them wanting. Because his instructions were clear. They deviated from them, which is a direct result of their free will. But it's relationship, not religion, love.
Someone I know off of the application. It's someone I know personally, and I may or may not have manipulated the fact that I am close with them in real life to get my first investor on for this application.
As bad as weed. Where's that Johnny? Johnny.
All right. So what has the $500 gone towards? How have you utilized that money in this pursuit?
Well, now you're just vacillating. But your claim yesterday was that the Abrahamic religions are the oldest religions in the world. And they are provably not.
I've been there twice already. Once in 2019, again in 2022, so this will be the third time, 2025. And that whole coast of Oaxaca is real nice, not just Puerto Escondido. So I'll also be heading to the hippie town the new age granola hippie town, Mazunte, for just one night. Oh, I just love saying these Mexican place names.
Rent. And Dale, you're a cockerel. And no, so look, I've been a software for years. I'm no longer in the industry, but I'm very familiar. Like, so what you would call a very basic, minimally viable product, you're looking at 20 to 50,000, and that's for just a decent product. That's one that you can't sell or make money on because.
Well, hold on. Right. It really. Let's try me. Let me get this out, please, so I don't need to double tap or anything. Right. It depends on your actual historical outlook. Do you believe God created the earth? Or do you believe nothing created?
Well, see, that's debatable, man. Everyone is aiming to make, like... First of all, I aim high with my goals. I aim high with everything I do. However, it's not my mainstream of anything. It's not my mainstream of income. It's not my mainstream of entertainment. I love to come onto this app and talk to people, and to be forced not to do so because of actions I did 2 years ago or a year ago. I think that shouldn't be the case. I think that people should be allowed to be redeemed. And that's one of the features that I'm going to have on my app, is that each band will have an analysis on their behavior.
The only thing is, can't you change the topic ever? Or does it always have to be the same damn topic? We know there's no convincing soldier, so why try? Why even try? I told you, laundry soap got in my freaking thing.
Yeah, I had some really close friends from Mexico. One in particular, obviously, but I had some really good friends from there. Because a lot of them, back in the '80s, a lot of them were, um, the early '80s were going to my night school, and we used to have, we used to tromp around the school grounds there, and we'd start talking to each other and stuff. And it was interesting because, because it was night school, it was a lot more relaxed. People could go out. I had friends of every type of persuasion you could imagine, you know. Um, and it was interesting because we had people that would take a break from, whatever we were studying, would go out there and would go somewhere and do their prayers or whatever they needed to do. Some people would just be able to go out there, go to the men's room for a quick smoke, whatever it was, whatever the circumstances was. It was a lot more casual, but it really I like that environment, and I got to meet a lot of people there. Not everybody I could understand, but a lot of people I met, and it was nice. It was really, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that time. But I used to tease one of my friends. I said, "Man, why is it that you guys are always singing?" I used to tease them like that, because when I would speak Spanish, it would just be, regular Spanish. But when they would talk, it would sound like they were singing. I'm like, yes, I'm coming over here now for you. Translating it into English. But that's how, they always had a sing-song type of pentameter to their speech patterns. It was always interesting. And there was two brothers that I had that I used to hang around with like that. They were really nice. Plus, there was a lot of Mexicans around my neighborhood too when I first came here to this house here. Because originally, when we moved from New York, we were renting this house. This was still our house, but we were renting it to other people. See, so when we moved here, there was a lot of Cubans. Obviously, there was some Mexicans, and there was mostly, there was a lot of Puerto Ricans, but there was a few, very one or two blacks, and and then but they normally stayed on the other side of town for some reason. It wasn't a hatred or anything. It just, I guess everybody just likes to be together, you know. So, I that's what I count it to. Uh, just the idea of you're surrounded by people that kind of thing. But yeah, that's one thing I remember about them guys. I'm like, man, those guys are always singing.
I was going to say, you better open the windows and turn some fans on if you're burning OxyClean. That could be very dangerous. And in my defense, I just came in and said good morning. And then Pseudo needed to have the spotlight, which is good, because he's the only one that talks about anything that matters. So, the fact that the conversation steered this way off to me, I'm sorry if it bores you, but it is kind of what I designed the channel for. And I appreciate Pseudo bringing the challenges to the forefront.
I'm going to go downtown. I'm going to see my gal. I'm going to sing her a song. I'm going to show her my ding-dong.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I completely agree there, but it's really not up for debate for that. The government requires certain things to be in place before you can push a product to production, you can make money. Like the FCC, for example, has crazy regulations for that. There's certain requirements by law for cybersecurity. I'm telling you, to get out less than 50 to 100,000 is going to be almost impossible.
But no, you and me, I don't believe in any of those religions. None. Zip. Nada. I'm just presenting what is known in this world, and anybody else can research that.
Well, I mean, you're probably right. You're probably right. Again, man, right now, I'm in the experimentation phase of this project. In the end game, I'm going to have this application up and running. But right now, I'm just in the experimental phase, putting ideas together, deciding what we would all like to have.
But mate, what we know in this world isn't even true, brother. There's been so many things we've been lied to, but we've just to henpick what we want to believe out of those lies.
100% I agree with you. People like Soldier will completely disregard and shut down and cut down the idea of reincarnation. But to me, that is actually a thing. But to him, that's sacrilege.
Well, hang on. Before we get too far, I feel like you didn't answer my past question about the $500. Like, what have you done with the 500?
So far, I only dropped about $50 into AI software, and that's about it. It wasn't costing me anything to set up my database or anything either.
But reincarnation, he's a Christian-minded person. He is biblically minded. So biblically, that is paganism. That's where that comes from. That comes from the Eastern religions. And as Christians, you're told to stay away from that. You know what I mean?
10-4. How much of the 500 have you spent on weed?
Not a penny. Not a penny of it's going to go to weed. That is $500 for a business investment. Therefore, it is all going to go into this application at one point or another. I'm just being very cautious as to how much to use right now.
I think Soldier thinks he's Egyptian. He thinks, because it's in the Bible, it says he has risen. It's a metaphor. Nobody rises from the death. Nobody. Especially you, Soldier. Go bring back Edna. It can't be done.
Wait, so you haven't used any of it? You're just holding on to 500? Show it to us.
Well, see, the hypocritical thing, Pseudo, is that you say you can't trust the handlers, you can't trust the people that hold the information. And then you go, I Google searched it, and it's not the oldest religion.
For one, no. And number two, yeah, I'm not holding on to it per se.
No, this is your information. Remember, I'm dissecting what you say, and you're presenting what you believe, right? Which isn't even in alignment with what the average person can research.
They said they would give me funding up to $500. So since this is a close friend of mine, this ain't some random investor, you know what I mean? I go to this person directly and I'll be like, hey, I need $50 for this. They're like, okay, deal. Then they subtract it. They have it all in a piece of paper, my debt and everything, my.
No, it's hypocritical and it's insane. Because you're saying you cannot trust the information we have, yet you're using especially their Google information, as your content for the debate. You're literally saying, it's all lies, soldier. You can't believe anything.
Super legit. Super legit. Too legit to quit. I'll be on Zello forever.
Well, I'm not saying I'm going to be a millionaire. I don't even think I'm making fucking 5 figures off of this fucking deal, to be honest with you. I don't even think I'm going to make that.
But here's some of the lies and information that I say is right, that goes against your narrative of the Bible. Like, do you see how hypocritical that is? You say we can't trust the information, but yet you're presenting the information as evidence. It's retarded. It's redundant.
I'm mainly doing this to give everybody a new platform where we can meet new people. And it's like Zello, but we can still meet new people.
Not at all. I'm just simply playing devil's advocate here, right? Because you're trying to brainwash people with your beliefs. And I'm finding holes in your beliefs according to the timeline that we're on, and all of the information, all of the religious information that is presented to this world, which you've subscribed to, I'm highlighting it.
I wish I could. Oh, sold free. What? Sold. Oh, yeah. What a beautiful piano. Where was that fucker? Oh, Winners. That would have been good. Downside, it needs good. Oh, to move it. Oh, boy.
And another big difference in my terms of service, you have to be 18 or older to use the application.
Faith is high while the valley is low. Na, 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 na.
Yeah, but what about all the people that like it here that don't get banned? Why would they leave?
I'm back. What's up, underdog? Sorry, I went and grabbed my meds.
No, you're not. You're saying everything is a lie. You can't trust anything. All information is tainted and given to you by your handlers. But here is information from them that supports my belief there's no God. Do you see what you're lying to yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Logan on this one with the 10 to 50,000 just to get started, and that's kind of like a weak app that won't even be profitable kind of shit. Like that's I believe kind of his side of things more than yours. I feel like he's probably closer to the truth. I don't know what the numbers are, right? But that's what I'm saying, Jersey, is like you're not in a stable point in your life financially or otherwise, you know, and you're putting all this focus into an application that a style of application that's on its way out the door. You know what I mean? Like you said it yourself, like Zello's kind of dying, right? Not just Zello, but all apps like it. They're all kind of a thing of the past, and in the face of TikTok and the Tic Tacs and the Me phones and the Instagrams, you know.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I'm over here talking with Edward, there, my buddy, my brother's namesake, Edward. So yeah, he's telling me about his trip that he's getting ready to take. By the way, are you just going to vacation, or are you meeting someone there? Is there somebody special? I mean, you know, that would be kind of a nice getaway there, and I wouldn't blame you a bit, actually.
In your own theory, you're a liar and you're lying to yourself. You are telling us not to trust the information, that it is completely corrupt and compromised. And then you're saying that information is your evidence that there's no God. Your argument is useless. You look like a fool.
No, you're the one who's lying again. Because I've said to you many, many times, I do believe in a creator of everything. You would call it a God. I just don't believe in the God that you're subscribing to. So to turn around and say that I don't believe in a God is a blatant outright lie. I've never said that.
I remember what it was I wanted to tell you. I decided during this trip to study Spanish more seriously. So I ordered a Spanish workbook from Amazon. Yesterday it was raining and the driver put it on the porch, but under the rain. It was raining on my package, and when I opened it up, the book was water damaged. So my plan is to study Spanish more seriously for the first time during my trip, with more intention, and also get my teeth cleaned and whitened, because dentist services there are much less expensive than here.
That's not what we're talking about, Pseudo. We're talking...
Yes and no. You got to remember, Dale, that Zello and PTT applications, they weren't out of style. They made them out of style by throwing in AI integrations to block language, and they also used fucking, like, Zello took away trending lists. People can't meet each other anymore. Like, they took the applications away from us. We did not give them up, and the trends did not get...
But again, if that is the argument you're using, you don't trust the mainstream narrative, but you're using the mainstream narrative to disprove the Judeo-Christian God. But you says it there yourself, you're open to...
What about Juno? All Scottish men are fucking stupid. So the fucking Juno.
Know your enemy, just in the same way that I would use the globe believers' evidence, I would use their evidence against them to prove that what they're believing in is bullshit. I'm not fucking, religion is just a nonsense topic to me, bruh.
Well, I like it because we can't just have random motherfuckers. Somebody's got to invite you. It's like exclusive club shit. Like, you can only be invited.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard the prices for everything is cheaper there for obvious reasons, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you did say that. I can't remember who you told, but that's a good idea. Yeah, that works. Yeah, well, the thing about learning language, as I always tell everybody, I always tell them the same thing. You have one of the best avenues for learning a language right there at your fingertips. You got a lot of Spanish channels on Zello that you can get into and just get used to listen to it. Or watching some Spanish TV. I mean, I'm always a little bit more comfortable listening to English, but I don't mind listening to Spanish. I learned Spanish a long time ago, and I can listen to it with no problem. In fact, some of my favorite movies are in Spanish. The most annoying things, though, I will say, the most annoying things about Spanish programming is the soap operas. That's women love their soap operas, but unlike American TV, Spanish soap operas don't last very long, which is good, but it's always the same thing. Yeah. Ay, Vanessa. Ay, chico. Ay, Vanessa. Ay, chico. That's a running joke, but yeah, like, you could, anytime you turn on a Spanish channel, in the midday there, that's probably what you'll hear.
Okay, so then the people from Zello can be on Zello to talk to their Zello friends, and they can meet new friends on my application.
No, Pseudo, you've just been caught in something, and Know Your Enemy elegantly laid it out. You literally deny the mainstream information. You say it's all corrupt, and yet you use their corrupt information.
Because I'm telling you, I already got a decent portion of people from Zello that I pitched the idea to. Out of the 5 people I told, 4 of them are on board.
It's not. Privilege said that's not a lot of people.
As your evidence to attack God. Do you see how useless that is? Do you see by your own statements, you're a hypocrite and a liar and allowing yourself to be lied to, and then lying to others with that information?
It's not a lot of people. I just told this channel, that's where it becomes a lot of people. Yeah, and I know none of you are sold on it. But don't get it fucked up. I get it. You're like, this guy, Jersey, with the fucked up teeth that lived in a tent a fucking couple weeks ago want to sell me on an app. Like, I get it.
You do catch that, right? That's the point I'm talking about. I don't want to talk about your flat earth. I don't want to talk about any of that. I want to talk about the point that you said the information is untrustworthy, but you're going to use that untrustworthy information to prove to me there's no God. Make that make sense. Make that make sense for me, Pseudo.
Hey, I didn't say anything about your teeth. Alright? I didn't even know your teeth were fucked up. I like that. I like how privilege is like, she says it's dumb. Hell yeah. Jersey, I just think, listen, I want to support you in your dreams, all right? And it's good to have dreams, and it's good to have goals, and to be creative, and to believe in yourself, and enough to actually pursue something and try to build something, you know, and with enough work and sacrifice and determination, that really does lead to good places in people's lives. But you got the order all fucked up. You know what I mean? That's like what, like, first you got to be stable in life and do like all the adulting shit correctly and fucking have all that shit handled, and then you put the creativity to work and you know, the sacrifice and all that, and then your shit will pay off. You know what I mean? Almost all the people who skip that adulting step and they go right to the making a business creativity step, none of those guys get successful. You know what I mean? In other words, if you're having business meetings and looking for investors for your new business while you're playing Xbox in mom's basement, you're not going to make it. You're not going to be the guy that makes it.
Who was talking about flat earth? I've got quite an opinion on the matter. But was that bold Laney I heard? Laney, your opinion doesn't matter then. 1 minute you're a Viking and the next minute you're a Muslim. So you don't know what you are or what's happening round about you hen. So thank you.
Shut up, clown. Even that fucking pseudo's fucking dumb as fuck.
Soldier, I'm not trying to attack God at all. I'm just dismantling your pathetic, weak arguments and your claims. Your claim was that the Abrahamic religion is the oldest religion in this world. But according to the world, it isn't.
You didn't dismantle anything, Pseudo. You just proved that your whole argument was a lie and built on a lie. You just literally proved that to the whole channel. Like, seriously, you did my work for me.
You can't fucking self a fucking day. You pseudo. You fucking dimwit. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, clown.
But yeah, just go and listen to. Just start turning on to Spanish TV. You'll you know, that way. I mean, I know your ear is probably already somewhat adjusted to it, because since you've traveled over there, you know. But the more you listen to it, the easier it'll get, and you know, and the words, you know, they just come, you know. There's other languages I wish, you know, now at my older age, I wish I had learned earlier, you know, because Like I do know a few words of this and a couple of words of that, and, smattering of different words, but you know, like I would love to be, a multiglot, instead of just a polyglot, I'd like to be a multiglot, where I could just speak with a lot of people, because I notice even when I speak Spanish, my thinking process changes from English to Spanish. The concepts are different, so I'd like to see how my arrangement of my thinking would change if I knew another language, and that's always fascinating.
Soldier, your argument, you said the word Mesopotamia, right? So I did a little bit of research on Mesopotamia because you said that was the proof that Abrahamic religions was the oldest. So a little bit of research on Mesopotamia proved that the Abrahamic religion is not the oldest. Duh!
I completely agree. To an extent. See, the thing is, Dale, is that I also believe that those same people that were 21 in their mom's basement trying to start some random business out and it completely tanks, it's destined to fail based on the...
Good morning, everyone. This is Steve. God bless everybody. Hope everybody's having a blessed Saturday. Don't forget, coming up at 11 a.m., 10 a.m. Central tomorrow, that's 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central tomorrow, we are going to have our service on the House of Worship. If you are outside of Zello or whether you're inside of Zello, being a member of this channel, just please come on in and be a part of the service tomorrow. For those of you that missed it, tomorrow morning, the sermon will be repreached, Lord willing, on Sunday night. For those of you that missed it on Sunday morning, it'll be repreached again on Sunday night. For those that did miss it, just hope everybody comes in expecting a blessing, and they expect a good touch from God. And that's going to begin tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central. I'm excited about this message the Lord has given me, and I'm very excited to be on tomorrow to present it. The Holy Spirit once again has came in and guided and directed me of what to do, and that's something I'm very thankful for.
Hey, Suda, you know how when you make a mess and screw up, you kind of leave it like a big stain in the carpet and just walk away? And you're not going to walk away from the stain, okay? You literally just unraveled yourself.
I'm with Dale, and I did not know you had fucked up teeth either. Why are you advertising that? It's like when I tell people I got gaps in my teeth. I don't tell people that no more, bro.
You've proven you're nothing more than that wave in the ocean, like I said. Unstable in all your ways. You say you can't trust the information, yet when the information supports your narrative, it's gold. Right? You're a hypocrite, bro. Like, there's no point in even debating you.
I just don't give a fuck, to be honest. And people have already posted pictures of my fucking grill as it is. So I ain't really, saying nothing that people don't know. Generally. But it's just... Those people with that kind of mindset and that kind of determination at that age are the ones that tend to become a pretty decent business owner later down the line. So yeah, now this idea might tank. But with this mindset that I'm developing for myself, I can guarantee that at some point before I hit 50, I'm going to find some level of success with something.
No, the proof you offered was one word, Mesopotamia. And so I researched Mesopotamia, and it proved that there was older religions than Abrahamic. But you didn't offer any proof at all to back up your claim that Mesopotamian religions was linked to the Old Testament, because they're not. Why don't you try showing some proof?
Sudo, you might as well let it go, buddy. You might as well let it go. Okay? See, when you can't trust anything, when you can't stand for anything, Sudo, you fall for everything. Never forget that, sir.
Not necessarily, man. You can have a bunch of ideas that you try to launch and you're very persistent in it, and and they all kind of fail, right? You know what I mean? But, and then here's the thing, if and when they fail, right, you've put all of your eggs into that creativity basket and none of the eggs into the, like, responsibility adulting basket. So when they fail, you're kind of fucked. Like, you're in a bad living situation, you're broke, you got no money. But if you put the eggs into the responsibility basket and you push for your ideas and creativity and you fail, then at the end of the day, it's like, hey, well, it failed, but still I have a 401k, I have a house, I have money in the bank, my family's secure. You know, I mean, like right now, you should be working as hard as you can to tee yourself up for life as a father, as a husband. One day you're going to knock somebody up, you're going to get married, you're going to have little babies. You should be building a life to facilitate that, like putting money away for a down payment on a house and like really setting yourself up for that kind of shit.
Oh, excuse me.
What do you consider to be the 5 universal languages? The languages that are really useful to learn because they're spoken in many, many countries. By learning that language, you get the key to not just one country, but a great many different countries. What would those languages be?
You're the one that's falling for narratives, not me. But you might help your credibility just a little bit if you could offer just a simple iota of truth, some proof. Put something in the history to back up your ridiculous claim. I'll wait.
So again, for those of you that are listening, it will be at 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Come on by and receive a blessing.
Well, again, as I says, like, there's the book of Job talks about Job walked in the sight of God, which means God favoured him, so he done everything right in God's eyes. So that means he must have known what God wanted.
Well, obviously, English and Spanish would be up there. Oriental, like Chinese or, from the Orient. Yeah, I think Chinese would be more Chinese. Let's see, another one would probably be nowadays probably Arabic because of the great expansion of of Muslims and reading the Quran and stuff like that. What else? Russian. My guess would be Russian. What was that? How many would that be already? But yeah, there's a few of them around. But yeah, those are my top ones, I think.
And that's a commandment. See, when God says go forth and multiply, that was a commandment from a creator. And that was the first thing that was taught in the Bible to the people. Go forth and multiply. So from the Garden of Eden, technically there was religion. But again, it all depends on your historical outlook of things. If you believe it's millions of years, you're not going to believe that. If you believe it is the way it is stated in the Bible, then you may find it easier to believe in. And sorry, I know I'm taking this again, but I've been struggling to get the button. And one thing you asked him for was proof that the Sumerian religions have any root in the Bible. There's plenty of information about what these people believed in Sumeria.
Well, Dale, I'm going to counter that with, did you ask me what I was doing aside from that application to better my own life?
I believe I did. To which you said you're doing some kind of kitchen work, which was very vague and sounds like kind of like minimum wage part-time shit.
I would request that you put French high up there on the list. The French were a colonial power, and their language, French, spread through much of Africa, and it's spoken by quite a few people in the Caribbean, and even some Vietnamese can speak French. So please also include French.
Like when Joshua was told to go and slaughter every man, woman, child, that was the people he was going to slaughter, the Sumerians. These people were referring to. And why was he told to slaughter them? Because they were hybrids. They weren't even.
Wasn't letting me key up. Yeah, I heard that. Awesome. Ma, can we go on a private for a minute?
Kitchen manager, full-time, 25 an hour to start.
Yeah, if you're gonna be an investigator, Dale, you better investigate. None of this side bitch project science shit.
Alright then, hold on. You're talking about a teaching that surfaced, what, like 12 to 14, 12 to 10 centuries BC, right? That's the first appearance of the Old Testament.
Okay, I will. Yes, I will. Well, yeah, it's one of those languages like you get. Yeah, I would agree with that because I was thinking about that. You get because you get the I don't know what you call it, compound languages now, I guess, because like you have like Yiddish would be a cross of German and Hebrew, right? You get you have that as well in France with some of the Jewish people that stayed in like Orleans or stuff like that, and they spoke French, but they still knew some some Hebrew, so they mix it with French, and things like that. So then of course they have Ladino, which is Latin and Hebrew, right? And I don't know if there's an Oriental. I'm pretty sure there might be an Oriental version of that, but I haven't heard of it. But yeah, but I do know French is up there as well. Yeah, so yeah, thank you for the correction.
You're a fucking asshole. You know what? But that's what I like about you. But
All right, 25 an hour. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. When did that start?
I am so relieved to hear someone say that, know your enemy. That's my rebuttal. You know that every time. Oh, why should I love a God that told the Jews to go and murder everyone, man, child, and beast?
about a week ago or so. I mean, it's a relatively new job for me. I mean, I've known the people for a while. I've been going to that place since I was a kid. You know what I mean? So yeah, I know the lay of the land, I guess you could call it. So it kind of worked out. All I did was go up to him, criticize the shit out of their food. And then he was like, hey, you want a job? And I was like, yeah.
How could I love that they were all Nephilim hybrids? If you go through the procession of the Exodus, 100% they were the ones that weren't hybrids. They didn't kill them all. Most of them adopted into Israel. But the ones that were hybrids, everything killed.
Oh, that's not. That's not
But getting back to the point, know your enemy. Soldier was claiming that the Abrahamic religions were the oldest religions in this world. That's his claim, and that was the thing I was destroying with evidence. But he showed no evidence.
I mean, Jersey, this story is so unbelievable. I mean, it was unbelievable before. Now, I'm not calling you a liar, right? I'm just pointing out how it feels. You know, because you don't strike me as the kind to just be bullshitting, flat out bullshitting about something. But, like, even before the last thing you just said, it was kind of unbelievable. But because the problem, the thing that makes it unbelievable is, like, most people don't hire somebody to be a manager at 25 an hour with like very little to no job experience, right? Or especially with like specifically management experience. You know, like, there's a lot of jobs, like, in order to be a manager at like a restaurant or some chain like Buffalo Wild Wings, they require like a degree, like a 2 or 4 year degree for whatever reason, like just to be a manager type shit. So you're telling me someone hired you off the street with no experience to manage a kitchen at 25 an hour, after, all because you criticized their chicken wings? You're like, these wings are dog shit. And he's like, you're hired. You're the new CEO.
Pseudo, you didn't destroy anything. What you did was destroy your credibility and reputation. You even said that that religion is a nonsense subject to you.
WRKM 273, United States, standing by for a contact.
You got proven wrong in your nonsense subject. And then you even showed that the evidence that you say is your evidence is nothing but a narrative-driven lie. You admitted that. Your argument is weak now, bro.
W4RKM 20 EBP. Good evening, Ben. How you doing? Over.
You're very welcome, my friend, and thank you for accepting it with such grace. Now, let us remember why we went on this branch of the discussion, because you were saying you wish you were more of a polyglot and had known more languages. And I think when choosing a language to learn, one should choose among the 5, which I consider to be English, French, Spanish, Arabic, and Chinese. Because those are the most useful to learn. You can travel to many countries and speak with people, or if you encounter people in your own country, they're more likely to speak one of those than the others.
Doing well. Hope that you're doing well. Fantastic. Hope that everything's great. Got back from the Dominican Republic on Wednesday. Got back from the Dominican Republic on Wednesday. Took a lot of pictures. Hot weather over there. And the internet is not as strong as the United States. That's very fast. Over there, it's not that fast. Besides that, everything's good. I was able to accomplish everything that I needed to accomplish there. Back to you, sir.
Religion is a nonsense, but its mind control is real.
Well, that's fine. You can have your opinion, bro. But your attempt to discredit it failed, and then your attempt to use manipulated information to discredit it failed. So what are you left with now? What are you gonna spend the next 3,000 key-ups trying to prove you're right about? Because you dropped the ball on this one.
Roger. Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully you had a good time over there. So yeah. You're probably back in the cold weather now. I don't know what the temperatures are like over there. Do you get in the Dominican Republic? Is it always hot all year round there over?
Hey, yo, your trucker metronome in the background is killing me.
Wrong. What I'm left with is a silence from you when I'm asking you to prove your claim. That's the only thing I'm left with, dude. And I destroyed your argument, proving that Sumerians who believed in multiple gods, that religion is older than the Abrahamic.
Okay, so I gotta start giving more thorough details when telling you stories. You're not as retarded as the rest. I got something to eat, and I told him straight up, like, I was like, this was overall, it was okay, and then I explained the flaws in the meal I received, like, very professionally, of course.
Yeah, I was pretty close though. I did leave out French though, and I apologize about that. I should have thought about that. You know, at first, see, because the reason I didn't entertain Italian in there was because even though, because everything's based off of Latin. When you get to Spanish, you go Latin, right? And that's the basis of Italian, Spanish, and all that kind of stuff, and Portuguese and all that. Um, you know, so although I have heard some weird languages, I have a friend of mine that stays in Spain, and they speak what is it that they call it, Gallego, which is a totally different tongue than Spanish is, because I used to speak to them, and they tried to speak to me in Gallego, and I'm like, what is that? That sounds different. But I guess it's the ancient language of one of the ancient languages that Spain has. So it's pretty interesting. So they managed to maintain some of their the language that their Spanish derived from, I guess. So it's interesting because when I was doing my geology research, I came across that. I was like, wow, what is this? So, yeah, you learn as you go.
Hot all year round, especially in the summertime. Once the wintertime starts coming, it might drop to 50, 60. And then during January, it could even drop to 40 or 30 in some places. The capital, it was around 45 degrees. Summertime, extremely hot. But November, December, temperature starts going down a little bit, and the grid goes down a lot. That's why it's good to have backup power, solar power, and the batteries. Because there's blackouts every day in the Dominican Republic. But the cell towers are up, maybe 300 feet up in the air. Back to you.
You know what you remind me of in the Bible, and I'm very careful to call anyone a fool, right? I'm just reading this, remembering the scripture. If I'm paraphrasing it wrong, I repent.
After I did that, he explained to me, he was like, do you have experience cooking by any chance? I said, yeah, I have 2 years of dishwashing experience. I got moved up to line cook. I have 2 years of line cook experience and a year of kitchen management experience. And he said, well, what happened with your management position? And I explained that the previous job offered me more money to come back. So I did. And then he was like, okay, what happened with that? I explained the situation with that job. And then he was like, well,
But it says a fool thinks that he will be believed because of his much speech. Your many words aren't helping you. They're making you look more desperate, dude. Okay? Gave you Job, gave you Abraham, gave you Mesopotamia. You say Job can't count. You say in the Bible, okay? You've denied my evidence, and you've said that your corrupted, manipulated evidence is the one that wins the day. I disagree. Job proves it. Know your enemy described it beautifully.
Yeah, is this person that hired you, is he retarded, or?
But it falls back into what he said so elegantly. I guess it stems on your worldview. Do you believe it was a creation? Do you believe that you're slime? You've gone with the slime notion. So, realistically, our two worldviews will never.
no, he just, see, there's one thing that people can't touch me at, and that's with cooking. I'm a chef at heart. And I even feel like 25 an hour is right where I should start out at. He said that he normally starts his...
Roger, yeah, when you say the temperatures, is that in Celsius or Fahrenheit over?
He said he normally starts at his head chefs at like $30 an hour or something, But because, you know, I don't have the right amount of experience, he's going to test it out differently.
Like if it's 80 degrees in the UK, 80 degrees, that's what I'm talking about. 80 degrees. Dominican Republic, 80 degrees, everybody's hot, everybody's sweating. And then when it starts getting cool around November, December, it could drop to 60 or 50, like in the wintertime.
I haven't gone with the slam notion at all. I do not believe in evolution. We are eternal spirits. And this is a place of recycling. And it is controlled and created by false gods.
Look, man, God loves you. Look into the truth of things. Don't just be a freaking zombie stuck in the matrix that refuses to take the red pill.
So I didn't know that you had all this experience. You said 2 years of. Run me through the years of experience again, just that part.
And oh, the Bible, that's what the Bible teaches, mate. Like, that's the whole story. Like the fallen angels, they came down and then pretended to be gods here, and then that's where you got these other ideas of the Eastern mythology that you're spouting just now.
2 years dishwashing, 2 years line cook, and 1 year as a head chef. I started when I was 20. Well, 20, I was 19 actually.
What is the 2 years dishwashing experience? Dale said, run me through all this experience. Dale, you're an asshole. Roger, yeah, you must be talking about Fahrenheit, because we, over here in the UK, we, our temperatures is run on Celsius. So, because Fahrenheit, if that was Celsius, 50 Celsius, blooming hell, that would be scorching hot. That would be very, very hot. I don't think it's ever got to that. I think most of it's ever got to is about 45 here, and that was a few years ago. And we was having houses were catching on fire because of the heat and that. So yeah, you must be temperatures of Fahrenheit there. Right, Ben, I'm going to be on the side here because I've got to peel some potatoes here for dinner. Having steak pie for dinner here, so I'm just going to make some fries up over it.
So that's where that comes from the original fall of the angels, bro. They're the ones that created your so-called religions, where they were the gods.
I think she's up in the most northern part of Spain too, which is kind of interesting, you know. So, yeah, it was cool. It was, you know. So yeah, one of the many people I came across in my years of Zello.
What? That was a genuine question. I'm just sitting there wondering, like, aren't you like 21 or some shit? Or like 23?
But he won't believe in that know your enemy. And well said, sir. All those fallen angels are these little G gods, and they came after. And their religions came after the one true religion of God. Well said, know your enemy.
25. I started everything when I was 19, and the last kitchen job I had was about a year ago.
I'm trying to get ready, dude. I'm laughing my ass off. You guys got me cracking the fuck up.
All right. Well, I didn't know that, I didn't know you had all that experience, man. That's what's up. So so now you're a kitchen manager. Is that a head chef?
That's not where it came from in my mind. I didn't accept ideas from any religions. Right, I've looked at various religions, but I've come to my own personal conclusions. Religions are all fucking disinformation and misinformation. We've got to find out what's really going on here. And it appears to me, and nobody will convince me otherwise, that this place...
It is interesting watching the ripple effect as sorcery gets disrupted in the modern day. I'm sorry, I'm just watching the headline stuff, political stuff mostly, things popping off all over the world.
It depends on the place you're working at. Since the place I'm working at is a bar, yeah, because they don't really follow the proper positioning for a kitchen.
No, Pseudo, what you've said is the ancient texts that God has preserved are not good enough for you, and you will only accept Bill Gates's Google information to help you be a godless little mouth eater and go be servitude like you should be.
One of the big things is that popping off right now is that the USA and Russia sat down to make a proposed peace plan for the Ukraine war. But needless to say, that peace plan heavily favors Russia and involves Russia keeping a lot of its territory. And the EU and Ukraine were excluded from those discussions. So the EU and Ukraine are not happy about it. But it's being presented like, hey, this is a peace plan. Don't you guys want peace, don't you? And they're like, yeah, but we were part of the whole designing this so-called peace plan. And it involves us nerfing our military and giving you 1/4 of Ukraine. We're not... Nobody got time for that.
10-4, no problem. Do what you gotta do. I'm glad that this channel is open again. Very happy concerning that. I love French fries with the potatoes. I love a lot of French fries. Then dipping that into a massive amount of ketchup. That's my weakness, the French fries with the ketchup. I love that. Okay, I'll be on the side monitoring. So you have WRKM 273 United States. I'll be standing by monitoring on CB channel. CB radio channel.
Like, they don't have head chef, sous chef, line cook, gourmet, like, they don't have all that. You get what I mean?
That's what you accept as evidence. You deny the archaeological evidence. You deny the scriptural evidence. You deny all of it, and you accept your Google. Just like you said, feeds you misinformation, propaganda, and lies, but if it fits your narrative,
Like, they got their kitchen manager, the assistant kitchen manager, their line cooks, prep cooks, dishwashers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because from what I understand, yeah, a bar is different, but from what I understand, to be like a chef, like at a medium to high scale restaurant, like, I think it's like you need like a degree, like you have to go to school, you have to do, like, chef is kind of like a trade, like, it's almost like being like an electrician, like you've got to, you got to put in like 5 years of apprentice, like grunt work and working your way up till you get your certs and shit like that.
Pseudo will gobble it up and puke it out to anyone who will listen, and he will puke it out with the energy that someone preaching the gospel should have. Like, I mean, he preaches his regurgitated lies so much better than any Christian preaches the gospel. But you have to understand, know your enemy.
And Roger, yeah, we call them chips over here. We do have French fries as well. French fries are very slim, whereas chips are like fat, chunky sort of a thing there. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, we're adding chips, potato chips. So the potato chips over there in America is crisps. Over here in the UK, can get very confusing with all of that. All right, I'll speak to you later. Nice hearing from you, and welcome back to the United States. Over.
This man, Pseudo, would rather believe a black-eyed little demon at the end of his bed in the middle of the night than believe the ancient scriptures or believe the word of God. He's given in to the fallen angels. Like how you said, that's what he's describing?
I don't know any head chefs. Well, I don't know that many personally anyways, but of the ones I have known over the years, I don't know any of them that were head chefs at like commercial corporate-owned restaurants without culinary degrees. Went to culinary school specifically.
Yeah, and I understand their interest. It's going to have effects, but it's interesting to me that in today's push towards globalism, that nations are now the new tribalism. Just having nations of people standing together is viewed like tribalism, unlike being the antithesis of tribalism as it's traditionally viewed as.
That's what he is in. He calls it freedom. He will learn it's slavery.
Yeah, do what thou wilt will be the whole of the law, as it were. But Pseudo, have you actually spoke to a black figure at the end of your bed?
Well, for one, you're naming the wrong type of company. This is not a corporate company. This is a privately owned restaurant. Number two, their restaurant was fucking tanking because their head chef sucked. So I pointed out the flaws in his work and in the paperwork that he was filling out.
It doesn't even make any sense what he said. I would rather believe a black figure at the end of my bed. What do you mean? I didn't have a fucking conversation with it, daft lad. I witnessed something. That's all there is to do with it. That's not a belief system. That's just actually witnessing something, you fucking derp.
Tenfold, thank you, sir. Thank you. So I'll be on the side monitoring this great channel, charging up a small iPad. I'll be using that for communication. I'll be putting that in the room where I'll be talking from, but I'll be on the side monitoring. Take care. Do what you got to do. Have a great day.
And then, we started talking, and you got to keep in mind, I said I was going there my entire life. My grandparents are friend with his fucking parents.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just a bigger crowd, but yeah. In fact, I was gonna ask Eddie about that. Yeah, because I do remember I seen protests over there, and I think I mentioned it to you the last time when you were talking about your vacation there. I hope you stay clear out of a lot of the protesting there. I think it's mostly young people from what I heard, but yeah, they've been protesting much more than even we have. And we always focus in on ourselves being a bit having that reputation, but their protests are huge from what I saw anyway.
No, it's you giving attention to the demons instead of Jesus Christ. You'd rather believe in aliens. You'd rather believe they're your spirit guides. You're the one that they can manipulate with their lies and little parlor tricks.
Like, were, at least, when they were alive, but yeah. Like, the families were in, like, I kind of cashed in all my chips to do this, you know what I mean?
I didn't get the last analogy. I kind of get what you mean. So you pulled some familial resources, connections type thing, but I mean, he didn't really go off of that, right? He didn't really go off of the fact that your grandparents knew his parents and stuff. It was kind of all off of this conversation. This conversation you had in his restaurant, right? Or did he know that he knew you, or that you've been going there so long, like he knew of your grandparents and he was like immediately aware of all those connections and shit?
And you're the one that's bid onto it. And just like, I don't understand where know your enemy comes from. But like he said, man, do what thou wilt. That's where you're at. You have fallen for what Eve fell for. Satan has tricked you into thinking you can be a god. But I have a secret. He couldn't even make himself a god. You are not a god yet. Jesus can make you a little Elohim. But that's the only way. But you're nothing more than Eve. You're nothing more than Eve, Pseudo. You've bought the lie, turned your back on God, and now you got what you got.
You're talking such nonsense. I exposed that little fucking critter. I realised what was going on, and it hasn't bothered me since, right? And this is how this world works. Everything is held away from you as some kind of secret. There's a veil between your perception, your consciousness, and what's really going on. And you have to peel back all of those layers to find the truth. You're still at fucking level.
I'll be in Mexico City where those protests were. And I am packing in my suitcase a gas mask and some thick gloves so that I can pick up tear gas canisters and throw them across the police lines. I'll be attracted to those protests like a smart kid on. Sorry, let me try that again. I'll be attracted to those protests like a fat kid on a box of Smarties. You won't be able to keep me away from them.
He was not aware of what connections I had within, but I did state previously that I was going there for a long time, almost my whole life. So that part I did state beforehand, and doing that, you would assume that if I'm getting a job there later on, that I should have some level of connection within.
Pseudo, you'd rather trust your homemade hallucinogenics. You'd rather trust those trips which literally the demons use to bring you into their realm. You trust that more than just reading a Bible and praying and meditating on the scriptures.
Saturday, November 22, 2025. Time is 12 p.m.
Nice. So, man, and that's great. If all those things you say are true, awesome. Good for you. That's awesome. But you know, if I were gonna put any amount of money, and again, you're gonna have to put thousands into an app that you can't even legally sell. Put that money in a food truck if you're a cook, and a good food truck and even a small town will make 3,000 or 4,000 a day.
Do you understand? You've given in to the world. You've given in to the fallen angel's ways, and you call it freedom and enlightenment. It's not. You've bought the lie that Eve bought. Nothing more, nothing less.
Are you looking for direct action, or are you just happening to be there? Because if you're serious about the gas mask thing, make sure you get the correct cartridge that will best suit you against the likely compounds you'll be encountering, and change those filters often. They often don't last as long as people think they do.
I kind of have everything laid out in a way where I'm doing something towards that.
See, Pseudo, see what you're saying? That's why I came to the realization of Christ. When I looked at the world, I realized everything we were being told was a lie, and something was being hidden from us. What is being hidden is the truth of Christ, mate.
I couldn't have cut you there. You dropped it. Here comes your making excuses. Making excuses. See, Dale, excuses. He keyed up on the talking app. Shut up. Yeah, you dropped it. Fuck, now I forgot what I was even gonna say. God damn it, drama. Anyways, Jersey, I gotta grab a shower soon. I'm gonna be listening. I'll still be talking here for the next couple minutes, but then I'm gonna shower for 20 minutes or so. I just want to say I disapprove. You know, get off my lawn. You know, you gooks, get off my lawn. Pull your pants up, kid. Go get a job. Fucking, you know what I mean? Fucking stop smoking that goddamn devil's lettuce.
I'm worried about what happens to me when I change airplanes in Orlando. And the U.S. Customs officer opens up my suitcase and he sees a gas mask and gas mask filters and all kinds of crazy stuff. He might not let me. He might detain me. I might miss my flight.
That is what is being hidden. None of this mysticism, reincarnation and all that jazz. The truth that they are hiding is Christ, mate. That's the conspiracy, and that's what turned me to him.
That doesn't even make any sense. Most of the world know about this thing that you call Christ. Christ is when the spirit awakens. That's what Christ is. That's what they don't want you to know, that the Christ is within. It's within the man. When the man awakens, he becomes the Christ.
I don't think there's any prohibition on PPE, personal protective equipment of any kind for safety purposes is generally allowed. Now, if you're taking, tear gas, that would be different.
No, because that's mysticism. Again, that's like David Icke material, ascended masters and things like that, deja vu. Nah, I'm not interested in that, buddy. I believe that is from the adversary. But what I said made perfect sense, buddy.
Yo.
Sounds like that was probably stripped from the movie Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood. I feel like if it wasn't verbatim, it was close.
I will not bring any tear gas with me, and nothing compressed that could explode in the low pressure atmosphere in the suitcase area of the plane.
I'm fucking daft to hear. I know him. He's not a Christian. He's not. He's definitely not. He's definitely not a fucking Christian. That's fucking no enemy cunt. He's not. Absolutely fucking not.
I love that movie. Love Clint Eastwood. Yo, he said, he dropped the button.
Well, thank you. That fills me with assurance. Yeah, that's one thing you wouldn't want, though. As fun as that place is for tourists, and believe me, they do want your tourist dollars. The one thing you don't want is to be arrested there.
All right, settle down now. Men are talking. Raise your hand next time. All right. What else? What was I gonna say? Yeah. Well, Jersey, I still think you should do the trucking job. You're gonna make shit heaps more money. It provides you a form of housing, right? Or you can live in the truck if absolutely you have to, which means you don't have to pay bills or you don't have to pay rent in particular. That's a fucking huge thing. And it gives you tons of time on the road to think about ideas and start shit up. And then you can save a bunch of money. So when you have those ideas, you got an energy source to fuel the operation with.
Thanks, lady. Love you.
You can believe what you want, know your enemy. And I'm not trying to rip that from you. I just don't like people presenting lies, right? But I'm brave, dude. I'm a brave soul. I'll find out my own way. And I'm not going to be living in fear and trembling of a fucking God that created evil and demands worship. Fuck that. I deny that God.
And if you're not pressed for space in your luggage and you're genuinely believing that your gas mask presence might possibly raise an eyebrow, you can use the old magician's misdirect trick and symmetrically placed, visually adjacent or involved or within the gas mask, put like a personal pleasure product of some kind, something really loud and obvious and obnoxious.
You're not brave. You're not brave at all. You're just as cowardly as the rest. The real brave ones pick up their cross and walk with Christ daily. Admit the truth and stand by it when it makes friends hate them. You're not brave. You're sticking your fingers in your ears, closing your eyes, and stomping your feet up and down and yelling, "I want Shiva, not this mean God. I don't like his ways." Wah, wah.
Yeah, fucking, I am a dude.
Like you said yesterday. Was it yesterday? When I asked you what you'd do if the Bible was right, and you stood before him on judgment, would you say, "Oh, if he's not a God of love, and doesn't forget me or forgive me"?
I will have a silicone dildo with some pink lacy panties in a Ziploc bag. And if I notice him looking at any of my PPE, I'll just try to draw his attention to that and distract him, because that's perfectly legal to bring across.
Right, and you know, if you were to have to take out a business loan for any type of jump start, whether it was an app or a food truck or a fucking lawn care company, literally anything, good luck getting a loan for any amount of money without having a really good goddamn job behind you and a few years on that job.
Dude, fine, tickle my, what'd you say, tickle my boobs with my feet or something? You make no sense, you're not brave. You're not brave at all. You're weak and you grab onto the tickling ear gospel of the world.
Hi.
I mean, I would assume. I've never researched it.
Exactly.
Hearing what you want to hear, being your own God. No standards, no accountability. Do what thou wilt, like Know Your Enemy said. That's your God. And Google. Google is your God. AI is your God.
How's it going, Dale? Hi, Kenny.
What's up, Peaches? Nothing. I'm getting ready to leave for soccer in a minute. Hey, why don't you go take your shower, dirty butt? Fucking gross. Yeah, see, even the cat said, go.
I don't even use Google. I haven't used Google for about 15 years, dummy. But I'm a whole lot braver than you are, because I don't need a crutch to get through life like you do, because you're a weak man. You can't even live a normal life without a crutch, dude. You can't even fucking quit nicotine. You can't do fuck.
Every day from noon to 1 p.m. in my time zone, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation broadcasts Canada's premier science popularization radio show. So I'm going to listen to that. I always learn something new. He interviews scientists and researchers and PhD people on the research they're working on.
What's up, Peacherless? Like Legolas from that one movie. Hot down with what else? I forget. Anyways, I'll be back here in a sec.
What are you talking about? I wish I could not believe. I wish I didn't know. It is the hardest thing. Denying yourself, learn it. Learn it, taste it. Choke on it in the cold mornings at 5 o'clock in the morning.
You know, I need to take a shower, wash my smelly ass. I've been working. We are Friendsgiving, you know, friends and neighbors, whatever bullshit, Thanksgiving meal this afternoon. So I've been up really early smoking a turkey. I got on the smoker right now. And sweating my balls off because it's still hot in Florida. It's 82 right now. Fuck me.
No, trust me. Leaning on Christ? That's a fake statement. No, you pick up your cross and walk daily. It is the hardest thing I've ever experienced on earth. And that's why you can't do it.
Ugh. My kid wants to move to Florida so bad. Florida or Texas? I don't mind Texas because less pedos, more guns.
Oh, how about that? My tablet fell on my foot. Sorry about that. Anyway, hey DJ, did you hear my latest tune that I put in the room for you?
Wow, you're not going to be impressed, but your other top admin, you know, Dalla, she's over in fucking Barbies. She's sick of the bullshit that goes on in here too. Excuse me. She's sick of your bullshit.
I don't know about more times. Florida, in the last, firearm, census still they did, Florida was the second in the nation. And I think the first wasn't even Texas. But probably less pedos. That's probably true.
Everybody has a gun. Even my florist has a gun. You're bullshit.
Soldier, you are weak, man, and you can't live a normal life. You can't keep your fucking dick in your pants when there's a woman flattering you. You can't keep a fucking family together. You found it so hard to quit smoking fucking weed. You can't even quit fucking nicotine. You're weak, dude. With or without a fucking Bible, you're weak.
I'll say I think I have 2 in my car with me right now. I do love that Florida finally legalized open carry. I've never done it. I never will do it. I don't agree with it. But I think it's awesome that we can do it if we want to.
Well, now that I see you're going at homonyms, I realize that we have annihilated your argument, and you have nothing left but to attack my character, which I can't defend because I most certainly am a sinful man, so I will leave you to attacking my character.
Dude, I've been watching those YouTube videos where, you know, like somebody goes crazy and starts shooting people, and the people with open carry are the saviors of the day. Just saying.
And they also are the ones that get shot before anything happens because you take the guy with the gun out of the battle. That way, you know, you don't get stopped sooner than you would if a cop were to do it.
Right. Hey. Yo, how you doing, man? Can we open the images? I want to show my test results.
I mean, not always, but yeah, there's definitely a possibility. Put your jacket on.
No. No. I hear Dolla's having a good time over in Barbie still. See, I think the reason for that is, what did I come for? Vinegar and water. Vinegar.
We're at a balmy 48 degrees here in Chicago. It's not bad.
So, hey, the news must be lying to us. My brother, he travels all over for work, and he's been in Chicago twice in the last 2 weeks. And this time, he flew his wife and little girl up there, and they're there right now. Their first time there, his wife and daughter. And I'm like, hey, do you see any, like, Border Patrol around? You see Greg Bovino, like, you know, ask for a picture with him, you know? And he's like, I haven't seen a single Border Patrol agent. I've not seen any ICE guys. I've not seen any demonstrations. I haven't seen protesters.
Yeah, Suda holds a mirror in front of Soldier's face, so as usual, it's time for him to leave. Goodbye.
Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here if we want to discuss your faulty information, your instability in being able to reason, and your hypocrisies. That's fine. But in retaining to the information at hand, I'm not going anywhere.
No, I haven't seen shit either, and I'm like 30 minutes outside downtown. I don't know why Border Patrol would be here, but there's definitely National Guard, but I still haven't seen them.
And I was going to say to my top admin, I like your picture, top admin. That's because I think she's realizing Soldier doesn't let it be a whorehouse.
What's all over the news, you know? Like, oh, Greg Bovino, Border Commander El Centro Sector, blah, 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 Operation Midway Blitz. So he did say last night that he saw one of the stage areas downtown, which he recognized from, like, the TikTok videos of the protest. So he recognized, like, one area, but he didn't see any actual agents.
It did get personal there, you know, for a little moment there. I don't know what that was all about. But I'm weak, and I need Jesus to lean on. If it wasn't for Jesus, then I would just be as bad as everybody else. And that's not to say that I'm...
Here this man is for the rolls.
Holy Father, thank you for your love that endures forever. With your Spirit, we give thanks every day for this day. We gather to celebrate your goodness, your gifts, your provision. We pause and praise to you that every good and perfect gift comes from you, that we have so much for which we are thankful above all. Thank you for your gift of salvation through your Son, Jesus Christ, from whom we receive forgiveness of our sins and life everlasting. In Jesus' holy name, amen. Today is my Thanksgiving day. We're having it early because on Thanksgiving, my grandson is going to be with his wife's family And so we're all gathering here today where I live, my grandsons and granddaughters, and I didn't mean to say grandsons, and my great-grandkids, and several friends. So, today is a thankful day for me, as every day is.
So Kimmy's a soccer mom? Ooh, yeah. I've been a soccer mom for 20 years. I lied. It's 45 degrees. Did I say 48? It's 45. Yeah, 45.
It is true kind of what Pseudo said, though. You are quite addicted to weed and the gum, and shouldn't the Lord help you through that addiction?
Yeah, soccer mom's where it's at. Juice boxes and fucking snacks and, orange slices and whatnot.
Amen, he is. And kind of like what Know Your Enemy said, you guys should have seen me before. I'm not kidding. You guys should have seen me before. You would act differently with Soldier.
But hey, trip out. I'm thinking that when you see that fucking thing running at you, that's got to be an adrenaline rush, man. You better be on point and hit that motherfucker on target. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. It sounds a little scary though, too, man.
Woohoo!
So, with Christ in my life, many good changes. Many things I never thought would change. Changed. Never thought I'd be scrubbing a toilet, talking on Zello. He's brought me places, I tell ya. He's brought me places.
I like your picture, Kimmy. That's a good picture of you. All the pictures I take are good pictures. All the pictures other people take, not so much. I'm gonna take a picture right now, but my hair's still wet, so I look like a wet dog. Look like a wet dog! Hold on, let me grab my keys.
Judge them by their fruits, your Bible says, right? You've got a hell of a long way to go until you get a fucking life halfway as structured as mine is. Think about that.
Look at the turkey. Ooh, he's smoking the turkey. So are you just doing the turkey and everybody else is bringing other stuff?
Okay, Asami, who's that hot guy on your profile? Damn. Soldier, is that you, bro? Wow, okay, I'm becoming a question. Where do I sign up?
Soldier, just open the camera. I cooked my breakfast. Just open the fucking camera. I want to show Kevin all my pork products.
Yeah, I'm smoking the turkey at Spatchcock, so I cut the spine out, broke the ribs, broke the chest plate, laid it flat, sew all the skins up so it gets crispy. I'm smoking that now. I'm doing a sweet potato casserole. I'm doing the green beans, and I'm also doing I'm making sweet potato cornbread muffins, which is like one of my staples. People, a few people. It's not like I fucking own a shelter. But the dozen people that was there last year for a meal was fucking feasting on them. And requested I do that again, so we're doing that again.
No, listen, seriously, don't fuck up the channel, man. I wanna use the camera, but not fuck up the channel.
Roque Sanchez. How you doing, brother? What? Take my picture down, please. Top admin. And tell Kevin, no, that's not me.
Oh, so you're gonna do like 3 or 4 things. Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, oh, the crux are us. I saw all the fucking old accounts of me. So all these memories, crux are us, and
Everything is there. The whole history, everything is there. And yes, I'm doing good. Good morning. I'm going to work. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I host everything. I host Thanksgiving for my friends. I host our Christmas gathering. I do the turkey, and Christmas I do the ham. You know, I allow other people to bring drinks and rolls and desserts. And you know, one of my neighbors is doing deviled eggs and mashed potatoes. Someone else is doing macaroni. Someone's doing some sort of jalapeno corn type bullshit. I don't know what that is. We'll see. Yeah, I don't even like turkey. If I have an opportunity to smoke a piece of meat, I usually volunteer.
I would love to hear these hours and hours and hours of audio. Listen, soldier, like, you gotta fucking trust us. I just want to show you my breakfast. Like, fuck, he just wants to show you his herpes result.
I'm sorry you did this to us. You did it to us. It's your fault. Accept your punishment. We all have to accept it. You of all people should accept it too.
Have you ever tried deep fried turkey?
Hey, Tinks. Yeah, a few times, and that's really good. I'll admit. I think smoking's my favorite, and deep fried's definitely up there with it. But like a pan roasted turkey, you know, like just fucking bland with like stuffing in it. It's all gross with raw chicken juice and shit. No, it's fucking horrible. Oh, I'm making stuffing. I forgot to mention that. I'm also making a cranberry stuffing.
Wait, man, that's not you? No, it's you. I switched accounts so I can see profiles. It's you, man. You got the same picture on.
This is coming from a guy who says, so what, if my channel gets shut down, I'll just create another one.
So do you cook all these things, or do you have somebody that helps you?
What's wrong with that? It always gets shut down because of people like you. Remember last time you lost the argument? You deleted the whole channel, blocked everybody out, freaked out, used your little weapon thing, and hacked the channel.
Oh, you must not used to be used to men that can cook. What was I gonna say? I like the stuffing not in the bird, not soggy. I don't like soggy.
Yes, everybody, quick channel announcement. Everyone, welcome in Lonnie. Asian Lonnie has found his way to the channel. He's not been around in a very long time. I think some of you guys might remember. Big buff Asian Lonnie. He is now in the channel. His charges to be in Zello County Jail are CP that was found on his computer. So he will be doing a life sentence.
That's your emotional and unstable part, remember? The fruit. I was telling you about the fruit. When what you're doing in life is kind of like a tree, and the fruit that comes off of it is a direct result of your life, and that was your fruit. So, yeah, of course I gotta make a new channel here and there. And new accounts, because individuals like yourself, Pseudo, get in their feelings when they lose, and attack and block and flag and email and whine. That's why the channel is called Snitches Got Stitches. Because that's what should happen to snitches like you.
What? Why are you keying up when you're almost naked? Can you not?
Look, man, I don't want to have to go to Barbie. I will never go there. So, just open up the images, bro. That's why we're here. Barbie's a piece of shit channel, man. That's why we're congregating here. It's holy sanctimony. You know? You look like a hot fucking hardened criminal, my nigga.
'Cause I'm pooping. And no.
Yo, you made it to the toilet. I'm happy. I'm a happy camper.
Stop lying, Langer. Your channel didn't get shut down because I blocked users. You're still crying over it, so it was job well done, wasn't it? Keep crying, Langer.
Well, hi, welcome to the channel. I don't even know what did I do time for. I don't even know if anything was announced that I was doing time in here and what I did.
Thank you. You just said you're a liar, but haha, you're still crying about it because I did it. So you're literally calling me a liar while admitting what I said was true. You are a weird one. Weird one, Pseudo. Weird one. What are you going to do today when you lose your temper?
Wait, we're doing time in here? I don't want to know what I'm doing time for then.
Same charge for all the women that are in here. They were charged with being a whore.
No, stupid. I called you a langer. L-A-N-G-E-R. Now go look it up.
Yeah, it's funny. Hey, why do you let a predator in here? That's wild. And yeah, no, I do all the cooking. This year I am going to let my girlfriend help with a couple things. Like I'll let her like plug in the mixer and, you know, wash the dishes, but I'm not letting her fuck with the food at all because she don't cook.
A Langer? Langerhorn cells?
Could you just tell me what it means? And dang it, I forgot that was going to be my new name. Daft Lad. I love it when you call me that. Listen, Daft Lad. I like that better than when you call me the C word. I don't like that one. Feels yucky.
Well, I just want to clarify, since Logan's last statement, that was a joke, obviously. Lonnie is not a PDF file.
Wait, I think you mean cunt? Yeah, I think you mean Langer hands. Hold on.
Here are some results from a search.
Ah, fuck. Anyways.
Oh, I don't know who it is. And you said that, so I'm like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, no, I knew it was a joke because I knew Gail wouldn't allow that, but, whore, huh?
If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike. If you're happy and you know it. $30 a day.
We're all whores. You dang whores. Well, I didn't really think he was a pedophile, but it's okay. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if you got any more charges while you're staying here, but I'm glad you're going to be here for a long time.
Hey, Rudy, how you doing, buddy? Good to hear you. Hope you're well. Welcome to Soldier versus Fellow 3, channel where we discuss the things in life that matter. Good to have you on board.
Exactly. And Logan, you should remember, Lonnie, you were around when he was around.
And the things that don't matter. Oh god, it's Strogi. Fuck, Taryn, quick, send me some nudes.
See, Lonnie, Logan doesn't remember you. He almost remembered you, but then his memory receded.
Send me some fucking nudes, bitch. And so no pictures, bro? And why did you mention Dalla, man? He's fucking worthless garbage, bro.
No, I think it's because he's concentrating on cooking food. No, my boyfriend knows how to cook food. Actually, probably better than me, but, no, not all guys cook food, though. I mean, Dale, do you cook?
I didn't. Awesome Me did. Just saying she's in Friendship City or something. Or Barbie's channel. The whorehouse. Running out the whorehouse. Out the whorehouse. Running out the whorehouse. Out the whorehouse.
Oh, he's an amazing cook.
My bad, Tinks. I love men that can cook. Like, they don't have to do all the cooking, but if they know something or they know how, definitely an attractive point for that.
Jezebel. No, are you okay, man? You're the one who mentioned it. You told me, like, oh, she's Dallas in Barbie's channel, whatever. I'm never going there. Fuck this fucking liberal bitch.
Well, thank you. I don't know if I would go that far. You know what I mean? Like I was mostly just like peanut butter and jellies and top ramens and eating out for the vast majority of my life. Only recently in the last couple years have I started to kind of like experiment with recipes and stuff like that. A lot of it was due to hunting, you know, so started having a freezer full of different cuts of meat and stuff like that. Wanted to honor the animals by knowing how to cook them well.
That's right. All she talks about is my picture.
So that's you, right? I think I caught a glimpse of you before, like one of your pictures, but I don't remember exactly what you look like.
Yeah, that's my I'm proud of shaving my beard one. My kids said I looked like a weirdo with no beard, though. I don't know.
No, you look cool, man. You look sharp. You look like a hardened criminal, bro.
Well, the fact that your girl says that you can cook says a lot. What was I gonna say? I like that Mississippi Pyros. You guys tried that? I tried that. That was good. It's good. It's good.
But I'm a repentant, converted Christian, ex-criminal. Oh my gosh, what happened?
Okay, this is bullshit, man. I need the images on. Fuck. Us and me, man. Let me send you that shit.
Let me re-listen to that one.
It's got like, I don't know, it's got like a couple different, but the pepperoni peppers in it is what I liked a lot. It's fucking, I love Paros. I could eat Paros forever.
Why don't you give her trouble, Kevin? Instead of complaining about the images, why don't you say, dang it, Austin me, why did you and Wacko do that weird crap so that we can't have pictures in Soldier's channel? Like, you guys never go to the source.
I'd probably eat slow roasted crock pot even if I had to. Gross.
I don't know if you're willing to take a chance again. I mean, I wouldn't. But if you do, she'll be blocked on sight if she fucks around. I don't know. You want to give her a chance?
Oh gosh, Kenny. Well, your friend came in, but he didn't say anything. Should we be worried, or do you think he's just a tad bit shy?
No, I even did give her that chance. Like, I made truce. And then she even broke the truce. And that's the no-go, right? When someone, like, you know, cards on the table, okay, you can trust me, Bill, we're good. And then they do it again.
Lonnie never talked a whole lot. He did send something in the text box there saying hello. You know, he's Asian. They're quiet. You know, they're quiet. They have two modes, quiet and then like killing everybody with a katana. Anywho, I will return shortly. About to jump in the shower.
That's that. Remember that saying? Once, shame on, or fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you, sort of thing, you know what I mean?
Swear to God, I don't know who that is. I'll have to think on it, figure it out. And yeah, I'm sorry, I do something real quick. Busy, obviously, but I do cook a lot. Mediocre shit, you know, nothing is like Instagram worthy.
You just can't get fooled again, yeah. Well, I developed a new one. Fool me once, shame on me. It's all shame on me, even once. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. Fuck.
Well, that looks good. So, as long as it looks good and tastes good, that's what matters.
That's like play around. The video tacos, you know, with the waffle cheese and the slow cooked beef and everything, you know, that's one of them. But I've been fucking around with the sheep hen dinners lately. Like, I really like the pork and sweet potato ones. A few Brussels sprouts on there last week. We redid the wonton chicken tacos from Applebee's. That's one of them I did. It was kind of fun. The Thai lettuce wraps, those are really good with roasted peanuts. They were fire. I like fucking around with sauces and stuff too. Like, I don't like buying sweet and sour sauce and German soy sauce and barbecue. You know what I mean? I prefer to just keep the shit on hand and make it as I need it.
How ironic. He quotes things The shameless liar quotes things about shame.
Come on. Don't you know? Hypocrisy is part of the fucking program. You know, that's why I don't respect anybody. Especially those Christian, Jewish, fucking Muslims. They're all the same, man.
Well, stop looking at people to be examples of a God that you want to know. People suck, man. Dirty, half of them don't even wipe their own asses properly. Don't look to them. Look to the books. And I won't even force you and say go to the Bible. Look in the books yourself. Don't look to people. People are going to disappoint you every time, man. No, look to the God. Look to the God, not the people.
Sauces. I love sauce. Sauce is good, especially when you have something to dip it in.
Well, that begs the question, why did God create us disgusting? We shit, we piss, we like mucus comes out of our noses. Why are we disgusting creatures, right? If your God created us perfectly in the image of Him, hypothetically speaking, then why the fuck are we disgusting?
Man, all this talking about food just made me hungry.
Yeah. You added an extra syllable in there, my love. Hungary.
Well, that's not disgusting. That's what scientists would call a amazingly constructed machine. That mucus, all those things, that's your body's defenses. It's an amazing creation. Even scientists don't dispute the verse where it says we are fearfully and wonderfully.
I'm actually quite hungry myself. I had Honey Nut Cheerios earlier, though. Oh no, it's like a straight Mexican soccer stadium thing that we go to, so they sell like carne asada tacos, so me and Trevor will probably just grab some tacos.
Let me cut you off. False analogy fallacy, once again. You guys never cease to amaze me. Just like the Muslims, man. When you argue with them, it's all circular reasoning and fucking false analogies. Oh, because you see, because they said this, it was mentioned in the Bible. Okay.
But of course, I forgot my fucking vape in my cart, so guess who's going back to the house? Good thing I'm only like 5 minutes away.
It doesn't even make sense. What's your argument? I don't even know. I don't know what's the rebuttal here. I'm not sure what you're arguing.
I'll put it in a different way. Why does a kind, loving God create a kingdom full of species, all manner of species, that have to feast on the life force of another species? That is not good.
I can't eat sober, guys. Sorry.
At the light, use the left lane to make a U-turn.
That is awesome. Hey, did we like those steaks last night? Hey, did we like those steaks last night? Yeah, they were good. Dude, man, trust me, it's a good thing that we get to feast on those beasts.
You have to make a U-turn.
That's Trevor with his brand new iPhone. Well, brand new to him, it's a 16, but dude, I'm rocking a 13 and he's got a 16. That's wild.
Take a slight right turn to Merck.
That's another good input by Pseudo. Exactly, alright? Couldn't have said it better myself. But no, I'm asking, I'm not arguing, it's an observation. Why do we shit? Why disgusting material comes out of our fucking orifices? Right? If we were godly creatures.
Oh, bro. So, extra bit of info here. I can't smoke where I live. I live in an apartment. I have a garage, and I can grill and shit, but I can't pull the smoker. I got yelled at for doing it once. So I go to my brother's house while they're out of town, which they are the weekend before Thanksgiving every year, and I use his. So now I'm bouncing between my fucking townhouse and his house back and forth while this fucking shit's cooking, so I don't burn his house down.
Because we're eating, it's transferred into energy, and then the waste is dispelled through the
If it stays so fucking quiet, I'll just play some music, fuck it.
the exit only hole. Emphasis on exit only, Kevin. But
Everything does that, bro. Even black hole shit when they get too much stuff. The heart shit through volcanoes when it gets too much stuff and it pisses through cloud. Every freaking living thing in the universe does that, sadly. We consume and we reject.
Dude, the rules are wild as fuck. I live in a condo. I used to live in a house, but like 6 months ago I moved to a condo. We're not allowed to have fires. We're not allowed to have grills. We're not allowed to have smokers. We're not even allowed to think about it. We'll get fined for thinking about it.
Circular reasoning. That didn't provide any answer. That's just circular reasoning. You go around in a circle. Like I say point A, and then you answer with point B, then we go back to point A, and it's like a vicious cycle, man. I didn't ask you to explain to me how the body works.
Well, I have a griddle. So I have a smoker, a griddle. I have two griddles, actually. Dude, I have all kinds of shit. I had a big green egg grill in my garage at one point. I sold it a few months ago. Should have kept it, actually, now I think about it. But I use, like, the griddle in the garage, man. I close the garage and I'll turn that motherfucker on and I'll throw my burgers down or hibachi, fried rice, whatever. Smoker's a different story.
You are asking why it happens. Why did God make a gross thing like that happen? It's a creation. It's a machine. It has functions, like my good friend Crocus just said, are displayed everywhere in creation.
Yeah, we used to do the same thing in our townhouse, or it was a duplex, but yeah, same thing. Just crack the garage, a couple feet and do it in there, but
These things are necessary for life. Right? We're not spiritual yet. We're life.
it was like fucking Nazi Germany over here. And anything that grows is a Jew.
Yeah, how do you know that, man? There's no evidence, no proof. Couldn't he just create us in a better fucking, better form? Like angels, the biblical angels, they don't shit, they don't piss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sucks. I had a house. I leased a home for a couple of years and fenced-in backyard and all. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and they didn't get to have sex. They didn't get to eat a yummy meal. They didn't get to have, what does Dal always say, Ben and Jerry's ice cream? They didn't get none of that stuff neither. We're different. We're peculiar. We're the creation.
That is what it is. I can't change it. I don't know, man. I hate living here. I'll probably live here for a year. I've never lived one place for a year, but I hate this place with a passion. With a passion. Passion of the Christ. Passion.
You understand that, right? We're the creation. Creation. We're a functioning, living entity. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind where I'm at. I'm in a nice, the townhome's nice and everything, and it's a great area, and it's expensive, but, I don't know anywhere that's not. But I do definitely want a house. When this lease ends, so I have, I think 10 months, 11 months left. I got to get another house because this sucks.
With free will, okay, I understand, understandable. But the angels, I feel bad for them, man. They were created, the sole creation of them is just to praise God. Praise Allah 24/7. Doesn't he get sick of that shit, man? Narcissism, bro.
Avoid using the word entity with Kevin because he only remembers the titty part. So,
Like my dog needs a backyard to run in. He needs a backyard. He needs the space without having to walk to the damn dog park twice a day, 3 times a day. He needs space. I want to get him another dog too. I want to get him a sibling.
10-4. No. If you let's look at Michael, right? Archangel Michael. What is he? He is the angel of what? He's judgment. He's the smasher.
Yeah, I had dogs till I moved here. I hate this cunts.
When the fallen angels needed their heads kicked in and all that stuff, Michael came down. right? So he's a wrecker. He's part of the wrecking crew. Then you have like the seraphims and the ones that sing, and then you have the elders, and you have so many different things, so many different beings, created beings.
I miss my baby, but I did talk to her new daddy. He's my old neighbor. He's a good friend of mine, and he's like, she's the best dog. He's like, I love you for letting me have her. Oh, you're welcome, motherfucker. I didn't want to give her up, but I also wanted to give her to somebody that would love her and take care of her like I would. The fuck?
I love her. Let's see where we at. Oh, here we are. All right, we're back. I had some cleaning up to do.
Right? And all of them seemed well pleased, except for one stupid angel named Lucifer was all like, maybe, why did you make these little guys that poop and stuff? What do you mean I'm supposed to serve them? And then we had the problem. That's when we had the problem, and that's what we're all in right now, is that problem that Mr. Lucy there made for us a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, that's rough. Yeah. No, I'd be homeless with my dog before I got rid of him. I love him more than freaking anything. I would die without him. Yeah, he's a good boy for sure. Yeah, that's rough. And two, like, I don't know. Like, I travel. I mean, twice a year I leave the country for a week or two at a time, like vacation. And both times I left, I thought he was going to die. Like, I didn't think he was going to make it when I was gone. Because, like, he wasn't eating for the first 2 days, take shit.
Hey, Deej, you still monitoring there, bud?
It's all nonsense, Kevin, but you're asking the right questions, man.
Yeah, I went out of town, out of state, for a week when she was 6 months old, and my neighbor watched her for me. He didn't want payment or anything. I'll pay you, blah, blah. He's like, buy me a bottle of Jack. I'm cool. But, he's like, if you ever can't have her, he's like, I'll take her. He's like, who trained her? I'm like, me. He's like, she's fucking amazing. I'm like, I know. I know.
Can you prove it's all nonsense for us, please, Pseudo? And let me guess, you'll need a moment or two to go to Google, right?
No, because there's no evidence of a kind, loving God. And if you're claiming that the God of this place is a kind, loving God, well, then he lacks intelligence. Because I could have fucking constructed a better system than this one.
Her name's Boca Loca, which is crazy mouth in Spanish. What? You have? But either way, I have her like certified as a emotional support animal through my psychiatrist and shit like that. And even though, like, legally by law, I could have kept her here, like, they were threatening to fucking evict me right after I moved in because of her and da-da-da-da. So I was like, and I can't.
Well, I'm about to do a little bit of what they call day drinking.
Example. If I was God, I would create a food creating machine. I wouldn't dictate that my beings that I just created kill and feast off the energy of each other. That is sickness.
Blue Fire, OMG, it's LG. I've heard from you forever.
Right. Gathered my stuff up. Gonna go in here and wash some clothes. Gonna wash some clothes up. Yeah. Way down by the river. Gonna wash some clothes up. What's crack-a-lagging?
What is up, my guy?
The Earth is a food creating machine, dude. A really organic, beautiful, healthy life. Then you guys, you want some Soylent Green fed down to you by your god, Bill Gates. No, the whole creation is a food-making machine. That was so cute how you said that.
I went to a bunch of lawyers. They're like, sure, we'll take your case because it's a solid case, but we want $3,000 retainer. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, for fucking what, dude? Like, I don't know, dude. It's okay. She's right down the street. I can see her whenever I want. I just don't go see her because if I go see her, I'm going to pick her back up and keep her. So, because Kurt's like, you can have her back if you really, if you want her. I'm not going to do that to you and your kids. Let you bond with her and then take her back. The fuck kind of person would I be? So.
Where have you been? Or maybe we just didn't cross paths. Blue fire?
Don't be silly. Soylent Green is like the product of another being. What I'm saying is, if that God had any caring for its creations and any true intelligence, it wouldn't create a system that it enslaved and killed other life forms so that...
Developing a system of metaphysics. What you doing?
No, I've been living life, LG. How's the lost girl doing? Whoop whoop!
She's my baby. I waited 12 years for her. And I'm never going to get another dog like her again. I promise you that.
Oh, good lord. He's creating a monster. He's the next Dr. Frankenstein.
Alright. I finally tried the dating thing. And he had to be reassured that I wasn't with someone all the time, but didn't want to let me go. So that kind of frustrated me. I blocked him, and of course he's blowing me up. But sometimes you just gotta let people go, because it doesn't matter how good you are to them. They're just not gonna fucking believe you. That shit exhausting, man. I literally feel exhausted.
I heard your pause. You were second guessing how dumb what you're saying is after what I said. Right? If I was God, I would have made a food making machine. Yeah, that's the creation. It makes food.
Well, no. I'm just developing something for like a thought experiment. I mean, I'm not discovering anything. Everything is already known. I'm not inventing anything. Such structures exist already. I'm just developing one for my own purposes.
Okay, so what does nonsense means? Nonsense. It's short for nonce. Not a normal courtyard exercise. Nonce. He's a nonce.
How long were you two together?
Yeah, buddy.
We do each other for about 3 months, and then we started like dating because I wanted to get to know him, and then it was really good at first, cuddling, watching movies, having fun.
You're just skipping by the logic of what I'm saying, soldier. And you're condoning the idea that creatures must kill other creatures to live. That's not the product of goodness.
All right, I got you that time. Thanks for coming back.
And then all of a sudden, he stopped calling. He usually calls me every night, every morning. He stopped calling me. And he's like, sorry, I can't see you. I'm going to be busy all week and the weekend. But don't be fucking nobody else. So it was just weird. Like,
You have no idea what you're talking about. And you said that if you were God, you'd make a big food making machine. Like with a big Acme stamp on it. Right? Right on. Cool. Go for it. But I'm telling you, there's already a beautiful organic food making machine.
Broke his heart, shattered it, really. When he found out they were like telling each other they love you, I love you and stuff.
like every time I went out, he did, where are you going? Who's that? Or give me your location. Like, I never said anything like that to him. So either he was cheating, or he just was falling in love and didn't want to trust me. I think that's what it is. Or the other one I just said.
It's absolutely awful.
That resonates right down to every part of the food chain, designed perfectly. Life feeds on life and brings life. It's beautiful. It's the most organic, continuous process we could ever study.
Oh, dude, it's legendary. It's fucking legendary. Like, in terms of, like, trolling, that takes the cake, man. There's nothing better than that. That's like Zelda God status.
Yeah. Huh. Well, I'm glad that you tried the whole relationship thing. I mean, it's good for some, maybe others not so much,
It is utterly mind-blowing, like Einstein said. And to see that creation and be like you and deny the hand of the creator in it is nothing short of foolishness. Absolutely. Right from the animal that eats the plant, to the animal that eats the animal, to the animals that eat the dead animal. It's a perfect, regenerative, organic, awesome food-making, life-bearing machine. A big womb of awesomeness.
And I don't got no bail bond money, son.
There was a big age gap. For the record, yes, he is over 18. But there was a big ass age gap. So I think that's what it was. We're not seeing eye to eye, and I can't keep reassuring somebody like I'm okay reassuring somebody once a day, but he wanted to be reassured like every 10 minutes, and it was driving me nuts, and we weren't happy. He was definitely the problem because I wasn't cheating, I wasn't doing nothing.
The fact that 10 years, like, I love you, Lenandra, whatever her name was. I love you.
Yeah, and, it should be said that if anybody deserves to be trolled like that, it's definitely Timmy. I would say there's many people on this app deserving of such treatment, but yeah, I would have never even thought to do something like that, and then to pull it off, and to keep it going for so long, like 6 months deep undercover, it's amazing. Amazing.
So you're saying he looks on Google, right? But what have you done, soldier? You've read a book that was written by a man. And if we're all God's creatures, then why do we kill and hunt animals? Why do we kill them? They're God's creatures.
How big of an age gap? I'm curious. How old are you anyways, LG?
Well, you can't eat them if they're alive. God says not to. You gotta kill them first. And, well, no, that's a simple solution, right? We have to understand the narrative that we're prefixed to telephone. Tough guy.
I'm not gonna say the age gap out here, but I am 38 years old. Well, no, I'll be 38 in December, so I'm 37, but technically 38.
Good to hear you, by the way. But we're going off the prefix that the information is all corrupt. Like Pseudo already admitted, everything you get from your Googler is 100% propaganda fed to you by Bill Gates and the Satan worshippers themselves.
Nice. For some reason, I thought you were a lot older than that. I don't know why, though.
For all you know, Mark Zuckerberg's sitting behind typing the answers right to you. Okay? That's his information. Mine has many more witnesses saying it's accurate, true, and stood the test of time. It's tried to be erased and eliminated. Empires, Nazis, everybody tried to get rid of it.
Sometimes I kind of feel bad for that guy, but then I remember how I keep hearing that he dated an underage girl.
Have you not seen me? It's freaking hot. And I also lost like hella weight. I lost like 80 pounds.
That's what's up. Good for you, girl. Oh yeah, he's an actual piece of shit. Yeah. I mean, if you're Timmy, you're going to take anything you can get, He also dated Lonnie for 6 months. Yeah, I mean, not a justification at all, but,
Still here preaches the truth of life, love, and liberty. And there's more people saying it's true than Google, that's for sure. And I'd trust it a lot more than I'd trust Bill Gates sitting on the other end of that screen typing your answers to you.
And of course, he's been blowing me up, calling me on private and stuff. So I turned this phone off and I bought another phone because I can't, because we've done this before where I back off, I can't do this no more, and then we're fine, and then he does that shit again. Like, if you're not ready to be with someone, you constantly think they're cheating and they're not, you're self-sabotaging yourself.
And that also brings up, too, the philosophical idea referred to as God of the Gap. You can give that a look up if you like. That falls along that line, too.
Yeah, but the food making machine will actually make prepackaged beef made from non-living beef. So that's a whole different. No, but you speak about that. I had like 2 morning glory seeds maybe 3 years ago. I put them in a pot. Oh my God! Wait.
Yeah, me and my girl, we've been together for a while. Usually, we'll just go down to the bar and pick up another chick whenever we feel like it.
And now you should see what the morning glory seeds were by the end of the summer. They spread like Kevin's HIV. They were spreading with golden beetles flying all around the plants.
And at the end of this summer, I've like trashed it all, but collected the seeds. I've got.
Can anybody guess what that is on the floor of the shower? This truck stop shower, don't you?
That's crazy. And you'll have trust, right? Because, like, constantly, like, I felt like I had a fucking parole officer. And usually it's females that do this.
Your mom's pussy.
Whoa! Speaking of people that have not been around very much. Hello, good sir. How are you, Metro? I'll give you guys a hint. It's pubes. I don't know who cut their pubes in the shower, but whoever cleans didn't feel like cleaning that up today, I guess. Anyway, I will be back shortly. Got to walk to the trip.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We've been together for a year and a half.
I'm sorry, dude. So you don't like Google because it's man-made, right? So is your holy book. I mean, if anything, Google is the most modern holy book out there because there's nothing you cannot find an answer for. Prove me wrong, I'll wait.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, LG, you can still find a good man. There's plenty out there, girl. You know, maybe not him, but someone else. I wouldn't give up on the dating scene yet.
Yeah, man. Think about it for a second. Haven't it ever occurred to you that if it's a book from God, take any of these fucking useless books, right? Why are they in the book form? Why are they a book to begin with? Why are they written? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. My ears were tingling or some shit. I heard you talking about your genital region. Here I am.
Alright, Darth Vader.
Yeah, well, the main reason why I got a new phone is because I was getting text messages from a text-free number. Oh, you're just going away so you could see that dude you probably been seeing. Like, he's still at it. I'm like, oh my god. So it doesn't matter how many times he calls or texts me, I have to let him go because it seems like it's going to be a toxic relationship. And he just started doing this probably a few weeks ago. So, yeah, I'm definitely not going to let that fucking continue.
Is the bottle over?
And how is it that we can get along just as well in our lives without that book as you can with it? And probably live better lives, more moral lives, lives that where we don't go to prison, soldier. How is that?
Yeah, and then they go in and try to plug the holes in their sinking ship, saying, no, there's an intermediary. Yeah, what is it? Yeah, by the name of Gabriel. You know, he's an angel. You know, and the prophets draw inspiration. Get the fuck out of here, man. Fucking retards.
Hello.
And he never really made any time for me anymore. He said he was busy. And what's crazy, he only lives 16 minutes away from me. So he got time to go to work, time to go to the gym, time to see his friends. He's like, oh, I'm with my homies. But he never even had like 20 minutes just to come by and see me. So I think what it was is I think he was cheating and he was feeling guilty. That's my theory.
Doesn't it just make you sick when people try to fucking claim that they have the higher ground, but when you look at a record of their lives, it leaves a very fucking lot to be desired. But that's the inversion of this world, isn't it?
Hello? Anybody there? Yeah, that would make sense. That would definitely make sense. You know?
To me, I mean, look at the space. We seem to be the only living species on all this universe. Like the whole universe was built for us. We can observe, but we see no traces of life nowhere, and that is scary. That tells us we are alone. And
But you're an awesome chick, LG. You're going to have many guys trying to get in line, so, you know, get that good man.
Come on, Crocus. Space is make-believe. You've never witnessed it. Nobody has actually witnessed it. And if you think that seeing some dodgy videos from NASA or some light spectroscopy, which is the images that you see on a screen, and you think that that's the galaxy, if you think that that represents...
I will, but, I mean, it's not like I have to heal, because I'm really not hurt by it, to be honest. I get over shit real quick. I just need time for myself before I jump in the wagon, because it's not healthy to get with someone right after you just broke up. It usually never works.
Yeah, of course. They even now they I think they are obligated to tell you like the image has been edited for illustration purposes. We understand that it's not that colorful in real life, whatever. But no, jump on a spaceship and then go and see for yourself.
That's true, that's true. You gotta give yourself that time. But when you're ready, get back out there, girl.
Yeah, and date people my age.
I mean, as long as we're over 18, date whoever the hell you please. You know, I'm 36 and my girlfriend is 24, so.
On that one, I'm going to have to agree with Pseudo. And I'm going to add on what he claimed about the dodgy images. I'm going to change dodgy to digital. And I'm going to change digital to manipulated.
That's not that bad, but like you said, over 18, they're adults, but I couldn't date an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 21-year-old. They're, in my opinion, they're you-know-what. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I wanna pick on something Pseudo just said. So how come we can live perfectly normal lives without religion, soldier? Why do you need it? Is it because you're mentally and emotionally weak? I mean, that's a you problem, dude.
Yay! I had to go back and listen. God damn it, Metro. What's up? How are you? Well, that's why we go to the bar to get chicks for threesies. Like, I want to be getting women that I know, if they're in a bar, they're good to go. You know what I'm saying? If they're drinking in a bar, I'm good.
So we're trapped. We would be the only species, the only living creature, and yet you wouldn't believe in a god. And we would be the unique creation on the unique planet, yet that would be randomness.
So yeah, even though that phone he contacts me on is still on, like I still pay for it, I turned it off and put it underneath my bed because I can't be doing this back and forth. And I even put it on silent. I think I did that on purpose because if he calls and it goes straight to voicemail, it's probably going to drive him more nuts. But yeah, I'm going to leave that phone away for like a month. I wonder, hopefully he leaves me alone by then.
Lip, 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 right, lip, 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 right, lip. Hello, hello. We got all the homeless bags out. And I tell you, some people really in need out there. See some pitiful things, pitiful people. I wish we could do more to help them, really do. Some of them, though, is a couple of young people that, you know, all their teeth gone, like in their 20s. You know, they're doing that old meth and drops their teeth out and so forth. Just seeing their eyes, they're just out there. But, yeah, we pray at least one of them, at least one, maybe some more, would, some more would come to know the Lord. They all said they were saved, every single one of them. So they knew the Lord, they'd been saved. They would ask the Lord into their heart. They asked the Lord to save them. And some of them would say, I was baptized. And I said, well, where do you go to church at? Oh, we don't go. I said, well, you know, if you're saved, you need to get with a good Bible-believing church to attend and have a church family, have fellowship. That's what the Bible talks about. And try to get that point across to them, you know. And we invited them to come. We're having a big Thanksgiving meal tomorrow. Told them about the meal and gave them a number to call if they need a ride on the van. You know, it's a good ministry. But, you know, you just feel for some people that wish you could do more far, wish you could see their life turned around. But they'd get off all that mess they're on and get cleaned up, you know, for the Lord. Well, that'd be wonderful. But we do what we can, when we can. And amen to the prayer, Mississippi James. I heard your prayer and all your comments, American National. And Jesse, I heard you in there as well. Hope y'all having a good day. I hope you enjoy your Thanksgiving meal there, Mississippi James, and hope they will allow you to say a blessing over the food and so forth, and be a witness as best you can to your family. Amen.
Well, tough guy, Christianity led to civilization, civilized society that you enjoy right now. And you see what the result of the world turning its back on God. The world has turned its back on Christ, Christianity, and everything.
Hell yeah, I bet you he will. I bet you he will, girl. You deserve better treatment than that. You deserve someone that trusts you.
Soldier? Double standard? Is that you? Is that you, double standard? How you been, man?
Damn, it got quiet in here.
And what's crazy is there are times I would send him proof. And he'd be like, oh, you photoshopped that. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like he wanted a reassurance, but no matter what reassurance I gave him, it just wasn't enough. And then he's like, oh, you gonna leave me, huh? I'm like, what the fuck?
Or another explanation could be entropy and the cycles of Earth. We know that there's been previous resets. Entropy is probably just the end of a civilization where it all starts breaking up and falling apart. Then the next reset will come along.
Well, I stupidly was following Trevor's GPS and he was trying to go to Baja, California. So
Baja California? He's trying to take you into Mexico, huh? Tisk tisk, Trevor.
You don't need that in your life. You don't need that type of drama. That's that. If someone's bringing that type of drama, that's because they're young and they are like just really unsure of themselves. You know what I'm saying? You don't need that.
Who is this guy? This Orakiki Lemi Dizelo 2. Who the fuck is that?
yeah, because we're going to whatever sports arena, and he was taking me to Sports Arena Drive.
Crocus, mon ami. He's the Quebecois guy. My Jewish French Canadian. Ricky Lamy Dizelo. I think it's French. Ricky Lamy Dizelo. I don't know what that means.
He was probably trying to take you back to Mexico. You know what I mean? He's a Trump supporter. He's on board with these mass deportations. He's like, let's start with my mom.
Yeah, he was saying things like, oh, you're too good to be true, you're too good to me, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I'm definitely done with that. I'm drinking wine right now. I don't know what kind of wine it is, but there's a bear on it, so that's good.
Sorry, I was trying to finish there, tough guy. And if you look at society, we'll go back, say, 40s, 50s, when they had Jesus in the schools, Bibles in the homes, God in the societies, right?
First of all, he's the Mexican, not me. He's the Mexican, not me. I'm not Mexican at all.
I'm drinking some beer, doing some of that day drinking, enjoying it. I'm on beer number 2 right now. I've got a mild buzz, 6%. So, yeah.
What did we have? We had a pretty chill place. Now you guys have your world without Christ. You've taken God and Christ out of the schools, out of the parliament buildings, out of everywhere. You've now let Satan and Islam take over everything. And look at the world around you now without God. And you tell me that it's some...
Yes, you are. You're some kind of brown.
I'm down with the brown, but I am not brown. And just because I speak Spanish does not make me Hispanic.
It is called Yosemite Vineyards Road, so Yosemite Road, Pink Moscato. What's crazy? It's light, refreshing, a sweet finish, and is luscious peach. I don't even like peach flavored anything. It's delicious.
I don't understand why you do this. I do not understand why you pretend not to be Mexican.
I'm sorry, are you finished? It's only when the Christians, the Judeo-Christians, only when they left their fucking beliefs behind, that moment, that's when they started to prosper. Not the other way around, my friend.
I was pretending. I don't pretend. Listen, what are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? I'm not doing anything. So I have no family besides my children.
What's the APV on that bottle?
Oh, you mean like amount of alcohol? Hold on, let me take a sip. It doesn't say. Huh. I'm looking. Oh, 10%. 10.0.
I'll tell you who I am, darling. I'm a life taker and baby maker. Yeah. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, darling.
Well, that is having family. You definitely should be doing something, dinner or something. You know. What do you mean by nothing? Like no dinner, or you mean you're just not like going anywhere fancy or anything?
And if what I suggest that the God of the Old Testament is a false God, then people are worshipping false religions, then the obvious byproduct of that would be a decline in society. Why? Worship false gods. That's what you get.
Damn, girl, you drinking it straight out of the bottle like a boss.
Oh, someone could be a detective? That's crazy.
Oh yeah, trust me, I know. I pay way too much attention. I get told all the time at work that I need to apply to be a detective. I'm stupidly good at that stuff.
Hey, Kevin. How's it going?
Yeah, just me and my shorties. And I don't like Thanksgiving at all, celebrating it, celebrating raping and pillaging. I don't, I just celebrate Halloween.
Sorry, Sugar. There was other religions before Christianity, soldier. And you saying Christianity is a peaceful or civilized religion, I mean, the two biggest acts, you know, the atomic bomb, the nuclear bomb that you dropped on Hiroshima, Nagasaki, those were the biggest acts of terrorism.
Raping and pillaging. I don't think that's what Thanksgiving's about. Was there rape? You know, were they raping and pillaging and shit? I don't know. I think everyone was raping and pillaging back then, you know? So, it's like, that's what people like, they tear down the statues. Because they're like, he had slaves and he fucked them all. It's like, yeah, that's what everyone was doing. Like, that's what you would have been doing in those times too. You know what I mean? You would have had slaves and you would have fucked them. You know? So just, you gotta take history, you know, as it comes with a grain of salt and all that, and you know. So I think what is the lore of Thanksgiving? Like, why is it celebrated?
Yeah, somebody knows that ding sound.
Getting that drink on, let's get drunk. I'm getting tore up in Ring of Fire. You know, you're getting that breakup drunk, and I'm getting that free time drunk. You can be my drinking buddy.
Well, I got an example for you, Kevin. What happened to the Jews when they turned their back on God at the bottom of Mount Sinai? When they said Moses wasn't coming back and they wanted a God now, so they made that big golden cow. What happened to them? I don't believe they started doing good or got freedom. I believe half of them got their heads cut off after they were forced to melt the gold down into ash and burning and then swallow it rammed down their throats into their bellies.
Right, because I am gonna miss them, but I ain't gonna miss the bullshit. Let me take a drink to that. Amen.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, though. I do like younger women, too. So, I mean, there's something that comes with that, you know? Granted, us younger women. But, so I get it.
Yeah, I don't think it worked out good for them when they turned their back on God there, bro. Nope. I don't want to eat boiling hot gold and then have my head chopped off.
Thanks for giving us your land.
And I'm crying for you, dear. I got a tear in my beer, and I'm crying for you, dear.
Me and him even had the talk 2 weeks ago. You know, you can't keep doing this. Either you trust me or you don't. And I had to keep... It's because he's, you know, it's because he's so young. That's what it is. That's what it is. Your brain isn't fully developed when you're a man until you're like 26. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, right? It's about pilgrimage and shit. Like migrating to Americas. And feasting and everything like that. So yeah, I'm on board with it. It's not like, yes, we raped and pillaged when we came here, but that's not what it's about. It's more about the fact that we just came here, you know? The raping and pillaging, that's like a sidebar issue, and everyone did that. All land is stolen land.
Move, bitch, nigga, fucking retard, fucking midlamite. Okay, why are you actively trying to make my head hurt, soldier? You fucking veteran, hardened criminal. Sexy nigga, no homo. How are they doing now? Israel, look at them. The pager, bro, the pager operation is wow. Every time I think about it, I can't stop being amazed. Look at them and then look at us, bro.
Yep, that is crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I love my girlfriend, and I love the fact that she's cool with the things that we do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got lucky as hell. But, you know, and the thing is you got to just find that person that vibes with what you want. And if they don't vibe with what you want, you don't vibe with what they want, then there's someone else that will.
That's the truth. That's the fucking truth.
Johnny doesn't crack corn and I don't care. Johnny doesn't crack corn and I don't care.
Dude, I hate these RV drivers and shit. Because they're like, they think they're one of us. They act like they think they're one of us, you know, out here. And they'll pull up to the fuel station and shit like that. And they'll just be doing dumb shit. Like, they'll be cleaning their fucking window. They'll go inside. They'll you know, like, there's a whole etiquette to fueling up. Like, you fuel up and then you pull up. There's a line, a yellow line on the ground in the front of the pumps where you pull up to that yellow line, so that way, like, while you go into the grocery store or the truck stop, that way someone can pull in behind you and be fueling while you're getting your goods from the truck stop, right? So you keep it fucking moving, right? These motherfuckers will pull up to the line and go eat at a fucking restaurant for fucking 30, 40 minutes, like, they just don't get it. Like, we're all out here working, so it's like, come on, let's go. Let's keep it fucking moving, you know what I mean? But they're all, like, on vacation, just fucking some coffee dad just moving slow and chilling, you know? Doesn't get it. He's intermixed in our world, you know? That's how I feel about that.
So the point I'm making is religion is the number one reason before all the wars and everything, you know? It's religion. It's the source of evil. It segregates us.
I think the deal breaker for me, the reason why I shotgunned the block is because, you know, he wanted my Gmail account. And we all know why he wanted that. Where you at?
It is, and it does. And so this is a result of not having Christ in your life. Okay then, according to your story, let's go back to a time when they did have Christ in their lives. When Christ was walking around in their lives, right? Allegedly. They nailed him to a cross and murdered him. Yeah, right. Christ made a big difference there, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, he wanted to. Well, you know what? You're better off, girl. Better off. Let's get that day drink on, partying, ring a fire. Yeah, Mango, I know you're out there. Damn it.
Diga, diga, jiga, jiha. Yeah, jiha, jiha.
I mean, if I was married with someone for a long time, I can understand why some people do that, but it was so early in the relationship, you know? And, you know, sometimes Facebook will show you're not online, and you'll be like, what the fuck, why are you online? So, like, you talking to somebody? Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm going to drink to that.
I mean, the whole story is so hypocritical. It's ludicrous, and it's right out of the imagination of someone in a fucking lunatic asylum. Believe in talking snakes, but you're not schizophrenic.
No, you don't need a man that's up your ass like that. You don't need a man like that. You don't. Yeah. I am about 2/3 of the way through number 2. And then I'm going to have to get my ass up to go get number 3 and 4 out of the fridge. But I'm buzzed enough that I'm feeling good, but I'm like, I don't want to get up.
Okay, Soldier, are you still with us, man? Shit. Okay, so on a side note, hey, Sugar Man, my test results came back for the herpes. It's type 1.
Funny thing I hear truckers complain about the most is the people that don't have the truck stop / fueling etiquette.
Same old, same old. I feel like those RV guys, good portion of them are literally just recreational people. They're not paying attention to any etiquette or anything like that.
Believe on someone walking on water, but you're not having an hallucination. Believe that the water you're drinking is wine. Alright, carry on.
I think this is going to be a good lesson for him. The grown-ass women will cut you off real quick, but girls his age will just keep going back and forth like it's a fucking yo-yo. I ain't no fucking yo-yo. I ain't no boomerang. I'm a fucking rock.
Whatever you gotta do to tell yourself. You're the one that dabbles in hallucinations, Pseudo. Those were sober, hard-working, men that worked with their hands, worked the earth. Real men, not men that sat in a dingy apartment yelling at people over a phone. These were real men.
Oh, that's like all of them. Oh yeah, they're not working in an RV. I mean, maybe 1 in 100 is like moving. He's paid or hired to like move the RV, drive it from where to where. But no, they ain't working. They're totally recreational. Oh shit, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like older women too, but for different reasons. You know what I mean? Younger women are good for what they're good for, and older women are good for what they're good for. There's two different, but they're good for two different things, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
They saw it. They were sober. They weren't making their little LSD things at home, tripping out with little demons at the end of their bed. They were just hard-working men. Looked up and saw something. Pretty amazing. Amazing!
Yeah, I understand. For some reason, the young ones really like me. Like, there's this 18-year-old, and I'm like, bruh, I'm old enough to be your mom. I see an 18-year-old as a you-know-what. I would never. I don't give a fuck if they're legal or not. I still think they're a you-know-what, in my opinion.
I was severely enjoying the Jersey trash conversation earlier. I was cracking up, bro.
Jesus walked on water. I'll just go ahead and tell you that. That happened.
And in some states, if you were a teacher and they're 18, you can go to fucking prison.
Soldier, humans didn't start off needing to have a job and this and that, We're currently living in a Jewish matrix, The banking system, the Rothschilds, they control everything we do, right? But we lived off the land. We wasn't meat eaters, If you want to go...
Yeah, I don't know why I feel the need to dad Jersey so much. You know what I mean? He's like broke living in a tent, and he's like, I'm going to start a business. And I'm like, God damn it.
That's why I've got the 21 rule. If she ain't old enough to drink, she ain't old enough to,
To think.
Bro almost died when he said all those years of experience.
Yeah, that's it right there, girl. Yeah, 100%.
You might not have been, man. I would have loved being at the... What was the prodigal son? Way back then. My son's back! Kill the fattest calf! Let us have a barbecue!
There used to be this club. There used to be this club, and it had an advertisement. You ready? It says 18 a dip, 21 a sip.
Oh no, I wasn't. I see why you were laughing now. No, I wasn't shitting on him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get it. Like 5 years. 5 years is almost no experience at all. But no, I wasn't even saying that. I was just trying to do math in my head. I was like, wait, recount those years.
Whatever, you guys don't want to eat meat, man, don't. Go ahead, whatever. Go eat some lentils or something. I don't care. But thank you for reminding me about Kevin. Kevin, where is Israel now?
Damn, that's funny right there. Whoop whoop. Oh man, LG, it's been too long since I've talked to you, girl. Too damn long. And I'm glad I ran into you today here.
Well, they even messed up bigger. Instead of denying God only, they denied God when he came here. God's like, hey guys, it's me. What's up? And they're like, kill him! So after they did that, they really screwed up. Now they're like committing genocide all over the world.
Because I was thinking he's like 20, and he's saying he's got 5 years of kitchen experience and shit. I'm like, that don't add up. But he's 25, so.
Well, I've been coming here almost every day, because, let's all face it, this channel is dying down. It's not what it used to be. I really miss open mic night. I haven't seen Serenity, I feel like, in 7 months.
Yeah, no, I would have called you out if you were talking shit. No, I was cracking up at just the line of questioning. Like, you know, if you're like questioning somebody about a murder, that shit would be funny.
Doing blood libel and Kabbalistic rituals, and they are genociding a Palestinian people, which are all murderers and evil Satanists themselves and violent, wicked people. But anyway, they're killing them all off so that they can get right to that Temple Mount.
Everybody's moved on, and it's a sad day in the ring of fire. No, I tell you what, I miss all this stuff too. The shows. You could come in here any time of the day, and it would be popping. Oh man, it was good. Good times. Good quality people too.
Alright, Trevor wants to listen to fucking his playlist. I gotta go. I'll be back. Fuck first.
And then when they get to that Temple Mount, they're going to look at stupid Muslims and go, get the wrecking ball! And they're going to smash the Dome of the Rock down to little itsy pieces, and then all the Muslims all over the world are going to be like, it's time for war! And the Jews are going to be like, let's build our temple so the real Messiah can come. And then they're going to bring the Antichrist into earth in the tribulation.
Man, my button finger has gotten slow over the years. Jesus Christ. What's up, everybody? Had to go back in the messages and listen. I'm not a predator, and I thank you for inviting me to your channel. What's up, Dale?
And they're going to start killing everybody, and it's going to go seriously sick and dark and crazy, and that's where Israel is now. Yeah.
Hell, oh shit, sorry, you paused. Didn't mean to cut you off. Hell yeah. Welcome back, Ronnie. Yeah, that was probably a bad joke. Fucking Logan believed me. He's like, why would we allow such a thing? Like, Jesus.
Yeah, that supposedly will bring about the Armageddon. Fucking lies, man. It's fucking bullshit. Armageddon could have started so many times. Alright, since the 60s, the Cuban Missile Crisis. Since recently, 2022, the Russo-Ukrainian War. Putin could have fucked us all up.
I bet you feel closer to God just sitting in your own place listening to that, don't you?
I mean, if we brought back an open mic night now, I don't even know if people would show up.
Dale, Jim's in here. Give me a badge so I can block his ass.
Bye, Kimmy. Nice to meet you, Lonnie.
Alright, I'm gonna go. I gotta do some laundry. I love doing laundry junk. I don't know why. It's a peaceful time.
Think about it. Since the inception of the atomic bomb or nuclear weapons, we could have been Armageddon a long time ago. Oh my god, man.
So fucking laundry around right now. Oh, fuck. Have you seen my vape juice? Where the hell's Harry at? Is he still bumping around on here?
That's me. I like to do dishes drunk, so I feel you on that. LG, hit me up later though. I'm gonna be around for like the next week or so, pretty regularly. So hit me up, all right? We need to talk some more.
That's actually trippy that you say that. There's hints in the Bible, right? And there's one verse that never made sense to me until I thought about nuclear. It's talking about tribulation. It's talking about how Jesus comes halfway through, right?
Alright, let me make sure we're still contacts.
Oh, we better be. If we ain't contacts, I'm gonna be asking you why. What'd you do, LG?
And it says, and if he didn't, there would no flesh be saved. Now he's not talking about souls or people. He's talking about life, no flesh. Now, the only time in our history that I think that we were able...
It was a joke because I just keyed up to you in your solo a few minutes ago.
Oh, my bad. I'm in solo mode. I didn't hear it. Alright, yeah, hit me up in solo later, alright? Enjoy your laundry. I'm gonna drink another couple beers before I do dishes. And then I'm gonna do drunk cooking.
to destroy all life down to microscopic like levels is now. So I think that scripture has something to do with nuclear. So in the tribulation, I think shit's going to go to nuclear somehow.
Make sure you're not fucked up drunk. So I was curious, and I promise I won't message him back. Oh shit.
Yeah, and I think you're thinking about they call the Hiroshima shadows or something. This organic carbon shadows, the people left behind when they got evaporated.
Oh, LG, you doing that thing. You looked at the messages. No, you know what? It's okay. You do you, boo. Your emotions are real, girl. I mean, you obviously you had a thing with them. Those emotions are still fresh.
No, I don't even believe that happened. I don't even believe there was any big boomy bomb. I don't believe in Nagasaki. I don't believe in none of it. I believe in the Federal Reserve and the 12 Jewish families lying to every single one of you so that they could make their moves, which involved every world war, every...
Since when do we trust anything Spotter says? And yeah, Harry's too smart to be blocked off the app. When did that happen?
I believe that even if we would try to blow the planet with nuclear, something is going to disable it like it happened in the past. When we call them UFO or God himself. But I feel like if humans try to destroy life, if it's not the time, it's not the time, and it's not going to happen.
Oh, I for one, trust Spotter as the most viable source of information. Definitely nationwide, but maybe worldwide. This went down some handful of months ago. I'm not sure really.
He also believes that woman was created from the rib of a man, and that a snake, a talking snake, tempted Eve in the garden. And he also believes that the punishment for a snake is to crawl on its belly.
Damn, I've been gone for too long. Ain't that a bitch?
It's cool that you bring that up, Crocus, because in the Bible, it talks about two people that didn't die and got taken to heaven, Elijah and Enoch. And in both cases, the historical report in the Bible is that they were taken in...
You sure have. Things have changed around here. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, well, Zoa's been kind of petering out for a long time. I don't think it's ever going to fully die, which is good. But yeah, a number of us have been venturing out into TikTok.
chariots of fire. Now, if you're ancient Israel and you're not seeing planes or boats or automobiles, the only mechanized vehicles you see are chariots, what is he telling you when he sees someone taken up in a flaming chariot of fire? And then you mention those beings that have interfered with military bases, right? Direct correlation. Angels, bro. Angels! You're on the right track, Crocus.
Oh, say it ain't so. Is Max still bumping around? Is he alive still? He died from the vaccine yet?
Blah, blah, blah. But how is a snake crawling on its belly for the rest of its life? How is that a punishment? That's what snakes do.
Mac has also not been back for a very long time. I think the same reason. I think he got banned. Yeah, we're all wondering if and when he's coming back. He gave Whipper his blessing to move on without him. And he can make a channel with somebody else, and Matt gave his blessing for that. He didn't, however, say Whipper could make a channel with me, and did not give his blessing for that, but Whipper didn't clarify, so this is mine and Whipper's merger channel. This is basically Friendship City now. You know, a mix between Friendship City. We've abandoned Mac's channel, and we're all just over here. And this channel hadn't been doing that well, because me and Whipper, neither of us really have the wherewithal or the motivation to like really keep it going like Mac would, and sit in here and bring up conversations about light bulbs and shit. It's a super deterrent, but I'm pretty sure that every world leaders know, because they already tried to launch these missiles and they just don't launch for some reason. They're disabled and everybody keeps silent about it, but everyone knows that we cannot use them.
See, I think these religious manuscripts are really an intelligence test. Most people fail it, but the odd one, you know, will slip through the net.
That would actually make sense, right? You think about the Kim Jong-uns and the crazy buggers that have had that button, and they're all emotionally unstable people, right? Like, look at the presidents in the States. My gosh. Pedophile Bill Clinton, psychotic, destroy the world, satanic organization George Bushy. Right?
Summoning people from out of the depths. Who do we have?
Yo, come on, how was Bill Clinton a pedophile, man? Because he was in a party that we didn't even see with, well, barely legal bitches? Come on.
Yeah, Mac's probably getting eaten by his cats. So, I mean, we knew it'd happen eventually.
Wow. Not all of them are pedophiles. Trump's the man. I don't care what you say, soldier.
Highly possible. What was I gonna say? Oh, don't knock TikTok too hard though. It's actually kind of fun over there, man. It's a, you know, there's another app, streaming app that I was on for a little while there. Went by the name of Meet Me, and it's basically just, it's like Zello. There's chat rooms. You know, somebody starts their own stream or their own room. You can have 5 to 10 people in there on a video call. So it's like Zello with extra steps. It's not just audio. It's kind of fun.
We'll care about what the pictures say and what the people say. He's grabbing Clinton's nuts, and Epstein's brother's making fun of him for sucking off Bubba Clinton. You know damn well he's just as corrupt as the rest of them. They're all in on it. Don't put your faith in a man. He'll let you down. Put your faith in Jesus Christ. He won't let you. Right.
Wait, you're another one of these fucking Chris Hansen worshippers, right? You think Chris Hansen is protecting your children, right? All hail Chris Hansen.
Good work out there, Top Gun. Good work. Top of the day to you, sir.
Okay, I thought TikTok was just like videos you create. I didn't realize there was more to it.
Well, look what the Cattle Association dragged in.
Kevin is protecting our children. Kevin's a child protector. Have a seat. Why don't you have a seat? How old did you say you were again? 14? Have a seat. What's in the backpack? Why don't you have a seat?
Give me a best fucking Buck's ass. What's going on, Buck?
What's up, buddy? What's up, Bill?
I mean, I would let Kevin babysit my child.
Buck, not yesterday. Yes. Yes, so it is. That's why I clarified, because I figured you'd be, I think I also thought the same thing when everybody's like, yeah, they're not on Zello anymore, they went to TikTok. I'm like, how does TikTok replace Zello? It's a dancing video app. But nope, it is a platform for streaming, and what the fuck is this guy doing, man? Alright, I'm going around him.
Yeah. You're still. Fuck, I almost threw up. Fuck yeah, man, you're stupid for that shit.
Somebody's daughter's getting herpes.
Never heard of that, Chris Hansen.
China. We don't need China, or as Trump calls it, China. Hearing all this shit will confirm all their suspicions.
He's Canadian, man, never mind. Didn't get the joke.
And, Buck.
China. But yeah, no, it's a communications app. People hanging out over there, sitting in video call, chilling. You know what I like about it is the possibility of monetizing it, right? Like if your channel gets really popular on TikTok, then you can kind of like peddle influence and maybe make a little bit of fucking money and shit. People give you gifts. Like I've already made a little bit of money on TikTok, like $5 or $10 and stuff like that, like just hanging out for a couple hours and whatnot, and that gets bigger and bigger over time. So, you know, it's kind of like, you know, if you're really popular on Zello, then, you know, you kind of get bragging rights or whatever. If you're really popular on TikTok, you know, fucking, you get invited to Epstein's Island and you get to fuck babies, you know what I mean?
Wow, even this French fuck knows Chris Hansen. He's Canadian, by the way. And you don't?
Yeah, you just done some shit about Roblox. Chris Hansen is fucking playing Roblox. Have you seen the latter shit? I'm not kidding. Chris Hansen used a voice changer and goes in Roblox to fucking catch a pedophile and give them appointment in hotel room. And it takes him less than 1 minute to find a pedophile in Roblox. The sting of...
Can you remember having a hotel as a kid, Kevin? The shenanigans we used to get up to.
Oh, to heaven now.
Well, can you imagine Chris Hansen playing Roblox and like using a voice changer and giving appointment to old men in hotel room, and you get to the hotel room, bro, you open the door and Chris Hansen is sit on the bed with his laptop playing Roblox. Why don't you have a seat there?
Damn it, you beat me. I was sitting here thinking, you know, the brain damage, it takes me a while to remember shit. I was trying to think what song we used to sing. Every mama like to take a shine. Come on.
Tell me she did it on the mic. That's why she's not in Blood Honors anymore.
Listen, there's people that do it all the time. That Vitali got in big trouble though, didn't he? Because he put them through the trenches, these fucking pedophiles that turn up to meet little girls. He's facing prison, isn't he?
Good times.
Oh man, it's good to be American.
Wait, do I remember what hotel?
How long's it been since you've been on? How's Sean doing? Did you know I died? You
it hadn't been that long since you
Yeah, our system is about to protect the pedophile from these pedophile hunters. They're really about to declare that pedophile is a disease like schizophrenia, and nobody should make fun of that. And it's coming, it's coming.
Oh, bro, it's been a hot minute. A hot minute. I'm in Vegas, not California anymore. Sean's good. He's got, I don't know if he's going to marry her or not, but, you know, he's back to work and all that shit. I don't even talk to him much anymore.
I had the internet from the days where the dial-up was so screechy and fucking horrible, and you used to have to make the decision whether you wanted your phone line free or your internet going. It sucked dick back then.
Oh, I looked it up. It's an online game from the 2000s. No, Habbo Hotel. I remember Second Life. I never played it, but also Second Life is where people role play and there's money involved. You know, like you pretend to be something and stuff like that.
Who's Sean, your gay lover? I'm jealous.
I know. No, Brushfire Sean.
Ah, that crazy fuck. Hell yeah. Yeah, I ain't seen him around in quite a while either.
I used to play video games at that age. Yeah, he was on Xbox 360 giving people shit.
Yeah, like I said, he leveled out. He's got a fucking great work gig. Back at it, in the grind. You know, doesn't have all this free time on his hands anymore. So, you know, he's back at it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I used to play The Sims, the first one, when I was 10. That was the best game.
It was, but I don't like the way it is now. I liked it when it was a bit more basic.
Oh, Kevin, I can sing you to sing some. Do 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 all right, that was my
Back at what? I'm sorry, I'm like kind of this your guys' topic here. I'm kind of butting in.
Yeah, he had a break from work there for a bit, which is why he was on all the time. So now he's, you know, back in the mix at work or whatever, and, you know, got the girlfriend slash wifey thing going on. So, you know, he's busy.
Yes, that was my favorite song, you motherfucker, man. Yes. And I got all the soundtracks downloaded, because every time I hear them, it just throws me back to the year 2000, you know? Nostalgia and shit. Yeah, that fucking song. Fuck yeah.
I was more of a GTA 3 kind of girl. And a Streets of Rage kind of girl.
Were you two like super buddy or what?
Yeah, for sure. Because I would get off of work and he wasn't working, so we were cutting up on a regular fucking basis. I mean, I've been to the guy's house like half a dozen times or more. You know, so he's gone back to work. You know, I've got my fucking hands full now. All kinds of crazy shit.
Hell yeah, I shot Streets of Rage here. Do a combo on that clip. Hey, Kevin, shut the fuck up, man. You're more of a dance revolution, pro rapper to rapper. You know what's about?
Shut the fuck up, man. You're a fucking Negro and you're about to fucking get deported.
No, that's a negative. You can't travel outside of your country at all. Boom.
Bro, I would kidnap the pianist that made the Sims song. I would kidnap him. Like, I would suck his clitoris or his cock, whatever it is, to have him at home and play me the piano, play me the Sims song while I fall asleep, bro. All night long, yeah. All these songs, I know, relaxing, nostalgic, beautiful.
Yeah, Sean's a good dude. he just lost his shit on here too much. The alcohol and stuff caused him to be a different person, but he was a good dude. Just went through a rough spot there. But when it got bad, it was like I can't even listen to him anymore. Like, it was rough.
I still remember the GTA 3 map on the back of my hand. I can remember where you got the good car from. You used to have to drive it through a glass window. I remember that map so well. So well.
Oh shit, take it back, sorry.
Yep, Buck, that's a perfect summation of what was going on, but yeah, he's... back on the wagon or whatever the fuck. He's back to work. He's too busy to be doing that shit anymore, so that's a good thing.
I'm never going to apologize to you, pedal Widowmaker, but you live in Sharia law. You can't have video games. That's idolatry, nigger.
I mean, that's what I was gonna ask. Is he as batshit crazy in person as he is on the app? Yeah, that dude, he would just have meltdowns, dude. Like, it was like I don't know if he has like some kind of crazy PTSD and fucking, but he would just be like fucking hammered and just, someone would like dig at him a little bit and he would just break down crying, start screaming.
My favorite GTA has got to be Vice City. It's not even tough for me to say that. The old Vice City, I think this is going to be fucking ruined. I like the 80s. I like the 80s music.
I'm a better singer.
No, it's like Buck said. The dude's a solid motherfucker at heart. You know, but when you have too much time on your free hands and a bottle sitting next to you, you know, you can ascertain what would happen during that, but that's no longer the case. And I'm glad, frankly, because, yeah, he was spinning out for a little bit.
Where's a fucking shotgun when you need one?
All right, soldier. It's about that time. What did you do with Barbie? You know, all your toxic masculinity finally scared that cunt off. What happened, man?
Yo, there's other ones, man. I love all the soundtracks. The buy mode music, the build mode music. I got it all, man. Shit, nigga.
Oh, so he quit drinking. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, I think that was basically his big problem, you know?
I must have phrased that incorrectly. He has too much time to be that fucking hammered on that much of a regular basis. So it's condensed into his time off. And because of that, it's not nearly as intense.
Wow, Kevin, we listen to the same. Oh my God, me and you, we listen to the same. I keep listening to that science screen build mode. Yeah, I keep listening. Also, listen to the Sims 2 songs. They are the same, but some are remixed. Really fucking good. They're the same song, but like remix. And woo, it's a really, really good.
Man, they're getting excited. Go talk to Kevin the Solo. I'm trying to hear that Argentinian, that Britty booty key up, man. Key your ass down.
Yeah, I was about to say, I doubt he went dry, but yeah, the 8 a.m. fucking crying. And I'm not saying this to talk bad about Sean. Like I said, he was a good dude. He just got way too drunk all the time there at the end. It just, you could progressively watch it get really bad. But yeah, the 8 a.m. fucking so drunk that he's crying on here telling me I don't understand, and like over and over again, like, all right. yeah, it's good.
Man, I left a comment 7 years ago on this video. Wow.
Yeah, there's nothing like this music. As I say, the pianist, that and Diablo 2 music, like Tristram. You know the guy that made Tristram, he suicided. The guy that wrote Tristram for Diablo, he killed himself.
Well, God damn it, Buck, he's still alive. But yeah, he went from having all the free time on his hands to he's working so much he didn't have fucking time to be here, which is more or less where I'm at, so.
What? Tristram? What?
Bro, Tristram, that's the main song of Diablo. Everyone knows it. With like the guitar. You know that Tristram song from Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, well, the guy killed himself.
I was about to say, yeah. Buck's like, well, he was a good man. Fucking. Well, I guess because he's gone from here, right? Fuck, what was I gonna say? That is definitely true. With us whites, when we get older, like it is, I've noticed that it is not a good thing to retire if you don't have a wife, if you don't have hobbies, passions, or anything like that, which a lot of people don't. When they retire, it's, you know what I mean, you throw in a little bit of fucking alcohol, and it is a bad fucking recipe, man.
No, that's why, because I hate that game, Diablo. I hated that fucking game as a kid.
Really, Diablo was also strong. Then, yeah, all them Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Tony Hawk Pro Skater had some good songs. But yeah, the best was All the Sins. And as you said, the build mode is all where it was.
Oh, yeah. I said, they don't make games like this anymore. Quotation marks, right? Between quotation. The most used sentence nowadays, did you stop for a minute and think that maybe because we grew up and our feelings have changed? Just like your first cigarette, it's exciting.
Yeah, if you retire and your identity is whatever you were doing as for work, and you retire, oh yeah, dude, it's curtains for you. You're done. It's a matter of time. You're dead inside of 18 months.
But after a year later, it's not exciting at all. The cigarette will always stay the same for new smokers, but it's you who have changed. Same thing applies to games. My theory.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was saying he was a good man at the same time as like all that crazy annoying shit was going on. But yeah, I wouldn't mean to say he was a good man. We're here to remember him. No, but yeah, his snap-outs were epic. Like, oh, you don't understand, I hold still for across this entire country. I built this country.
Oh my god. Fucking wow.
Oh, dude, I remember that. Yeah. And my thought would always be like, I mean, well, you're right. I definitely don't understand, but not for the reasons you think. You know what I mean?
Bro, this music, man. I'm gonna play my favorites. No, I don't like this one.
Yeah, we still need to have like a Zello OG bonfire camp out fucking whatever the fuck for the old guys that have been here a minute. So we're overdue for that.
This, yeah, man, this one's so majestic, man. Hell yeah.
Get off the mic, J-Rab. We know what they say. A night of Venus, a lifetime of Mercury. That fucking, that herpes is eating your brain up, bro. You just went through a whole word salad. The fuck?
For people, old people like me and Sean who were dead and resurrected.
Saturday, November 22, 2025. Time is 1 p.m.
It's the best second coming I've ever seen.
Do you remember this one? I want to buy the robot, the $15,000 robot, so we can clean the house. And you type in Claposius or Rosebud, I think Rosebud, two dot, Claposius, Rosebud, Claposius, Rosebud.
Yeah, I remember that shit. I don't remember like buying the robot. I finished the game. You know, I reached the highest job promotion and decided that's it. That's the end of the game for me.
Good news is the trooper that's encroaching on you now is going to let you know.
Yeah, as he sits in the cab and rifles through your shit. Tramples all over your rights. But, what way station?
I am on the Highway 2 in fucking Iowa, off the 29 where the 2 meets the 29. Don't know if you've ever been out there with it, but a bunch of flat fucking cornfields and shit, rolling hills, not necessarily flat, but when we're from North Idaho, it's flat.
This neighborhood one, no, I don't like this one. This one is nice. I like this one. This one also, I like this one. This is the beginning, right? When you buy your house.
I don't think it's illegal to be naked from the waist down when he pulls you over. That might throw him for a loop.
Just have my legs spread. Just, officer, I'd do anything to get out of this here ticket.
Yeah, oh, so good. Yeah, so basically it was like Army. You had to boost your charisma. You would look in the mirror. The main character was Bob, and when he used to drink espresso, he would do, yee. Yeah, the main character, the tutorial was Bob.
Wouldn't that be nice, dude? If you could, if we were like women, we could just bribe our way out of fucking traffic stops, shit like that. Just like pull the pants down a little bit, just show a little bit of balls. You know what I mean?
Well, it's 2025. You got a 50-50 shot.
Hell yeah.
Parodontax Active Gum Repair helps repair gums from 1 week.
Fuck you, man.
Parodontax.
It is illegal. You gotta be wearing clothes and shoes.
Alright. Naked from the waist down, but you have boots on. All you're doing is driving.
What I've been doing lately is for the days that are in between the drive, like, you know, you pick up your load and you got to deal with customers and shippers and people and all that. And now you're loaded and you've got, you know, 2,000 miles till your next job. So you got 3 days of not having to deal with any customers or anything like that. So for that in-between time, I've turned into a flip-flops or Crocs and fucking pajamas driver. You know, the guys that fucking truck drivers always bitch about and judge on the road. You know, that's what's wrong with trucking nowadays. Like, I've just fully become that guy. I love it. I fucking love it, dude. And I see people looking at me and just, like, hating me for it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm actually doing them a favor because they want someone to hate. You know what I mean? They like it. It's fun. And so I just give them that. You know what I mean? I'm like, here, you could hate me.
I'm too lazy. I'll just open up my laptop. I got all the favorite Sims 1 songs. That's it. It's better than fucking the playlist on YouTube. Okay. Just give me a second.
Yeah, I used to love the build mode and building house and the swimming pool. And there was so many expansions, living large and families, zoos, sport, name it. There was so many extensions.
Yes, I have the one in blue. I think it's about magic. I forgot the name. And I had that Sims in orange. I think I still have the CD, the disc. The Sims Superstar, I think. But I never finished them.
Yeah, Superstar and I had living large in The Sims, but yeah. Alright, I'm gonna keep on working, but yeah, that's really nostalgic. Great fucking music.
Is the Bible reading over?
You're driving a truck in flip-flops and sweatpants? Say it ain't so.
Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, what do you need blue jeans and fucking boots for, you know? That's a lot of these old timers, they're like, they're fucking not even wearing steel-toed boots. What the fuck's wrong with them? It's like, dude, we're not doing construction. We're just sitting inside of a fucking air-conditioned cab. Like, there's no reason to not fucking have goddamn sweatpants on, you know?
Oh, the Sims House Party. That's the one about magic and wizards and whatever. Have you played the other one, the offshoot, the spin-off, The Sims Busting Out? That was on the PlayStation 2. I don't know if you ever played it.
Yes, it is over. Okay. Hope you're doing good there, Spud. Hope you're doing good. Hope your wife's doing good.
Nah, but oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, house party. You could organize. There was all sort of party set and tiki club shit, and yeah, you could. You had the option on the phone to like organize a party, and every one of the town, all your friends would show up at once, and hell broke loose. Your character couldn't sleep anymore, and yeah.
Put it on the glass. You got boots on and fucking jeans for sure. Lying son of a bitch.
Good evening, mates. Anyone there?
How dare you call me on that? How dare you call me on that? As it happens, I am wearing blue jeans right now. You just want to see my balls. Gay! My balls through some gray sweatpants. As it so happens, I actually am wearing blue jeans today, but that's just by happenstance.
Yeah, I remember playing it for the first time in 2005 on my PC before I sold it, and then I'm like, nah, I don't feel like finishing the game, so I switched to Half-Life 2. I don't know, you like Half-Life?
Not steel-toed boots though.
Is there anyone to speak or is there anyone to listen?
Yeah, see? I knew you were full of shit.
Nah, man, on PC I was a scrap mechanic, project Zomboid, and now it's all about VR chat, bro. It's really cool. It's not really a game, it's more a social app.
Not at all. Why would one lie about that? Not at all. Just today I happen to be wearing blue jeans. Why are you making something out of nothing?
Okay, let me play the favorite ones. This one, this one, this one, this one.
I don't know. I'm always suspicious of you.
We caught you, Dale. You just don't want to be the old truck driver, so you want to rebel and say that you're fighting the system, but you're actually just an old truck driver.
This one from Bustin' Out. This one's called Techno 3.
Damn, that might be true. I am getting old, you know. Like fucking, you should have heard Jersey in here today, talking about how he's starting an app, a new push-to-talk app and shit like that. But apparently he's got a decent job now. But he prior to has had a lot of trouble with housing and work-related issues, employment-related issues and stuff. I'm like, God damn it, pull your fucking pants up and get a job, nigger.
Like, imagine this quality in a video game, man.
Don't change the subject. You just said, oh, I'm a sweatpants and flip-flops kind of truck driver. Unlike these old bastards wearing jeans and steel toes. As you're in jeans and steel toes. You motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yes, we are changing the subject from the nothing that you're trying to turn into something because it's gay and retarded.
Oh, I don't know who this guy is that you speak of, but yes, you are getting old. What are you, like 29? You're almost to your 30s? You're dusty.
Everyone in here needs to get a headset and come on VR chat. Honestly, Zello and VR chat are not so different. It's just that VR chat, you see the full person's body, leg, hand, head move. If they look at you, you know they're looking at you. You can share, literally show your laptop screen, pull it out of your hands and show laptop screens to your friend. You can use Google, YouTube, whatever you want while in VR chat, and the other people can look at your screen. The topics, there's like 5,000 new users per day in VR chat. The topics goes from everything. It's really, really nice, and it's not moderated by VR chat. It's moderated by the person who creates the channel, well, the instance. Now, man, the future is all about VR chat. Zello is so dead right now. There's hundreds of thousands of people right now just speaking, doing exactly what we're doing, but they're in VR chat and they're face to face in their house smoking cigarettes. You see it if they're smoking cigarettes. You wouldn't know if I'm smoking a cigarette or I'm stroking. Well, in VR chat, I would definitely know if you're stroking.
How dare you? How dare you? I'm 32. Damn it. Look, you're thinking of me as fucking 20-year-old? How dare you, sir? No, I'm just kidding. 32, going on 33. Hell yeah. I am getting old, man. Fucking moving my girlfriend in next year, so I'm basically married now. You know what I mean?
Damn. That's how old I am, as I still think of you as a child. I remember when you were like 28 and shit. Alright, 32. Yeah, you're old as fuck.
Oh, dude, when I first got on this app, fucking, hang on, let me see how long it's been. Hold on, I think I joined in, this is my original account. I'm gonna look right now. I think it was 2017. Nope, 2018. It was December of 2018. So we'll call that 2019. So, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. What are we in, 25? So 6 years? Damn, I thought it'd been longer than that. So yeah, I was 26 when I got on the app.
Stroking what? Your cock?
Hello. Yeah, 6 years, you fucking retard. Great job.
Yeah, because there's thousands of cameras on the headsets, and if it takes a picture in it replicates your movement into the app. So if you're sleeping or you're standing, it shows. If your legs are spread, it's going to show. If you're under a blanket, it's going to show. If you are winking.
Old man.
Oh, shut up. We know you're black. You blacks can't do math.
How dare you? Monica?
Fucking black agricultural cop.
Yeah, but you said stroking. How's that gonna show up on the avatar?
Oh, that was the best. You were never a cop. You were probably an ag cop.
Yeah, it will show up because your hands and your body position is shown. They won't see a penis unless you pull it out because all the avatars, it's super sexual. Don't get me wrong, it's freaking Japanese and Chinese. The Japanese and Chinese for VR chat, they found out that, you know what, pedophile character like underage character is not underage. China has decided that, you know. They said there's no harm. There's no harm when it's a drawn picture of a children. And China allows it. China doesn't mind. If it's not a real human, if it's an AI-made picture of a children or a drawn picture of a children, and people have sex with the drawn picture of the children, we don't mind. There's no victim. And so that applies.
I thought you were black for the longest fucking time, dude. Like up until very recently. In fact, I still suspect you might actually be. Just because someone told it to me one time. I think it might have been Harry.
How you know I ain't black?
Like, I told people, I was like, did you know Metro is black? And they're like, no. I'm like, yep, he sure is. Of course, I also told people that Ren was marrying a black man and that she was pregnant with his black babies. And people be like, really? That's not a joke? And I'm like, no, seriously.
Yeah, like the Japanese with the. I'm not a big fan of anime. I think anyone who watches anime in adulthood is a fucking automatic pedophile. All right, yeah, changed my mind.
So Ren, who was dating a white guy and was not pregnant at all, Ren would Ren would come back on the app like after being gone for a little while, you know, a couple weeks in between and shit. And there'd be all these people now like, oh, congratulations on the baby. Is he really black?
Yeah, that's it. Japanese culture. Now the Chinese also have this mentality. So you get extreme amount of all sort of porn. It's part of the social app. It is part of, some people are there only for sex. You've got VR Go Brrr, which is an add-on you add to your avatar to use your distant Bluetooth vibrators and all sort of fucking shit.
I told people Wild Rose was your stepsister for the longest time, and they were all like, oh yeah, that tracks.
Ah, that's funny.
You don't even know. I'm cook some cranberry stuffing and jump off my porch.
Yeah, see this nigga Bane? 100% certain, man. That nigga has a waifu. That's what they call an anime wife, man. When you have a crush on an anime character, bitch, you call a waifu. Fucking cringe, man.
I was just about to say, yeah, she has her jump off the porch abortions.
Dude, I miss Black Rose. Where's she been at? I remember I used to always like flirt with her. Like, you're my Zillow wife. Pretend to be like madly in love with her.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, oh yeah, it will show you, like, you putting it, you'll get an idea, like, this guy is trying to fucking jack off or a bitch is fingering herself. But I mean, if you pull your dick out, does it draw it on 3D on the avatar? I don't think so.
I don't know. Hopefully she's under somebody's protection and care.
After being on this app, she needs to be in witness protection.
It depends. If you wanted to, you can, because the headset is definitely going to see something. Usually it's not part of the headset, doesn't really know. But if you start in the avatar, that's Uden programming. If you in Uden put anything that looks alike and then you take a picture, if it looks alike like 75% like that, allow the pass through. If you allow the pass through, now it's going to be replicated in game. Was she like kind of differently abled or something? Does she need protection and care?
Yeah, I mean, to not be politically correct, I think she was mildly retarded, yeah.
Really? Damn. I thought, I thought she was pretty fucking normal. Just kind of like dumb in like a ditzy way.
Yo, Apple did this, man, the showcase earlier this year. This fucking virtual reality. What's the device called? The Apple one?
Yeah, she had the Southern IQ, which is fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she probably needs to be under people's care, but, I mean, she was right there, like one of the people that are, like, so unintelligent, you could be like, yeah, she's what you would call nowadays on the spectrum. But no, I think she was just really stupid.
Well, Apple Pro, but it's not the same thing. The Apple Pro is like $2,000. The VR headset, like Meta headset or Valve or stuff, $300, $400, bro. You're all good. You're all set. It's not an expensive thing. But as you go on and you start loving the thing, you get rid of the pancake lens and blah blah blah. Better charger.
She's the person standing in front of you at McDonald's going, yeah, let me get, she's that person in real life.
Apple Vision Pro, yep.
Yeah, it's too expensive for what it is. No, you buy a Meta Head Quest, and if you love it, you go to Valve Index, which is twice the price. If you love it, you go to Pico, which is twice the price of the Valve, and so on. But, yeah, fuck Apple.
Hello? Ah, there's a few of those on here. There's a few of those, yep. Yes, sir, Bob. Yeah, I guess I never talked to her like that much.
Now that you said it louder and more forcefully, hello.
Yeah, Oculus Rift, and that's one of the first ones, Oculus, the other company. There's so many companies that make VR, like cheaper, of course.
Honestly, while she is probably retarded, at least socially, I mean, she was always a very kind human being.
Well, it's because it's the future. Eventually, you know, if my phone rings in my pocket and I'm on VR, my phone is silent and it rings in VR. In VR, I hear it. In my ear, I hear my phone. And on VR, I can just pick the phone. I press it. It's similar to GTA. My phone shows up in the lower right corner. I press the phone, and you know what? I hear the person who I'm talking, but now I'm in VR. So really dangerous, because if I do that in public, people will hear me speak on the phone, like just like in real life. They will hear me speak on the phone. But while I'm in VR, I can pick up my calls from inside VR chat, the game. I can pick up my real life calls from inside the game, just because they know once you have a VR, you become like Digi. You piss and bottle, and you deliver food, and you stay in your bed, and you don't want to leave the bed. So the creator of the VR headset made sure that you won't leave your bed and you don't have to. So yeah, your phone rings and you see it in VR chat. There's also Bluetooth smoke detector. I have one that is connected. So that means if there's a fire and I have my headset, I won't be aware. I wouldn't be aware. The sound is too loud. I cannot see. So my smoke detector is connected to the Bluetooth of the headset.
Definitely that. Definitely that. Oh, Black Rose. I never heard her snap out or have breakdowns or anything like that. She was good-hearted. Bless her heart, she just had catfish eyes.
Anybody on here? Hello?
Yeah, I just said hello.
Hello, Truck Driver Chris. Hope you're doing good. Just get my dinner.
Bless her heart.
Bless her heart, dude. That is savage. Yeah. Man, fucking the characters we've seen over the years.
Oh, dude, even Metro knows that bless her heart is an insult. Classic Southern insult. Who were we arguing with the other day? Someone was trying to make the argument that bless your heart was not an insult.
Somebody definitely never been to or been from the South is the only person that would say that. Either that or a liar.
I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday.
Oh yeah, it was old dumbass Freedom. Yeah, from New Jersey. Showing bless her heart. She's just old and stupid as she wants to be.
Definitely bless her heart, man. I finally, I've always been nice to Freedom, because we like kind of hit it off when I first got into that channel and stuff like that, and so she was a bitch to everyone else, but she was nice to me. So I never wanted to be mean to her, because we kind of had that rapport going, you know, and so I didn't want to turn on her. That just makes it extra painful when someone flips on you. So I was like, bit my tongue and always nice to her, you know, and but she turned her fucking Millie mouth towards me the other day, and like it was like a great release. I just cut loose on her, dude, and I was like, finally, I don't have to fucking be nice to this bitch anymore.
Okay, now the latest one is the changes from Oculus to Meta Quest.
Yeah, it's all right. It's just the fact that, I mean, Mark Zuckerberg is watching you while you have it. You know, people sleep with that. That's amongst the most, at night, people like, on Zello at night, people don't turn off the app, right, necessarily. On VRChat, it's the same thing. The people keep the headset and they say, well, I'm about to sleep, so they're like, if there's something, just click on me, and because you're in my friend list, I hear you. And you see the person lay on their back and close their eyes. There is eye tracking, mouth tracking, eyebrow, cheek tracking, face tracking. You see the person close their eye and lay on their back, and well, are you sleeping? Are you gonna sleep? Yeah. And 2 minutes after the person is asleep. He's sleeping on the VR. So you go to sleep 4 hours, you wake up, you go back to the app, person is there, you cough a little bit, they wake up, they're like, oh, sorry, I've been sleeping like 4 hours, I'm just going to smoke a cigarette. You see them stand up, smoke a cigarette, and go back to sleep. You don't get that on Zello. You don't live this experience on Zello. It's so far from there.
It's awful quiet on here, especially Matthew's channel. Like everywhere I go on Zello is very quiet.
Oh yeah, if you're around her enough. I lost my shit on her a couple times. Not lost my shit, but, you know, said some pretty terrible things to her. Her almost ass. I was like, bitch, I hope you end up like that guy on Scrooged, frozen in a sewer ditch.
Yeah. Well, I hope you die.
I know, dude, I would always get so mad. Like, she would fuck with everybody, dude. Like, Matthew, mostly in particular, you know, and just, like, ruin fucking conversations. Like, we're having a good vibe, we're chilling, and she'd just come in and fucking fuck the whole thing up being shitty to Matthew. And it's like, like, if you're beefing with Matthew, like, you're definitely the problem. Like, that dude is so fucking nice and humble, you know?
Spud, how are you doing? How's your wife?
Yeah, it's called extended reality.
Hello?
Rosie, I kind of agree with Kingpin, and, like, not only that, the only reason you're keying up, and, like, since you haven't even been here, you're only keying up because Thorsten's here, and Laney, and that is kind of, like, making me a little upset.
Just, give me a second to get my phone out of my pocket. I'm wandering around here in Walmart, and wife's doing good, thanks for asking. She's supposed to be going to get one of the grandkids here today.
It is really cool. It is really cool. It's really more about real life. You've got people cooking real food and doing real stuff in their life. And you can even see the one that got the slimmer headset and they activate the pass-through. Like you see some people driving a car. You can see some people driving a car and they have the headset on. And you speak to them, they're like, I cannot speak to you right now. I don't see, I'm driving the car. Like, yeah, I see that you're driving the car. I can see your hand on what looks like a steering wheel. I can definitely see you're driving a car, bro. You might want to leave VR chat right now.
Yeah, she's got some venom. Same deal with me. Like, I tried for a long time. It was nice to her. She was homeless, all kinds of shit. So I was like, man, she's going through enough. She's rough, you know. I can accept the rough edges or whatever. But when she started turning that venom towards me, talking about I'm on here creeping, trying to hook up with women, and wonder if your wife knows what you're doing. I was like, hold up, bitch.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that you're doing good. I'm glad that she's doing good. Spend some time with a grandkid. That's good. It's always fun to spend time with grandkids. Yeah, have them over at the house. Cook some cookies for them. Give them some, spoil them.
Fucking way off track, dude. Way off track. Anybody that fucking knows you, like, that's insane. That's absolutely bad shit. Yeah, she's got a thing where she, like, hates men, for real. Like, she really hates men, you know? Whatever happened to her.
But, I mean, you must have the goggles on all the time, right?
Oh yeah, I could send you a picture. My face is almost deformed from all the wearing glasses, but it's okay. In the future, we all will get these robotic face. I'm just ahead of people. I warn you. In the future, we will all have these big marks in our face from the glasses, which will be normal.
Zella's been very quiet today. Like every channel that I go to is like very quiet.
Wait, Buck, you're not trying to do that? Asking for a friend, huh?
Not with girls.
Well, that's called people are busy. People are busy. I just come out of Lowe's, spent $600. Had to put a new water heater in today.
Oh. Where's Cincy at? Oh.
It's really crazy. Just in the recent past, you know, not long ago. The things we're using right now, the VR, AR, MR, XR, all these fucking realities, it's here now. We are in the future, man.
Oh, geez, let's see.
Because usually Saturdays is never quiet. Usually Saturdays and Sundays is usually not that quiet. Usually the quiet is, it's been on Zella, it's like Mondays up to Fridays. And then when Friday hits, then that's when people start getting on.
I never hear Cincy on it. She's on here less than I am. Since my medical stuff, I dropped off a lot. I've been back quite a bit more over like the last month or two, but I hardly ever hear her in.
She has been hanging out in blood honors almost exclusively nowadays. I think she's flinging with MCS, and so that's his kind of main squeeze channel. So she'd be over there. She'd be over there chasing penis. The one downfall of Cincy, chasing the penis. Oh, definitely. You should see everything that we can do on there. It really is the future with the face tracking and stuff. The people, I'm messing with people sometimes. They speak to me and I pull my tongue out and I lick left and right like violently, and I wait until the person like just say something about it. I'm like, you know, we can do these kind of things just like social experiment.
stupid social experiment like that. Like, let's talk to someone and start licking our lips like two fucking weird fuckers. So we go meet a random person. Don't worry, there's 5,000 new person per day. We don't miss people. They are everywhere. We go see a random person and start licking our fucking lips while talking to him. I can see my friend lips going all left and right and his tongue pulling out. I'm like, oh my fucking god. And we're speaking to the person like nothing is there. And it's like, bro, we've been speaking to him 7 minutes. We must have licked our lips 300 times each. And the guy never mentioned about it.
But it's like the complete opposite.
Well, what you want to talk about?
Yo, send me an invite to that channel. Who else is in there? Surely it's not just her.
I'm getting my dinner right now. Yep. Getting my dinner.
Well, that's what I'm going to be doing when I get to the house. Getting me some dinner. Yep. And while the water heater is draining, I drain all the water out of it before I can take it out. Put the other one in. Well, I hope I did right. I'm going down to a 40-gallon spud, and you might know more about that than I do, but we got a 50-gallon in there now. There's nobody but me and the wife, so it still says on the box for 2 to 4 people. So just me and the wife, I figure we can go down to 40 with no problem. It was a little bit cheaper.
Oh, everybody. Yeah, everybody stops in by there. It's really sad. It's a retard room, you know. You don't know about blood honors? Yeah, everybody's been kind of, I mean, it's not like the main spot or anything like that, but they've, like all the people, normal people of this channel will pop in there as of lately and chit-chat.
Well, I mean, it's always been that way. Since he's always been in the Mac channels, or the channels with all the retards, which is basically the channels that has consistent chat in it.
Yo, I remember that one of the sims, you there's an option like when you make your sim like play VR. I remember that shit clearly.
There's a link. Let me go back and listen to your last key up. I don't really remember. But yeah, it's really is awesome. You've got the pass-through mode, which you've got port app. Don't get me wrong. There is VR strip chat. VR strip chat. The girl is in your bed. There's no background. The girl is in your bed. You drag her with a red nozzle. You can put her on her back. She's in live in front of her webcam. You can change her position. You can do everything. She's live in front of the webcam. I swear, my man, it's 99%. You feel she's there. You really feel she's there. You see the goosebumps. You see the hair on her.
It's all about the electrical. All about the electrical. Single element, dual element, breaker size.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a recent development where like the retard rooms are the only rooms with like constant chatter, you know? That's a sad and more recent development. But to be honest, like pretty much all the channels on Zello that are left are retarded, other than this one. And I'm not just saying that because it's my fucking channel, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a dual element. So, you know, the breaker, as far as the breaker and all that, I guess, you know, it's going to be the same. But, with a dual element, it's basically the same setup, same name brand. Lowe's don't sell but one name brand, A.O. Smith, and I think the same people make Whirlpool. They just a different name on it. They're basically the same thing. But so I didn't have a whole lot of choice. Just gallon size, went down 10 gallons. I think it'll be alright.
Bro, it's not even that good. I had the MetaQuest 2 and the PSVR. It's just a gimmick.
After 10 minutes, you get bored. You probably end up looking on porn, VR porn or something. But it's boring. I mean, it's not there. The technology is not there yet. Especially that MetaQuest. What resolution is that? Fucking 1080p. Like, dude, you can't VR in 1080p. You need to play VR in like 8 or 16K for it to be realistic, you know? You don't have a powerful PC to run that VR headset. MetaQuest is not powerful.
Well, I've got the Beyond 2, and it's huge. The vision is huge, like so much that I'm fucking up my eyes. Usually you would have to turn your head left and right, but my vision is so huge that I can just turn my eyes like in real life you would do. But that makes you dizzy after a while. I have crickets.
I'm over here coughing my lungs out. I'm sure Metro is immediately over there playing with retards.
Okay, yeah, I'm just cooking some craft dinner. I like cook the corn dogs. Not corn dogs, but you guys call them corn dogs. I call them here in New Brunswick, Canada, and all over Canada, we call them pogo sticks, but you guys call them corn dogs. Just got the pogo sticks all cooked up. I took the sticks out. Some people will eat it with the stick on it, like the whole stick, but I just take the sticks out and eat them with a fork that way, with some ketchup and mustard. But I'm gonna be putting these corn dogs. I'm gonna be putting them in my craft dinner.
Yeah, bro. I looked it up just to make sure. It was on The Sims 1. Yes, VR. You can make your Sims play VR. Fuck, I can't post pictures in here.
I literally just thought that. I'm like, damn, that was fast.
So I heard you yesterday or the day before you were in St. Louis. Is that where you've been delivering to?
Buck, why do you sound out of breath?
I think he's smoking the Smeed over there. He took a big old rip. No, I was just passing through St. Louis, so I had a load from Kentucky to Washington. Okay. So you take the stick out of the pogo. You just eat the pogo, not the stick.
Yeah, well, if you're thinking of getting one, Kevin, don't, because you'll never use it, you know. I used mine for 10 minutes and then I packed it away and I sold it. I swapped it I got a Steam Deck from it, you know. If you want to play games, VR is not, it's in its infancy right now, you know. Get
same load I'm on now.
He said load.
Giggity. Yep, some people just eat it while it's on the stick, like they just hold the stick and eat the pogo stick. Just eat it just like that, but I eat it with the fork.
Gotcha. So that truck you're talking about the gloves, where were you at? Was that like St. Charles area, northwest St. Louis?
No, yeah, I'm with you on this one. No, I'm not gonna buy it. We're just talking about the technology, and you're absolutely right. It still is in its infancy. It's still in its infancy. It's the resolution, they need to get it. Now they're improving it exactly. 1080, like that's not enough.
I don't even know. I don't even know the city like that. My dad like that. You know me. I don't pay attention to shit. I just set my GPS and plug and go.
Because people eat them different ways. Some people like them, when people cook them, some people like it crispy, some people don't like it crispy. But I like mine extra crispy.
Who wants to add me to Snapchat? I have a Wacko and Sugar are in our group. We need more people in our group. Who has Snapchat? Soldier? Anyone?
I probably couldn't even tell you the highway I was on.
Yo, have you noticed if you just rely solely on GPS for everything, you become more retarded? Like, you couldn't tell people how you got where you're at. You're just like, yeah, I don't know. I just put it in my GPS.
Yeah, I like mine.
I do.
Do you like your pogo sticks, which you guys call corn dogs? Do you like them extra crispy?
Can I add you to our group?
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, dude, 1,000%. Yeah, it's the case with many forms of technology. Like think about phone numbers. Remember, like back in the day, there used to be phone books. You'd have a little tiny little fucking notebook that, like, less than pocket size. You know what I mean? And that'd be all your contacts with, phone numbers and stuff like that. But we used to remember phone numbers. We'd know all these, at least a handful of numbers by heart, Now, fuck. Like, I was thinking the other day, if you go to jail and you get your one call, what the fuck are you going to do? They have your cell phone. You don't know anybody's number anymore. So, like, yeah, with, certain technologies, like our brain does kind of atrophy. That's what people are saying is the big concern with AI.
Nah, I just like mine.
I use like how they are. You stick them in the oven, cook them till they're cooked, and you just take them out.
I don't like them like they are because they're froze. You have to cook them.
That's what I mean. Like you take them out, cook them, and then once they're cooked, you eat them. Like you don't, like you cook them when they're cooked, not crispy. You just take them out before they get crispy.
I take them out before they get crispy, but I leave the stick in it. You have to be careful with that. You don't bite down too hard, you break a tooth.
TikTok. Okay.
Well, look at, you don't need to know anything. Hey, where's the nearest liquor store? Hey, do you know how to get from here to there, whatever? No, I would just Google it. Why the fuck are you asking me? It's like taking any of the conversation that you would normally have with someone like, oh yeah, if you go out to Main Street here and you hang a right on 2nd, it's the second left. Now it's just like, why are you asking me? Just fucking Google it.
Do you put ketchup on yours and mustard, or just mustard, or just ketchup?
Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Just play this quiet.
I put mustard, I put ketchup, and I put mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yeah, I like mayonnaise, ketchup, and mustard on mine.
Oh yeah. I saw this video. This girl, she was cooking corn. She was cooking pogo sticks, and she took some ketchup, took some mustard, took some mayonnaise, and mixed it all together to make a sauce for it. So I'm gonna try it sometime. Not today, but I'm gonna try it sometime. Try it sometime. See how to do it, because you gotta have the right amount of mustard, you gotta have the right amount of mayonnaise, and right amount of ketchup.
Man, this song is so clean, man. Like, what, 20 years later, it's clean.
Yeah. Yeah, it fucks me up, because I like to pride myself as like the human GPS, and I ask people all the times, also, you're right over there. They're like, I don't know. I'm like, God damn it. I was trying to be smart and tell you where you're at. I do that with Dale, even though I know he only follows his GPS. I ask him all the time. He's like, I don't know. It's like, motherfucker.
Oh, dude, that's fucking. Yeah, I'll get pulled in by DOT. They're like, "Where are you heading?" I don't know. I'm like, what? Oh, well, where are you coming from? I don't know. What are you hauling? I don't know. Fucking like, don't need to know, man. You know what I mean? That's the basis I operate off of. Is like, if I don't need to know it, I will not know it. It's a very simple way of life, you know. It is my brand of enlightenment, you know. No, but oh, I get mad all the time, dude. That exact same thought, like people asking me things about, like, well, do you know if there's a this here, or how do I get the? I'm like, do you not have a fucking smartphone like everybody else? Like, why are you asking me when you can Google this shit? You know, I think people just are lonely sometimes. Wow.
Yeah, it depends on how you like it, you know. I like equal parts mayonnaise, ketchup, and a little bit of mustard, not a whole lot of mustard. And you stir it up in a little bowl, and then you dip your pogo stick down in it, and good to go. Corn dog, we call it. Dip your corn dog, you make a dipping sauce. Mayonnaise, ketchup, equal parts, and then spice it up with some mustard, maybe a little hot sauce, depends on how I'm feeling. Put a Texas Pete in there. Oh yeah, makes it good.
Well, that's the exact thing. It's like sometimes I'll ask people about shit just for conversational purposes. And every once in a while, I'll ask something, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm not really sure." And it's like, "Oh fuck!" Like, I'm not asking you because I really care. I'm just, you know, trying to have a conversation here. I know I can Google basically anything I could have asked you.
Exactly. I guess I'm more like antisocial than that. I don't want to talk to anybody ever unless I have to. But yeah, I mean, shit. And the fucking, the neighborhood I live in, the city I live in and shit like that, like I've been living there for 3 years now, at least. And, like I still need Google Maps to get around, because that's just what I do. Like I always Google Maps and, you know, like wherever I'm going, fucking to the local store or whatever. Like, there's a few places, like, I don't need to Google Maps anymore. Like, the store I can get to, obviously, now. Like, but it took, like, quite a long time till I fucking remembered the routes and shit like that. Just because, like, it's so built into me that the minute I get into the car to go anywhere, the first thing is, like, pulling up Google Maps, you know, putting the address in.
Google does not tell me. I want to know what it's called when you mix ketchup and mustard and mayonnaise together. I want to know what's it called, but Google's not telling me the name of it, so I can find the recipe of how much to put in, how much ketchup and how much mayonnaise and mustard to put in. It's not telling me the name of it.
Yeah, I doubt you can find the specific how much, because people taste buds are different. Just depends on if you like more ketchup than you do mayonnaise. You know, do you like more mustard taste than yours? Or like I say, I mix mine up half and half, mayonnaise, ketchup, and then put a little bit of mustard in there, maybe a spoonful, tablespoon, and then if I want some hot sauce, I'll put that in there. So, and it depends on how much you want, how much you're gonna make. You just eyeball it and stir it up in a bowl. And if you got a little bit too much of ketchup and you want more mayonnaise, just add a little mayonnaise to it. If you want more mustard taste, you add a little mustard to it. It's not that hard. Trying to make it complicated, wanting to be all professional and everything. Gonna measure out how much ketchup and measure out how much mayonnaise and how much mustard. You gotta measure everything. Yeah, that's a professional chef right there.
Yeah, it's making us more retarded. Some would argue we're retarded from the jump. That is definitely making us more retarded, for sure. Yeah, just wait until any conversation that you have with somebody is, what's your OnlyFans? What's your this? What's your that? Whatever. And it's literally no conversation. It's like, hey, what are your handles on this or that? Okay, bye.
That's basically our economy, yeah. It's like somebody, picking you up in an Uber car, putting a gun to your head and, forcing you to subscribe to their fucking OnlyFans and shit. Them and their daughter's shared OnlyFans account. Like, yeah, it's fucked up.
Hell of a time to be alive.
Hell of a time. But I'm cool with it. I'm alright with it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not fighting it in any way. Like as I said, like if I wanted to make an effort, like I could know all the back streets, and all the layout of my my area and all that. But I don't, I'm like, whatever. I got Google Maps, so who gives a fuck? But I remember, like, if I went to my hometown where I grew up, to this day, I know every fucking street, where it leads to any fucking place. Like, I could go back after many years to that city and fucking know it like the back of my hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't tell me the name of it, of what's it called. So when I make it, I'm gonna give it a name.
Yeah, about what Shido said, it's a part of that is true, but the other part which is not true is that every day it's like years of evolution for VR. Just go look at all the updates and new technologies they find out for the VR. Every 2 days there is new components and new features that make it always exponentially better. So, of course, it's the start of the era, but the upgrades every time are so impressive that we can figure out. Oh, I'm gonna help this guy 1 second.
I'm gonna call it Jesse Special. What do you call yours? Top Gun Special?
There you go, yeah. Jesse Special Sauce. Jesse Special Pogo Sauce.
And that is a thing of the past. I haven't had that be the case basically since I left my hometown,
Hello, anybody's in need?
And it comes with a pogo. Stick. Like it'll come, like when you order pogo sticks at the restaurant, the sauce will come with it. If you want extra sauce, it'll cost like you have to pay for it separate, because it will come with the pogo sticks. When you order pogos at the restaurant, it'll come wrong. The sauce will come with it. But if you want extra, that'll be a separate bill. It'll be you have to pay for extra. But that's just with it. When it comes with the pogos, it's free. You're just paying for the pogos themselves.
Well, yeah, because when you learned your hometown, you knew all the streets. You had to. That, like, you know, we didn't grow up with GPS. You had to know where the fuck you were going, or you wouldn't get there. Oh my God, you remember printing out MapQuest? Holy shit.
I don't know what you're talking about, Crocus. Are you talking about the imagery? All they would have to do on one of these so-called rockets or ships or probes is just mount a camera on it and take a genuine photograph of Earth. And in all of this time, they've never done that.
Dude, that's literally like horse and buggy shit nowadays. Like, it's so archaic. Like, how the fuck did you get from A to B? I remember driving to my first duty station from California to Tennessee at 18 years old. Printing out the MapQuest for trekking across the entire nation.
Such a fraud, man. But they've got literally billions of people believing it. But just because billions of people believe in something, that doesn't make it the truth. It just means that there are billions of people who are fooled by some very good magicians.
Oh my God. If not you, your parents, for sure. You remember my dad, well, he did sales, so he drove across the country on a regular basis, and he always had an atlas in the map pocket, which is what the back of the front seats have a pocket in them. It's for a fucking map. And he actually used it for that. That's how fucking old we are.
Yeah. Yep. Let me key down, actually. I feel like I've been button hogging. Nope. Okay, I was gonna let Buck get in there if he had something to throw in. But yeah, you used to have to have a road atlas. Yep, fucking map, dude. Big old fucking book. Every street in the nation. They still recommend truck drivers that we keep that on us, on the truck at all times, in case your devices fail and everything like that. And I did. I followed that instruction for probably like the first 3 years I was driving over the road. They taught us how to use the atlas and everything in the class, for my CDL. But after 3 years, realizing I forgot how to read that shit entirely. Like, after 3 years, realizing there was never came a point where I fucking needed it. I just stopped carrying one. But yeah, you used to really have to plan shit out. Like that trip from California to Tennessee, like I said, like many, many pages marked and numerically organized of turn-by-turn directions for the entire fucking drive, printed out, and I actually had to diligently watch for this upcoming exit or that interchange, and if I missed it, I would have been fucked, and then planning out, having a system to, never letting your gas tank get below half full, right? Because you don't know when the next gas station's going to come up. That's another thing Google Maps will, tell you. You don't have to really be concerned with, but yeah, you had to make sure, because you didn't know where the fucking gas station was. It is so different with the, like, we forget how powerful these fucking devices are, you know what I mean? That, like, yeah, we are very fucking reliant on them, to the point where, like, if all of our devices went down during a cross-country travel, we would be, like, completely fucked. We might die, you know?
It's not exactly a bad thing. We could stand to lose about half the population anyway. And I think, you know, if we had like a grid failure or something like that, I think half the population's dead inside of 72 hours. Definitely a week.
Speaking of fucking devices failing, my GPS is on the goddamn fritz right now. Give me uno momentos, por favor.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, dang, I'm back. Sweet potato cornbread muffins are done. Sweet potato casserole is almost done. I fucked up the topping and I have to go buy more pecans. Whoops. Gonna go check on the turkey right now.
Shut up, I gotta block your ass.
Dude, my fucking, welcome back, Logan. Like, both my commercial rated GPS and my Google Maps, both are like turning full retarded on this fucking highway too. Like, my commercial rated GPS thinks I'm on like surface streets, and it is just bugging the fuck out. And my Google Maps, like, it wanted me to like get off the exit and turn around just to get on another exit to turn around and go back the same way I'm going now. I'm like, what the fuck is up with this goddamn area? Is this like the fucking, you know, like the Bermuda fucking Triangle of roads out here, or what?
Can't you get like Waze and set it to you being in a semi instead of being in a regular car? Waze has got all the fucking updated traffic tips and shit.
Fuck out of you, bitch.
I totally agree with Logan. So I have heard of Waze. I've never used Waze. What is that? That's an iPhone thing, isn't it?
It's another good day. I'm gonna narrate as though I can see what Mangle's doing right now. And now Mangle's on his ship. And look as he fights that Kraken! Give it another blow there, man. Oh, yes. Oh, no! The ship is on fire! Put it out!
Isn't that buff?
Waze is iPhone, isn't it? Oh, God. No, I think you can have it on both sides.
Good evening, Bluefire. What's going on?
But is it like the default built-in maps? It's basically like the Google Maps for iPhone, right? Like if you buy a brand new iPhone, it'll come with Waze built in.
Not much, man. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
Just chilling on the Ring of Fire, the good old Finley app. Yeah, I'm having a fantastic day over here. What time is it where you're at?
Oh, no. No, it's a third party for sure. Whether you have Android or Apple, you have to download Waze. It's its own thing. Google bought it and allegedly absorbed it, but it's still operating as its own app. Like I said, it's the only one that I've got that's got the most real time, up to date. This road's closed, that road's closed, whatever.
Boss, it's 19. It's not 1936. It's afternoon.
I'm surprised. Waze, 8 years ago was pretty shitty, so I haven't really gone back.
Cool. That's awesome. Well, it's let's see here. What would this be in military time? 1336 here.
Can you see the sun? Because here is no sun and no moon. It's dark. It's fucking dark.
And, fuck you, Metro. Do you know Rachel Maddow's a doctor?
Shut up, faggot. Have you seen my vape juice? I love you, Sensi.
Get some coffee and you then come back.
Yeah, I can see the sun. Maybe I'm wrong on the time. But yeah, no, I mean, it's midday here.
That fucking guy. Rachel Maddow. Oh man, could you imagine being a liberal faggot as an older man? That's crazy.
Please drive to Highland.
What was I gonna say? What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah. No, on the maps thing. Yeah, I might check out the Waze. You know what the thing is Google Maps is pretty goddamn sophisticated in my opinion. I've never had any problem with it. It seems to have all that information of which you spoke, like the updated roads, down to like the traffic. Like if one route has a little bit of traffic on it, that'll slow you down. It'll reroute you to a quicker way, you know, with traffic considered and road closures and all that shit. So, like it's far more sophisticated than, oh shit. Far more sophisticated than like my commercial rated Garmin, which I pay fucking many hundreds of dollars for. So, but yeah, the one problem with Google Maps is that it's not commercially rated. And so I may, it'll take you down roads that, if you're in a semi, will get you fucked up, low bridge clearances and shit like that.
Please drive to highlighted.
So if Waze does, in fact, have a commercial rated option, then, yeah, that'd be enough to fucking sell me on it, dude.
Okay, so I got it. You've stolen the sun. You have stolen the sun. You have stolen the sun. You have stolen my sun. Why? Okay, the sun is coming back. I know it. But you have stolen it.
Excessive rainfall discussion. NWS Weather Prediction Center, College Park, MD. 10:58 a.m. Estate, Saturday, November 22nd, 2025. Day 1 valid 16Z, Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, 12Z, Sunday, November 23rd, 2025. There is a marginal risk of excessive rainfall across portions of southeast Arizona into central Arizona. 16Z update. Introduced a marginal risk with the 16Z update, as the latest 12Z cams support a lower end, localized flash flood threat later today with mostly clear skies and building insolation over portions of southeast into central AZ. SB Cape should climb to 250J/kg with updrafts tending to initially favor higher terrain and points north, as storm motions of 15 to 25 kts to the north to northeast are expected within the mean flow. With precipitable water values anticipated to build to around 0.8. A period of localized 1+/HR rates are possible with small downdrafts and relatively fast motions generally capping hourly totals around 0.5. Some repeating and training of cells may locally support hourly totals of 0.5+ and short-term totals of 1.5 to 2.0 are possible. This may result in a few localized instances of flash flooding. Churchill. Day 2 valid 12Z, Sunday, November 23rd, 2025, 12Z, Monday, November 24th, 2025. There is a slight risk of excessive rainfall across portions of the southern plains. The latest guidance continues to depict a southwest-northeast orientated axis of heavy rain panning from the northern part of the hill country to northeast Texas. General consensus suggests 1 to 3 inches. However, the ECMUF is persistent on the higher end with amounts 3 to 5+ inches and placed further south/southwest than other solutions. This is somewhat concerning, as this brings the forecast axis of QPF even more into alignment with areas that realized heavy rainfall in prior days. A slight risk remains in effect and seems appropriate given at least 3 days of recovery from the previous heavy rainfall event and uncertainty with regard to the amount of training and resultant QPF. Campbell/Churchill. Day 3 valid 12Z Monday, November 24, 2025, 12Z Tuesday, November 25, 2025. There is a slight risk for excessive rainfall for northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, Arkansas, and northwest Mississippi. The broad area of showers and thunderstorms are expected to shift to the eastern portion of the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley. The highest amounts are expected to focus over the AKLOTX region. While aerial averages of 1 to 3 inches are forecast, isolated maximums of 4+ inches will be possible. There will be some overlap of heavy rainfall from the previous day which will lower local FFGs. Training and backbuilding of storms may be possible, particularly for northern Texas and Arkansas. A slight risk is in effect from northeast Texas/northern Louisiana to western Tennessee/northwest Mississippi. Campbell. Day 1 threat area, Day 2 threat area, Day 3 threat area.
Yes, I have stolen the sun, and it'll never return without a donation of $1 billion.
That was your masterpiece of stolen.
It was all a part of my evil MacGyving plan.
That's nice.
Yes. All it took was a whole bunch of chain and one giant Ford truck. By golly, I didn't think it'd work, but it certainly did.
Yeah. And CIA and FBI is looking for you now.
Oh no, they'll never find me. They'll never find me.
But that's a nice... It's nice to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You'd have to double check. I never use Apple Maps, and I don't trust Google Maps if I know like there's an event in town or something like that and they're blocking off streets. I will not trust Google Maps to know that, because Waze makes it so easy for people to report when the route's all fucked up that the shit actually gets reported. And Waze will take heed of that and reroute you accordingly, in my experience.
It's nice to talk to you too. Yes. It's nice and warm over here, huh? Is it warm over there, Shade Boy?
Oh man. Yeah. But look how different we are. What is the difference between us? I live here in Germany, I live in Hanover, and you are living in America or something like that. And the difference between us is so far. And we can talk each other. Isn't it cool?
Smoked a lot of weed, so don't y'all think it's weird that cell phones are a two-party system like our political system?
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, I'm in North Carolina within the United States of America. It is cool. That's why I love this app. I wish they'd bring back the trending list. Come on, app creators, do it.
Dang, this whole app is completely quiet. I'm amazed. It's weird.
You think our political system's a two-party system? What, are you fucking retarded?
I shall try to speak up.
Oh, it's called that.
Yeah, it's called that, but it's a uniparty system. Come on, man. Come on now.
Funny DJ.
Yeah, and that's why I love this app too, because it's amazing. You can talk about with people around the world. We have people from Australia. they fight with kangaroos, and then they talk to me, or they got a crocodile, and they talk to me. All this is happening before our eyes, and I have only go to work in Germany, and that's very amazing. The cello app is very amazing. It's cool.
Right. Just like the cell phone system. And we all fight over it.
It's like the stock market, except the Zilla decided crashed. And then it's like quiet. Is that so? I don't know. I've always felt like, sorry, I had to re-listen, so I'm set back a little bit. I always felt like shit did get reported pretty good on Google Maps, but I've never compared it to Waze. So yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'll give it a download, especially if it's got a commercial option. What were you guys talking about? I missed a couple key ups with the party systems and shit.
Yeah, weirdly right now, I think the stock market only matters to the stock market largely. I mean, I'm not saying investors don't freak out, but that's kind of normal stock market, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what you wanted to do, is crash. That way you can buy it, and then it goes back up. Yeah, just make sure it's not a product that's going to go out of business. Like Coca-Cola, if it crashes, it's a great stock to buy. Same thing with Pepsi and all that.
Yeah, final thing on the waves, like, I know there's an event in town and certain roads are blocked off. My go-to was Waze, and Waze pulled through. I didn't even give Google Maps a fucking thought. Because it's that much easier to report road closed, cops, all this other shit. Waze. Period, end of story. And if you can select that you're in a semi, I would say give it a shot and tell me if I'm wrong, because I don't think I will be.
Yeah, I've talked with people from Egypt, Dubai, Germany, Australia, England, France, Ireland, let's see, Iceland. Yeah, there's everybody. Like, it's a whole giant melting pot.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's like, I hear it being called volatile, but I think that's a misread. I feel like it's because things are happening fast, and climates are shifting. You know, it's like the U.S. isn't doing anything to prompt the potential, well, certainly protests, potentially a revolution in the making of young fighting age men in Mexico trying to get the cartel out of their own government. But we put up the barriers, we started stopped offering safe harbor, we cut off the supply lines, and now they see the opportunity to do it themselves that would have been impossible otherwise, as they see our aircraft carrier off the coast of Venezuela shooting ships at will. Venezuela saying, hey, you can't invade us, and we said, we're not invading anybody, we're just sitting right here, just taking out the dudes that got no business coming at us. Alright, but if you come over here, we're going to kick your butt. And Venezuela's people stood up and said, who's we?
Yeah? Oh, yeah.
Shut up, dummy.
The best man I talked with was an old man from Germany. He was leaving to Vietnam, and I don't know what he's doing there, but he's using Zillow too. And then this one he told me, when you are going to change your life, you have to move to Vietnam, and when you are moving to Vietnam, you have it all. You have your car, you have your girls, and it was not only one girl. It was that was when I heard that it was many girls, but also then it was I got my breakfast first, and then I got my evening lunch. But every time there was girls in the background, I am doing something wrong. When I heard that, I have you know what I want to tell you?
Boy, ain't that the damn pot calling Kill Black.
And the political shit, it's, it's two wings, same bird. If you haven't figured that out yet, you're retarded.
Boy, you so damn dumb you can't drive nails in the snow.
Definitely agree. What do we got here? Okay, that's good. It's getting funky up in here. Oh, that's definitely true. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, listen, you can vote for the red pedophiles or you can vote for the blue pedophiles that are blackmailed by Israel. You know what I mean? So we do have choices in this country. People say we don't have choices. Is Waze a free application?
I like how Swim Freak's in there, because Swim Freak's a fat girl that uses pretty girls to get what she needs on an app. Then again, no one knows what Barbie looks like.
Thinking about that? They think about it. But the number one reason they don't do it, they tell us this, is personal security. They said the second I do that.
Yeah, Waze is free. And, yep, you can either vote for the Jews or vote for the Jews. Either way, the Jews are going to take your money, your extorted tax dollars. And, I don't know, it's getting kind of spicy where they're dropping pictures and clips of Trump sucking Bill Clinton off. It's getting wild.
Well, I kind of figured that damn Swim Freak was bisexual, but to be honest with you, I didn't really care.
It's the ripple effect we're still seeing in the far reaches, and it's only just begun.
The ripple effect, you say?
Yeah, Waze is free until you upgrade to the commercial version, just like all the other apps.
See, I've only lived in America my whole life, so I don't. I hear you, but I can't. It's hard for me to relate with that type of thing.
We are tracking record high temperatures, midweek rain chances, that could impact holiday travel, and much colder temperatures working into the area for next weekend. First alert, record heat Saturday. Saturday's highs are forecasted near 80 degrees, which would break the record of 76 degrees in Charlotte set back in 2011, and if we can make it to 80 will be the second latest 80-degree day in Charlotte on record. Some sunshine and gusty winds will help push temps into the upper 70s across much of the Piedmont, which will likely be record-breaking. Some showers or brief thundershowers are possible during the afternoon hours today as a cold front pushes from north to south. First alert, midweek rain chances. Looking ahead to the middle of next week, a cold front will bring rain to our viewing area. A few rumbles of thunder will be possible, but the main story will be the rainfall itself because it could impact Thanksgiving travel Tuesday night and Wednesday. After that front passes, cooler and drier air returns, with highs dropping into the 50s and lows dipping below freezing. Forecast at a glance. Saturday first alert, upper 70s, partly cloudy, breezy. Midweek first alert, rain Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Cold Black Friday, cold snap settles in late next week. Download the free WBTV weather app on your mobile device to receive weather alerts and get your latest WBTV weather forecast on the go. You can also get the latest weather forecast on Roku and Amazon Fire's WBTV app. Hashtag CLT, hashtag CLTWX, hashtag NCWX, hashtag SCWX. Hope you have a great weekend. Chief Meteorologist Al Conklin.
And who is causing the ripple effect, or what is?
There it is. Of course, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's probably worth it, though. You throw your Garmin in the trash and spend the money on waste.
Anything that shifts flows, transforms something, or alters the shape of the world we're living in, I would have to say is a major power flow, at least right now.
Tell me more.
Hey, good morning, Kraftwerk. Hope you're well.
So, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Usually there's a charge for it. You pay $10 a month or something for anything phone commercially rated, in my experience. And then, but if you just have a commercial rated GPS, a separate one, spend a couple $100 on the low end. But, yeah, I mean, the thing about, the advantage of having an actual device for your commercial GPS is that it's satellite, so you don't necessarily need internet connection or anything like that. So, if your phone is down or you're out of reception, you can still navigate.
He was actually together with two wives, because his own really wife was died. So, and then he left to Vietnam, and then he was on the massage. It's like a cheap porn, but it's it's like a porn, but he is in it.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
K66.
If that's too melancholy for you, I apologize. I'm constructing a metaphysics model.
Hey, Mr. Killbox, how you doing, buddy?
KC6VLG, John English, are you on the air?
Oh, that reminds me, I gotta empty my stainless steel canteen. I bet the water's trying to get sour in it. I need to do that. I'm glad that I started watching that.
Oh, 1 second, DJ.
Hey John, we're leaving on the 23rd for Thailand and Vietnam.
If it goes sour, I mean, all you have to do is boil it. Boil it hard, though. I mean, I bet you a peel in it.
Wow. That sounds nice. Yeah.
Vietnam. Yeah, where have you made plans for? How long are you gonna stay?
I think about 4 days. We're gonna go do a river cruise on one of those boats that has the bedroom, jacuzzi, and balcony on the river.
Well, you're right. You never know how anything will work out. That's why I always pray before I do something. Bible says, don't think for 1 minute you can say what's going to happen in the future. You can't change the color of one hair on your head, but say, God willing, I will do such and such a thing.
Yeah, there's so little Chinese girls walking around him and massage him or kind of that, and I think it's okay, but you have to have a nice business for getting this in the evening of your life, because when you are an bringer from McDonald's, you can have this. You can't have this. You have to earn much money.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that so matter-of-factly. I was just making an assumption, a guess, that it would be an upgrade, like most of the other apps. I don't know that for sure.
Well, I'm about to download it, and so we're about to find out. What's, I was talking with Spotter about the Epstein file release and shit like that, but that was really just for funsies to see what stuff he would come up with. But, what's the deal with the Epstein shit now? I know they voted on releasing the documents. They won the vote, right? But that's the last I've heard of it. Like, what is the status? Have they released? Spotter was saying that, like, there's been a drop, like they dropped something new that's been released, whether it was like the island visitor log or something like that. But you know, it's Spotter, so is that real or true at all?
Oh, that's in Halong Bay. That's in the northern part. Are you visiting north or the south?
North.
I don't know too much about that, but I know that you need to be a little bit prepared. Yeah, I bought me a damn stainless steel canteen and shit.
Yeah, that's Halong Bay. Yeah, that's northern part of the country. That'd be fun, you know. That'd be a lot of fun. Did you get the tour package?
I don't know what she got, but I think just about everything's taken care of.
You're right. You have to have wealth. You have to have money. You have to have, money equals power. Prestige equals money, and money equals power. And power equals prestige. It's a cycle, you're right. But if you've got that money, girl, you can crack some chicks, you know what I'm saying?
But I got it off of, I can't remember, Self-Reliance. That's what I got it off of. Who is this man? Dave Cannonberry. He's got some badass equipment.
Yeah, that's the tour package. So are you just going to that, or are you just going to hang around and visit the city or what?
Alright, y'all, I'm going to play part 2 of the audio I played this morning. Like I say, I don't have to make a disclaimer. First time I heard this fellow was this morning. He's preaching a series as 4 parts. Have you joined the Church of Kirk? He's talking about Charlie Kirk, but he hadn't hardly mentioned Charlie Kirk at all yet in the part number 1. So anyway, this is part 2. Part 2. And this is from let me find it. Lighthouse Baptist Church in California. Somewhere in California. Anyway, part 1 was really good. He gave a lot of information of history of things, laying the foundation. So I really enjoyed part number 1. So I'm going to be listening to it while I eat and get ready to get the water heater draining. And I'm going to eat lunch and so forth. So I may play a couple or all of these, I don't know. But this is part number 2. Have you joined the Church of Kirk?
I think we're going to visit the city as well, so I should have asked her more about it. I was busy working. We got it all set up, but we'll be flying to Bangkok first. We're going to stay 1 week in a little house in Pattaya, and then go back to Bangkok and then fly into Vietnam. I think we're there for about 4 or 5 days in Vietnam.
That's it. I know what you're saying. But when you are doing this, money is not all. But the girls in Vietnam or in China, they are looking for money. When you earn so much money and when you have so much money, Yes, no problem.
No, if you're asking me, I'm barely like I'm not paying attention. I just so happen to hear shit drop every once in a while.
It came with a stove and everything. It was pretty cool.
Oh man, you know, if you're gonna fly that far, that long on the airplane, you know, it's gonna be like almost a 24 hours straight in the airplane. You know, 14, 15 hours between changing planes and all that from here. Well, the same thing with Thailand, from here to Asia. You know, you might want to consider extending another week or so in Vietnam because, you know, you have to go see Saigon.
Yeah, to both you guys, but Buck also, if he's heard anything.
Yep. I mean, honestly, I hate to be sexist, but it's in a woman's nature to want resources. And what's the easiest way for women to get resources if they don't have a husband? Spread them, girl!
No, hell no. Heard the same you did. And that's all we'll ever hear.
Yeah, I don't know, Dale, if you're familiar with this or not, but the government's not exactly a fan of putting itself in a position where...
Yes, it is. Yeah. I'm a husband too, and I don't want to make my wife getting angry, and but the way this guy is doing that is so much good, and I think everyone have to do that. I'm wrong?
Okay, I'll tell you. We're flying Korea Airlines. We're going to stop in Korea and then fly on into Bangkok and then go to we got a little house in Pattaya and spend a week there, and then we're going to go back to Vietnam after that.
Not really a fan of transparency or telling on itself. You cut out there, by the way. I didn't catch you.
God willing, the people of Earth will stop worshipping the demonic false god of the Old Testament.
So your girlfriend's Thai, not Chinese, huh?
Yeah, more or less, yes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've been arguing with a bunch of people over that lately, mostly conservatives and shit. Like people who are like kind of like having Trump's back on this issue, right? Because he like used all of his power to try to stop him from releasing the Epstein files. And there's conservatives that like they're on board with that. They're like, oh well, you know, he must have a good reason. You know what I mean? It's like he's covering up fucking pedophilia, dude.
You're so stupid. Shut up while you're ahead.
She is Chinese.
God willing, Killbox will stop being a retard.
Well, see, I'm not married, but I've been with my girlfriend / will be wife for over a year, and I don't, like, personally, I think it's in a man's nature to sleep with as many women as he can, and she understands that. So, like, we'll go out to the bar and she'll pick women for me to sleep with, and she's cool with it as long as she picks it out.
Alright, well, let me give you some pointers here, okay? So, if you're going to stay in Saigon, you know, you want to do, you know, stay in some pretty nice place, which where I stayed. But I don't think you're going to get this place if you're just going to only rent a week. You might want to go Airbnb for that. You know, it's the look under Landmark 81. That's the best place to stay in Saigon. They're way up there on top, you know, on top of the 5-star scale. And they're around 60, 70 bucks a day at most. But if you're going to stay some nice place like the Hilton or the Sheraton, you're going to be in the hundreds, 100, 150 a day.
Well, man, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, you're talking about actual God himself. Are you talking about Lucifer? I mean, because you're saying that the Old Testament has a false god in it. I don't know which one it would be. It has to be Lucifer.
The 1 Thessalonians chapter 2. 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, we'll be reading verses 1 through 4. 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1, For yourselves, brethren, know our entrance in unto you, that it was not in vain. But even after that we had suffered before and were shamefully entreated, as you know at Philippi, we were bold in our God to speak unto you the gospel with much contention. There was a lot of opposition, a lot of persecution as a result of preaching the gospel. For our exhortation was not of deceit, nor of uncleanness, nor in guile. But as we were allowed of God to be put in trust with the gospel, even so we speak, not as pleasing men, but God, which trieth our hearts. Title of the message this afternoon, have you joined the Church of Charlie Kirk yet? Part 2, let's pray. Father, thank you for this afternoon. Thank you for the good food that we ate. Thank you for the good fellowship. Pray that you bless now as we look at your word. In Jesus' name, amen. We left off last time dealing with the fact that what confuses so many people is oftentimes there are people who have compromised the gospel, they've blurred the truth, they've muddied the waters of doctrine, but they'll say the correct thing from time to time. They'll say something that sounds very right, and boy, it seems like they're really a Christian or they're really preaching the truth, and then you listen long enough and then they'll say something that's totally contrary to the gospel. They'll preach what adds to just a lot of confusion, whether it's Joel Osteen, Benny Hinn, Mormon missionaries, the Pope, Catholic priests, Kenneth Copeland, Andy Stanley, Billy Graham, and on and on and on. This is not a new problem. It's been an ongoing problem for a long time. I could give you thousands of examples of that. In the Bible, Acts chapter 16 and verse 16, it says, And it came to pass, as we went to prayer, a certain damsel possessed with a spirit of divination met us, which brought her masters much gain by soothsaying. The same followed Paul and us, and cried, saying, These men are the servants of the Most High God, which show unto us the way of salvation. Now that was the truth. That was the truth. That was 100% true. This statement that this woman kept making was absolutely true. And what was Paul's response? And this did she many days, but Paul, being grieved, turned and said to the Spirit, I command thee in the name of Jesus Christ to come out of her. And he came out the same hour. Now, what's the problem? Why? Why would Paul do that? Because it was confusion. It was a mixed message from the wrong source. Mark chapter 3, verse 11, And unclean spirits, when they saw him, Jesus Christ, fell down before him and cried, saying, Thou art the Son of God. No, that's the truth. It's 100% true. And so, how did Jesus respond? He straightly charged them, saying that they should not make him known. Now when the sun was setting at 4:40, all they that had any sick with diverse diseases brought them unto him, and he laid his hands on every one of them and healed them. The devils also came out of many, crying out and saying, Thou art Christ, the Son of God. And he, rebuking them, suffered them not to speak, for they knew that he was Christ. Again, that message was the truth. What they were saying was correct. 2 Corinthians 11:14, And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. The devil and his demons speak the truth whenever it suits their purposes. They don't have any problem speaking the truth. Unsaved, unregenerated people will talk in favor of accepting the Lord Jesus Christ as your personal Savior. Now let me illustrate, but first let me read you some words from a Baptist preacher. You cannot earn your way into heaven. You can't. There is no deed, no random act of kindness, no amount of money to spread around to others that earns you a trip to heaven. It can't happen. It's earned by God's grace alone, by believing that Jesus died on the cross for you. This is what Christians believe. I will tell you that I'm a man who needed the atonement more than most people do. I appreciate the atonement. I accept Jesus as my Savior. I know that I'm alive today because I did give all of it to him, because I couldn't carry anymore. Salvation is an individual relationship between the individual and God through the sacrifice of Jesus on the cross. Jesus said in John 14:6, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I cannot be saved for you. I cannot save you. I cannot even save myself. If you're a Christian, you believe that Jesus can save you. He took on the sins of the world by choice. The empty tomb represents that he conquered death. He was not a victim because he did it by choice. He's not a victim. He's a victor. He was a conqueror. He conquered death. Got it? To receive his salvation, you receive his forgiveness of sins. That's what every Christian church in the country, in the world, believes. This is biblical. Okay, full disclosure. Those weren't the words from a Baptist preacher. They were actually the words of Glenn Beck, a full-on hardcore Mormon for 26 years who also has the foul mouth, by the way. That was Glenn Beck that said that. Let me tell you about the Mormon Jesus that Glenn Beck is talking about. He's not eternal. He's a created being from divine procreation between God the Father and God the Mother, physical relationship. He started out as a man, actually as a spirit child before that. In fact, here is one of the songs from the Mormon Church. It's called Oh My Father. You can hear the Mormon Tabernacle Choir sing it. They sing it in their assemblies. O my Father, thou that dwellest in the high and glorious place, when shall I regain thy presence and again behold thy face? In thy holy habitation did my spirit once reside. In my first primeval childhood was I nurtured near thy side. For a wise and glorious purpose thou hast placed me here on earth, and withheld the recollection of my former friends and birth. So your life before, you were actually brought in a spirit child and inhabited a body. Yet oft times a secret something whispered, you're a stranger here. And I felt that I had wandered from a more exalted sphere. I had learned to call thee Father through thy Spirit from on high, but until the key of knowledge was restored, I knew not why. In the heavens are parents single? No, the thought makes reason stare. Truth is reason, truth eternal tells me I've a mother there. When I leave this frail existence, when I lay this mortal by, Father, Mother, may I meet you in your royal courts on high. Then at length, when I've completed all you sent me forth to do, with your mutual approbation, let me come and dwell with you. That's Mormon doctrine. That's Mormon psalm, Mormon salvation. So this Jesus that the Mormons talk about, he's related to the devil. Jesus and Lucifer, or Satan, are brothers. Jesus is now God, one of millions of gods in existence, now with more to come. And they believe that they can one day attain the same status as Jesus and become another God. Brigham Young and Orson Pratt taught that Jesus was married, as did other Mormon leaders. His wives were Mary Magdalene, Martha, and other women. Orson Hyde, a Mormon apostle, said that Jesus may have had as many as a dozen wives or more. Many of them taught that the marriage in Cana of Galilee in John chapter 2, that was actually Jesus' wedding. He was getting married there. Jesus is not part of the Trinity. Jesus became the Redeemer simply because he had a better strategy than Lucifer. That's the Mormon Jesus. So when Glenn Beck talks about accepting Jesus as your Savior, that's the Jesus he's talking about. So is that the gospel? No. In fact, Paul warned they'd preach another Jesus. That's not the Jesus of the Bible. And by the way, when you take your Bible and you show Mormons that what they believe is wrong, it's very ineffective because the Mormons don't believe that the Bible is inerrant. But it has mistakes in it. So when you show them things to disprove their doctrine, well, that's one of the mistake passages right there, obviously. Now, that's a lot of leaven. The Bible says it only takes a little leaven to mess everything up. Now what did Paul say? 2 Corinthians 11:3. I fear lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so your minds should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ. For he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached. Or if ye receive another spirit which ye have not received, or another gospel which ye have not accepted, ye might well bear with him. He goes on to say, for such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. So by the way, the closer a counterfeit is to the real thing, the more people are deceived by it. Paul wrote to the church in Galatia, he said, I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ unto another gospel, which is not another, but there be some that trouble you and would pervert the gospel of Christ. But though we, or an angel from heaven, maybe named Moroni, preach another gospel unto you than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. As we said before, so say I now again, if any man preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be accursed. For do I now persuade men or God? Or do I seek to please men? For if I yet please men, I should not be the servant of Christ. Now that's what Paul said. That's what he said. Jesus said there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. So let's get back to Charlie Kirk. What did Charlie Kirk say? On September the 10th, the day he was murdered as he was on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, in the heart of Mormon country. By the way, Orem, Utah is 95.7% Mormon. So in that Mormon stronghold, Kirk said, I love how Mormons send missionaries around the world. I love how polite they are. Half my team is Mormon. Mormons are great people. We need the strong Mormon church back in this country, right? Let me ask you something. Would Paul have made any of those statements? 1 Thessalonians 2, our exhortation was not of deceit, nor of uncleanness, nor in guile, but as we were allowed of God to be put in trust with the gospel. There's only one gospel that's correct. In trust with the gospel, even so we speak, not as pleasing men. It's very tempting in a city of 95.7% Mormon to praise Mormons. The whole effort is to please men, not as pleasing men, but God, which trieth our hearts. For neither at any time used we flattering words, as you know, nor a cloak of covetousness, God is witness, nor of men sought we glory, neither of you, nor yet of others. Mormonism is a cult. It's a cult. If there come any unto you and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house, neither bid him Godspeed, for he that biddeth him Godspeed is partaker of his evil deeds. That's strong language. Partaker of his evil deeds. I hate how Mormons send missionaries around the world. I hate that. Because I know the end result. I know what happens when people embrace a false gospel. They die and they go to hell. And in the day of judgment, Jesus says, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. So I hate how they send Mormon missionaries around the world. Now, I love their souls, but I hate what they're doing. 2 Peter 2:1, but there were false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, who privily shall bring in damnable heresies. Again, that's strong language, damnable heresies. But Peter isn't messing around here. He says there's people that are going to bring doctrine that's going to damn people to hell. It's going to consign their souls to eternity in the lake of fire. Who privily shall bring in damnable heresies, even denying the Lord that bought them. The Lord paid the price to purchase all men's souls if they'll come to him, and bring upon themselves swift destruction. Mormons aren't Christians. Among many insurmountable doctrinal heresies, they worship a false Jesus. And they are trusting in works to get to heaven, or as they would call it, the celestial kingdom. So here's some quotes from their Doctrines and Covenants and some of their presidents and so on. Nevertheless, he that repents and does the commandments of the Lord shall be forgiven. Doctrines and Covenants 132. Doctrine and Covenants 76:52. That by keeping the commandments they might be washed and cleansed from all their sins, and receive the Holy Spirit by the laying on of hands of him who is ordained and sealed unto this power. Joseph Fielding Smith on the Presidents of the Church in the Way to Perfection, page 172. All that we can do for ourselves, we are required to do. We must do our own repenting. We are required to obey every commandment and live by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. If we will do this, then we are freed from the consequences of our own sins. The plan of salvation is based on this foundation. No man can be saved without complying with these laws. Here's from Spencer Kimball, The Miracle of Forgiveness. To be forgiven, one must repent. Repentance means not only to convict yourself of the horror of the sin, but to confess it, abandon it, and restore to all who have been damaged to the total extent possible. Then spend the balance of your lives trying to live the commandments of the Lord so he can eventually pardon you and cleanse you. This is from Bruce McConkie, Mormon Doctrine, one of the Mormon apologists. Complete forgiveness is reserved for only those who turn their whole hearts to the Lord and begin to keep all his commandments, not just those commandments disobeyed in the past, but those in all fields. He that repents and does the commandments of the Lord shall be forgiven. This again is from Doctrines and Covenants, which, by the way, is where they get more of their doctrine. The Book of Mormon doesn't really have a lot of their doctrine, but Doctrines and Covenants does, pearl of great price. The benefits of the atonement for personal salvation arise out of our obedience to the laws and commandments of the gospel. The forgiveness of sins comes to us by this obedience to the ordinances of the gospel and by enduring to the end, walking in obedience to the commandments. This is from Mormon Apostle Richard Scott, The Atonement Can Secure Your Peace and Happiness, page 42. The demands of justice for broken law can be satisfied through mercy earned by your continual repentance and obedience to the laws of God. Such repentance and obedience are absolutely essential for the atonement to work its complete miracle in your life. Here's from the 8th President, George Smith, April 1948, page 162. Now, brethren and sisters, somebody said in this conference that the same laws apply, the same rules govern today, and it is just as necessary for us to keep the commandments of our Heavenly Father today as it was for any of the prophets of old or any of his faithful sons and daughters who have lived upon the earth, who have earned a right to a place in the celestial kingdom. We can't gain our exaltation by the good lives of our neighbors, but we can profit by their good example, and we can improve ourselves. Here's some teachings of Presidents of the Church, Harold Lee, page 230. There is only one objective so far as our Father's work is concerned, and that is that in the end, when we shall have finished our work here on earth, whether after a short space of time or a long, we too shall have overcome the world and have earned the right to that place called the celestial kingdom. One more, Spencer Kimball, The Stone Cut Without Hands. Baptism into Christ's true church by proper authority opens the door for exaltation in the eternal kingdoms of glory. Exaltation to be earned by repentance, by living righteously, by keeping the commandments of the Lord, and service to one's fellow man. That's Mormon doctrine. We don't need a strong Mormon church. The best thing for America would be for the Mormon church to admit its heresies, close its doors, and cease to exist. That's the best thing for America. America doesn't need a strong Mormon church, God forbid. They're preaching heresy, they're leading men to hell. But it wasn't just with Mormonism that Charlie Kirk had sown seeds of compromise and promoted confusion. He had done the same, and more so in regards to Catholicism. Charlie Kirk made repeated and serious overtures to Catholics and to the Catholic Church. Cardinal Timothy Dolan said, the more I learned about Kirk, I thought this guy is a modern-day St. Paul. He was a missionary. There's a Catholic cardinal saying this. He was a missionary. He's an evangelist. He's a hero. He's one, I think, who knew what Jesus meant when he said the truth will set you free. There's a man that doesn't know the truth saying that about Charlie Kirk. In a debate with Michael Knowles, Charlie Kirk said, I'm not saying that Jesus and Catholicism are contradictory. He called Catholicism a specific sect of Christianity. It's a division, a denomination. He said, I think that bringing people to Catholicism is fine. Of course, great, terrific. To be very clear, 9 out of 10 Catholic dogmas evangelicals hold. That's absolutely not true, by the way, but that's what he said. To be very clear, 9 out of 10 Catholic dogmas evangelicals hold. And that is why I believe Catholics are Christians. Now that is deeply troubling on so many levels, but I can also tell you it's very troubling to me on a personal level. I'm dealing with 4 Catholics right now and trying to see them come to a place where they understand that their church can never save them or even help get them to heaven. One of the 4 is a man who's run for public office, and he's been here to Law Enforcement Appreciation Day the last 2 years. And I've met with him 6 or 7 or 8 times and shared the gospel with him repeatedly. And he's told me that the struggle he's been going through, having been a Catholic for 60 plus years. And when I meet with him, he said, I can't get out of my head what we talked about last time. And he told me, he said, I know that God is doing something in my life, and I think he's using you. And he's become a good friend. The last time we met, I once again went over the gospel. He said this to me as we sat across the table at lunch. He said, I want you to know, he said, I'm calm on the outside right now. He said, but inside I'm really squirming. That's how he described conviction. He knows things aren't right between him and God, but he's been a lifelong staunch Catholic. 2 of the 4 people are a couple who likewise have been to Law Enforcement Appreciation Day the last 2 years. My wife and I have met with them on 3 different occasions. The last time when we had them over for dinner and shared the gospel with them again in great detail, they stayed until around midnight, just going over, talking about the gospel and other things as well. The husband told me this year after Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, he said, the pieces are starting to come together for me. He said, it's all starting to make sense. The last one of the 4 is a lady who lives about an hour and a half from here, and she told me she's going to try, she also came on Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, she told me she's going to try to come about once a month if she can, but it's an hour and a half drive just to come here, and she's not saved. She's been a Catholic her whole life. And all of those 4 people are very near, very dear people, but they're lost. They're lost. Do you understand how much damage is done when a supposed evangelical Christian says, I believe Catholics are Christians? A lot of damage is done. A tremendous amount of damage. Charlie Kirk said this on a podcast, evangelicals have done a bad job honoring the Virgin Mary. She's not virgin. She wasn't a perpetual virgin. That's a Catholic lie. That's not true. Let me first say, I think we as Protestants and evangelicals under-venerate Mary. She was very important, he said. In Crisis Magazine, he said, some of my greatest friends in the world are Catholics. I go to Catholic Mass once in a while. I don't take the Eucharist, but I'm open-minded. I'm not there yet. He said Pope John Paul was amazing. Pope John Paul II was amazing. On May 8th of this year, he said, I pray the new Pope will help us usher in a new golden age of Christianity. The Pope, that he would usher in a golden age of Christianity. If the new Pope defends the faith, you think the new Pope is going to defend the faith? Salvation by grace alone? Outside of a church or a religion or 7 sacraments? If the new Pope defends the faith, defends the West, defends biology and eternal truths, I will be his biggest fan. Jude wrote, Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort you that ye should earnestly contend for the faith, which was once delivered unto the saints. And there is the faith we're supposed to contend for. But we're not going to find it from those that preach false gospels. They're not going to contend for the faith. So it's important we contend for the faith. Richard Horrell excitedly wrote after Erica Kirk became the leader of Turning Point USA, we are living in a time heavy with symbolism. A Catholic Pope from the New World, and now a Catholic woman at the heart of one of the largest youth movements in American history. The media site, Here's Catholic Truth, wrote, May Turning Point USA under Erica's influence become more than a movement. May it become a place where all who love Christ, Catholic and Protestant alike, stand together, not as rivals, but as companions in the battle for truth. Truth? What truth? What truth can we stand together in the battle for truth about? Romans 4:4, now to him that worketh is the reward not reckoned of grace, but of debt. But to him that worketh not, but believeth on him that justifieth the ungodly, his faith is counted for righteousness. Works can never be counted for righteousness. Romans 4:14, for if they which are of the law be heirs, faith is made void, and the promise made of none effect. Romans 11:6 says, and if by grace, then is it no more of works. Otherwise, grace is no more grace. But if it be of works, then is it no more grace. Otherwise, work is no more work. You can't have it both ways. Both ways can't be right. Both ways can't be truth. One way has to be wrong. One way is a lie. How could we possibly stand together? Here's an article. Report, Charlie Kirk was this close to becoming Catholic just prior to his death. Slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk was reportedly strongly considering becoming Catholic just prior to his assassination, according to a bishop who spoke to him shortly before his killing. Robert Brennan, a Los Angeles-based writer and the brother of Fresno, California Bishop Joseph Brennan, said in a September 18th column in the Los Angeles Archdiocesan newspaper Angelus that Kirk had a personal exchange with the California prelate about a week before Kirk's murder at Utah Valley University on September 10th. The writer Brennan, who said Bishop Brennan gave him permission to share the story, wrote that Kirk had spoken to the prelate at a prayer breakfast in Visalia. The conservative activist told the bishop about his Catholic wife and children and how he attended Mass with them. Kirk acknowledged speculation about his possible interest in becoming Catholic, Brennan wrote at Angelus. He subsequently told Bishop Brennan, I'm this close to converting. In his Angelus column, Brennan pointed to a recent video Kirk made where he said, we don't talk about Mary enough. We don't venerate her enough. Kirk said, arguing that Mary is the solution to toxic feminism in the U.S. How fitting one of Charlie Kirk's last videos was about the preeminent mediatrix of all time and space. That's what they're calling Mary, the mediatrix. Jesus is the mediator. She's a mediatrix, according to Catholic doctrine. How fitting one of Charlie Kirk's last videos was about the preeminent mediatrix of all time and space, Robert Brennan wrote in Angelus. In his own way, he was reaching out to her, and now I'm convinced she is returning the favor. Do you know why? Or let me read you another article first. Charlie Kirk's wife, what we know about Erica Kirk's Catholic faith. As millions across the country mourn the loss of Charlie Kirk, many are learning more about his family, including his wife, Erica. Pictures are circulating online showing the family visiting the National Basilica in Washington, D.C., along with photos of Charlie at Mass. On a recent episode of his podcast, Kirk, an evangelical Christian who recently spoke about the Blessed Mother, mentioned how he was close to quote-unquote father, Don Klein, the priest at St. Bernadette Catholic Church in Scottsdale, Arizona, and how his wife was baptized Catholic. Erica attended Notre Dame Preparatory High School in Scottsdale. Erica's entire Catholic community came together in Scottsdale to pray for the Kirk family. Now, do you know why Erica Kirk said that she forgave Charlie's killer? So she could go to heaven. That's what she said. Erica Kirk says she doesn't want to be the one to decide if husband's alleged killer gets death penalty. Erica Kirk fears seeking revenge could prevent her from reuniting with her husband in heaven. Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, said she doesn't want to be the one to decide whether prosecutors seek the death penalty for her husband's alleged assassin, revealing she's worried that seeking revenge may prevent her from reuniting with him in heaven. I've had so many people ask, do you feel anger toward this man? Like, do you want to seek the death penalty? I'll be honest, I told our lawyer, I want the government to decide this. I do not want that man's blood on my ledger. Because when I get to heaven and Jesus is like, eye for an eye? Is that how we do it? And that keeps me from being in heaven? From being with Charlie? That's what Erica Kirk told the New York Times. Charlie Kirk knew her since 2018. They got engaged in 2020. They got married in 2021. Now, how good of a Christian, how good is Charlie Kirk at sharing the gospel if his own wife tragically doesn't know how to get to heaven? She has no idea how to get to heaven, which is a greater tragedy. Here's from the American Catholic, September 14th of this year. Kirk's wife is Catholic, and for the last few months of his life, he's been attending Mass with her. Here's from the Catholic Vote, September 11th of this year. The Catholic News Agency said Charlie Kirk was this close to becoming Catholic. There's a photo online of him attending Mass. Charlie Kirk showed deep respect towards the Catholic faith. This is from Breitbart. Charlie Kirk wore a St. Michael the Archangel pendant, which is now worn by Erica. At the TP Turning Point USA vigil for Charlie Kirk after he was shot, the lady who closed in prayer, quote unquote, prayed to Michael the Archangel to fight Satan. By the way, the Bible never tells you to pray to anybody but God, just so you know. Candace Owens claimed that Charlie Kirk had started praying the rosary. When Pastor Rob McCoy from Calvary Chapel spake at Charlie Kirk's funeral, he said that Charlie didn't come to his church very often. He said, I told him, I don't see much of you. He told the crowd he wasn't a very good congregant because he was on the road so much. And in the comments section below that video, someone wrote, the reason you didn't see him at your church is because he was at our church, St. Bernadette Catholic Church in Scottsdale. That's where he attended. The worst thing that you can do, the most unloving thing that you can do, is to tell a Mormon or a Catholic that they're Christians. That's the worst thing you can do. That's the most unloving thing you can do. The most loving thing you can do is to tell them the truth. And tell them in love. John 8:32, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. On so many fronts, in so many areas, I'm troubled. I'm deeply troubled by the state of our country. In a YouGov survey on September 10th after the shooting of Charlie Kirk, respondents were asked if violence can sometimes be justified to achieve political goals. And they sorted the people that they surveyed by category, 5 different categories. They surveyed people who identified as very conservative. They surveyed people that identified as conservative, and then moderate, and then liberal, and then very liberal. So of the very conservative, 3% said yes, violence can sometimes be justified to achieve political goals. Of the conservative ones, 6% said violence can be justified. Moderates, 9%. Liberals, 17%. Very liberal, 25%. 1 out of every 4 said violence can be justified sometimes to achieve political goals. Our country is in trouble. I'm saddened that so many rejoice openly that Charlie Kirk was killed. But I'm even more sad that the simple, plain, pure gospel message that turns man from darkness into light has been corrupted, has been changed into that which is not the gospel. I'm also saddened by the notable lack of discernment in our own ranks. Baptists have been known for one main thing down through the centuries. The Bible is our foundation for everything we believe, everything we preach, and everything we stand for. Now, historically, that has always been what set us apart from everybody else. 1 Thessalonians 5:21 says, prove all things, hold fast that which is good. How do we prove all things? There's only one way we prove all things, with the Bible. It is our sole authority. It always has been. And it's our sole authority, or at least it used to be. The same day that we had our Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, there was another Baptist church here in California that was having a First Responders Day, which the police, the fire department, paramedics, nurses, and everybody else. And so I've actually never watched another church's service where they honored law enforcement, and so it happened on the same day ours was, and I just saw that. I thought, well, I want to watch this service to see what other churches do. I want to see if they had some good ideas, maybe we can incorporate and so on. And partway through his message, the pastor said this. This is an independent Baptist church. I was thinking this past week about our friend Charlie Kirk, who was martyred because of his Christian faith. He wasn't martyred for his Christian faith, by the way. He was martyred for political views, not his Christian faith. I appreciated his testimony. And they said a few more things about him, and then they showed a video clip of Charlie Kirk talking, and then he mentioned him some more, and then he invoked his name again during the invitation. No disclaimers at all. And a lot of credibility given to a man who has sown a lot of confusion in regards to the gospel. And then someone gave me a copy of a letter sent out by another independent Baptist preacher. Good morning. It is possible but unlikely that you've never heard the name Charlie Kirk. He had an amazing nationwide ministry. So the Baptist pastor talking about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was shot and killed on college campus in Utah. He died faithfully standing for his God. Shame on the millions of people who call themselves Christians, who have never taken a stand, who have never opened their mouths boldly and publicly for Christ, and who have never risked losing a friend for the name of Jesus. Many people who call themselves Christians have nothing in their daily life to show it. No Bible reading in their homes, no sharing the gospel with friends and neighbors, no teaching their children about the things of God. Perhaps worst of all, they never make church a priority in life. It's kind of funny that he would say that and praise Charlie Kirk, who wasn't real faithful in any good church. Too many people claim to be Christians, but their homes are void of prayer, Bible, and a love for God's church. Charlie Kirk died well. May he inspire believers to step up, to walk the walk, and to talk the talk. And I see Baptist preachers falling all over themselves trying to identify with Charlie Kirk and then feed off his fame. That they want to hitch their wagon to his stars. To his star. We've lost our mind. We've lost any semblance of biblical discernment in our midst. And that's a tragedy, because Baptists used to be the ones that upheld the truth and stood for the truth. This is not a new problem, by the way. It's just gotten worse as biblical illiteracy has gotten worse. In every generation, especially in the last 150 years or so, preachers have had to decide, and Christians have had to decide whether to take a stand or to go along with whatever's popular at that time. And there will always be that choice to make until Jesus comes again. And again, Galatians 1:10, for do I now persuade men or God? Or do I seek to please men? For if I yet please men, I should not be the servant of Christ. As Paul wrote in our text, our exhortation was not of deceit, nor of uncleanness, nor in guile, but as we were allowed of God to be put in trust with the gospel, even so we speak, not as pleasing men, but God which trieth our hearts. For neither at any time used we flattering words, as you know, nor a cloak of covetousness. God is witness. Nor of men sought we glory, neither of you, nor yet of others. Let me illustrate. Go back a few years, more than a few, actually. We referenced, in fact, we're out of time. I don't want to jump right in the middle of this. This is very good information that we need to know, but it's kind of, I don't want to go partway through it. So let me just say in conclusion that we, of all people, need to have discernment. We need to know right from wrong and truth from error. We need to stand upon the Word of God. Don't stand upon what I say. Don't stand upon some church creed. We stand upon the Word of God. And feel free to check out everything that's ever preached from this pulpit by me or anybody else from the Word of God. That's our source for truth. That's our standard for truth. And as soon as we deviate from that and get caught up in personalities who might be very smart, they might be very funny, they might be very pleasant, but we still have to run everything through the Word of God. False prophets can transform themselves as an angel of light, so that's pretty appealing. And so we need to be like the Bereans who search the Scriptures daily, whether the things that Paul was saying were so, that the Scriptures were their standard. And the Scriptures have to be our standard, have to be our standard. When we go soft on that, it's game over. It is. There's no point in meeting if the Scriptures aren't our standard. Just pick any church out there and go. If we don't care about the veracity of the Word of God and that being our absolute authority for what's right and what's wrong. And so, as your pastor, I would implore you, I would plead with you, you need to be in your Bibles. You need to study the Word of God. And you need to filter every single thing you hear through that. Let's have a biblical worldview. And I know in a time when everybody just wants to, let's just all get along, and we'll talk more about that next time. But that wasn't God's plan. When we're sanctified, we're set apart, it's according to the truth of the Word of God. Never apart from that. It's not emotions, it's not feel good, it's not let's just lay aside our differences and come together and then be unified in our message. How can we? We're preaching contradictory things. You have a group over here that believes you have to be baptized to be saved. You have a group over here that believes you can lose your salvation. You have a group over here that believes that God predetermined in eternity past who's going to go to heaven and who's going to go to hell, and you can't change that. We got people over here that believe you have to keep the sacraments. We have people over here. You have all kinds. So we're going to all get together and just set aside our differences and preach a united message. Then you have no message. It becomes nonsense. It becomes confusion. And we have to stand for the truth. So I would encourage you, I would challenge you. Our part as believers is to just know the Word of God. and then live it, put it into practice. Let's pray. Father, thank you for your goodness today. Thank you for the truth you give us. Thank you for the Word of God, that we can have a copy and hold it in our laps and keep it in our home and study it every day. Lord, help us to be people of this book. Bless this invitation time now, we ask, in Jesus' name. Amen. With heads. Daniel chapter 3. Daniel chapter 3. We'll be reading verses 1 through 6. Daniel chapter 3, verse 1. Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, whose height was 80 cubits, the breadth thereof 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. And Nebuchadnezzar the king sent to gather together the princes, the governors, the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And the princes, the governors and captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, all the rulers of the provinces were gathered together unto the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up, and they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then an herald cried aloud, to you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that what...
I mean, you could show those idiots Trump fucking a 7-year-old, and they'd be like, well, that's probably AI. I mean, there's no convincing these retards. It's total cult mentality. I mean, it's disgusting and lazy, really.
No, the one that claims to be God. The one that claims to have created good and evil.
Does that make sense?
Don't be giving me any of that rubbish that evil is good and good is evil. Upside down rubbish. Don't give me any of that.
Yeah, I mean, we all kind of do it. Like, we all kind of engage in, like, bias and shit like that. Like, if we like a politician, we'll try to find fucking justifications for anything they do. If we don't like them, we'll fucking try to find fault in all they do. But, I mean, some of these guys are just taking it to an extreme, you know. The Epstein thing is a liberal hoax. Trump said it. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure it's fucking real. And he was assassinated in prison. And, you know.
Yep. Makes sense for me too.
So, the 81 landmark, I think I copied that. So, where are you at right now? Are you in the States right now?
It's in a man's nature to bang as many chicks as he can. It's just the way that we were programmed.
Are you talking about God or Jesus?
I'm talking about God. It is written in the Old Testament that the God of the Old Testament is the one who created good and evil. Your God creates evil.
Yeah, I'm in the state right now. I don't plan to make another trip at least till next year.
Yeah, I have a woman that understands that, and so I satiate my desires, and we're good.
Okay, got it. So I'll make sure I get this Zello radio. I'll put the global chip in this radio that I have right now. That way I can...
Yeah, he does. He's very destructive. But then you have the Lamb of God, which is Jesus. He wages no war.
My woman is punching me in the face when I told her I was programmed like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, show me evidence of Thomas Massey fucking kids, and there will be no politicians left that I quote-unquote like. Ugh.
Woo! Your woman punch you in the face. What'd she say? You try that and I'm cutting it off.
But God, you don't cross God. Because he can love you or he can destroy you. Well, you know. You don't cross him.
Yeah, well, hang on. Let me find the guy's phone number. He owns a bunch of condos there, and if you rent direct, it may not be $40 a day, but it'll be somewhere near 50 or 60, somewhere around there. If you only rent for 5 days, I rent for a whole month, so it was like $40 a day. 1 million Vietnamese dong a day, which is you got to be a millionaire to afford that. But if, don't let that number scare you. 1 million Vietnamese dong is $40.
That's it, old man.
Well, by definition, a man is not a lamb.
Oh, dude, I was getting so mad at Bob in Christ Followers the other day. Dude, he was shitting on Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. He repeated the line, the Trump's name, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Trump calls her a fucking traitor, which, by the way, means that you are working for another nation or power to undermine our country, like working with our enemies. That's what that means. That's what a traitor is, right? He thinks it means she's not totally loyal to him, like some kind of, the great Führer, you know what I mean? Like great leader. But yeah, he was shitting on fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massey.
So a lot of women do not like that, and yeah, that's unfortunately.
No, I mean, well, ideally we are. I mean, we're part of the. But Jesus is. If you read anything in there about Jesus, he there is no wrath, just on the demons and the pigs, but there is no wrath on man or anything. But now, like I say, God loved Moses. But Moses crossed him. And
I think this is something about when you are young, you don't do that. When you are a little bit older, since 24, 25, you are doing this. But when you are 45 years old, you never do that again. That's kind of Germany. But what is in England or in America? Is it kind of the surf? Is it that problem, or is to being old the problem, or what is it?
Okay, got it. So yeah, I'll just contact you on this one, and I'll make sure I get these radios working right. I haven't used them in a while.
So what was Jesus then? Was he the lamb, a sheep, or was he the shepherd? It can't be both.
Well, it says in the Revelations, he's the Lamb of God. He's the Savior. I mean, you can,
Yeah, Zello does work over there. I think I talked to you guys when I was over there. It does work over there. Buy a Vietnamese SIM, which is about $5 to $8. It will cover your whole week or two there while you're there. The signal's super fast, and then you can call. You can hook up any kind of apps you want. There is an app that Vietnamese use a lot over there, and they use to talk to the people over here. I haven't used it in a while, so they dropped my account, and I could not hook it up over here. It's called Zalo, Z-A-L-O. The Vietnamese, they use that exclusively because they don't want to spend any money on cell phone, and that is an internet app.
Oh, crap. The fuck.
Yeah, which is fucking retarded, like he can't read the room. He must have kissed the wall too many fucking times or something. As far as I'm concerned, we just fucking wipe them all out and start from scratch.
you can throw up a bunch of Catholic stuff. I mean, I'm sure that's where you're headed to, or Protestant or whatever, but that's the way it is. I mean, you don't have to agree. I don't care.
There we go. That's much better. Yeah, I just got done getting some cigarettes, DJ. Sorry about that. Yeah, the world, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's coming to an end like, Frank would say, but it's definitely in some major turmoil, that's for sure.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not that age yet, so I don't know. All I know is if a woman will let me crack, I'm cracking. And as long as my girlfriend says I can, I'll do it. But if she says she don't want me to, then I won't. But she's cool with it, so I do. And I'll do it for as long as I can keep my tallywhacker going. One day it'll sputter out. It happens to all of us, man. But until it sputters out, I'm gonna keep it on going.
With all due respect, dude, revelation is not the words of Jesus.
We'd probably be, our new government would be compromised in a matter of fucking months. You know what I mean? They'd be blackmailed for fucking babies or something again. I truly believe, every nation gets the leaders it deserves.
Yeah, it talks about it. Yeah, it talks about the Lamb of God. But in John Revelations, but like I say though, he even cursed Moses.
Yeah, it's difficult for me to form an opinion on, because on the one hand, it is a corrective a measure. If you track the flows, you look at the alignments, you can see that plainly. It's all corrective through the stream, so that's good. Technically, it's not nearly enough, but there is a lot of danger in just this much, since, look how much stuff's popping off. So if you try to solve everything at once, well, can the world survive that?
Okay, I'll do that. I'll check into that Zalo. That's easy to remember. So anyway, just good to talk to you, and we'll be leaving on the 23rd. We leave for Korea on into Thailand, and then we'll backstep to Vietnam.
Jesus referred to himself as man or son of man. He didn't refer to himself as a lamb.
I'm not going to argue with you on that.
That's it. Okay. No, that's the same I was thinking. Okay.
Whatever. Yeah, I refuse to get into this because I don't think
Not a very good chance I could be leaving the States because some of the stuff I do, I won't be able to do very well because of the time difference if I leave the States.
Yeah, we got no integrity. We got no integrity left in this country.
And while the argument of this country or another country being the best in the world is obviously subjective, and everyone can have their own opinion, and I think the United States pound for pound is by far the best country, pound for pound. But people are so fucking self-absorbed and arrogant to think that there are other countries that do shit way better than we do here.
So you had people calling him a lamb. People calling what you believe is a god. People calling him a lamb.
One day it's like a broken lawnmower. You just keep pulling the string and it just won't turn on.
Well, it's a 12-hour difference, so it's almost exactly the same whatever time it is here right now. So if it's 12:50 in the afternoon, I'm in Louisiana time, so it's 10:50 over there with you. It's 10:50 in Vietnam, but it's the opposite at night. So they're just flip-flopping around. And the other thing is, what kind of phone? Who's your provider right now on your cell phone?
There's not much the world can survive considering what's alive on the world. Like for let me say not the world, but the stuff that's on the world. Like the living organisms.
I wonder why they would have called him a lamb. Could it have been because he was slaughtered? so that billions of stupid people will believe that a sacrificial lamb is a good thing? A slaughtered lamb is a good thing? Really?
Facts, big facts. Yeah, I'm grateful to live in America. It's way better than a lot of fucking places in the world, you know what I mean? So we do have it pretty fucking good. I just look at it as like, you know, hey, we're an empire. We allowed ourselves to be imperialist, right? And so, like, we're a major world power. And anytime you have one of those historically, there's just insane amounts of, like, corruption and fucked up shit that fuels that beast. You know, my only thing is I just want people to be honest about what fuels the beast. You know what I mean? Like, and like, a lot of people want to pretend it's not that way. That, you know what I mean? We're the good guys and blah, blah, blah.
The Indians live in the motels, and they send their kids to college, and they spend about $130,000, $160,000, and then they turn around and send them to like the flight schools, and they become airline pilots. Because with $2,000, you can get a job working on a 707. And in the United States, you need 12,000 hours if you're an American to get a job like that. And then that's you know, double CFI multi-engine.
Basically, what I'm saying is the world will keep going, but we can go extinct.
Xfinity, and it sucks. It's terrible. And yeah, just when you do times, I just flip the AM and the PM around, and it comes out perfect.
Same people who believe that putting the blood of the slaughtered lamb on a door frame will protect them from God's wrath, right? Now, if that ain't satanic, what is?
Who's your service provider right now on your cell phone?
Actually, he's called the Unblemished Lamb because he was the sacrifice to end all sacrifices. It's kind of his thing. You know what I mean?
I'm not on the cell phone. I'm on the PC.
No, I don't know what you mean. Because all sacrifices have not been ended in any way, shape, or form. There have been more sacrifices since.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my friend. By the way, who are you?
No, I don't care what people disobey or do.
Yeah, I can get behind your statement. You know, just one example of something that really grinds my gears is, you know, and I'm very much capitalistic. I like my money. I don't want anyone to touch it. I've been invested in a couple different areas for many years, you know, like I like my money, and I like, you know, I have somewhat of a business mindset in a lot of ways, but the country is a business. It's one big business, and not even really a good one in some regards. But it's like you can't even go out and get real good food, even in like what you would consider a high quality restaurant, without being chock full of preservatives and artificial dye. You know what I mean? Oh, but shelf stable and profit margins, and you know we gotta, you know, they last longer when we put silicone in our beef. That way, Taco Bell can keep beef in the freezer for 14 months at a time. And it's just like, bro, it's like you can't even go to a restaurant and get real food.
I talked to Napa and Jack on this channel, TF101. I'm TF101.
The Bible is clear. Jesus was the unspotted lamb, didn't sin, was the ultimate sacrifice that ended all sacrifice. Now, the only sacrifice that's required is spiritual sacrifice.
All right, I'm John. You know, this, basically this, are you a ham operator?
I.e., self-denial, evil habits, put them all on the spiritual altar. But as opposed to sacrificing, nope, all done. Jesus was the Lamb. Praise Him for.
No, not yet.
Okay, so this particular talk group is pretty much the talk group owner is a ham operator. We're all pretty much 99.99% of the people who hung out here are all ham operators. But that's okay. You know, you're welcome. We're all kind of like communication enthusiasts here. So, you know, you're welcome. So, but I know these guys more intimately than you. We all knew each other personally, and believe it or not, we're all friends 20, 30 years old already. So I know these guys well. They're like brothers to me.
You're a reality denier. That's what you are. The sacrifices continue. The murder continues. The slaughter, the genocide continues. You're a reality denier, is what you are.
No, it's just like the same with sin continues. I told them not to commit adultery or steal or rape or murder, and they're still doing all that. Your point doesn't prove anything other than people are disobedient. But God made it clear. He requires no more sacrifice. He provided it. But people can be disobedient, right? Free will and all that jazz.
Yep. That's the story of America right there in modern times. You know, all of our beef has silicone in it. You know, and our tits too.
KF6PBE here for identification in California. So John, I have Xfinity and it's garbage. I need to get something else.
Yeah, he ain't going to get it, man. He's argumentative. He's not going to get our way of doing things. I mean, because he's Irish, Scottish. He's over there reading out of Catholic and Protestant and all that stuff. He's going to be argumentative about it.
Buck, I'm curious, how much you have turned on Trump. I demand loyalty and fealty.
Oh, the reason I'm saying is because if you have T-Mobile does cover you in Vietnam. You know, 25 cents a minute, which is not bad at all. You can call worldwide. You can go back into the States. You know, so you don't have to, you know, get anything fancy. But if you don't have T-Mobile, what you want to do is save. You bring an old cell phone with you. You know, the one that's no longer committed to anybody. So you have an unlocked cell phone. Take it with you, because the reason I'm saying is that the moment you land in Hanoi, you're going to be flying into Hanoi from Korean Airlines. So that you're probably going to be in either Incheon or Seoul. Either way, it's 4 hours from Vietnam, and you're going to land. The moment you land, you clear custom, you're going to see all these cell phone booths there. They're going to try to sell you SIMs. It's about 450 to 500 SIMs. 500 is a big package there. You know, it'll cover the whole time you're there, north and south. For $500, 500 is equal $10. So you know, you get one of those, slap it into your old, unlocked cell phone, and you're good to go.
That's because you guys are absolutely talking out of your asses. You're claiming that Jesus' sacrifice was to end all sacrifices, but yet the sacrifices continue. So stop talking out of your asses.
Or have you turned on Trump?
Don't let you put pictures in here, dude. Come on. I don't give a shit what you do to destroy this channel. If it doesn't affect me, I really don't care. You know what I mean? Let's just keep it on the app. That's all I'm saying. That's what pisses me off.
I don't think I was ever like a Trump loyalist. I voted for him over the other options, but yeah, he's a silly guy. But I like the silliness also.
Boy. I wonder if there's any shark's teeth in that little lake.
No, God said, not us, God said that Jesus' sacrifice ends all sacrifice. It's written in the Bible. I can show you if you'd like. The fact that people still do it is irregardless. They still sin. They're still disobedient.
Yeah, I never thought of you as like a Trump supporter, quote unquote, you know what I mean? But I think you were closer to that than I was. A little more conservative than I was. Yeah, I don't know. I was pumped on him in the beginning of this last election. He was saying all the right things. I didn't vote though. I never do. But I was kind of pumped on it, and I was excited he won. And now I feel very like I've totally flipped on him.
Right, and the perfect analogy is like God said, "Thou shalt not steal." Same sort of principle. Thou shalt not sacrifice. Right, like sacrifice is done. People still steal. Fake religious people still sacrifice, but they all deny and disobey Christ.
Well, you gotta ask yourself, man. Here, a lot of people in the United States believes in Jesus. Where are we at? We're in one of the greatest nations in the world. Where are you at? You're not in one of the greatest nations in the world.
Yeah, I have an unlocked Motorola that I take with me because it has a separate SD card. So I put all my photographs on that. That way I can take the SD card out and do the videos on my laptop. But I will do that. And as far as the radios, I have Soracom, so it's global. So my radios will anywhere in the world I can use my radios, but my phone I have to do something. I think I'm going to have my relatives make sure they all have Signal or WhatsApp. That way, as long as I have internet, I can call them on that.
I swear, you're fucking brain dead, soldier. The sacrifices continue, therefore, it did not end all sacrifice. I mean, how fucking stupid do you have to be?
Well, no, you're not going to insult the man. I mean, you're just arguing just to hear your head roar. You don't have to call him stupid. That's not the way of doing things.
So I was wondering if you felt the same way I did, how you're like, I don't know. I'm like totally against them now.
All your
Hi, Killbot. You're my favorite stupid.
I use WhatsApp for my dad, and I use Wi-Fi on the PC.
My phone's going retarded. Holy hell! I had to force crush my app. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have so much against what he's doing, more as I do the optics of pretty much everything. Everything he says, the optics of everything. I'm against all of that, like, staunchly. I have very strong opinions about the optics of fucking everything. Maybe even logistically how some of it's working. But in terms of like, hey, let's round up the assholes that don't belong here. Yeah, fuck yeah, absolutely. Go get them, boys. I love that game. But the optics of it is really bad.
Well, that's fine. I'm not sure what you're arguing. It doesn't change the fact that God said Jesus was the covenantal sacrifice, the be-all, end-all.
By the way, TF1, where are you at?
That's what God said. The fact that there's a bunch of Satanists and weirdo voodoo people sacrificing people and animals and stuff, that's all Santeria and black magic stuff. It has nothing to do with Jesus. So I'm not understanding your argument. The fact that sin still exists when God said not to sin, you're saying what is, I'm not sure what that, I don't understand. It's just an exercise in free will.
Hello?
I don't know what happened, John, but I'm here and I'm going to go down. I got to finish setting up one more security camera, to watch the house while I'm gone, but I'll be on here. I'll try to get this radio working right. It has a few problems every now and then.
Oh, I think more than the optics, like, it's just bad. Like, it looks bad because it is bad, right? Like, I think the fucking Border Patrol has been going just way too ham. You know what I mean? Not following proper procedures and shit, violating the rights of American citizens, getting caught up in the fray.
But I don't think it's fair for you to be calling soldiers stupid. I called him stupid, but that's because I was aggravated at him. But it wasn't over the King James Bible. But
No, it wasn't you. It was the other guy I'm talking to. I was wondering where he's talking from. If he's from the Asia side, or is he from over here stateside? But the other thing I was going to tell you, PB, is that the same thing's going to happen when you land in Thailand. They're going to try to push you to buy a SIM chip so you can use it in Thailand. And be very careful with Thailand. They have their Uber service is called Grab over there. Those guys are crooked. They'll tell you one price. We're used to Uber when they tell you one price and they charge you that price, and then no bullshit. But in Thailand is a bunch of scammers. So, and I got scammed on Grab, but in Vietnam there's no way. Vietnam, what they say, it's just like Uber in Vietnam. What they say go, and they are very scared of, very mindful of your rating. If you give them less than 5, the guy will not get any more business. So it's an app called Grab, and you're going to need internet to use that, Wi-Fi internet to use that. But anyway, so they're going to try to sell you a SIM, and if you only stay a week, buy the smallest package you can get away with in Thailand, because once you leave Thailand, that SIM chip is worthless.
But I don't think it's fair for you to be arguing over the King James Bible and you calling him stupid. He believes a little different, and there ain't no sense of arguing about this.
Right. So in those cases where citizens have been jammed up, obviously that's not good. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of ways that they can identify who's got to go and who doesn't without just grabbing all of them and releasing, catch and release. It's like fishing, and that's wrong. I don't approve of it, but I don't really know what other way would be as effective, to be honest.
Yeah, he can't help it if he's stupid.
Oh, I'm talking about fucking like the dude who in Chicago who rammed the bitch with his car, jumped out and said, "Do something, bitch," and then shot her 5 times, and then he lied about it. Like, he lied about all the circumstances, said she struck him with her vehicle, and that she had a semi-automatic weapon and all this shit that just was patently false, and all the recordings came out, dash cam and everything proved it. Like that type shit, you know what I mean? There's a lot of that happening.
I mean, maybe you can start by explaining how exactly all sacrifices have ended due to Jesus' sacrifice. How the fuck have they ended?
Well, I could try to reword it for you. You asked, why is Jesus called the Lamb? And I said, because he's the unblemished lamb for sacrifice, the final covenant sacrifice. And now you're saying, well, that doesn't make sense because there's still sacrifices. So
Well, we don't have to go to the Pope. We don't have to ask the Catholic to forgive us for our sins. It's pretty straightforward from there on out.
I use Bolt. That's Boy, Ocean, Lincoln, Tom in Thailand. It's awesome. And whatever the price is, it's always that price. You do reviews. I love Bolt. Bolt is better than Uber. That's BOLT in Thailand. It is awesome. I never have used Grab. I don't use anything else. Bolt rocks. I love it out there. You move the map around to right where you're standing, and they pull up right there. Clean, polite, punctual. I always end up tipping, because if they say 63 baht, I'll give them 100 baht. I love traveling in Thailand by the company called Bolt, B-O-L-T. It is absolutely fantastic.
So I'll rephrase it, I guess. Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice to end all sacrifice. And he told the people, no more sacrifice, don't do it, it's bad.
No, totally agree with Logan.
He made it clear that he was the be-all, end-all, and he instructed the world to no longer commit these sacrifices that bring God no pleasure. Now, they can choose to disobey his instruction because of their free will. Does that make more sense?
Is that just me? Was he quiet for everyone else, dude?
Dude, I don't know, man. This fucking Tesla fights my AirPods for Bluetooth connectivity. So that whenever that happens, it's where it's pulling, reprioritizing the other signal. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that when those things happen, that they're coming out. You know what I mean? And people need to be prosecuted. And, they need to be dealt with the same way anyone else would if they did something as heinous without being in law enforcement. Yeah, that's definitely not good. What's crazy though is like my brother and his wife and kids in Chicago right now, and my brother's been going every week for the last 2 months for work every week, and well, every week to two, it depends. But anyways, he's been there a lot in the last 2 months, and he's never seen a Border Patrol agent. I texted him last night, as I thought maybe you'd see him this time. He has not seen one.
I think I know what you're saying. What you're saying is that he was the last satanic sacrifice at the altar of God. Okay, now I understand. Yeah, I get it.
Well, Joe, you've been over that side of the world, so you know how they operate. Yeah, I'm not too impressed with the Thai and the Filipino. You know, every time I'm in those two countries, my guard is always up because the people there will rip you off in a heartbeat. You know, their culture is what they can get away with you today. They don't give a shit about it. National image or what you think of them and all that, just what they can scam you today, and they will scam you. So that grab is, I didn't know about Bolt when I was over there, but well, maybe next time. But I don't think I'm going to visit Thailand again. I'm not too impressed with the country. Nothing that country has that mine doesn't offer. 10 times better at home. And I speak my own language. The Thai, a lot of them are illiterate. The guy that we hired one time couldn't even read the map. The map was in Thai. The address I have was in Thai, and he couldn't even read that. He doesn't even know. Doesn't even know how to follow a Google style, a map in the driving app. So that's just to tell you how low life they are.
We need to sacrifice ourselves. Let's all start World War III.
Whatever, man. You just hate us because we love Jesus. That's, in a nutshell, that's what it's all about. That's why you're here.
But the question still remains, why would God demand a satanic sacrifice in the first place if he was a good God?
No, that's not the question that still remains. That's you now branching away because I've kind of stopped you on the issue and you realize that I'm speaking logic and you realize the foolishness of your question, so now you're trying to change it.
Yeah, I thought I heard someone else talking about that same thing. But what's the point of that? So basically, there's all this hype of this, massive ice incursion in Chicago in the media, but it doesn't appear to be the case on the ground.
Another random point you feel like making, and we'll forget all about the one you were incorrect on. That's the methodology I've noticed from you. You speak things with arrogant confidence, and when corrected on them, you just jump onto a new one. So what's the new one?
I don't know. I'm not there. I can't form that opinion. But he said that he hasn't seen any. He's been going consistently for 2 months. Same in Atlanta and Vegas. Same thing there. He's been all these places in the last couple months. So I don't know. To be fair, we know that when they're there, they're rolling in Hertz rental cars. Hertz, my company, rents DHS a buckload of cars every month.
Well, we love it. We love Bolt. The people we met there, we can't wait to get back there.
Not at all. I had to probe you further and further to understand what you were even claiming when you said Jesus is the sacrifice to end all sacrifices. That was never explained, but I finally understood what you was trying to say. He was the last sacrifice to the altar of God. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Yeah, buddy, when I was still active duty, every year we go to a big old joint exercise that our military have with the Thai. It's called Cobra Gold, and we go to Bangkok every year. And we fly our own airplane. When I was stationed in the Philippines, and we would fly down there every year, spend a week or so in Bangkok. That was like a treat back in the day when I was younger, man. But what I saw there and what's happening and today when I came back, I wasn't impressed back then and not even now. So I don't think Thailand is anywhere anytime soon in my book. The sooner the better I get rid of that from my bucket, which I did, and I'm not missing anything. All right, buddy. Let me look up the guy's name, the one that the phone number, and then I'll give it to you, and then perhaps you can call him, and then or at least email him and negotiate with him, and you probably won't get the $40 like I did, but you get a good deal if you deal directly, because he has his on Airbnb as well. But you want to stay where I'm talking about, because that one there, you have you have security, and you have you step downstairs and you always taxi and all that. People don't try to scam you, and they're good with you. They're very friendly. All right, buddy. Talk to you later. KK6FU.
It is merely propaganda.
Saturday, November 22, 2025. Time is 2 p.m.
It might be, but these fuckers are in like Hertz cars, you know. They're in a rental cars. They're not in emergency vehicles. So you probably wouldn't see them driving down the road. But if you look on TikTok and CNN, you see them in like up armor throwing tear gas grenades in like the street. Which, you know, I feel like you would have seen that.
Let me ask you something. Would you murder us because the way we believe?
It's 12 p.m. in Arizona. Time again for the news on 50 KUW.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's leaving Congress on January 5th. Her announcement follows months of public clashes with party leaders and former allies. NPR's Amy Held reports the news seems to have taken aback even Republican insiders.
President Trump told ABC News in a phone call he was not given a heads up, and he thinks the news of Greene's departure is great. He posted to Truth Social that her relationship with Congressman Thomas Massie did not help her. Massie, who co-led the effort to get the party to defy Trump with the Epstein file vote, posted he's sad Greene is leaving and lauded her honesty. Greene rose to fame embracing QAnon conspiracy theories, not now in her resignation video.
There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played.
Some analysts suggest Greene may be trying to broaden her appeal before a bid for higher office. The one-time hard-right, die-hard Trump loyalist has a prediction.
Republicans will likely lose the midterms.
As for herself, she says she's looking forward to a new path. Amy Held, NPR News.
Ukraine's European allies are racing to respond to a Kremlin-friendly proposal by the Trump administration to end Russia's nearly 4-year full-scale war on Ukraine. NPR's Joanna Kakissis reports Ukraine's president says the proposal is forcing Ukraine to choose between its dignity and the loss of the U.S. as an ally.
In his evening video address, President Volodymyr Zelensky said any plan to end the war must include provisions that would prevent Russia from attacking Ukraine again. Real peace is always based on guaranteed security and justice, he said. And I'm not the only one who feels this way. So do Ukrainians, and so do most people in the world. A U.S. official told NPR that Army Secretary Dan Driscoll is in Geneva to work on the next steps to end the war, and that a Ukrainian delegation will join him. European leaders have criticized the current proposal and say they must be involved in any deal. President Trump says he wants Zelensky to sign a deal by Thursday. Joanna Kakissis, NPR News.
Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro has been rearrested and taken into custody after the country's highest court determined he was trying to flee house arrest. The BBC's Jacob Evans has more.
According to Judge Alexander de Moraes, Mr. Bolsonaro attempted to break his ankle monitor in the early hours of Saturday morning. He's been on tag for months since disobeying a court order and was sentenced in September to 27 years in jail for plotting a military coup after losing the 2022 election. Mr. Moraes added the fact that Jair Bolsonaro lived within a 15-minute drive of the US Embassy further prompted the arrest. He alleges that Mr. Bolsonaro had earlier sought political asylum in the Embassy of Argentina, whose president Javier Milei is a long-term ally.
The BBC's Jacob Evans. This is NPR News. Officials in Nigeria now say that 303 students and 12 teachers were abducted from a Catholic boarding school yesterday. NPR's Jewel Bright reports Nigeria's government says dozens of boarding schools will now temporarily close because of the risk.
The attack on St. Mary's Catholic School in the northern state of Niger is among Nigeria's biggest school abductions. In 2014, the kidnapping of 276 Chibok schoolgirls by Boko Haram sparks global outrage. In the years since, hundreds of students have been seized, often for money. Experts say schools are easy targets as they lack adequate security. No group has taken responsibility for this latest abduction. Authorities say a massive search and rescue operation is underway after armed men on motorcycles attacked the school in the early hours, taking staff and students away in large vans. Earlier in the week, 25 students were taken by gunmen from another boarding school in a neighboring state. Joe Bright, NPR News, Lagos.
China is taking its dispute with Japan to the United Nations. Japan's new Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi said earlier this month that a hypothetical Chinese attack on Taiwan could be seen as a situation threatening Japan's survival, a legal designation that would allow Japan to deploy its military. China sent a letter to the UN Secretary General yesterday that Japan had committed a grave violation of international law and that China would firmly defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity. China maintains that Taiwan is Chinese territory. I'm Nora Rahm, NPR News in Washington.
Hey, Killbot, I went to Walmart and I picked up a bag of dicks for you. Do you want one?
But, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, there's a lot of countries out here that would murder people like me and Soldier.
CNN is propaganda. I don't know about the Hertz rental cars. That's probably legit ops.
But in which case, though, having accepted the new interpretation, it makes it even worse to me. Makes it even worse to me that a god would demand any kind of sacrifice at all. That's demonic.
I know it is. I see that shit on the account. I'm working at the headquarters, the world headquarters. You know, I see it all the time. I know it's real.
Answer you, no. You still don't understand it. You said that it was saying it was the last sacrifice to the altar of God. No, that's not at all what we were saying. But I see you can't follow that one, so we'll move on to the new.
Well, either way, bringing it up is meant to gaslight you, and it's working.
I mean, here's the way that I look at it. Here's what I think happened, like my synopsis, is I think that the verdict came down that we're doing a mass deportations, right? And I think that Trump put it out into these agencies, put out the message of like, we're going to have your back. Tell your boys that we are going to have their back. They're not going to be prosecuted. You know, we're not going to have them do this, make this big push and have them turn around and then fucking be in trouble for it, right? So tell them we got their back to do what they need to get done. We're gonna, you know what I mean? We're gonna defend them. And I think with that kind of, what that basically does is it gives them a sense of kind of carte blanche, right? We're gonna fucking get it done. Move fast and break things, right? And I think that's a mistake, because you give that sentiment to these type of agencies and they'll fucking run with it, and they will, you know, there's going to be abuses of power.
And no, not once. We, because it's in our nature and design, want to serve him, want to worship something. All of us, I don't care what you say, it's in our nature. And so we started doing weird little rituals. God saw, God understood a lesson could be determined through this sacrifice. The result of sin being what? Death. Right? So the lesson was sound.
Hi, this is Kit, Craig's girlfriend. So I already booked a hotel, Astoria Hanoi Hotel in the Old Town, because that's where we're supposed to be picked up from for the Halong Bay cruise. And I can book the taxi ride from the hotel. They'll arrange it.
And now the mercy. You can escape that punishment by simple repentance and relationship with your Creator. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But we're the ones who wanted to sacrifice. I can show you countless scripture where he says he takes no delight, zero delight in burnt offerings, in bloodshed. None of it. He wants nothing of it. He wants the spiritual sacrifices, the denying of self, the allegiance, the loyalty. These things. But he never required it. He just entertained our desire to do it.
Oh, that's almost a 4.5, 5-star hotel right there. That's a nice place. And if you're in Old Town, if you have some time, walk around. It's kind of chaotic. But are you native Chinese, or are you born U.S. Chinese?
I'll just go ahead and tell you like this. God loves everybody. He even loves you, but you can't cross him like this. You know what I'm saying? Because he's going to curse you.
I came here at the age of 9, so I'm pretty much here. I don't remember much, but I was born in Hong Kong.
How about we say Trump will give you a pass on fucking kids because your base already has. And you tell us about the Saudis being involved in the Mandalay Bay shooting and people getting shot from helicopters. And we'll settle for that.
I can cross whoever I want, whenever I want, with my freedom of will. And I cross that God of the Old Testament as being an evil God. End of story. My mind will never be changed on that, so what will be, will be.
Oh, speaking of Hong Kong, I miss Kowloon. I miss going over there and have the roast goose, world famous roast geese. I miss that. Oh, so you're a transplant like me? Yeah. So yeah, you know the behavior and all that. And Craig has been in Thailand, so he knows pretty much the cultural, and the hustle and bustle and this and that, and stay away from the scam and this and that. So. Yeah, the old town is kind of small, smaller than Saigon. But I tell you, if you're going to spend that much money already in the area and spend that long of a time in the airplane, suffering and all that, stretching legs and all that stuff, I do suggest take an extra week or two and spend some time in Saigon. And in Saigon, you think you're in the first world. Saigon, if at night, day or night doesn't matter. It's even better than United States in many places. But I don't know, it's flooding right now over there, so things may change when you get, right now things could be different when you get there because the infrastructure are flooded, pretty much flooded in the central part. But northern part, you're okay. That place where you go is called Halong Bay. It's beautiful. Yepper. It's beautiful. These cruise boat, and then, they have little cabin, dinner every night, and they have dinner on the deck, and sometimes the crew will join in and the guys will be drinking and all that stuff. And then during the day you do excursion on these little tiny islands. You're gonna like it.
Hey, Killbot, I went to Walmart just for you and picked up a bag of dicks. If you turn the hot dogs from right to left, they look like a cross.
The Mandalay Bay, the Vegas shooting. That stumped me for a minute.
Well, then you're on your own. I mean, that is about as much as I can tell you. I don't know anything else to tell you. You're just on your own.
Yesterday in Fort Myers Sheriff's Office, Lee County Sheriff's Office, deputy shot a bitch in a traffic stop in her elbow and was trying to drive away. Nowhere, I haven't seen any videos yet, but I haven't read where she tried to run him over or anything. I think she tried to drive away and he simply just shot her in the elbow. So I'm curious to see how that one unfolds. Of course, our sheriff is pretty corrupt. I like him, but corrupt as fuck. And he's, I'm so happy and proud of my family member. He's did the right thing and he's such a patriot and type bullshit. And I dude, you better release that fucking video.
I know what to tell him. Repent, or you will likewise perish. You see, his philosophy, Killboxes, is going to stick the middle finger up at God the whole way through his life, deny every outstretched hand and gesture from his creator, and then at the end of the whole thing, like he said the other day, he's going to stand before that fiery God, and he's going to see, hear, be judged, and he's going to say, but I thought you were a loving God. I thought you would forgive me. Yeah, he tried pseudo-laws.
Oh, let me go back and listen to that. Hold on. I got distracted. That's juicy, it sounds like.
And exactly what you just said is your response to him. I deny him. I deny his existence. I deny his offer. And blah, blah, blah. Well, I'll tell you something. The day's going to come where you are going to believe. Without a choice, your free will be removed.
What, a cop shooting a Fleeing bitch in the elbow? That's not juicy. Did he throw himself in front of the car so he could shoot her in the elbow? That's probably more likely.
And then, my friend, you're going to regret wasting this vapor of life you call your realm, that you wasted in indignant disobedience, clutching to evidence that doesn't even exist. You will believe, and tremble, weep, and gnash.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they get sure enough.
Yeah, we've got a problem with cops creating exigency, like, oh my God, this person's gonna run. Let me dive in front of their vehicle so I can fucking shoot them. It's a problem.
Yeah, I already booked a one night with Verder Lotus Classic Cruise. So we'll have a one night on the boat and then back to Hanoi, and then we'll spend a day in Hanoi and then fly back to Thailand.
Hi, soldier. I'm sitting here swimming in my pool that doesn't exist, waiting for my steaks in the kitchen to be cooked that don't exist, flying my airplane around the world that doesn't exist. I think you're a little cuckoo.
Well, why else do you become a cop? You know what I mean? Why else do you put your life on the fucking line for, $60,000 a year, to where you might fucking die and your kids grow up fatherless? To fucking be able to shoot motherfuckers and go woo 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 woo. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. So you're gonna have some time to wander around Hanoi. Now, the Hanoi, right where the Hoan Kiem, the big lake, that's the big lake. It's on the lakeside. It's part of the old town. And Old Town, you make the right choice by booking right where Old Town is, because when you walk downstairs, you're in Old Town with that Astoria. And there, if you in that area, walk around the lake. It's a good lake stretching, exercise, and all that. And there, at one big corner, there is a big building, a 3-story building, and there's Highland Coffee. And I highly suggest that. There's the restaurant, Highland Restaurant is a beautiful restaurant. It's an outdoor, table, wrap around that on the second, I think on the third floor. Price is reasonable, food is good. I recommend that. And then go see the town.
No, I'm not going to argue with you there. The Bible says that true believers are a peculiar people. Have you ever had air-fried mesquite barbecue steak? I don't understand. It's like beef jerky and then a sandwich of yummy meat and then beef jerky on the bottom. It's just...
Logan, I went back and listened. I don't know. You weren't clear in your explanation of events. Something about an elbow and a car door. It was kind of scrambled.
You're just projecting. That's just what you would like to see happen. Meanwhile, I'm still denying your satanic God of the Old Testament, and I will get out of this recycling machine, and you will not this time around. You will be spit right back into it for being a fool.
Sorry, this part is fucking weird. I won't try to get into it. I'm running into Aldi real quick to do a couple things. No, yeah, so there's a deputy pulled someone over. She was wanted on a felony warrant. The felony consisted of 3 misdemeanor theft charges, 3 prior misdemeanor thefts. She missed a court date, and they upgraded it to a felony. So it's not like fleeing, violent felon, whatever. I haven't read she had a firearm or anything like that. I just read and heard the sheriff say that she tried to drive off and the deputy shot her in the elbow, and that the deputy wasn't hurt. So I don't know if they did a felony stop and a cop was parked in front of her, gun out kind of thing. She drove towards him and shot him. I don't know. We haven't seen a video yet, but the whole thing sounds kind of weird. How if no one was hurt and if it was like a car was running at my officer so he shot him kind of thing, it would have said that.
All right, we'll see you at Armageddon, and we'll see who's who and what's what. Enjoy. It sure seems to be bearing good fruit in your life. All right?
Oh, by the way, that's the last 3 pages of the Bible. They need to put that in the front 3 pages of the Bible. Then nobody would read it. Oh, be a good Christian, give us millions of dollars, pass the word around, and then at the very end, God's going to come in here with I-31 Atlas and blow up the planet. Yay!
Yeah, so actually I was looking at some YouTube in Hanoi, Old Town, and I want to do where, you know, all the cafe, they have a food tour. I don't know if Craig's going to want to do that, but where the train runs through all the cafes. That's one of their famous outing to do.
Well, it appears to have bore better fruit in my life than it has in yours, because I'm still with the woman I met in 1984 and had a very long marriage and 2 children. I brought them up. They didn't have a broken home. I'm in a home now that is pleasurable to live in. It's warm, and I've got a vehicle. And
Yeah, it sounds like he just got fucking pissed, caught up in the moment. You know what I mean? Got pissed and fucking just opened fire. It is Florida, you know.
Oh, that is crazy. Yeah, all these, you know, so they have a railroad track that goes right through town, and all on both sides of the track, you know, very narrow track, and on both sides of the tracks are these people. They set up shops, cafes, and you know, and when the train passes by, they put the table right there. Some of them right at the track, and then when the trains are coming, they start pulling the table back, so you have to get off the track. It's kind of cool. It's crazy. It's cool. You have to do the food tour. You know, being a transplant like myself, you know, so you understand Asiatic food and all that. And being a Hong Kongese, oh Jesus, food is everything. I miss my time there. I went there way back when I was barely a teenager. And we took the ferry over to the Kowloon side, and we went to that place where they have all the roast goose. All right, hey, I'm at where I'm supposed to go. So nice meeting you. We'll talk again. My name is John. I knew Craig for about 20 years now. We knew each other way back in the day. Take care and enjoy.
And that is beautiful, and God bless your family. And that is something that is definitely missing in the world today. So good for you on that notion, right? But I'm telling you, your little home that you feel so comforted in, your arrogant words against dignitaries that you know nothing of.
Yeah, I don't know. And the sheriff, and again, I like him personally, but he's been under investigation with the FBI for like the last year and a half, 2 years.
Cut out there. He's been under investigation for the last year or 2 years.
You're gonna eat those words, and you ain't gonna be able to take your comfy home with you. And where you are putting yourself, not God. So don't pull that little pity party when you're standing in front of him. Where you're putting yourself is going to be the most uncomfortable experience you've ever had.
Fucking Bluetooth, man. But yeah, he's been on an FBI investigation, and it just concluded this last week. FBI announced it's over, and they didn't find anything sufficient to charge him with anything. But we know he is crooked. Like there's like video evidence of shit, like on like Facebook. And like TikTok, there's whole TikTok pages on him. Now, I think he's a shitbag human. Do I think he's corrupted and like should go to prison? Probably not. But he's a shitbag human for sure.
And it's going to last forever. And you think I want that for you? You think that's why I sit and listen to your vitriol, your negativity that drips like bile just below my sternum? No. I speak to you about true things because I care enough about you. I want you to share in heaven as well.
Why is he a shitbag? Like, what does he do?
No, you don't. You want followers in your little cult. You don't want to go down alone. You're afraid to go down alone. In fact, you're afraid to walk this plane under your own steam. You need your crutch. I understand that. You have weak mind. You need that crutch. But you're going to be recycled, dude.
I mean, nothing that we don't do, but we don't have a salary of $350,000 a year, and we're not the highest law enforcement officer in one of the biggest counties in Florida. So it's a little different, but he doesn't do anything most of us don't do. It's just videos of him like getting lap dances in his car, in the driver's seat with a beer in his hand. Like, yeah, girl, rub that stinky pussy on.
Hey, John. Talk to you soon. Bye.
I just don't understand how you call it weak. Oh, dude, I want to be weak. I want to give back into the world and the inaccountability that you so ignorantly cling to. I want to. This is the hard way. Conviction.
Had I been an agricultural cop for a few more years, could have shot farmers for selling milk out of bounds.
No, that's never mind.
Soldier, how you doing? Pseudo believes in reincarnation. That's what I think he means when he says recycle.
No, go ahead. Say it.
I got nothing.
Hey, Frankie boy, good to hear you. We've been well through his. He has many different beliefs. Like he's a lot like Rugi. He goes to a smorgasbord of religion and grabs a plate and starts throwing this and that on there.
It was a joke.
Joke. Joke. I'm sure. I know. Yeah, the sheriff just does sleazy shit. Like he's like in super bad like gambling debt. There's pretty good proof of it that he is, and he has like a Lamborghini and like Hellcats and shit. He bought a new Ferrari last year, and people like don't know where he got the money from. It. Yeah, he makes a few $100,000 or whatever, but still, like he has $2 million in cars, and he's a commercial real estate agent in Naples, and I don't know how successful he is with it, but there's just a lot of questionable shit that comes out of the sheriff's office. Again, I like the guy. I think he's cool as hell. But, yeah, he enables his people to not make good decisions.
Pseudo, he is real God, you know. I mean, it's just that you've not, you've not, what's the word? You've not seeked him yet. You're not seeking after him.
Hi, Frank. Can you please send Soldier my email and my link to my phone number, Frank?
The word is smorgasbord, not smorgasborg.
He's a little mentally handicapped.
Jesse, can't you do it? I mean, Soldier, why don't you add him as a contact? Jesse. And he can send you, he wants to send you his email. Phone number, things like that.
I know an undersheriff who's also a real estate agent, and I'm here to tell you they're doing dirty shit, by the way.
Yeah, for some reason my text box is not working in this clone version of Zello. Don't know why. Works fine on my laptop. I was literally about to say, that sounds sketchy, especially commercial real estate. You know what I mean? It just sounds sketchy. And the buying of the Ferrari and all that, like, it seems like from the outside looking in, he has a gangster mentality, which crooked cops do, you know? Because you would think, as like a non-criminal, you would think from the outside looking in, like, well, if I was crooked, I wouldn't buy a Ferrari because then everyone would know, you know what I mean? And I'm not that into flashy shit anyways. It's just too loud and flashy. You know, but that's the difference. A criminal mind, they're like, no, I like the flashy. I like people to know I've got fucking money. And they're just like, they engage in risky behavior, you know what I mean? They're like, I'll get away with it. Doesn't matter what it looks like. I'm airtight, you know?
Soldier Zilla, recycle bin. Frank, the Catholic, recycle bin.
Frank's not a Catholic.
Yeah, Pseudo, you don't want to, you just open, you don't have to face God at the end of the day, on that last day. You just don't want to face him. I understand that. You know, I understand that. All you have to do is repent, and he'll cleanse you from all your iniquity.
Well said, Frank. And try now. I removed your mod, Jesse, and put it back on. See if it works now for you. The texture. And no, Frank, you gotta understand something about our good friend Pseudo here.
Uh-huh.
He already explained his philosophy. He's not sure. He may believe in a creator. And he's gonna live a disobedient, ignorant life of mocking him. And
well, imagine you have the leverage of information of a cop, and now you're in real estate.
Diminishing him and slandering him until the day he stands before him in judgment. And then when that happens, he's going to try this approach. I thought you were a loving God. I thought you were nice. I thought you blah, blah, blah. And then he gets, sent to hell, right? So that's his idea.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, he's a realtor. I don't know if he's active, but I know you can find him on their website. And he, it's again, all kinds of shit, dude. Like, I could send you his TikTok. I don't want to drop it in the channel because it will show my personal account and he shared it and everything, but I'd send it to y'all directly.
Yoo-hoo! It says on the bottom, I can't text till you make me a trusted user.
What do you mean, Metro, with the information, like being privy to information through real estate? Like, how do the two tie in together, real estate and law enforcement?
Oh no, I'm not going to live my life mocking God. I'm going to live my life mocking people like you who worship a false God and believe that Jesus is God. I'm going to mock you guys.
Well, law enforcement, you have access to information about people that the general public doesn't have. So, hey, Dale, I know you're competing with me against this warehouse. Does your wife know that you're fucking the accountant from Charles Schwab on the weekends?
Yeah, that's the God I'm telling you won't be mocked. Because that's the one that's going to tell you every one of your idle words. I remembered, Pseudo. He'll use your real name. But you won't get the new name. Did you know that? We did a study, and when you're saved and meet him, he gives you a new name on a stone of white that only you and him know. I'm thinking mine's going to be like something like, I don't know, I'm hoping something like gangster.
Yeah, that. Hey, I know that you're running poker out of the back of your fucking deli, or that I know you have a little bit of a coke problem.
Oh, okay. Feels like a bit of a stretch, but not really. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that, how it would play out.
You know, my previous username, and you said, oh, you spelled it wrong. And I said, no, look up the word. A daemon. You're a daemon, soldier. A daemon is not a demon. A daemon. Look up the word daemon. D-A-E. That is you.
Well, it's not just outright information like that. It's also the network that you have in law enforcement, from the obviously blatantly criminal to the connections through the community.
I'm definitely not perfect. See, and that's where we differ. You're only out for your ego. I'm only out to glorify and edify God and hopefully get rid of some of my dirt and stain along the way. I know I'm all the things you say.
Everybody.
I would think you know about foreclosures before they're even in foreclosure, too, at that point, because they have to go through law offices and things like that.
It ain't gonna happen. Yeah, you can't get rid of sins, and it's impossible. You carry them to the day they die. Let me see, let me look under the book of sins. Oh, look! Soldier knocked the shit out of an innocent man's jaw. A man that had a wife and children to take care of.
Well, imagine if your SWAT team fucking busted a trap house and then the shit got, you know what I mean? You know, the next thing it becomes a HUD property or foreclosed or whatever.
Hello, beautiful people.
Well, yeah, especially if the owner's doing time and shit like that. Especially more than a little bit of time, a lot of time.
Why you gotta bring that one up? You don't even take into consideration that soldier had just gotten out of jail. His first child had died while he was in jail, and he got out with these chicks, and they all hooked him up on these weird drugs, and he was like over 190 pounds of muscle and rage, and happened to get in a beef with a cop.
Dude, it's so crazy. If you look on TikTok, the Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey. He is literally tearing down houses. I don't know the legal process, but he's like, this is a legal, whatever bullshit process to this. But he's like driving Bearcats and like armored fucking Bobcats through houses and pulling them off the foundation, scooping them up into dump trucks and like hauling them away after he like arrests these drug fucking manufacturers.
Why can't that be part of it? No, it's just he's just out there and he's a monster looking for a police officer to break his jaw. No, there was contributing circumstances. Okay, Mr. Man? But the point is, I am not perfect. I am flawed.
I mean, you do enough raids on a house that you're looking to acquire, so to speak, and it sullies the integrity of the purchase, but you know it's all bullshit. I mean, you're working on an advantage there. All of that shit that they just said.
Like, I don't know why you call me Mr. Big Man and Mr. This. Like, you somehow have deified me, Pseudo. And you're trying to, like, pull it away from your brain that I'm not your god or something. I don't know. But I have never said I'm a good person. I have said I know the one who is.
Oh, he clearly marks God. I thought God said he would forgive all your sins.
Yep. Makes sense, most definitely.
I'm going to get to you about that in a sec. But, deeply flawed. But I found the one who saves and actually has substance.
Oh, you dropped the button.
Dude, it's crazy too how they can just confiscate shit and keep it. Like, look, I understand if a gun, you know, you have guns and drugs together, they keep the gun, you know, whatever, things like that, whatever. But like, our sheriff's office has a Hellcat they turned into a traffic unit that they confiscated. A fucking Hellcat. They have one or two cyber trucks and a fleet of smaller Teslas, emergency use and non-emergency, like civilian use. They're all confiscated. It's like, dude, like, unless this guy's like a serial rapist and like shooting up schools and shit, like, I can't imagine something where this guy deserved to lose his $120,000 fucking.
The last thing you're out to do is lose your ego, because when you've been proven to be perpetuating a lie and the evidence is put right before your face for everybody to see, you refuse to acknowledge it and you continue with the lie. That is ego.
Hey, Pseudo, I let you finish your key-ups. I know you're eager to tell yourself and prove yourself to be right to yourself. But my key-up would have been another 3 seconds, and it would have helped bring the point to life for you.
Oh, they love that. That's their favorite thing. 3 words: civil asset forfeiture. Yeah, you just take it. Same thing with money. Like, you can have fucking, like, if you're just traveling with like 20 grand cash on you, and who knows why, you might be putting a down payment on something and you like to deal in cash, so you went to the bank, you got $100 bills and 20,000, you put it in a little lockbox maybe or something, and you're traveling to go make this purchase. If you get caught, you know, by the cops and you're not doing anything illegal, the money itself becomes suspicion of a crime and they'll just take it. They'll be like, this is ours now. And you'll have a hell of a fucking time getting it back. No crime ever committed. Civil asset forfeiture.
Also, yeah, I had a dream of Jesus last night, soldier. What's his name? Taz was saying to me, Taz, he's saying, oh, why did Jesus, why did he cast the demons out and casted them into the swine? About the owner of the swine. And then I asked Jesus this, because I had a dream.
Sorry, Frank, but so rather than just get out that other 3 seconds of your transmission, you completely wasted it without finishing your point. Carry on, Frank. Anybody else who gets the mic other than Frank is a narcissist.
Yay! Thank you for recognizing me.
On behalf of Pseudo, I apologize, Frank. I would like to hear the rest of your dream and why he let them go into swine. I heard it was because they knew that they were going to the abyss and they appealed to his mercy, and Jesus was merciful to the demons.
Well, in the lockbox, they need a warrant to get into anything locked legally, or it'd be thrown away in court. But what was that movie? I just watched it. It was about that, where the dude was trying to bail his cousin out of jail, and they took his cash.
What he was, I asked him, why did you cast the demons into the swine? Because the man who owns the swine, that's 2,000 swine. And he just laughed. He just laughed, that's all. He thought I think he thought it was a jet. I don't know, he just laughed. And then I asked him, when's the rapture? And he didn't say nothing. He just like smiled or something. He didn't say nothing. He didn't want to say. But that.
Yeah, civil asset forfeiture, you're more than likely not going to get it back no matter how hard you try, and you're lucky if you do. And most of the times, people admit that they have that much cash, and that's how they get it. If you got pulled over for speeding and they ask you if you got any excess amounts of cash or what, lie your fucking ass off and be like, no.
Well, especially if you have it in a locked box, anything that's locked, they need a warrant for. They can't just open it.
Not when these retards give them permission to search, which again is most of the times they get this information out of these idiots. They admit to it.
There you go, Frank. There's one of your entities right in front of you there, in front of your face. So remember that when you leave this earth. You got to beware of these entities that just won't tell you the truth.
It's fucking crazy.
Well, you know damn well why you didn't say anything on the rapture. 'Cause there is no rapture. There's no rapture. There's tribulation, we suffer, he comes in, stops it halfway, and then we all get to be made like him, and the ones that...
Yeah, hey, I have this in my lockbox is insane to me.
Turn left.
Yeah, I have $35,000 in cash, but I'm going to buy this speedboat, and they probably are in this scenario.
Denied him and rejected him. They aren't made like him. They got really not fun fate.
Like, I'm going to buy this speedboat, so I just wanted to pay in cash. Well, yeah, no, that's no good. They're grabbing that.
Well, he had dark brown hair, coloured hair. His face was a bit tanned, and he had a bit of a beard. Not heavy, just he had a beard, but not heavy, And his hair was brown, darky brown, and a bit tanned.
Yeah, it's a joke. And Rebel Ridge is the movie you're trying to think of. Rebel Ridge, and it's a damn good movie. It was one of the best movies I've seen in probably this year.
Reminds me of Ruby Ridge. Did you hear about that? The ATF shot a woman holding her baby. They shot her in the face, shot a kid, and shot a dog, and got off scot-free.
And he was probably musing to himself because he was thinking, we've got this one, hook, line, and sinker.
But you're going to face him one day, Suda. There's no escape. We can avoid the doctors, the dentist, but we've got that appointment to keep. You can lie to yourself and say there ain't no God and all that. But I'm telling you, you're gonna face reality.
Oh, they love shooting the dogs. Have they? Have you heard of Ruby Ridge? If you haven't, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? There was a story I heard about recently where, so to give the rundown on it, and I didn't look into it and get all the details, but this is kind of secondhand from a podcast, is there is a town, and there is a mayor of this town who lives in this town, right? Mayor. And somebody who works for the post office was had some kind of drug operation. I think it was a weed operation. And so what he figured out is that if he mailed shit to the mayor's house with the mayor's name and address on it, that the packages wouldn't be searched. They wouldn't search the packages because it's going to the fucking mayor's house. Now, I don't get how that all pans out really, but apparently that's just the way it was, right? That's the way it is. So he had figured this out, And so he was using this kind of as a loophole to move his drugs. And so since he worked at the post office or whatever, he would, he would know what package it is to the mayor, and he would fucking sneak tip, take it, and now he's got his drugs. So anyway, so the authorities caught wind of this, and they got a warrant for a raid, a search. They did not know somehow that this was the mayor's house that they're raiding, searching. SWAT team shows up, so they kick in the fucking door, storm the building and everything, yelling, throwing people on the ground, all that. One of the officers shot and killed his dog. There might have been two dogs, maybe, I can't remember, but let's just say it's one for now. A Labrador, right? And the Labrador was fleeing the police. And so basically they stormed in, the Labrador got scared and fucking ran out through the back door slider and was running away from the officers. And to the mayor's account says that the cops shot him for sport, made sure he was dead. And they did not believe the dude when he's telling them I'm the mayor.
Frank, I don't know why people like you and Soldier keep insisting that I'm saying there is no God. Because that's just an outright lie. You need to ask yourself, why are you lying about Suda, claiming that he doesn't believe in the existence of a God? Why? Why put forth these lies?
We've already established, like Know Your Enemy said, you have no trouble accepting the fallen angels. The little g gods, the pretend gods of the world. Your mistake is not accepting the true Elohim Adonai, God of Israel. You reject him, mock him, and deny him, in which Frank is deadly accurate. You're not going to miss that appointment. You're not. You're going to be one of those ones that say, after he shows you the scroll on the glass sky, your judgment is sound, Lord God. And then you will go to burn and accept your punishment. I don't know how it works, but that's what he says happen. Even you will say, you're right. You're right, I got no argument. It'll be the last debate you lose. It's pretty sketchy, man.
Triple key ups, asshole. Hi there, Frank. You and Soldier are in the room of Jabberwocky. Why don't you join the Arab religion where you can smell butts and go, Allah, 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 do we have the one God?
Well, of course you and your false God are going to make such claims. I wouldn't expect anything else from you. You're worshipping a God of false light. You're worshipping the demonic God of the Old Testament. And you're claiming that to be Jesus. It's sacrilege.
Just look at the prophecies. I mean, that speaks for itself that God, Jesus is real. I mean, look at Revelations where it talks about buying and selling. I mean, in 2030, they're going to get rid of all cash. When we hit the 2030, all cash will be...
No, Frank. Bitcoin ain't worth no damn caca. There's no such thing as artificial money.
And Rubber Bridge was the movie, and it was a fucking great movie. You're right, I couldn't remember the name of it. And that's fucked up.
It's just a long-term strategy, Frank. And of course they're going to put it in your religious manuscripts, so you accept it as an inevitability. In fact, you'll actually anticipate it. You'll be thinking it's a good thing because God's going to come, when all you're going to get is digital enslavement.
What, now they're shooting dogs in the back for fleeing? Nah, should have had that on my 2025 bingo card. It fucking tracks. Sadly.
Hey, sweetheart, can I ask you a question? Let's say you're in a casino, a place of gambling. Okay, I'm going to ask you a logical question here.
Well, here's the thing with the dogs that, I kind of understand. I kind of get it a little bit. If I were going to play the devil's advocate, is drug dealers and criminals and shit like that, they do use dogs, right? A dog is a tool, it's a weapon, it's a lot of things. You can intimidate somebody with a dog, right? If you think someone's a cop or something like that, an undercover cop, and they're trying to get in good with you, you know, you can walk out with a big beefy ass pit bull and just let it sniff them, and they'll get nervous, right? Like, fuck, I've got bad intentions, fucking, maybe the dog's gonna know, he's gonna sense it, or just whatever, right? But also, like, very common for criminals to have, you know, pit bulls or whatever as a tool, you know, home defense and all that shit, and also a tool of intimidation. So I think oftentimes, like, a dog is just, like, if you're going in on a raid, a dog is like, it's a threat, it's a weapon, and the other problem is it's an unpredictable one, right? It's one that it's not going to follow commands, you know what I mean? You can't tell it get on the fucking ground, it's not going to do what anybody says, and it's a wild fucking card. So if the dog, when you're clearing a house, if the dog runs away and gets out of your sight, then that's a fucking problem. That's an unaccounted for threat that's on the site that you just lost control of. So I think a lot of the time they just make it easier. They go, just kill the dog. Just the minute you see it, just kill it. Like, you know, eliminate the threat. It's not a person. You're not going to go to prison for it. So just get rid of it.
So you're in that casino, right? And you're at the, let's say, the blackjack table, right? And so you have your entire life savings, all your money, right? And you're there, you've got, let's say, 16, and you need 21, right? Or you need to be higher anyway. Do you put your whole life savings on that hand that you know you're not sure about? You're not sure about. You know that you're not gonna beat the house. You're not gonna beat with a 15 or 16. You need at least a 7, etc. Are you gonna gamble your life savings away? I'm hoping that you're gonna say no. You're gonna see that you've got a poor hand, and you're gonna leave the $25 chip in there and cut your losses. Now, let's look at your soul being in the gambling. Eternity. Okay? You're wagering eternity on things you're not sure about. I think you should be more open-minded instead of being so confident and resolute. Because what you have in the scales, what is in the balance, is eternity. If you're wrong, you might want to be a little bit more gentle and open-minded.
I'm a risk taker. I'm an all or nothing kind of person. I'm a brave soul. And I believe in myself more than I do that God that you're worshipping. Not the God, but the one that you worship. I reject.
Alright, you're fucking retarded. Or at the very least, ignorant. Anytime a police officer shoots their gun, there has to be justified cause, and a dog running off is not that. Maybe in the 90s, people did have guard dogs for sure, for shit like that.
Well, then enjoy your reward. You have it. You have your reward. If I were you, I would enjoy it. Get off the app. Go and follow every indulgence.
Well, you're fucking retarded, because how many cops shoot dogs and fucking get away with it? Now, clearly you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What God do you believe in anyway, Pseudo? You see, I don't want to see you go to hell, you know. If you say you reject the God of Israel, you'll end up in hell. And there's no getting out of that place, you know. You can scream as loud as you want. But you'll face reality.
Yeah, they shoot dogs and get away with it because the government, again, retouching on this, does not like to find itself hemmed up and worthy of blame. So shooting a dog is easy.
Reality. Damn right I reject the God of Israel. Look what it's doing in this realm. Look what it's doing in this realm. Generation after generation after generation. It's not producing anything good. It's slaughtering people.
Doesn't make it right. 9 times out of 10, it's a bad shoot. But again, they don't hold themselves accountable for that. They try and justify it with whatever fucking nonsense. I mean, go and look up the last 10 fucking dog shootings. They're all bullshit.
No, that's what Israel's done after doing what you're doing. Rejected God. Isn't that ironic? Everything you hate about them and what they've done to this world is a direct result of them doing what you're doing. Rejecting God. Interesting.
And while that might have been the case in the 90s where people had like trained dogs for what you're talking about, 2025 people do not have dogs that are not pets. They might look scary, but they're pets.
Why do you want to convert Pseudo? He doesn't want your God, soldier. There's no logic in it. I'll tell you what, did you know I'm Arab? You want to convert my religion?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't need to know what the fuck we're arguing about. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't even hear the rest of your fucking point. I'm so fucking mad that you would insult me like that. So I don't even, like, fucking know what I said wasn't fucking stupid, man. And I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I was trained to do that type of shit. Not in a law enforcement capacity, but whatever, dude. Yeah, you're probably fucking right. You probably know everything about fucking everything, dude. I'm gonna go listen to a podcast or something.
It is ironic, but only the fact that you would say such a thing. Because I would never go out to slaughter people. But your God does.
Well, I'm not trying to do anything to Pseudo. It's not my job, none of my business. I'm simply engaging a man on a talking application that is capitalizing on the platform of this channel.
No, but I could totally see where, like, you know, it's justified that they shoot him even if they're running away, because that's true, man. You don't know if it's running away because it's scared and it's going to come back and defend, not because it's a trained, you know, attack dog, because that's its family. I wouldn't want to be attacked by a fucking dog. I have been when I was a kid, and it's not fun.
He brings the content, and I respond to it. It's what it was designed for. We may not seem to get along, but the cadence of the purpose of the channel is most certainly being more than I've ever seen a lot of conversations being capitalized on, for sure.
Yeah, most cops shoot dogs nowadays because they're pussies and have been fed this bullshit that they're all, you know, going to kill you. But Dale, I still love you.
What do you mean, Pseudo? Your God slaughters everyone. The God of Israel and all that. Jesus and all that. What do you mean he slaughters everyone? Where's this?
Of course, but that's also, of course we love Dale. But no, it's like, I think he's more coming from a military standpoint. You're clearing out something. You don't know the situation. You don't know if it's a family dog, and I'd rather not risk it than have my face or neck torn off.
It's everywhere around you, Frank. It's this world in and of itself. It's a fucking cesspit. It's a smorgasbord, as Soldier would say, of evil.
Yeah, lots of lore. Lots of lore. Wait for the dog to come at you in an attack before you shoot it. A lot of these other guys, I mean, look up some of the recent dog shootings. A lot of them are fucking absurd.
No, Pseudo. Look around you. That's everyone denying and disobeying God. Do you see?
Pseudo, God gives you a free will. You know, you do what you please. You either serve him or do what you want. He gives you a free will, but there's consequences. You know?
Until I don't do that for a living. No guns aimed at dogs in my book. It's sad too, you know, especially if it's like, you know, what are those? Cockadoodle or Labradoodle? Aw, not the Labradoodle.
And it's not, you're crazy, Soldier. It's not the vast majority of people, whether they believe in God or not, that are creating all of the shit in this world. You think just because people have like personal vices and things like that, that's the root of all evil? That's not the root of all evil.
Damn, Dale. What do you have against Metro? He hasn't been in here in months.
God, get a block your ass, you bitch.
No, Pseudo, you can't deny what I'm saying. It's the truth. You gave that example. You're using the result of denying and rejecting God as the proof there is no God.
Oh, my back. Where's my vape juice?
Have you seen my vape juice? Do you know Rachel Maddow's a doctor? Oh, he's Tootsie.
Do you see that? That doesn't work.
God, I fucking hated that guy.
You're doing that lying thing again. I don't know why you must persist in these lies. I've not denied the existence of a God. Again, I don't know how many times I have to say this. I deny that the God that you are worshipping is the true God. And that.
Yo, I heard Harry's MIA. What the fuck's up with that?
You know Harry, he comes and goes. That's really all I know.
Have you heard him recently?
More than 6 months I haven't heard from him, so whatever he's doing, he doesn't want to be online for it.
I didn't ask you that. It has nothing to do with what we're saying. You made the statement, look around. You can tell, to Frank. Look around at how evil and wicked people are. They're slaughtering and murdering and evil. Yeah, doing everything God said not to.
Damn, so the rumors are true. That's fucked.
So I'm like counting it. I'm trying to go over this. So you're saying, I'm trying to figure out. So you're saying that it is a really big deal and cops get in trouble when they shoot dogs. That's why I said was fucking retarded. Is that your point? I'm trying to figure it out.
Your complaint, literally, is about a people that rejected and disobeyed God, and you're using the result of that as proof that there is no God? No, the only thing you're proving is that there's no righteousness without God.
No, I think I'm mostly mad because I think a lot of the cops who shoot dogs are just pussies and cowards. And I think that's overriding some of the very minimal instances where it's absolutely 100% justified.
If everyone believed in God of the Bible, there won't be no wickedness or evil. Everyone would be nice. If you know, be Christ-like, and all the world would be nice.
And this is where you're denying the reality of it, Frank, and everybody else who believes in the Old Testament, because the God of the Old Testament openly admits to creating evil, and to put that burden upon the shoulder of man is just to fucking misrepresent what your God already told you.
I'm not saying they're fucking. Yeah, I wasn't defending the fucking cops, man. I'm not saying it's okay to shoot dogs, right? Like, and it is fucking cowardice. Like, you're taking a possible threat and you're saying it's easier for me to just kill it. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna go to fucking prison for it, so fuck it. That's what it is. I'm not saying that that's right to do. Obviously, that's incredibly fucking wrong to do.
Yeah, but Pseudo, instead of worrying about Frank, right? You're on your own journey, correct? Start worrying about your discrepancies. You literally just said that the society in which we live, which is 100% rejected God, took in your philosophy. You said that's the example of proof that there's no God. That's foolishness. Do you understand? That doesn't even work as an analogy.
Yeah, like I said, I think I'm just more mad about all the recent videos that I've seen of cops shooting dogs. They're just pussies. Not saying that it's never justified. And I think that's just overriding it.
Here's part number 3.
John writes, I rejoice greatly that I found of thy children walking in truth, as we have received a commandment from the Father. 3 John, verses 3 and 4. He says, I rejoice greatly when the brethren came and testified of the truth that is in thee, even as thou walkest in the truth. I have no greater joy than to hear that my children walk in truth. Have you joined the Church of Charlie Kirk yet? Part 3. Let's pray. Father, thank you for tonight. Thank you for our young people. Thank you for the teachers, the helpers, the monitors, for the staff, for everybody that is invested. Thank you for the parents. Pray that you bless the school and guide and direct these young people. Lord, we pray that you bless this service now, that you'd work in hearts. In Jesus' name, amen. We left off last time talking about how in every generation, and especially in the past 150 years or so, preachers have had to decide and Christians have had to decide whether to take a stand or to go along with the crowd, along with what's popular. There will always be that choice to make until the Lord Jesus Christ comes back again. Let me illustrate. You go back a few years, more than a few actually. We referenced in a previous message that in 1949, Billy Graham became famous almost overnight because of the promotion of the newspaper publisher and magnate William Randolph Hearst. He instructed his editors of the various newspapers, once he sent the directive to them, to puff Graham or to promote Graham, Billy Graham, that the coverage in the press has been overwhelmingly positive from that day to this, even 7.5 years after his death. Billy Graham became very, very popular, so much so that there are probably people in this service tonight that have a favorable view of Billy Graham. He was called America's preacher. There are probably people here tonight that would think that he was a faithful preacher of the gospel. The truth is that he wasn't at all. The truth is that Billy Graham didn't even understand the gospel. Now, before you think what I say is heresy, I want you to listen. Billy Graham was on the Tony Snow television program, January 2nd, 2000. And when he was asked this by Tony Snow, when you get to heaven, who's going to speak first, you or God? This is how he replied. When I get there, I'm sure that Jesus is going to say that he will welcome me, but I think he's going to say, well done, our good and faithful servant, or he may say you're in the wrong place. Tony Snow, you really worry that you may be told you're in the wrong place? Billy Graham, yes. Because I'm not a righteous man. People put me up on a pedestal that I don't belong in my personal life, and they think that I'm better than I am. I'm not the good man that people think I am. Newspapers and magazines and television have made me out to be a saint. I'm not. I'm not a Mother Teresa, and I feel that very much. Two very serious doctrinal errors in that statement. One would be that you could work your way to heaven or be good enough to go to heaven. And number two, to presume or assume that Mother Teresa made it because she was so good in her life and what she did. Billy Graham, that was in the year 2000. In the year 1961, Billy Graham told the Lutheran Standard magazine, he said, all of my children, with the exception of the youngest, were baptized as infants. I do believe that something happens at the baptism of an infant, particularly if the parents are Christians and teach their children Christian truths from childhood. We cannot fully understand the mysteries of God, but I believe that a miracle can happen in these children so that they are regenerated, that is, made Christian through infant baptism. If you want to call that baptismal regeneration, that's all right with me. In McCall's magazine, January of 1978, in an article entitled, I Can't Play God Anymore. Now this is interesting because people think, well, I know towards the end Billy Graham kind of changed, and no, he was heretical way back. In McCall's magazine, January 1978, in an article entitled, I Can't Play God Anymore, Graham declared, I used to think that pagans in far-off countries were lost, were going to hell if they did not have the gospel of Jesus Christ preached to them. I no longer believe that. That's in 1978. I believe that there are other ways of recognizing the existence of God, through nature, for instance, and plenty of other opportunities, therefore, of saying yes to God. In a pre-crusade interview in 1993, Graham said, speaking of the people of Columbus, Ohio, you're too good. You don't need evangelism. In fact, that's what's kept us from coming to Columbus for so long. A news reporter said that Graham didn't care what faith you were from, that the idea is to bring you back to your faith, no matter what it is, and to use the crusade as a catalyst to bring you back to that faith. From the book Flirting with Rome, Evangelical Entanglement with Roman Catholicism, they quote a crusade or meeting he had at Notre Dame University in 1977. And the invitation he gave at Notre Dame was this: many of you want to come tonight and reconfirm your confirmation. You want to reconfirm the decision that you made when you joined the church. Billy Graham stood for anything and everything. So in essence, he stood for nothing. Graham spoke about a meeting he had with Pope John Paul II. He said there was a pause in the conversation, and suddenly the Pope's arm shot out and he grabbed the lapels of my coat. He pulled me forward within inches of his own face. He fixed his eyes on me and said, "Listen, Graham, we are brothers." Graham said that was a great happening in his life. In 1994, when Time magazine named Pope as Man of the Year, Graham said he'll go down in history as the greatest of our modern popes. He's been the strong conscience of the whole Christian world. Graham would brag up the Pope while he's still alive. He called the Pope a great evangelist. He called him the greatest religious leader of the modern world and one of the greatest moral and spiritual leaders of this century. On another occasion, he said he believed the Pope to be God's instrument for revival in our generation. Graham said, "Of course I'm a great admirer of his. He gives moral guidance in a world that seems to have lost its way." When Billy Graham was on the Phil Donahue show in 1979, he said this concerning the Pope's visit to the United States: "I think the American people are looking for a leader, a moral and spiritual leader that believes something. And he, the Pope, does. He didn't mince words on a single subject. As a matter of fact, his subject in Boston was really an evangelistic address in which he asked the people to come to Christ, to give their lives to Christ. He said, 'Thank God I've got somebody to quote now with some real authority.'" I wonder if Billy Graham would like to quote Pope John Paul II when he said Rome must always be the center of all Christianity and the Pope must be the head, and not Christ the Pope. Graham would say this, as reported in the U.S. News and World Report: "World travel and getting to know clergy of all denominations has helped mold me into an ecumenical being. We're separated by theology and in some instances culture and race, but all of that means nothing to me anymore." By 1992, the Oregonian, the largest newspaper in the state of Oregon, quoted Billy Graham at a news conference in Portland as calling for a one-merged church. Indeed, there are a lot of people calling for that. While he was in Belfast, Ireland, Billy Graham even prayed for the dead. He writes in his autobiography about an explosion that took place while he was there. He said, "We tried to bring some measure of comfort to the chaotic scene. Several of the people recognized me. I was not wearing clerical garb, of course, but they insisted on calling me Father, begging me to give the last rites to the dead, the dying. It was not a time for theological distinctions. I knelt by each one and prayed for them." One woman said, "I was the first Protestant clergyman she had met. Many thanked us for coming." Billy Graham stated, "My goal, I always made clear, was not to preach against Catholic beliefs or to proselytize people who were already committed to Christ within the Catholic Church." He added, "I was grateful for the statement one U.S. Catholic newspaper made as it reviewed our first South American trip. Never once, at least in our memory, has Billy Graham attacked the Catholic Church." The July 1972 issue of the Catholic Digest presented a feature article lauding Billy Graham. The Jesuit author wrote, "Billy Graham is Orthodox. I have read nothing by him that is contrary to Catholic faith. In some places, priests are being instructed to become familiar in the use of evangelical terminology, like getting saved or being born again." Did you catch that? That was in 1972 they said that. They're instructing the priests to start using terminology that will be appealing to Christians, to make it sound like they're Christians. In 1978, Billy Graham stated, "I found that my beliefs are essentially the same as that of Orthodox Catholics." The Detroit Free Press for September 29, 1991 quoted Billy Graham as saying, "The Roman Catholics know that I'm not against them, and in my thinking, rightly or wrongly, I represent all the churches." So not only did he ever speak speak out against Catholicism, but he even protected the wrong. Around 1961 or so, Billy Graham bought the rights to Haley's Pocket Bible Handbook. The original Haley's Bible Handbook, up until the 22nd edition in 1959, warned against the Jesuits. There are chapters about the Roman papacy and the Jesuits. According to Mrs. Haley, Mr. Haley spent years working on those chapters and never would have permitted the book to be changed. However, when he died, Billy Graham bought the rights and removed all the research and warning about the Jesuits in the editions that Billy Graham then printed.
Farmer's Home Furniture is celebrating the best gifts of all, comfort. Beginning with Lazy Boy recliners as low as $5.99. Upgrade your home with reclining sofas starting at $7.49. Give the gift of relaxation with a massage or lift chair. Mattresses as low as $40 a month. Select appliances are on sale. Beautiful bedrooms as low as $8.49. Employee-owned local service with 12 months no-interest financing. This season, celebrate the joys of home and family. Farmer's Home Furniture, your hometown store.
Late night cravings? I'm your guy. But what about in the morning or at lunch? I've got you anytime with my brunchy meal, lunchy meal, and the new Gremlin's Midnight Meal for a late night bite. My much better deals. Much more food at a much better price. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Many of the people who reach a decision for Christ, Billy Graham said in 1952, told the Pittsburgh Sun-Telegraph, many of the people who reach a decision for Christ at our meetings have joined the Catholic Church, and we have received commendations from Catholic publications for the revived interest in their church following our campaigns. After all, one of our prime purposes is to help the churches in the community. If after we move on, the local churches do not feel the efforts of these meetings and increased membership and attendance, then our crusade would have to be considered a failure. Again, it's way back in 1952. Here's Billy Graham interview with Robert Schuller on the Hour of Power in 1997. I think everybody that loves Christ or knows Christ, whether they're conscious of it or not, they're members of the body of Christ. And that's what God is doing today. He's calling people out of the world for his name. Whether they come from the Muslim world, or the Buddhist world, or the Christian world, or the non-believing world, they're members of the body of Christ because they've been called by God. They may not even know the name of Jesus, but they know in their heart they need something that they don't have, and they turn to the only light that they have, and I think that they're saved and will be with us in heaven. So in response to that, Robert Schuller, who also did not understand the gospel, after hearing his New Age spiritualism message, ecstatically announces, excuse me, this is fantastic. I'm so thrilled to hear you say this. There's a wideness in God's mercy. Matthew 7:13 says, enter ye into the straight gate. For wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Billy Graham was interviewed by the British journalist David Frost in 1997. David Frost asked him, why is Islam the fastest growing religion in the world? Billy Graham responds, the tremendous discipline that they have in Islam, in the sense that there's a judgment if you do wrong. And there's a tremendous hope that people have that you are Islamic. Suppose you die on the battlefield fighting for Islam. The promises they give you for the first 1,000 years would make any young man say, well, I think that's what I'd like to have. They have so many things. And I think Islam is misunderstood too, because Muhammad had a great respect for Jesus, and he called Jesus the greatest of the prophets except himself. That was nice of him, wasn't it? And I think that we're closer to Islam than we really think we are. On Billy Graham's program in June 2000, he said that when he was on earth, the Lord Jesus Christ was sexually enticed by Mary Magdalene. Billy Graham didn't understand the gospel. For over 50 years, Catholic priests have been taught to use evangelical terminology like getting saved and being born again. Also now they'll talk about accepting Jesus as your personal Savior. So people say, well, I think they might be Christians. No, they've learned the terminology. That does not make them Christians. that makes people think that they are Christians. Remember, 1 Thessalonians 5:21, we're to prove all things, test all things, examine all things, and hold fast, hang on to that which is good. So let's do what we've been commanded to do. I want you to know what Catholics believe, because so many people today want you to think that they're Christians because they have the terminology. Here's from the Council of Trent, the Catholic Church. If anyone says that the faith which justifies is nothing else but trust in the divine mercy, which pardons sins because of Christ, or that it is by trust alone we are justified, let him be anathema. That's Catholic doctrine. If you think you're justified, anybody that says justified by faith alone, literally let him be damned. This is from Dogmatic Theology for the Laity by Matthias Pram, a Catholic man. For his part, in order to arrive at full sanctification, must cooperate with the grace of the Holy Spirit through faith, hope, love of God and neighbor, and prayer, but he must also perform other works. It is a universally accepted dogma of the Catholic Church that man, in union with the grace of the Holy Spirit, must merit heaven by his good works. These works are meritorious only when they are performed in a state of grace and with a good intention. We have shown that according to Holy Scripture, the Christian can actually merit heaven for himself by his good works. Here's from the Catechism of the Catholic Church, their official doctrinal book, with about 800 pages. The sacraments are efficacious signs of grace instituted by Christ and entrusted to the Church, by which divine life is dispensed to us through the sacraments. The Church affirms that for believers, the sacraments of the new covenant are necessary for salvation. So remember that when you hear a Catholic say, oh, we believe in accepting Jesus Christ as Savior. They mean something totally different by that. Here's also from the Catechism of the Catholic Church. The Lord himself affirms that baptism is necessary for salvation. He also commands his disciples to proclaim the gospel to all nations and to baptize them. Baptism is necessary for salvation for those to whom the gospel has been proclaimed and who have had the possibility of asking for this sacrament. The Church does not know of any means other than baptism that assures entry into eternal beatitude. Now, here's something else that you need to know if you want to go that route. You're not getting into heaven outside of the Catholic Church, according to their doctrine. Here's the necessity for membership of the Church. Membership of the Church is necessary for all men for salvation. The Fourth Lateran Council declared, the universal Church of the faithful is one, outside of which none is saved. So all these people that want to merge together, let's just all merge together. Understand that Catholic doctrine is you cannot be saved outside of their church. They're happy to merge together to try to pull you into that church. This was the teaching also of the Union Council of Florence, of Popes Innocent III, Boniface VIII in the Bull Unum Sanctum, Clement VI, Benedict XIV, Pius IX, Leo XIII, Pius XII in the encyclical Mystica Corporis. As against modern religious indifferentism, Pius IX declared, by faith it is to be firmly held that outside the Apostolic Roman Catholic Church none can achieve salvation. This is the only ark of salvation. He who does not enter into it will perish in the flood. St. Irenaeus teaches that in the efficacy of the Spirit all those have no part who do not hasten to the church. Rather they, by their evil teaching and their evil deeds, rob themselves of life. For where the church is, there is also the Spirit of God. And where the Spirit of God is, there is the church and all grace. Origen declared, outside the church, nobody will be saved. Similarly, St. Cyprian, outside the church, there is no salvation. The fathers, St. Cyprian and St. because they call them saints, they're not saints. Cyprian, Jerome, Augustine, Fulgentius regard as types of the necessity of the church for salvation, the saving ark of Noah, the house of Rahab. In the primitive church, the conviction of her necessity for salvation found practical expression in her missionary zeal and the readiness of her children to suffer martyrdom and in her battle against heresy. That's from Fundamentals of Catholic Dogma, which had the imprimatur in 1952, the official endorsement of the Catholic Church. Now, if you're a faithful Catholic, they have you coming and going. You're not allowed to think for yourself. You're not allowed to interpret Scripture for yourself. In other words, you can't just read the Bible and follow it. You're not allowed to. And when you come across verses that contradict Catholic doctrine, you're just supposed to trust the church. That's what they require of you. You may think I'm exaggerating, but listen to these statements from the 1994 Catechism of the Catholic Church. This is the first new catechism, or summary of religious doctrine, if you will, published in over 400 years. It is the Catholic Church's official and authoritative doctrinal position. Of course, all that has been said about the manner of interpreting Scripture is ultimately subject to the judgment of the Church. This is in their catechism. This is their doctrine, which exercises the divinely conferred commission and ministry of watching over and interpreting the Word of God. To fulfill this service, Christ endowed the church's shepherds with the charism of infallibility in matters of faith and morals. The exercise of this charism takes several forms. In other words, they're infallible in interpreting the Scriptures for you. You are not qualified or capable of interpreting the Scriptures for yourself. The Roman Pontiff, head of the College of Bishops, enjoys this infallibility in virtue of his office when, as supreme pastor and teacher of all the faithful, who confirms his brethren in the faith, he proclaims by a definitive act a doctrine pertaining to faith or morals. The infallibility promised to the church is also present in the body of bishops when, together with Peter's successor, they exercise the supreme magisterium, above all in an ecumenical council. When the church, through its supreme magisterium, proposes a doctrine for belief as being divinely revealed and as the teaching of Christ, the definitions must be adhered to with the obedience of faith. This infallibility extends as far as the deposit of divine revelation itself. So whatever they say is on equal footing with Scripture, and you're to believe it and accept it without question because they are infallible. For the Roman Pontiff, by reason of his office as Vicar of Christ, and the word vicar in the Latin means literally in the place of. And so the Pope serves in the place of Christ on this in this earth, according to them. And as pastor of the entire church, they want to bring the churches all together, one big church. Well, they believe the Pope is the pastor of the entire church. And he has full, supreme, and universal power over the whole church, a power which he can always exercise unhindered. We believe all that which is contained in the Word of God, written or handed down, and which the church proposes for belief as divinely revealed. So they can look at you and say, oh yeah, we believe the Bible, we believe all the Bible, as they interpret it. The church's magisterium exercises the authority it holds from Christ to the fullest extent when it defines dogmas, that is, when it proposes truths contained in divine revelation or having a necessary connection with them in a form obliging the Christian people to an irrevocable adherence of faith. In other words, you need to believe what they say absolutely without question. The task of interpreting the Word of God authentically has been entrusted only to the magisterium of the church, that is, to the Pope and to the bishops in communion with him. They're the only ones that can interpret the Word of God authentically. The task of giving an authentic interpretation of the Word of God, whether in its written form or in the form of tradition, has been entrusted to the living teaching office of the church alone. That's their doctrine, from their doctrinal book.
Oh, wow. I love this makeup. It's so freaking cute. And I'm not even done with my lashes yet. Or my outfit. Like, wow.
You're literally saying, look, everybody rejected God and disobey his laws, right? All the laws against all the stuff that you're talking about. And that proves there's no God. No, that proves that when you reject God like you have, there is no righteousness. Wickedness prevails. That's it. Thank you for proving.
No, it's not overriding it. It's just explaining what's going through their head, like why they do that, right? Like, it's not they're a sick fuck that just wants to kill things. Sometimes it is, you know what I mean? But really what it is them it's them taking a shortcut. It's them taking a shortcut, and then you lose your fucking loved one, right? You lose your fucking family member. Like, pets are family members. No, it's fucking incredibly wrong.
Thank you.
Anyway, pseudo, you know, I mean, I don't want to see you go to hell. Who is your God? Can you identify him?
I didn't say that at all, soldier. But I see your tactic there, getting in the way of Frank's question towards me. You know, you just don't want Frank to start thinking for himself. You feel like you've got to put a wedge in there. I get that much. But go ahead, Frank. What did you say?
No, I mean, they spend 6 months in a police academy being told, you know, the dog's going to fucking kill you. It's going to bite you in the fucking neck. It's going to bite your partner in the fucking neck or whatever the fuck. Just like, you know, Granny, you need to watch Granny's hands because she's going to pull out a knife and stick it in your fucking neck, and leaving them not able to fucking think for themselves and slow down and say, okay, a cockerdoodle fucking running at me is probably not going to kill me, and you shouldn't shoot it unless it actually tries to bite you in the neck.
He asked you what God you believe in. And no, not getting in the way. And that's exactly what you said. Frank asked you, what do you mean a God of slaughter and murder? And you said, look around, blah, blah, blah. And I said, no. What you're pointing out is a direct result of disobeying God and rejecting Him, which you're promoting. Yet you're complaining about it. So you're promoting it and then complaining about it. You see. But anyway, answer Frank's question.
Yeah, if it's attacking, right. Yeah, no, I agree. Fucking, what's it called? No, this guy, his dog was a fucking Labrador, you know what I mean? And, so yeah, it definitely wasn't a threat. Like, you can say it's a threat because it's a dog, you know, technically it's a weapon, you know what I mean? But in reality, like, it's not that big of a fucking problem, especially not fleeing.
No, you've got no proof that it's a direct result of disobeying the God that you believe in. There are many small g gods, remember? So whatever they do under their own belief systems is down to them. You're making it out as because they rejected the one of the Old Testament. That's not exactly the case, though.
No. You said that I'm stopping you from unconverting Frank. You're going to save him from Christianity. You're going to give him the truth to come out of it. Go ahead. Answer Frank's question. Today's been a bad day for you with me.
Yeah, and I'm also mad at, like, the, you know, cover-up justification pussy mentality of saying, like, oh, well, I thought, you know, it was released and, you know, it was going to fucking go bite the neighbor's children or some shit. And I mean, let's be honest, in 2025, people do not have dogs that are like that. And if they do, it's rare.
Not at all. And you're lying again, because I never said what you just claimed I said. But, okay, then the question, what God do I believe in? Well, I don't, if you want to put it that way. I don't have what you would call a belief system, because a belief system is a substitute for knowing. So, if you were to rephrase the question, how would I ask it to myself? Hold on.
Well, criminals do, right? Like, if you're a coke dealer or something like that, or gang member and shit, like, you probably got a couple nasty pit bulls, you know what I'm saying? But, like, the whole thing is just understanding the context. Like, if you're, you know, it's the mayor of a town, he's probably in a nice fucking house, you know what I mean? Like, this is not a hardened criminal, you know what I'm saying? You kick the door and you see that it's a Labrador. It's not that, you know what I mean? Like, no, the dude knew that the dog wasn't that big of a problem where he had to fucking shoot it, like 1,000%. But on paper, he can write that it was a fucking, canine threat, blah, 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 you know, and with all the context taken out of it, you know, he might be able to finagle it where he sounds justified.
Google, who's my God? Bill Gates. No, I can't say that.
Well, I'm just asking you what you believe in, that's all. There's no other God except Jesus, man. And it's a fact, you know. We're all going to face him. You can think about any other different gods, they're all satanic, all fake.
The way I see it, Frank, The whole concept of a God relates to a religious belief. So in a sense, it's a bit of a moot question to ask someone like me. But do I understand or do I accept that there is an animating force of everything? Of course I do.
Can't you answer bloody plainly? Why do you gotta use so much speech that tells nothing? You said you believe in a God. He asked you what God? Can you answer plainly? We don't all have 5 hours here.
The truth doesn't matter. It's how you write it up. So, from a police perspective. So, yeah. I guarantee you if the town revolted and said, how dare you shoot a fucking lab who's running away, you worthless...
Okay then, I'll use your word, God. The one that nobody in this system knows who that is. Nobody. Everybody who thinks they know what God is so filled with hubris and buffering themselves.
Yeah, criminals definitely do. My ex was a drug dealer, big time drug dealer, and he definitely had a pit bull for fear. Like, it would bite everybody.
A mayor, a politician who's a coward by default, does not have a dog like that. Period.
That is not an answer. The God that nobody knows. Hubris God. What? Dude, you said you believe in a God. He asked you what God? You giving us a philosophy about hubrisness. Like, come on, dude, just answer plainly. What's your God, man?
No, I agree. I mean, my dogs will lick you to death before anything. But there are still plenty of, like, a dog tax, and, like, you know, every day.
What, you want me to say something like Apollo or fucking Saturn or fucking fill in the blank? No, there is no answer to that. No God that you're aware of or that you've read about is the one that I believe in.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not in existence. I'm saying using that as an excuse for shooting every fucking dog you see in sight, which is what the cops are doing nowadays, is bullshit.
That's not an answer. You're literally saying, I believe in nothing. Nothing is your God. Nothing is your God. Oh my goodness. Pseudo. I understand how the Bible says the crafty will get caught in their own craftiness in a snare. You're
Anyone? Alex Afterlife on it.
Well, I do the same thing with people. You know, fucking, I thought he was reaching for a weapon. I thought fucking, you know, whatever. Like, they always make it look like they're, write it up in a way where, you know, it sounds reasonable.
Waving the big hand. Hi, it's Alex who's on it.
Not at all. The way I see it, God is unknowable. You cannot know God. You cannot claim to know God.
That's like my favorite thing. That's what I'm looking for on YouTube right now is the ones where, you know, they have all the body cam footage never been seen before, and it's like what a cop did wrong. You know, something like that, shooting somebody or even drawing their gun on them after they're already following orders. I love that.
What is the God, though? What are you talking about? You said you believe in a God. Right? You can't know. You said you believe in a God. That was your word. You believe in a God. Who's your God, bro? Is it one of those thousands of millions of Indian ones you were talking about? Shiva or something?
Well, it's the same thing when a cop knows that somebody's about to run in a vehicle and they jump in front of a vehicle, point their gun at them and say stop, and they start driving forward, and then they shoot them. They created the exigency. They created that situation. It's bullshit.
No, like I said, not anyone that you've read of, not anyone that you've heard, not name, no, like Adonai or what you just said, Shiva, none of that stuff, no. None of that stuff. You're trying to pigeonhole what God is. God is unknowable.
I I mean, I was joking earlier, but in how I worded it, but I think that's, how I said basically cops, like that's why you get that job is because you want to shoot somebody. Like, I think that's actually kind of true. Not in every case. Not in every case, but much of the fucking time.
I know what he's saying. Pseudo thinks he's God. He's a god. Just like Primal. He thinks he's a god.
God is, simply put, an aspiration.
Dreamwalker, why did you change your profile?
Oh God, is this a potato? Dale?
You're all aspiring to the idea of the Godhead.
No, Peaches is very nice.
It just goes back to what I told you. You're pretty much saying that. It can be whatever you make it. Anything. As long as it's not the God of the Bible. That's pretty much all that you're saying. So, yeah, have fun with your God, man.
Did you just call it potato? I'm out.
I asked if she was a potato.
Oh, he kind of sounds like this dude named Dreamwalker on here.
What I'm essentially saying is that there are no salesmen for God. You cannot sell God, whether you want to give it away or send it to charity or think that you're doing some sort of spiritual transaction that you can trade God in some way, shape or form.
Wait, what's a potato?
A vehicle that we ran through the.
What up, everybody? I'm back.
Potato is a retard.
Can you be half potato?
Hey, soldier, do you think Pseudo needs that Paul moment? On the road to Damascus? Do you think that would do it?
Absolutely.
I think Robert Downey Jr. did say at one time, you never go half potato.
God is not up for sale or barter or labeling, but you guys, you've got beyond yourselves, you've got above yourself. You think you know what God is. You don't know what God is. You guys are the ones that are going to be in for the greatest shock.
No, he said you never go full potato. But Mac had plenty of them.
Yes, he did. That dumb son of a bitch.
Yeah, well, I hope he's dead. Not really. I kind of want to fuck with him.
No. See, listen to you and listen to us. We sound like we're sitting in a airport waiting for a flight to a beautiful vacation. We're just waiting. Calm. We know what's coming. Listen to you.
Oh, Metro, you bitch.
I'll probably get him to call me the N-word. For sure.
The storm inside your soul. Exactly where Satan wants you. Anything can be a god to you as long as it's not God. That's no way to live, and it's not us saying it out of nowhere.
I think it's highly possible he might be dead, man. I mean, he's an older fella, you know what I mean? He was basically just running on fucking discount meat from Walmart and fucking hatred. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, yeah, he lives alone. Guys like that, you know what I mean? They don't, they fall off.
You don't understand. There isn't anything that is manufactured within this realm, whether it's a belief system, a religion, an ideology, nothing that is manufactured in this realm appeals to me.
All he had left was Zello. And if it started dropping out, wouldn't leave him with much. But the cats.
Pseudo, you need to calm down and let people finish their keys. I let you finish your key. You're not going to understand my point unless you let me finish. Right?
We have the only history evidence. We have it.
Damn. Yo, Maverick, are you still with Rosie, man? Is Rosie still your Zello wife, man? Because she's getting into a lot of stupid shit.
You reject it, but nonetheless, it's got ancient credentials, and it's saved and transformed many people. You could say that's just some kind of psychosis, what have you. But we're not pulling.
What? Maverick was never shackled up with Rosie. How dare you? How dare you? Also Matt Cat the raccoons. Don't forget them. Or no, the possum.
Like you out of thin air, claiming anything can be your God. We're listening to what God says he is. And we're repeating what he says, which comes from ancient, from historical evidence of people.
No, he had the possum because I sent that meme where it says, I gotta look it up again.
Yeah, Maverick wasn't with Rosie or whoever you were talking about. He was with Wild Rose. And she's dead and covered in lime in his backyard, by the way.
No offense, are far more brave than you claim to be. People that have gone to Turkish jails to find this evidence. People that have risked their lives for the words. That's who we're believing. We're not just saying it randomly. You.
Well, Dale, at least on the bright side, I wasn't dealt with a good batch of cards, but at least I'm doing something.
Soldier, do you reckon Pseudo's under a reprobate mind? You know, where God says he will send you a strong delusion.
Sounds like you're playing with a loaded deck.
There we go. That was one of them I had, but it's updated now. Jesus Christ.
Now, what you're believing is what man says God is. Why? Because it's all written by the hand of man, or whether it was originally written on a scroll or scribed onto a tablet. You're believing what man says.
I just found 10 hours of squirrels and birds, and my cat is loving this.
I mean, Jersey, I'm not gonna hate on you. You know, you're assuming that you're being honest and transparent about your job, your kitchen job and stuff like that. I'm not gonna hate on you. You're gainfully employed and shit like that. I do think it'd be better if you had different priorities and stuff like that, but it's not like you're being a fucking full turd, you know? That's what your 20s is all about, is being young and dumb and all mixed up.
No, you are, brother. And like that word that is inspired and breathed by God himself, he warns you not to do what you're doing. Lean not on thy own understanding. For there is a way that seems right to a man, but in the end is death. You're doing everything the Bible says not to do. And I see the fruit of it in you. I could feel it in you. I feel it come through here.
That's an ugly looking creature. My gosh. And I thought Maverick was just like his fake Zello husband to Rosie.
Someone said the other night that you're able to pick up tones of people, whether they're sad or happy or angry, just through their tones and mannerisms, right? Your energy is beyond tones or mannerisms. It's palpable. I feel it press against my heart.
No. I don't know where you guys are getting this information from, but you are completely incorrect.
I'm being honest. I feel your confusion, your angst, your anger. I feel the raw, seething instability of emotion penetrate this phone and touch my very heart with pressure. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. Sounds miserable.
Oh, that's twice baked, for sure.
Here, twice baked with cheese and bacon. Oh, that's a cat.
Yeah, well, so's your mom.
I don't know what you think you're feeling, because I don't feel confused in the slightest. As time goes along, I feel more sure that everything in this realm is a deception, especially false light religions like the ones that you follow and the one that Frank follows.
So is your mom's mom and your dad.
How dare you, bitch?
Go suck a nut, Harry Ballsack.
If you guys were wondering how large the TV is, the cat's pretty small. She's a small cat. It's 86 inches. She's not a kitten.
I think it's true. Why am I getting about it? Oh, well, anyway.
Jesse's gay.
Harry Ballsack. I don't think I've ever been complimented in such a nice way.
Is it Harry Ballsack? I don't even know who. I don't think I've ever had a real conversation with Harry Ballsack before.
What are you doing, old man? Yeah, everybody acknowledge the tribal chief. What's going on, chief? Well,
I'm glad I could bless you with my presence. Yeah, because he calls everybody a potato. That's what he's known for.
we're just going to go off your last example, and hopefully that will resonate with you. Pseudo. You claim to know. You claim you're so free. You claim to believe in a God. You don't even know what it is.
Well, if it's Harry Ballsack, tell him Barbie misses him.
He has permeated the entirety of the app. That's great.
Your God is an author of confusion and a very cruel God, a very cruel father, that would cast his child like you down into this dangerous, dangerous place. With no love, guidance, or instruction. He's a horrible God, a horrible father, your God.
Yes, we all miss Harry. Harry never, he didn't hang out a whole lot in Barbie's channel, or Svetlana, as Spotter would say. Channel like that often enough to be missed, really. I think he would just pop in there just to poke at Barbie and make fun of her for being a potato every now and then.
You take me away, or I don't tell you where he is.
Yeah, I need a joint for this conversation. What up, soldier? Hope you're doing well.
Let's give Frank as an example, right? Claims to be a Christian man following the word of God, blah, blah, blah. But yet he runs around this app year after year, claiming a big event is going to happen. It's going to happen within weeks. It's going to happen on the 23rd of September, blah, 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 blah. Deceived, bro.
Can we get Spotter online to fill us in on the latest? Because I know Harry hunted him for sport, so he would know.
Yes, he filled us in earlier that Harry's name is Gabriel. Didn't I say this earlier? No, not Gabriel. That's what it used to be named, was Gabriel Gonzalez, but that his name is Craig, and he is Barbie, aka Svetlana's dad, and that he recently went to prison for defunding the public. So he's in prison right now.
Which is wrong. We're not supposed to be guessing times or dates, but one thing I'll say is he's talking about heavenly matters. So he's serving God. Judge him all you'd like. None of us are perfect. You seem to think that we're the perfect ones. No, we're telling you Jesus is the perfect one. We're flawed. You want to keep staring at us? Go ahead. Wasting your time, though.
He's doing what every one of you people have done, generation after generation. Proclaimed the imminent coming of the second coming of Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, next generation, next. But you're going to keep proclaiming it, aren't you, over and over and over again? Next.
Which would make sense why Svetlana Barbie says she misses him.
Harry in prison? I believe deployed before I believe prison, but it's possible he's been playing us this whole time. Can we get confirmation from anybody?
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day, my friend. But like I said, he does err in focusing on times or dates, which is something it's beautiful. The Bible does lead clues, so he's not wasting his time, but he shouldn't speak as if he knows.
Nope, no one has the clearance that Spotter has. You know, he's got above top secret super squirrel alien level clearance.
But here's the one thing that your God cannot do for you. It cannot give you direct communication, can it? And you're like, yeah, it's in the Bible. No, put your Bible to one side. Your God is so powerful that it can't connect with you directly.
Is Spotter in here or not? We need to get him on the horn.
He was in here earlier. He was talking about something interesting yesterday and today. But yeah, I don't know if he's still in here though.
Oh my goodness, you're just wrong on everything today. Did you forget about prayer? Huh? We'll do it right now, watch. Heavenly Father, I ask that you touch Pseudo's heart and soften it and give him the truth and let him be free from the oppressive wickedness that smothers him.
Well, calling a spotter in is an ancient art that has to be done properly. I've been working on my spotter calls. You know, Harry got it nailed, so I'm gonna do it like Harry did. Let's see. Spotter, this is Dale. Only you can hear me right now. All right, come out, buddy. Come on. I told you you're gonna have a job where you're working with turds. Come on, Spotter, come out.
In Jesus' name, amen. Boom! Direct communication. And you're going to say, oh, blah, 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 that's not real. Look up God spots. Blah. Activity in the brain flares up that only flares up in prayer. No, direct communication. Again, wrong. Prayer. Prayer. The power of prayer.
Amen to your prayer. And, yeah, Pseudo, I believe we're in the last days. 2032, it depends when Jesus got put on the cross, because there's a pause between, you know, he got cut off. So,
yeah, well, if you had said that, plus I have nudes of my cock, I'm sure he'd come running.
Hey, God bless everyone on the House of Worship, a brand new channel. Glory, hallelujah.
Spotter, he is oddly gay. He has let that slip.
Well, I was rejecting your prayer then, and I did notice that you ended it with homage, as did you, Frank, with homage to Amun-Ra. No, thank you. Keep your prayers.
Oh, yeah, that hasn't been a secret for a long time.
Just want to make a brief announcement. Everyone, we're having Pastor Steve Cooper will be preaching down here periodically. Times are listed. You tap on the photo ID, scroll down, and you'll see all the times listed, the days and times. This is a great channel here for Christian fellowship. We allow everything to glorify Christ, Jesus Christ. And hold on. And we allow whatever gospel music, preferably anointed gospel music. We might just play a song or two and a short. But God bless you all. Happy Thanksgiving. And blessings to all the upcoming holidays.
Yeah, he would talk about, like, I don't know, he would talk about Harry and like these weird, like, gay fantasies. And where he'd talk about himself and be like, yeah, and so I went to prison and, you know, beat up all these, you know, big black people and, you know, and I fucked one. And that's how I'm going to fuck you, Harry, you know, like, it was like, whoa.
Yeah, we're not Egyptians, soldier. just because you're Egyptian and you want eternal life. It's a bunch of caca. Now, look at what happened to Amun Ra. They dug up his grave and they dug inside his stomach and they could tell you what he ate. Gee, what a great eternal.
Man, you guys really don't know. Now I understand why, like, Stephen and all them are like, forgive them, for they don't know, blah, blah, blah. No, amen. Look it up. Hit it into Google right now. It is a Hebrew word, which means, so be it.
Subliminal messaging. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, not so subliminal with him. Harry, I'm going to make you my little boy toy. What?
Look it up. Has nothing to do with Ahmen Ra. No, amen. Hebrew. So be it. And I just prayed for you, Pseudo. And I said, so be it, and so shall it be.
Yeah. And by subliminal, I mean wide out, wide in the open.
Good evening everyone. Well, good evening by me. It's already now 9:45 in the evening. I hope everyone is having a blessed Saturday so far.
So let me have a prayer for let's see, Edna the chicken that soldier kills when Edna was so happy and flapping her wings. So be it. May soldier get an upset stomach from that steak he ate the other night. Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the great fixtures of Zella. I believe I was the first to make it cool to appreciate Spotter, pro Spotter. This is a pro Spotter channel, not an anti.
Thank you, brother, for your precious prayers. And thank you for being part of this body of Christ to join in and to help out the channel. And so I see made you a moderator. I felt the Lord led me to do so. And once we get to know the people better, we can promote them. And when we can tell they're highly trusted. Once we get to know people better, we're going to be looking for probably another couple administrators.
Anyway, Jesse, how's your friend doing? W. Stanford. Is he okay? Is he getting better?
It took people a while to see the beauty in him.
Yeah, he's OG legend retard or potato. For sure. Cherish potato.
Well, so much for your let your yes be yes and your no be no. Let your so be it be. Amen. Right.
Hey, Frank, he died. Yeah, he had convulsions at the front door at the hospital. He waited to the last minute to go to the hospital and he died. Yep, too bad. Next.
Oh, I would never say such things about Spotter. Him and I are good friends. I trust his intelligence. He is a viable source.
Are you serious, Jesse? Your friend died? I'm sorry, dude. Mortality, man. Tomorrow's not promised, Jesse. Maybe it's time for a personal relationship with Jesus Christ so that when you're dead...
If that is not the most satire answer I've ever heard.
Cherished potato. Coveted potato? Loathsome potato. I don't know. He's an OG for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, I like to meet people all over the world, and especially Christian people. People that believers of God. So definitely yes. If I could even meet up, if I can get some South African friends of mine around here, that is maybe on Zella, I can always recommend them. I can always add them into the groups. But I'm not sure if I have any South African people on Zella at the moment. But you never know when I might get, and then I can always try to add them onto the groups as well.
What are you doing?
Look, at the end of the day, Jesse, worship Jesus, acknowledge your tribal chief, and things will happen good for you.
That he is. That he is.
And you know damn well that Ammon is Ammon Ra, because a year ago you were trying to prevent yourself from saying it, and you were saying, oh, I know I shouldn't be saying that, but it's a habit. I'll try not to say it. Oh, right. And now you look for a different definition because you couldn't even break a stupid little habit.
What, can nobody hit him on direct and find out, yo, where the fuck are you at?
Let me see. See if I still have him on contact. What's his current account name?
What are you talking about? Amen versus amen. Sometimes people do say amen, which is not the correct pronunciation of the Hebrew word amen, which means so be it.
Yes, I'm going to be inviting people down from Facebook and Facebook Messenger and Instagram and also TikTok.
Yes, and that's like we fucking know. Every time you say amen, I get hungry for nuts. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you're wrong. My name is Edna. Why did you cut my neck off?
That was going to be my answer, so I didn't even key up.
Okay, that's great. Speaking about it, actually, when I was, like I told you guys the other day, back in 2015, 2014, I was on Christian for Life, and I was on Christian Friends, and there's a few groups I was back in the days on. People used to actually had in late night conversations. It used to run through the night. But yeah, I don't know what happened. Somehow it just went completely dead. Like I told you back then, I actually met a guy, Chris, who stays in Texas. I'm actually trying to search him up, but I don't know if he's still on Zello or he maybe moved, or I don't know if he's even still alive or he passed away. I'm not sure. But I would like to find him again on Zello, because I just like to find out, if he's alive, if he is alive still, just to, chat up with him again and hope he's, see how he's up to.
Somebody's bound to know.
This is such a fucking pain in the ass, Pseudo. Because I'm trying to implement my database for back-end functionality, and it's fucking kicking my ass right now. I've been working on this shit for like fucking 12 hours.
The guy always threatened to come over here. He's like, I know you're in Albuquerque. I was like, yeah, because I told everybody I live in Albuquerque. It's not fucking rocket science. Tell him, get your ass over here if you're going to do something.
Oh my god, you know where I live after I told everyone where I lived? Wow.
You're a flunky. I'm a real computer programmer. You know nothing.
Well, then what did I just say? What does that mean?
He's going under anonymous.
It means you worship the devil, and you're working with the fallen angels, and you're probably part cyborg. Iron and clay. Iron and clay. Daniel. Iron and clay.
You might be able to agree, soldier. Pseudo, I'd rather hear your feedback on this, though, because you know what I'm talking about. But, yeah, soldier, I mean, kinda. I'm integrating this project with OpenAI, which is ran by Jews, so I guess.
What was his name?
Well, his name was Chris. He's Chris. All I can remember, his name is Chris, and of course he's from Texas. Reborn Christian, of course, gave his life to the Lord. And he's in a wheelchair, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He is paralyzed. I'm not sure exactly how. I think it's because of birth, I'm not sure. But I know he's in a wheelchair.
10-4, I'm looking right now.
I'm not sure I do know, to be honest, Chief. Yeah, sorry.
Yo, Mav, or Dale, who's Saggy Backwoods and all the Backwoods variants and Saggy Frags and Frags variants?
This is something Soldier doesn't understand. The world is run by Jews.
What are you talking about? I understand that completely. I'm the one who told you guys about the real reason for World War II and the Federal Reserve and the 12 Jewish families that are in league with the Illuminati, which are the bloodlines from all the way back into Mesopotamia.
In here? Oh shit, I don't know. We haven't really been monitoring. We've just been like whoever comes along, trust them in.
He doesn't ring a bell, but I know the channel. I know the channel you're talking about. But we'll leave the past in the past. I'm just gonna just stay on this channel. I don't have any need to go down to any other channel anymore. Besides, like you said, they're dead quiet down there, you know. But this channel will be ran the way God would have it to be conducted, and decently and in order. Everything to do to glorify our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
That made a deal with the fallen angels for technology, power, and witchcraft, and in exchange they give sacrifices and all that sort of stuff. And they do blood libel. That one's the creepiest one, dude.
No, I'm not accepting random requests from people, but it's all shitting on whoever Backwoods is and whoever's shitting on Frags are sending me the requests.
They were kicked out of France for it, kicked out of Germany for it, kicked out of England. Dirty bastards, man. Stealing people's kids, and then they'd use these special tools to stab the kids all over their body and drain their blood, and then they'd vial it up and send it to all their family members and do rituals with it. Creepy.
Oh, and requests, yeah, I get fucking shit tons of those. Not sure. They've been doing that for a long fucking time. I think probably just Playar would be my my best guess.
And according to you, the times have got worse, right? You're saying we live in such a degraded time right now. But what about World War II? What about World War One? Was that a better time then, was it?
I ran into my first problem in coding. Motherfuckers.
Amen to that, amen. Well, definitely, I would really like to see, you know, maybe in a month time, the House of Worship channel. I hope it can, you know, talk non-stop, that it can get busy, and, you know, maybe in the future we can have Bible studies, and hopefully even now, you know, Bible studies, and you know, everyone has their opinion of how they believe in it, and, you know, hear everyone's point of how he sees it and stuff like that. But I used to enjoy that back in the days, but I hope we can have it here as well.
Good for you. I think they make a cream for that. Man, that threw me off. Shit.
Yeah, I'd say it was, definitely. Definitely. After World War II was the decline, when they started kicking God out of society and schools and everything, and now we have Sodom and Gomorrah, baby. LGBTQ.
You know what? Fuck it. Where are the nerds? Where are the nerds at?
Grown-ups in fishnet stocking, reading creepy stories about boys giving other boys things in classrooms. Yeah, open witchcraft and the TVs and crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff.
You're on Zello. Nerds are smart people. You're in the wrong fucking room.
Shit, I looked under anonymous, but it didn't look like the account picture he had up earlier. I think it might be an older spotter account that I have. I'm having trouble finding him. I think he's on my fucking on my friends list, but
You're right, everyone, and I do also. You know, sometimes you might have three different opinions that actually are three pieces of the puzzle. Some of the Bible verses, I believe, have more than one definition.
Well, what's the difference, open or closed? It's always been happening. It's always been a thing here. But you think that the age when they sacrificed so many lives and they called it war, that was a better time. Well, you would think that, because it's a demonic god that rules this realm and you worship it.
Yeah, I just checked mine. I either got removed or whatever, but haven't fucking been on here in a year or two.
The Japanese had eunuchs, let's see, close to 8,000 years ago. They would cut off little boys' penises and turn them into eunuchs so they could hang around the rich women. Yep. So you're not talking about anything that's not new, soldier. You're talking about magic. You're talking about converting pseudo who doesn't want your conversion.
Are you still looking for spotter?
Yeah, but this shit's kind of a pain in my fucking ass right now.
Yeah, definitely, I do agree with you, T, because, I mean, you know, if you look at nowadays the Bible, if you read the King James Version, and you see a certain verse, what it says, and you go read maybe the, let's say the 1959 version of the Bible, then it's like, it's the same way they describe it, but in different ways. So, but I think everyone has a opinion about something, you know, and of the way how he sees it in the Bible. But to be honest, I would like to get there's a Bible. I told you guys. I think I told you guys yesterday morning about it. That Ethiopian Bible. I'm not sure if it is that one because there is 2 verses I'm looking for. Actually, 3 verses what I'm aware of in the Bible that was taken out of the Bible, and I would like to find that verses again and read it myself. Of course, that is Maccabees 1 and 2. And I think there's another verse, it starts with an L, also a book of the Bible, and it gives a lot of more descriptions of what the Bible actually says. But of course it was taken out of the Bible by men. But I would like to find that book again, and I would like to read that 3 books.
They also make a cream for that. And Mav, yeah, I had him at one point. I think it was one Harry was shitting on him, but...
Yeah, you're talking to a guy who believes in a talking snake. You can write him off just on that aspect alone.
I mean, I had him recently too until he got fucking annoying. I was like, I can't deal with this shit. The constant lying and absolute bullshit. Just like, no, I was done.
Yeah, you gotta talk about killing an innocent chicken. All you had to do is go to Walmart and buy some 7 dusts and the bugs would have come off the chicken in 5 minutes. But no, he cuts off the chicken because they had the chicken flu. All chickens get the chicken flu. That doesn't mean they're going to die.
Just keep telling him, put it on the glass, you lying son of a bitch.
I've been ranching for 45 years. Buck, 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 poor chicken.
Kind of reminds me of Dale. He's like, yeah, I'm a sweatpants and flip-flops kind of truck driver. And I go, I bet you're in jeans and boots right now, bitch. He's wearing jeans and boots.
I mean, believe me, I've had some absolutely heroic doses of psychedelics, but never a talking snake.
Oh, no, no, no. You got to remember that these guys believe in an everlasting life for themselves, not for me and you, just for themselves. But in order for us to believe in an everlasting life, we got to act like an idiot, like they do, and kill the whole day doing nothing. I think I've been in here for about 2 weeks trying to teach Soldier Linux, and he denies, the way he denies you, the freedom of choice.
I mean, I've seen plenty of truckers in shorts and flip-flops and a t-shirt, which I guess they're allowed to wear. I don't know. I just know they have to wear their orange seatbelt.
The day that Dale is wearing sweatpants and flip-flops, I'll just fucking turn in my shit.
Well, tip of advice, you probably already know, you want to know the exact original, you go to the Hebrew in the Old Testament, you go to the Greek for the New Testament, and look it up that way.
So my choice is not to help Soldier. Let him go kill some more chickens.
because I think we need to understand those things. They're important. What would you do if you ever did find out that what the church taught is different from what the Bible teaches? As a Catholic, what are they to do? And for people that are diehard Catholics, that's probably an unthinkable thought, but consider it for a moment. What would you do? If you were a Catholic and you're reading the Bible and you think, well, this seems totally different than what my church is teaching me. If you came to the conclusion that the Catholic Church was wrong in studying the Bible, what would you do? You'll find in studying your Bible some very interesting verses. For instance, the Catholic Church teaches that Peter is the head of the church. The Bible teaches very plainly that Jesus is the head of the church, Colossians 1:18. The true church has one head, not two, and Jesus is the head. Secondly, the Catholic Church teaches there are lots of mediators, including Mary, the Pope, the Catholic Church, saints, etc. The Bible teaches that there is one mediator. That mediator is Jesus, 1 Timothy 2:5. Catholic Church teaches there are three places that people go when they die, heaven, hell, and purgatory. The Bible only speaks of two, heaven and hell, Matthew 25:46. Fourthly, the Catholic Church teaches we can't know for sure we'll go to heaven when we die. The Bible says we can know for sure, 1 John 5:13. Fifthly, the Catholic Church teaches the priest can forgive sins. The Bible teaches only God can forgive sins, Mark 2:7. Sixthly, the Catholic Church teaches you need indulgences and penance and such like to have your sins forgiven. The Bible teaches that forgiveness is freely granted to those who ask, 1 John 1:9. Number 7, Catholic Church teaches that the Pope can be infallible. The Bible teaches that only God is infallible, Numbers 23:19. The Pope is not the truth, Jesus is, John 14:6. Number 8, the Catholic Church teaches that those people who have died that they declare to be saints are saints. The Bible teaches that those who are saved are saints even while they're still living, Ephesians 2:19. Number 9, the Catholic Church teaches there's a treasury of Mary's merits and Church Fathers' merits that can be applied to our account. The Bible teaches it's only through the merits of Christ that we're saved, 2 Corinthians 5:21. 10thly, the Catholic Church teaches people to pray to saints and to pray to Mary. The Bible teaches we're to pray to God alone, Matthew 6:6. Number 11, the Catholic Church teaches that Mary is to be honored and exalted. The Bible teaches that Christ alone is to be preeminent, Colossians 1:18. Number 12, the Catholic Church teaches there's to be a continued sacrifice of the Mass. The Bible teaches there was one sacrifice forever, Hebrews 10:12. Number 13, the Catholic Church teaches that Mary and the Pope and the Church and the sacraments are all part of the way to God. The Bible teaches that Jesus is the way, John 14:6. Number 14, the Catholic Church teaches that Mary was sinless. The Bible teaches that only God was sinless, Mark 10:18. Number 15, the Catholic Church teaches that Mary was a perpetual virgin even after marrying Joseph. The Bible teaches that Mary had more children than just Jesus and that she consummated her marriage with Joseph, Matthew 1:25. Number 16, the Catholic Church teaches that you need their tradition. The Bible cannot stand on its own. The Bible teaches the Bible alone can bring you to salvation, 2 Timothy 3:15. Number 17, the Catholic Church teaches that you need works to be saved. The Bible teaches you can't be saved by works, Titus 3:5. Number 18, the Catholic Church teaches that works bring you grace. The Bible teaches that works can never bring grace, Romans 11:6. Number 19, the Catholic Church teaches that Mary was miraculously assumed up into heaven. The Bible does not teach this at all and forbids adding to God's word, Proverbs 30:6. Number 20, the Catholic Church teaches that you ought to obey whatever the church teaches. The Bible teaches that we ought to obey God rather than men, Acts 5:29. Number 21, the Catholic Church teaches that the church will keep you from error. The Bible teaches that the Bible will teach you from error, Matthew 22:29. 22nd, the Catholic Church teaches we need to add to Christ's work. The Bible teaches that Christ's work was sufficient and complete, Hebrews 10:14. Number 23, don't worry, there's only 25. Number 23, the Catholic Church teaches that Mary participated in the work of redemption. The Bible teaches that Christ redeemed us by himself, Hebrews 1:3. Number 24, the Catholic Church teaches an involved and complicated system of works. The Bible talks about the simplicity of the gospel, 2 Corinthians 11:3. Number 25, the Catholic Church teaches that it's okay to have graven images and venerate them and give honor to them. They even removed the second commandment from their list of 10 and divided commandment number 10 into 2 so they could still have 10. The Bible forbids bowing down to or venerating any graven image, Exodus 20 verse 4. And I've given just one reference point for each of these 25 doctrines. There are hundreds of verses we could cite in connection with those, and I only came up with 25 not because I ran out, but because I thought that probably